for ICBM launch appear to be imminent. So, amid North Korea's possible missile launch, US has now flown jets to East Sea. And this amid concerns after Kim Tae-hyo, who is the first deputy chief of South Korea's Presidential National Security Office, said that North Korea preparations for an ICBM launch appear to be imminent. And moving on to more international news then, 15 EU member states have signed a declaration against anti-Semitism at the European Conference on Anti-Semitism in Vienna. Here is what we know so far.
15 EU member states signed a declaration against anti-Semitism at the European Conference held in Vienna. The Vienna Declaration aims to enhance cooperation in the fight against anti-Semitism by improving data sharing and encouraging the reporting of anti-Semitic incidents. Speaking at a joint press conference, Austrian EU Minister Caroline Edstalder said that more than 80% of incidents go unreported.
Die Konferenz soll ein starkes Zeichen sein gegen Antisemitismus und für ein prosperierendes jüdisches Leben in Österreich und in Europa. Daher werden wir diese Konferenz auch jährlich durchführen. Und unser Ziel ist es ganz klar, eine bessere Vernetzung, ein Wissensaustausch, die Bündelung von Kräften und maximale Effizienz in diesem so schwierigen und herausfordernden Kampf.
The president of Austria's Jewish community said that during pandemic there had been 13-fold increase in anti-Semitic content posted online.
Wir müssen ganz klar sein, die physischen Übergriffe kommen von den radikalen Rändern. Aber es ist schon der verbale Antisemitismus aus der Mitte der Gesellschaft, der uns Sorge bereitet. Judenfeindlichkeit beginnt eben nicht erst in der Gaskammer, sondern bei den Verschwörungsmythen, Verleumdungen und Beschimpfungen.
Due to lack of clear definition of anti-Semitism, the European Union wants to promote the use of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism.
Very worryingly, of those young Jews, an ever greater number say that they may quit Europe. They're going to leave, or they're considering leaving because of the pressure of anti-Semitism. It's for that reason I would suggest that anti-Semitism, or the scourge of anti-Semitism, is an existential issue for Europe. We built the modern Europe on a repudiation of the hate and the horror of the Second World War.
The European Conference will reconvene in the first half of 2023 to assess the progress on the anti-Semitism declaration draft. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, the European Union recently announced measures to move away from the use of Russian energy sources by shifting their focus on energy efficiency. They also announced an increase in defense budget spending amidst the war in Ukraine.
The President of the European Commission stressed on ways to lessen dependency on Russian fuel.
We're taking our ambition yet to another level to make sure that we become independent of Russian fossil fuels as quickly as possible. This whole approach is Repower EU. So Repower EU will help us to save more energy, to accelerate the phasing out of fossil fuel, and most importantly, to kickstart investments on a new scale. So I would say this will be the speed charging of our European Green Deal.
Solutions for dealing with the energy crisis in the wake of the war were brought up by the President.
Energy savings are the quickest and the cheapest way to address the current energy crisis. We will therefore increase the EU energy efficiency target for 2030 from 9% to 13%. Then there is the massive investment in renewable energy, the biggest task. Here we are increasing our target for 2030 from 40% renewable energy to 45% renewable energy.
The European Union is making the war in Ukraine a significant consideration in its policy formation process recently. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now we get you an update on the political situation as well as economic crisis that has roiled Sri Lanka. We are now learning that citizens have been asked not to queue for gasoline as the nation does not have enough forex to pay for fuel shipments.
Sri Lanka has run out of petrol. Several electric rickshaws, cars and motorbikes were seen in long queues at gas stations in the country's capital. The newly appointed Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe said that the island had run out of petrol supplies. The address was his first since he took office. Only 10% of the available petrol is reported to currently be available for distribution nationwide. The country's energy minister asked the people not to stand in queues and refill their fuel stocks for the next 3 days. The advisory was put out in order for the 1,000 petrol stations across the country to get refueled with sufficient supplies. A tanker stayed anchored in Sri Lankan waters, ready to supply the fuel whenever the country required. It has been there for almost 2 months now. The country, however, does not have the foreign exchange needed to pay for the fuel at the moment. Taking the situation of the current crisis into consideration, the newly appointed Prime Minister said the country was facing considerable challenges and adversity. He also, however, assured the people that the current period would not be long, stating that the several countries he had spoken to had pledged to help them in the coming months. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, a bronze statue that was installed in the town of Grantham in the United Kingdom was egged as soon as it was installed. The town where the incident took place happened to be former Prime Minister's hometown.
A statue of former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was recently vandalised in the United Kingdom's Grantham. The vandalisation, however, was not met with much interest from the residents. The incident took place in former Prime Minister's hometown. There seems to be a debate around the utility and relevance of the statue in 2022.
I think it's going to be probably good for the town, actually. Obviously, there's people for and against it, but I think it should probably be good for the town. And also that, she was the first female Prime Minister for this country.
The £300,000 statue was erected without ceremony and was egged only 2 hours after its installation.
It's probably time people moved on. Maybe it's been 30 years since she was in power, so I don't really understand the emotions anymore. Much really, either London or here. I don't really mind where it's kind of put. I guess it's better to be used than not used at all after the amount of money it cost.
Following the incident, the statue was placed on a 3-meter high plinth and surrounded by fences. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in more news from the UK, hundreds were seen protesting outside the UK Home Office as they demanded the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange.
Hundreds were seen protesting outside the United Kingdom Home Office as they demanded the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Assange, who faces extradition to the United States, has multiple charges against him by the US government as he leaked thousands of sensitive documents between 2010 and 2011. As many consider Assange's extradition a threat to freedom of press, hundreds held placards and raised slogans denouncing the government and demanding his release, even with the police deployed on the site. Assange has been on remand at a prison in London since October 2020, after serving an 11-month sentence for breaking bail conditions. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
some breaking news coming in. Former Pakistan minister and PTI leader Fawad Chaudhry has announced that his party will approach the Supreme Court to remove Punjab Chief Minister Hamza Shehbaz following the top court's ruling. Now, the PTI leader Fawad Chaudhry has criticized that Shehbaz is still assuming the Chief Minister's office, violating his own party's rules to follow the judicial orders. Fawad also added that Hamza Shehbaz's orders as a Chief Minister are illegal, and that he added that the Punjab Assembly Speaker could have opted to issue a notification for Hamza's removal, but PTI chose to seek a court order. So that's the latest what we are learning. Imran's PTI has spoken out against Punjab Chief Minister Hamza Shehbaz, saying that the PTI will approach the Supreme Court to remove Punjab Chief Minister Hamza Shehbaz following the top court order's ruling. A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya's rival Prime Minister said that he will carry out his duties from Sirte for the time being. Prime Minister Fatih Baksha said that in a handout video released by the Eastern-based government that he does not regret his attempt to seat his government in the capital of Tripoli, but regrets that a man's life lost in the subsequent clashes is condemnable. He added that he had waited for more than 80 days before making the attempt. The Italian ambassador to Russia, Giorgio Strass, was summoned to Russia's foreign ministry following reports that Italian diplomats would be expelled from the country. Russia was already in the process of expelling 34 French diplomats as a response to France expelling 41 Russian diplomats in April. Moving on then, another SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket was seen being launched from the Cape Canaveral in Florida. The latest and the third round of launches by the company took 53 satellites into the orbit.
All systems are go for launch. So
As it stood on standby on the launch pad,
3 Starlink satellites into space.
5,
the countdown begins
3, 2, 1.
and it takes off.
Full power. And liftoff.
SpaceX launched another round of Starlink satellites in third round of launches in the past 5 days.
Vehicle pitching downrange.
The company launched 53 satellites this time around, with the satellites enabling video calls, online gaming, streaming, and other activities that require a high data rate.
It's just 3 of those 9.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
3 of those 9 engines, and heard that call out that
The Falcon 9 rocket was seen carrying out a stable landing on a pad in the North Atlantic Ocean towards the end of the mission. Agency report, Republic TV.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Now, a Russian soldier pleaded guilty of killing a Ukrainian civilian in the first such hearing of war crimes since the invasion was pressed on Ukraine. Now, as per Ukrainian officials, 41 such cases of war crimes are being readied.
A 21-year-old Russian soldier facing the first war crimes trial since Moscow invaded Ukraine pleaded guilty on Wednesday to killing an unarmed civilian. Sergeant Vadim Shishimarin could get life in prison for shooting a 62-year-old Ukrainian man in the head through an open car window in the northeastern Sumy region on February 28, 4 days into the invasion. Shishimarin, a captured member of Russian tank unit, was prosecuted under a section of Ukrainian Criminal Code that addresses the laws and customs of war. A Ukrainian official said her office was readying war crimes cases against 41 Russian soldiers for offences that including bombing civilian infrastructure, killing civilians, rape and looting. It was not immediately clear how many of the suspects are in Ukrainian hands and how many would be tried in absentia. Prosecutors plan to continue presenting evidence against Shishimarin following his guilty plea, although the trial is like to be shorter. As the inaugural war crimes case in Ukraine, Shishimarin's prosecution was being watched closely. Investigators have been collecting evidence of possible war crimes to bring before the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Agency Report, Republic TV.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
A very short break, lots lined up for you from across the globe. On the other side, a teenager from England is set to become the youngest pilot as he attempts to complete a solo round the world flight.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors. Coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding the card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." We joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market.
This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles. They're a bit stuck. This entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am at the Datashwamedh Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे, यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है. तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है. योगी आदित्यनाथ is
Welcome back, viewers. Starting with the breaking news that is coming in. Now, the US has claimed North Korea may conduct missile tests as Biden visits Asia. US intelligence shows that it's a genuine possibility that North Korea will conduct another ballistic missile test or nuclear test around President Joe Biden's visit to South Korea and Japan that begins later this week. So, US now making a big claim that North Korea may conduct a missile test, and that's the latest what we are learning. What the US has essentially said that there is a high possibility that North Korea will conduct another ballistic missile test or a nuclear test around President Joe Biden's visit to South Korea or Japan that begins later this week. In fact, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Wednesday said that the US is preparing for North Korea to conduct a long-range missile test or a nuclear test leading up to Biden's trip to Japan and South Korea. Remember, the president is set to visit South Korea on Friday before heading to Japan on Sunday. Moving on, a teenager is set to become the youngest pilot to complete a solo round-the-world flight. Mark Rutherford is his name. 16 years old, has been inspired by his sister Zara Rutherford, who is 3 years elder to him, after she became the youngest woman to fly solo around the world.
Mac Rutherford, a British-Belgian 16-year-old who is attempting to break the current world record of the youngest person to fly solo around the world, landed at Wilson Airport at Nairobi, Kenya.
There have been quite a few difficult places in terms of visibility, such as Khartoum, where the visibility is quite low, but I've always managed to land perfectly safely. And then actually in Nairobi, the cloud base was very low, and there were high mountains, so I had to sort of weave around, but it was completely fine, and I'm very happy.
He was welcomed on the runway by students and staff of the Kenya School of Flying. Rutherford's planned circumnavigation of the world using a Shark ultralight aircraft started on March 23rd in Sofia, Bulgaria. 2 months after his 19-year-old sister, Zara Rutherford, set the world record for the youngest woman to fly solo around the world. Mac, who's currently in the middle of his A-levels, became the youngest pilot in the world after he qualified at the age of 15. The current record for the youngest person to circumnavigate the globe solo is held by Briton Travis Ludlow, who was 18 at that time. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Now on to news from the world of sports. Veteran fast bowler James Anderson as well as Stuart Broad were recalled to the England Test squad under new captain Ben Stokes. And let us now look at some further changes in the England cricket team.
After a stinging loss in Australia this year, England and Wales Cricket Board has revamped and brought in major changes to their game. England begins a new era of leadership under Ben Stokes and new coach Brendan McCullum, who is a former New Zealand international player. Veteran fast bowlers James Anderson and Stuart Broad were recalled to the England Test squad to face the New Zealand Test next. On a 4-year contract, the Australian coach Matthew Moate is also roped in to lead the limited overs. The 48-year-old Moate had been coach of the Australian women's team since 2015, was also responsible to win most T20 World Cups titles back-to-back and the 50-over World Cup title last year. Currently ranked as number 2 team in the ICC rankings, will these changes put the England cricket team on the top? Remains to be seen. Agency Report, Republic TV.
आपस में ऊपर हथेलियां मिलाइए, थोड़ा बैलेंस कीजिए, श्वास को सामान्य रखिए, हाथ को ऊपर खींचिए जितना खींच सकते हैं, धीरे धीरे साइड से हाथ को वापस ले आए, पैर को भी वापस ले।
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market. This is one such vehicle that's lying here and there are many such vehicles. They're a bit stuck in this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic. She prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am at the Dashmawed Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. Shri Vishwanath Mandir मेरे ठीक पीछे.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
The top court is to resume hearing in the Gyanvapi case today. Verdict in the Wuzukhana and wall demolition likely. The Gyanvapi survey report is to be submitted in Varanasi court today. After Gyanvapi, a local court is to hear the plea seeking survey of the Mathura Mosque. After Gyanvapi, a local court is to hear a police-seeking survey of the Mathura Mosque. Karti Chidambaram's aid is to be produced in court. The CBI will grill Karti Chidambaram next. Yogi Adityanath issues an ultimatum in the loudspeakers row, says if loudspeakers are put back, strict action will be taken. And the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is to attend a virtual Foreign Ministers BRICS meeting today. Well, sources have told Republic TV that Bollywood actor Shilpa Shetty's husband Raj Kundra is likely to be summoned by the ED in a money laundering case in the pornography case. So those are, that's news that's just coming in. We are being told that Shilpa Shetty's husband is likely to be summoned in a money laundering case. Now, the ED has filed a case against Raj Kundra. Do remember that he was arrested by the Mumbai police in connection with the pornography case. He's right now on bail. What we are now getting is that the ED is also looking to summon Shilpa Shetty's husband in the pornography case. So that's news that's just coming in. I think we're going to go across to Shavan Sen on the phone line in just a bit to get more details on this. But here's what he knows so far. Shilpa Shetty's husband, Raj Kundra, who was, of course, arrested by the police in the pornography case, is also likely to be summoned by the ED now. Shavan San on the phone line with me. Shavan, good morning. Give us more details of what we're learning.
Well, in fact, look at the latest details that we are picking up from the enforcement directorate is that following an ECIR, which is the equivalent of an FIR that is registered by the agency, involved by Raj Kundra as well as his partners would be summoned by the enforcement directorate. So far, we've been told that following the case that was registered, they've basically collected the documents from the Mumbai police. This was back in August 2021 when the enforcement directorate had formally sought for all the documents and the investigation details that were carried out by the Mumbai police. In fact, a charge sheet has already been registered against Raj Kundra in this particular case. It was back in February 2021 when the police had raided a bungalow at Mud Island in Malad and busted an alleged porn filmmaking racket. Now, it was only after the investigation carried out by the Mumbai police where Raj Kundra was named. He was called in for questioning and thereafter arrested. Subsequently, he was released on bail, but Kundra was essentially accused of uploading porn and obscene videos allegedly shot and uploaded on a social media app for monetary consideration. Now, this app, Anupur, was basically operating from outside India. And right now, the enforcement directorate basically suspects that this could be a case of money laundering.
All right, Shavan Sen reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, 20-year-old Amir Khan was murdered by Jishan. Amir Khan was forcing Jishan's married sister to fall in love with him. Amir Khan used to trouble the girl despite knowing that she was married. Now, this is a case that we are just getting for you. This is details of a shocking murder that has been carried out in Bidar. CCTV footage that has been accessed seems to suggest that this is a love story that seems to have gone horribly wrong. On the phone line with me, Sagay Raj. Sagay, good morning. Give us more details.
So what we get to learn is that this particular incident happened on 17th in Bidar district of Karnataka, where 20-year-old Amir Khan was murdered by Jishan. Jishan is the brother of a girl where Amir Khan has forced her to fall in love with her, despite knowing that she was already a married woman and she was living peacefully. And this girl who was frustrated with this particular harassment had informed her brother that this man is troubling him. He has warned him, but he was not listening to that. And later on, he had murdered him. And the entire episode was captured on a CCTV camera in the district. Incident happened on 17th of this month, and police have already arrested the brother of that girl, Jish.
All right. Sagay Raj, bringing us those details, of course, of this brutal murder that has been caught on camera in Bidar in Karnataka. Thank you, Sagay. Now, as the Supreme Court hears the Gyanvapi Mosque case today, amid numerous claims and counterclaims and politically charged statements that have been coming from all corners, will the court be able to bring the much-needed calm over the controversy?
While debate over the discovery of shivling continues unabated, with celebrations on one side and denial on the other, in a new video, Nandi is visible behind the grills, opposite the Wazukhana, where the shivling was purportedly recovered. The Hindu side has hailed the presence of Nandi, enough proof for the existence of a shivling, as the Nandi bull always faces the shivling.
तो जब शिवलिंग निकला तो हाहाकार मचा, कुछ लोग कहने लगे विश्वेश्वर मिल गए नंदी को, कुछ लोग अपना जो है ख्याति लूटने के लिए ढोल पीटने लगे, नगाड़े बजने, जैसे लगता है कि उनका ही सबकी भूमिका है। वो कौन है मैं नहीं जानता। फिर मैं जो मीडिया पर देख रहा हूँ जिनका कोई अस्तित्व वजूद, काशी में वो अपने नाम को चकवाने में लग गए। 5 बेचारे हमारे घर की संभ्रांत महिलाएं बनारस की, वो श्रृंगार के दर्शन के लिए पहुंची, उन्होंने आवेदन, अरे दर्शन करने से कौन आपको रोका है?
Reiterating their demands and claims over the site.
ये जो सर्वे हो रहा है वो मेरे केस में नहीं हो रहा है। यह नया वाद 5 महिलाओं ने जो दिल्ली की निवासिनी हैं,
आपका वाद और उनका वाद अलग है।
अलग है। उन्होंने पूजा और दर्शन के लिए ये वाद डाला है, जबकि मेरा मूल वाद है मालिकाना के लिए। और यह कहा गया है कि स्वयंभू विश्वेश्वर ज्योतिर्लिंग ये पूरे ज्ञानवापी परिसर के मालिक हैं।
And even demanding the right to worship now that the shivling is discovered.
नहीं, वीडियो देखिए 100% सही वीडियो है, और चूँकि हम लोग वहीं मंदिर के बगल में ही हम लोगों का निवास है, वहीं हम लोगों ने जन्म लिया है, तो वो हमारे पूरे चौक क्षेत्र का खेल का मैदान हुआ करता था, ज्ञानवापी मैदान। और बचपन से हम लोग खेलने के बाद ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में ही जाके बैठा करते थे, आराम किया करते थे। उस ज़माने में कोई इस तरह की रोक नहीं थी। हाँ, जो ये शिवलिंग मिला है, ये शिवलिंग सत्य है, हम लोगों ने भी बचपन से देखा है उस शिवलिंग को। लेकिन जो शिवलिंग के बगल चारों तरफ जो नया घेरा बनाया गया है, ये 1992 के बाद बनाया गया है।
However, there are a few outrightly denying the discovery.
अकबर के ज़माने का दीन इलाही का मरकज़ है। अकबर ने दीन इलाही कायम किया था और हिंदू मुस्लिम एकता के एक प्रतीक के तौर पे वो माना जा रहा है।
वो मंदिर का हिस्सा नहीं, दरअसल अकबर का मरकज़ है।
और अकबर का दीन इलाही का मरकज़ था, इसीलिए औरंगजेब ने इसको रिनोवेट कराया मस्जिद को।
तो औरंगजेब ने नहीं बनवाई है मस्जिद, ये भी तो कहा जा रहा है कि औरंगजेब ने मंदिर तोड़वा कर मस्जिद बनवाई।
नहीं, गलत है। मस्जिद बहुत पहले से कायम है, जौनपुर के शर्की सुल्तानों ने कायम किया था।
With AIMIM chief refusing to accept the survey report,
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. And today Hindustan Times got a report that one judge was part of the Babri Masjid title suit, the other judgment, the other honorable judge in his capacity as advocate had represented the Ram Mandir issue also. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay on this so-called survey which is violating the 91 Act and the Supreme Court judgment.
And politicians like Akhilesh Yadav already eyeing the political opportunity.
जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी सर्वे करने की, आखिरकार वो रिपोर्ट बाहर कैसे आ गई? और हमारे धर्म में तो ये है, हिंदू धर्म में कहीं भी पत्थर रख दो, एक लाल झंडा रख दो, पीपल के पेड़ के नीचे मंदिर बन गया। हम क्या मानते हैं, सवाल नहीं है। हम सर्वे नहीं कर रहे हैं, ना हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, ना हाई कोर्ट है। हम ये कह रहे हैं बीजेपी से सावधान रहिए। बीजेपी जानबूझ करके ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का मामला इसलिए उठा रहे हैं, वो स्मोक स्क्रीन बना दी उन्होंने। कि आप असली मुद्दे दिखाई नहीं दो, बड़ी-बड़ी कंपनियां बिक गई।
What could be seen as a provocation? Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party chief, while speaking at a press conference in Ayodhya, has said that Hindus form temples wherever they see a stone and put Roli on it. And that's how the quote goes for Akhilesh Yadav. Controversial comments there coming in from the Samajwadi chief and former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Says keep a stone and it becomes a temple. I think this would be seen as provocative amidst the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi Mosque, as the matter is set to come up both in the Varanasi Magistrates Court and the Supreme Court of India tomorrow.
Today, when the Supreme Court hears on the Gyanvapi issue and adjudicates on the survey report, will all parties abide by the order or the tension and controversy continue? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, a new video of the Gyanvapi Masjid's Wazukhana, where a shivling is claimed to have been found on Wednesday, while multiple videos are emerging. My colleague Niranjan gets you this explainer.
And we have another graphical representation of what is similar to the Wazukhana area. This is a graphical representation once again. Now, when there is water in this area, that's how it looks. And you saw the video, the first video, when there was no water. You can see the well-like structure that you see here, the well-like structure, and there was water. And when the water is removed, now the shivling appears. What the Hindu side claims is the shivling appears and can be seen very clearly. And that was the video that emerged on Tuesday that indicated that there was something like the shivling which the Hindu side had been claiming all along. Now there is also a wall that you see here, the wall right next to the Wazukhana. There is a wall, and that wall that you see on the screen right there separates the Wazukhana, the shivling and the Nandi. Now the distance between the shivling and the Nandi is roughly about 83 feet. Now the wall that you just saw go down, now that wall is separating the Nandi and the Wazukhana and the shivling, and they want that to be brought down. Of course, it is still in the courts. It is a legal matter, and the Nandi, of course, is in the Kashi Vishwanath corridor. This is where the issue stands, and we are hoping for answers to some of these questions on Thursday.
Well, we are now getting more information on the report that has been submitted by Ajay Mishra. It has been accessed by Republic TV. The report was submitted by the ex-court commissioner, despite the fact that he was removed from his post in the panel tasked to conduct a videography survey inside the Gyanvapi Mosque complex. Now, he's filed a 2-page report in the Varanasi court regarding the survey conducted under him from the 6th and 7th of May, and then from the 14th to the 16th of May. As per sources, the report mentions certain points, and for more details on the report that we've managed to access, let's cut across live to Piyush, who's joining us on the broadcast. Piyush, good morning. Give us more details of what you're picking up in terms of what this report mentions.
Well, that's the important report which has been submitted by Ajay Mishra. Remember that he was the first commissioner, court commissioner was appointed by the court. And in his report, he has mentioned about the fact that after the entire videography which was done by Ajay Mishra, there was some sort of problem which he faced on the 7th of May. In fact, he's mentioning in that report that on 6th of May, he was able to do the videography properly, the survey properly, but on 7th he was stopped at 4:50. He had to stop his survey. So this is what we are now learning, is that on 7th May 2022 at around 4:50, because of the protest which he faced, he had to stop doing that survey. And in his report he has mentioned that he concluded his entire process of doing survey on the same day. Now we'll have to wait and watch how the court is going to look into that particular report which has been submitted by Ajay Mishra. two-page report is the one which has been submitted by Ajay Mishra. Remember that there's a lot of controversy around his name because of Vishal Singh, who has been appointed by the court as the new court commissioner. He has also, taken the name of Ajay Mishra by saying that he was using his personal photographer to leak the information to the media, and that is why he should be removed. And after that, court also removed him. And today, Vishal Singh is going to submit the final report to the court. He, along with Ajay Pratap Singh, they are going to submit their final report about the kind of stuff which they did for the last for at least 3 days. In fact, they have sought 2 more days.
Piyush, I just wanted to ask you that in the backdrop of the fact that he was removed by the court, how does this report now stand in the eyes of law?
Well, if you talk about this report, remember that Ajay Mishra is the first court commissioner who was appointed by the court. And he faced the opposition. In his report also he has mentioned as to how there were more than 100 people from Muslim communities who had gathered there inside the Gyanvapi Mosque when he, along with his team, were trying to enter inside the Gyanvapi Mosque, and they stopped them from entering inside the court. And soon after that, we also saw as to how the Muslim petitioners had moved to the local court in Varanasi, demanding that the team should not be allowed to enter. And in fact, the court commissioner Ajay Mishra should also be changed. The Muslim petitioners had also mentioned that Ajay Mishra is getting inclined towards the Hindu petitions, and that is why a lot of controversy also took place. But that is another part. Now the Ajay Mishra has submitted his report of what he actually did, what he actually saw, how the entire process took place for 2 days, 6th and 7th May. In his report, he has mentioned that the kind of protests which he faced. We'll have to wait and watch how the court is going to take into cognizance of this report. But one more report, the final report, is yet to be submitted, and that could be done by Vishal Singh today itself. What we are learning from our sources, Nupur, is that Vishal Singh is likely to seek more time. This is what the sources are telling us, that he's likely to seek more time, and which certainly tells us that more time could take place by the court commissioners to submit their final report to the court. But according to the orders which have been given by the local court, today itself, the court commissioners have to submit the report. Last time they had sought 2 more days, and today the deadline comes to an end. But this report submitted by Ajay Mishra is a very important piece, a very important report. This has been prepared by Ajay Mishra on the 2 days of survey which he along with his team did, and the Karwai, the entire process was stopped at 4:50 p.m. on 7th of May after the strong opposition which they faced.
Right, so Piyush, what we understand is in this particular report, they talk about structures, Piyush, what we understand is that the report talks about certain fragmented deities, the debris of the temple, the shape of lotus, etc. Now, can you give us details of what all this report essentially talks of?
But this report essentially talks about the entire survey which was done by Ajay Mishra and his team. And if I can tell to our viewers, I can read in Hindi. In his report, he has mentioned that पूर्व सूचना के आधार पर पक्षगणों की उपस्थिति में, which means in the presence of all the petitioners, कमीशन कार्रवाई 6 मई 2022 दिन शुक्रवार 3:30 बजे शुरू की गई, which means that the process began at 3:30 on 6th of May. प्रथम दिन की कार्रवाई 5:45 तक की गई, which means that the first day of survey went on for at least 2 hours, and after that the process was stopped. And then he is mentioning that सूर्यास्त होने के कारण 7 मई 2022 को पुनः 3 बजे कार्रवाई शुरू की गई, और प्रतिवादी संख्या 1, which means petition number 1, on the 7th of May, they once again began their process of doing survey, where he is now mentioning the names of all the petitioners. He is also mentioning that उसमें लगभग 100 लोग जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के थे तथा उन लोगों के इकट्ठे हो जाने के कारण प्रशासन और पुलिस यानी प्रतिवादी 1 लगायत 3 ने असमर्थता जाहिर की. He is mentioning that around 100 Muslim people had gathered there, and because of that the commission could not do their survey inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. He is also putting out one more important part, that during during the process of survey taken out by the court commissioner, he faced a lot of protest. दौरान कमीशन की कार्रवाई के दौरान विभिन्न विग्रहों का निरीक्षण करते हुए विवादित स्थल के मूल स्थान बैरिकेडिंग के बाहर उत्तर से पश्चिम दीवार के कोने पर पुराने मंदिरों का मलबा, जिस पर देवी देवताओं की कलाकृति तथा शिलापट कमल की कलाकृति देखी गई. Very important aspect which has been put forth by Ajay Mishra.
Stay with us, Piyush. We're going to come back to you. On the phone line with me is Mr. Vinod Bansal of the VHP. Now, Mr. Bansal, good morning. How do you see this report that has been filed by Ajay Mishra? He, of course, has been removed by the court right now, but nevertheless, he submitted a report which does mention the fact that there are some Hindu deities and fragmented deity, the debris of the temple in the shape of lotus, etc. Your comments, please.
See, everything is very clear and exposed to the public of the country. And we were very confident since beginning, or we can say since ages, that Bhagwan Shiva was there, he is there and will remain there. And the way Nandi Baba is there, and the way the Islamic jihadists stopped the survey and try to hinder those surveyors to enter into the so-called mosque. It was very clear that the evidence is with us. And after seeing this Jyotirlinga by the survey team, it is all well clear that the temple is there. And Gyanvapi is not the mosque, it is really the temple. और अभी जिस तरह का जो ह्यूज एंड क्राई कुछ लोग जो कर रहे हैं, उनको अब मुझे लगता है इन सब चीजों को विराम लगा देना चाहिए. ये रिपोर्ट आने के बाद मुझे लगता है माननीय न्यायालय भी इस बारे में निर्णय जल्दी लेगा और हिंदू आस्था का सम्मान देश को करना चाहिए.
Ji, so probably, as you're pointing out, once the court actually decides on it, we will get a clearer picture. Mr. Bansal, thank you for joining us. So we are, of course, expecting the local court as well as the Supreme Court to be hearing the case today. Let's go back to Piyush, who continues to be with us. Piyush, obviously, even as we are getting first reactions to this report that you have managed to access, there is going to be a hearing in two courts today. Give us, a day's outlook in that sense, and how much will this report really play out in those hearings? All right, we don't seem to have Piyush with us yet, but what we know for now is that there is a report that has been submitted by the suspended Commissioner Ajay Mishra. Now, he was removed from his post in the panel and tasked to conduct a videographic survey inside the Gyanvapi Mosque complex. He's filed a 2-page report in the Varanasi court regarding the survey conducted under him from the 6th of 7th of May and then 14th to 16th of May. As per sources that we have now managed, of course, to access this report, the report mentions a fragmented deity, the debris of the temple and the shape of the lotus, etc. Now, Varanasi court, which had ordered the videography of the survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque complex, will be hearing this report, this case today. Now, there is going to be another report that will be submitted, but so far we are not very clear whether that one will be submitted today or not. Piyush is back with me on the phone line. Piyush, we've been getting reactions from various political outfits to this, but apart from that, there are two hearings today. One, of course, takes place in the Supreme Court, and the other one takes place in the local Varanasi court. So how much of, how much will this particular report matter in the local court's hearing?
Well, look, if we talk about this particular report, this is going to be the most important one and the final report that would be submitted by Vishal Singh. Why it is important? Because remember that after the kind of opposition which was done by the Muslim petitioners, by the committee, Mosque committee, the court had to intervene and it had appointed two new commissioners, one Vishal Singh and Ajay Pratap Singh as the assistant commissioner, and they were told, which means a team of three, Ajay Pratap Singh, Ajay Mishra, and also Vishal Singh, they were told to submit their report at 17th. So they went there, they did the entire photography. This report is the only final report which is going to tell a lot of things. Why? Because this report was done amidst a massive presence of security personnel. No opposition was faced by these court commissioners. Both the sides have cooperated, which means that this report is going to tell us a lot of things. A lot of things. Why? Because of All the petitions were present there. Court commissioners were there. Senior officers from district administration were there. So they have done peacefully the entire survey. So this report is going to tell a lot of things what actually is inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. We have been also getting a lot of details about the fresh report which will be submitted. In fact, it is going to be the final report, and this time this report will be submitted by Vishal Singh, who is going to lead the entire process of bringing out the entire report in front of people. So we'll have to wait and watch what is there in this report. At around 10 a.m. the court is going to...
All right, I'm going to have to interrupt you there, Piyush. We're going to come back to you in just a bit, but Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain, the petitioner from the Hindu side, now joins us. Mr. Jain, good morning. Mr. Jain, there is one report right now that has been submitted by the court commissioner who has been removed from this. But nevertheless, in his particular report, he mentions certain things, including structures of idols, as well as other things, in the fact that there is a shape of a lotus, etc. Now, how do you see this report?
Definitely, this report will help the case of the Hindu side. And Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra was the sole advocate commissioner so far as the survey of 6th and 7th of this month is concerned. So definitely it has a legal value and it has been placed before the Honorable Court on record, and now every person is free to file their objections. But the fact of the matter is that this was our case that there are signs of Hindu temples in the so-called mosque area, in the so-called disputed area, and therefore it has no religious character of a mosque. And all these reports which have been filed before the court by Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra will help our case, and definitely will put forward our point before the Honorable.
All right, Mr. Jain, appreciate your speaking to us this morning. Thank you for joining us. So as Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain was pointing out, that Ajay Mishra, who was of course later removed by the court, was the sole surveyor for the 2 dates. That's the 4th to the 6th. So we'll have to wait and watch how the court picks that up. Piyush, in fact, if I could come back to you for that bit of it. Since he was the sole surveyor for that point in time, how do you think that the court is going to pick this up in terms of that when it hears the case today? All right, I'm going to put that question to Ananya. Ananya, good morning. We've got 2 court hearings today. One, of course, happens in the Supreme Court and the other one in a lower court. Now, what I wanted to ask you was that since Ajay Mishra was the sole surveyor from the 4th to the 6th, and he was removed by the court later, do you think that this report perhaps will be picked up by the court, the lower court today?
Well, yes, the report would definitely have its legal value, because remember that even if Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra has been removed by the court, but then the report, because he was the sole surveyor, since as Vishnu Shankar Jain was also pointing it out, so his reports would definitely have a very, very important legal value, because he has mentioned in his reports about, in fact, remember the traces of Hindu side, and in fact the traces of a temple. But also a very, very important thing that comes out from his report is that he has said in his report that the police officials and the officials deployed there were not doing their duties as per the norms. So a little aspersions being cast on the officials that have been deployed there. But he was removed after on the charges of leaking of information. So the court might be apprehensive of Ajay Mishra's statement, but then the report has to be taken up because he was the sole and only commissioner at that point of time, and it would not be fit to conduct legally another survey, and because there are more revelations, and the fact of the matter has changed since the 6th and 7th of May, because a lot of things have come out, and there were traces that he had found debris and walls with the Hindu motifs there. So it would not be possible to conduct a resurvey of that place. So because of the change in circumstances, so the court would have to consider at any cost the report that has been submitted by Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra. However, for the later date, the court might not accept his arguments, but for the 6th and 7th of May, the court would have to take up his report. Apart from that, as you were asking about the Supreme Court hearing, the Supreme Court would also be hearing this matter. Remember that Republic of the First Channel, to break it down, that the Hindu Sena has filed its response into this whole case, clearly saying that the Muslim side has concealed facts into this case. The Hindu Sena, who is an intervener in this case, is, in its response to the topmost court of the country, has also said that the Allahabad High Court verdict and the verdicts of the lower court are completely in sound with the law, and the
and the contention being raised by the Muslim side is completely illegal and arbitrary and just in order to conceal facts from the topmost court of the country. So we'll have to see as to how the Supreme Court would also respond to it, but a very, very crucial hearing to take place before the topmost court of the country. And in fact, a report might also be placed before the topmost court by the Uttar Pradesh government and also by the two sides that they're fighting for this whole piece of land, whether it's a temple or a mosque. So very, very crucial hearing, not only in the topmost court but also in the local court, where the local court would be considering the report and would be giving out its very, very important observations, because remember that it is the local court which is actually hearing the main matter, and the Supreme Court has only been approached challenging the lower court's order, but the lower court's observation would also be very, very important, Nupur, because it would be analyzing this whole report. The report has been submitted before it. So very, very crucial aspects being raised today. But we'll have to wait and watch as to how it pans out, both in the Supreme Court and the Varanasi court. But Ajay Kumar Mishra's report is holding certain value into this whole case because he is the sole surveyor for May 6 and 7. In fact, a very, very important point that the Hindu Sena has highlighted into this its petition, and which comes at a time in its reply, is very, very clear that the local court wanted to appoint certain commissioners, but due to fear, due to apprehension, the people that the local court wanted to appoint withdrew their names, and then the court had to appoint these 3 people. So this is a fact that the Hindu Sena says that has been concealed by the Muslim side before the topmost court of the country. So a lot of versions coming in, a lot of apprehensions coming in. So we'll have to see how the court responds to it now, and how the court, how the whole thing pans out, Nupur.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out now, of course, the Supreme Court is also seized of the matter. But apart from that, we were earlier talking, Piyush, of this report, but I think we are now cutting across.
मोटी मोटी बात दो लाइनों में बताता हूं। उन्होंने कहा जो विग्रह मिले हैं उन शिलालेखों में तमाम ऐसे सबूत हैं कि वहां पर मंदिर था, साथ ही साथ कमल के निशान है, स्वास्तिक के निशान है, शिवलिंग के आकार की बहुत सारी आकृतियां मिली हैं, साथ ही जो व्यास का तहखाना कहा जा रहा है वहां पर मलबा है, मलबे में भी मंदिर के साक्ष्य मिले हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि मलबा हटेगा, तहखाना खुलेगा, जो कि 10 फीट नीचे, और कहा जा रहा है कि 51 फीट का वो शिवलिंग है। इसके अलावा 4 जो मसले हैं जिन पर रिपोर्ट सबमिट होनी है, पहला है वजू खाना और टॉयलेट का एक विकल्प जो कोर्ट ने कहा था वो। इसके अलावा जो 3 महिलाओं ने एक अर्जी दाखिल की थी कि जो पूर्वी दीवार के अलावा उत्तरी दक्षिणी दीवार को भी और पश्चिमी दीवार को भी तोड़ा जाना चाहिए। इसके अलावा साथ ही साथ जो रिप्लेसमेंट की बात हो रही थी, उसके अलावा जो रिपोर्ट सबमिशन है उस पर भी आज सुनवाई होने वाली है कि रिपोर्ट सबमिशन में क्या कुछ निकल कर आता है, क्योंकि ड्राफ्ट बनाना इतना आसान नहीं है। साथ ही साथ मुस्लिम पक्ष ने भी 2 दिन का वक्त मांगा है कि किस तरीके से उस रिपोर्ट को फाइलिंग करेंगे, ड्राफ्टिंग करेंगे, उसके बाद उसका सबमिशन होगा। 4 मामले हैं जिन पर आज कोर्ट के पटल पर सिविल कोर्ट जो रवि कुमार दिवाकर हैं सिविल जज, वो इस पूरे मामले पर सुनवाई करने वाले हैं। अब देखने वाली बात यह होगी कि किस तरह से 4 मामलों की सुनवाई होती, क्योंकि इतना आसान काम नहीं है। इतने सारे ड्राफ्ट रिपोर्ट से इतनी सारी चीजें लिखी हुई हैं, 700-800 पन्ने हैं, तो रवि दिवाकर उनको ब्रीफ कैसे करेंगे, कैसे पढ़ेंगे, कैसे समझेंगे, ये बहुत अहम हो जाता है।
All right, let me go across back to Ananya, who's reporting on what the Supreme Court does today. Now, Ananya, the Supreme Court will also hear a petition that actually challenges the Varanasi Civil Court mandated survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque in Varanasi today. So, how do you see these 2 hearings, in relation to each other?
Well, remember, Nupur, that the Supreme Court is the topmost court of the country and its orders are very, very binding. And remember, on the last occasion as well, the Supreme Court, in a very, very balanced judgment, had said that the site where the shivling was found needs to be protected, but the rights of the Muslims to pray inside the mosque also has to be preserved. So, today also we might see a balancing act being done by the Supreme Court. But a very, very important aspect that the Supreme Court would also be looking into is
whether it is legally tenable, in fact, to challenge these two orders and whether these orders were legally sound or not. So, as we go by the last hearing, it was only the Muslim side which has presented its arguments, and we are yet to hear the Hindu side and the UP government to this whole case, because remember, when the last time the matter came up before a bench, before the Supreme Court bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, was appearing for the Uttar Pradesh government, sought for some time to place on record the facts in this case, and he was constantly opposing what the Muslim side was saying, because he wanted to say that let the report come, and once the report comes before the Varanasi local court, a copy of the same report would also be shared most probably with the topmost court of the country, and after which the Supreme Court would also be considering this report and would then be deciding this whole issue. But the Supreme Court was not really convinced of, in fact, as we go by the arguments that had happened last time of the Muslim side argument that the Order 7, Rule 11 of the, like the legal provisions were not followed, or the Allahabad High Court order was bad in law, or even the local, because it is clearly said that we are not going to stay any kind of orders of the local court. So somewhere or the other, there was a relief for the Hindu side, and in fact for the court commissioners as well, because in case the Supreme Court would have stayed this whole survey and the whole orders of the local court, the court commissioners' exercise of surveying this whole area for quite a long time would have gone into abeyance and would have gone into waste. So we'll have to wait today what the Supreme Court says and also what the local court says, because the local court hearing is also of a very, very important aspect, because the reports of the court commissioner would be presented before it today. It would be analyzing and considering these reports, which also include a report by Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra, because he was the sole commissioner on May 6 and May 7, and we clearly saw, and we broke it down for our viewers. First, the report that has been submitted by Ajay Kumar Mishra, clearly saying that on the west side of the mosque there are remains and debris which show that there were walls of Hindu motifs, and there were proof that it was actually a temple that was there. So we'll wait for what the topmost court of the country says and also what the Varanasi court says. But a very, very important response would also be coming in from the Uttar Pradesh government, which would be saying into this aspect and would be revealing certain aspects into this whole case. And remember that the UP government is the only unbiased party, if we say, into this whole case, because it is neither on the side of the mosque or neither on the side of the temple. So its response before the topmost court of the country would also be very, very crucial.
Right, so that's a very interesting point, Ananya, that you're making, that perhaps the Uttar Pradesh government statement in court will hold a lot of weight, because, you know, it is the only side which essentially is not either on the Hindu or the Muslim side. So take us through what we're expecting in terms of the Uttar Pradesh government's response.
Well, because remember, it is the DM Varanasi, it is the Uttar Pradesh police which is securing the whole place, and it was also providing security to the court commissioners and was overseeing the law and order situation in the Gyanvapi Mosque. They might also make a statement about the protests that were there, remember, when the surveys were being done and opposing the surveys. So there would be a lot of things to be revealed by the state government, because remember, on the last date also, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud was constantly pointing it out to Mr. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta that we would be needing your assistance very much, because you are the only unbiased party into this whole case, and there would be a lot that the UP government would have to reveal, whether it's about the actual status of the land, because the land revenue department also comes under the Uttar Pradesh government, whether it's about the protests that were there against the surveys, or whether it's about the law and order situation into this whole area of the Gyanvapi Mosque, where the where this whole survey was being conducted. So, and because the DM Varanasi, the DGP Uttar Pradesh and the Commissionerate of Varanasi was tasked to secure the place where the shivling was found. So it is the Uttar Pradesh government which would be answering a lot of questions into this and clearing a lot of air into this whole matter, and one of the most unbiased parties into this whole case, because it's neither on the Hindu side, neither on the Muslim side, and a constant buzz from the Supreme Court also that they would need the assistance of the Uttar Pradesh government. Nupur.
Now, you know, what I want to understand from you right now, Ananya, is that where does the Places of Worship Act come into play in these two hearings? Because that is something that is mentioned again and again by various parties.
Well, essentially the Places of Worship Act, Nupur, is with regards to the nature of a land, with regards to religious practices, and what has been constantly raised by the Muslim side is that the Places of Worship Act has clearly stated that there is no change in the status of land, and it was a mosque there. But what the Hindu side is clearly claiming in its response is that the Places of Worship Act does not come into the picture, and even if the Places of Worship Act comes into the picture, so the whole land is of the Hindu side, because the temple of the Jyotirling has been there in existence for years to come, and hence the Places of Worship Act doesn't allow into this whole case, Nupur.
All right, Ananya, stay with us. We are going to come back to you. But even as arguments over the shivling-like structure in the Gyanvapi Mosque are continuing, Niranjan Narayan brings you this explainer on this entire structure and the debate around it.
Now the verdict, the report and the Supreme Court intervention, whatever it is, will happen on Thursday. And here on Republic TV, a lot of our viewers are asking what's really happening in Gyanvapi. Now, let's use this graphic which I have in front of me to explain to you the contention, the claim, and the geography of it. Now, this is the Wuzukhana that you see here. This is the Wuzukhana, and that's the shivling. Now, this is a graphical representation, not the exact version. It's a graphical representation to give you the estimate, a broad estimate of how the site is stacked up, right? Now this is the Wuzukhana which has the water, and the shivling that we showed you in the video yesterday, which can be seen, or what looks like the shivling as claimed by the Hindu side. Now this is in the Gyanvapi Masjid corridor, and that's the corridor entry that you see here. You will see that the Wuzukhana and the shivling is right here. Now there is a barricade that you see here. If a little further, there is the barricade. There is a barricade, and across the barricade there is the Nandi, which is roughly about 83 feet from the shivling. Across the shivling, 83 feet, you can see the Nandi, and the Nandi is facing the shivling as claimed by the Hindu side. And now the Nandi is on the side of the Sringar Gauri corridor. You can see that the Sringar Gauri corridor and the Gyanvapi Masjid right next to each other, but separated by this wall. You can also see that wall there, which the Hindu side says they want that wall to be brought down. But of course, all of this is something that the court will now decide on.
So let's go back to Ananya now, who's bringing us updates of what we're expecting through the day today. Now, Ananya, we were talking about the Places of Worship Act and the fact that in the last hearing, the Supreme Court... All right, now in the last hearing, of course, the Supreme Court had said, had allowed for people, Muslims essentially, to go and offer namaz at the disputed area, but had also asked for this particular site to actually be cordoned off. So today, what we are expecting in terms of the Supreme Court is that it will look at whether the Gyanvapi Mosque survey that is being ordered by the lower court should go ahead or not. And the other side, of course, is what happens in the local court over there. Now, in the local court, we've had one report that's been submitted of the survey by the surveyor who actually was removed by the court, but he was the sole surveyor for 2 days that the court survey was ordered. Let me go back to Ananya. I think we've got him now. Ananya, what we've seen in the court last time, that's the Supreme Court, of course, that the Supreme Court had said that Muslims should be allowed to come in and offer their namaz, even as, you know, the area where the survey was conducted has essentially been cordoned off.
Well, yes, Nupur, remember that there would be a very, very difference in the nature of hearing that happened last time and that would be happening today, because it was only the Muslim side which was presenting its argument, and in fact the UP government also did not have the clear facts about this whole case, and the Solicitor General was clearly pointing out repeatedly that he would need a day or two to respond on facts, but today there would be a response coming in from all the sides, and the court would also be hearing other parties as well. So a very, very balanced hearing would be taking place today. The last time's order were very, very interim kind of in nature, but today we might see something concrete coming in from the topmost court of the country after hearing it. The matter is listed at item 19 before a bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud and Justice P.S. Narasimhan. And one very, very important aspect, Nupur, that we would also highlight for our viewers is that Justice Chandrachud was also a part of one of the 5 judges who had delivered their verdict in the Ayodhya case. And in fact, Justice P.S. Narasimhan, who's also presiding along with him, was a lawyer into this whole case, into the Ayodhya dispute. So they both are having a clear knowledge of the Places of Worship Act, and they've seen the whole hearing, the marathon hearing that had taken place in the Ayodhya case. So it is a very, very clear bench on such issues, and it is very, very vastly knowledgeable onto these aspects. So a very, very detailed hearing might also take place because it not only involves the Places of Worship Act, it also involves the Civil Procedure Code and other important laws of the country. So we'll have to wait, and it would definitely be a landmark order, whatever comes out from the topmost court of the country. And we'll have to wait what is put forth by both the sides into this whole case, and what does the UP government also has to say into this whole matter. So we'll have to see how things pan out into this whole case, Nupur.
All right, stay with us, Piyush. Now, in fact, we have also managed to speak with Kaushal Kishore on the Gyanvapi Mosque case. Let's listen into what he said so far.
तो शिवलिंग जहाँ पे मिला है उसी जगह पे पूजा अर्चना शुरू होनी चाहिए, उसी जगह पूजा अर्चना की अनुमति देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि पूजा अर्चना करने का अधिकार है लोगों का। और जहाँ शिवलिंग मिलेगा तो वो मंदिर ही माना जाएगा। तो शिवलिंग जहाँ पे मिला है उसी जगह पे पूजा अर्चना शुरू होनी चाहिए, उसी जगह पूजा अर्चना की अनुमति देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि पूजा अर्चना करने का अधिकार है लोगों का। और जहाँ शिवलिंग मिलेगा तो वो मंदिर ही माना जाएगा।
Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am at the Dashmawed Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे, और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on ground.
Well, in fact, let's go across live back to Piyush, who's in Varanasi. Now, Piyush, it's a very critical day in Varanasi. Of course, the court will be hearing this case. But give us a sense of whether the other commissioner who was appointed is likely to submit his final report today. Piyush, can you hear us?
Check. Yes, Nupur, I was telling you is that the court commissioners who were appointed by the court, they are going to submit their report today itself, because the court had given 2 days extension to the court commissioners Vishal Singh and his assistant Ajay Pratap Singh. Today, most likely they are going to submit the report. The sources have told us that they are going to put in all the details of as to how did they conduct the entire videography survey. Remember that the court had directed these court commissioners, including Ajay Mishra also, but he was removed day before yesterday, citing few reasons. The court also had mentioned that Ajay Mishra was in fact leaking information with the help of his personal camera person. So that was the allegation also which was there on Ajay Kumar Mishra. But today, Vishal Singh, who is the person who will be leading this entire report, is going to submit his report today inside the court. We'll have to wait and watch how the things are going to pan out. Remember that in his report, Ajay Mishra has mentioned a lot of things about the survey, how the survey took place, what kind of opposition he faced, and also the things which he found during the course of a survey which was taken out by him and his team inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. We'll have to wait and watch how the day pans out, because today it's going to be a very important day. Not only multiple hearings are there in local court in Varanasi, but also in Supreme Court. At the same time, the report is to be submitted by court commissioners, and the deadline comes to an end today. Sources are suggesting that they are likely to submit today itself, but if they are not able to do so, then once again they would seek 2 more days to submit their report.
All right, Piyush Mishra, of course, reporting from Varanasi for the moment. Thank you for joining us. We will, of course, continue to track all the latest that's coming out of Varanasi. There are two very crucial hearings today, one in the Supreme Court, of course, and one in the local Varanasi court. Stay with us.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Why these double standards, viewers? Why these double standards all the time? Those who talk about religious tolerance, and those who talk about it the most, and those who write about it the most, and those who preach about it the most. Those who talk and preach about how religious sentiments of all groups must be respected. They are the ones who have turned most abusive and intolerant after the shivling has been found in the Gyanvapi temple premises. Some of the most hurtful, ugliest memes and jokes are being made about Hinduism, about Hindu religious beliefs, and Hindu idols. And I must ask openly tonight, if such jokes were to be made about any other religion, then protest and maybe much worse would erupt. But Hindus are expected to accept this as part of India's secular tradition and suffer the indignity of abuse and humor at the cost of their religious sentiments. And that is why I ask viewers today, for how long and why this hypocrisy? And people who swear by the courts and who quote the law ad nauseum, even when they have to quote it wrong to defend triple talaq. The same people are today openly attacking the courts of the country. Openly. Tomorrow we have important hearings in the lower court and the Supreme Court in the Gyanvapi case. And today and yesterday openly viewers, people like Owaisi are saying they will reject the views of the court. Just imagine what's going on in this country. The court's opinion will be rejected, they say. They are trying and instigating on an hourly basis to discredit the court, and they are doing so freely. And I wonder why we
Now, from Gujarat to Rajasthan, the Congress party's self-combustion mode is continuing, and in the latest, an MLA from Dungarpur, Ganesh Khogra, has resigned from the party. The Congress MLA from Dungarpur has resigned from the party, and in fact he sent a resignation to the Chief Minister Gehlot saying that they are being suppressed by the administration for raising the voices of the public. So another blow for the Congress party. This one, of course, coming in from Rajasthan, where the MLA from Dungarpur, Ganesh Khogra, has resigned from the party. He, of course, says that that people from the Congress are not being allowed to do their job. So he's resigned because of that. You are with Republic, and still to come, the Gyanvapi Mosque survey report is to be submitted in a Varanasi court today.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में, और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michelle, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American president alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive, massive stadium.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugn order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid.
News just coming in, 2 ISI agents have been held in Amritsar for supplying pictures and videos of defense installations and vehicles through encrypted applications. Now, the agents have been identified as Zafar Riaz and Mohammad Shamshad. Zafar allegedly was trained as a spy by the ISI to provide pictures and videos of defense installations when he recently visited India. The police have now recovered pictures and videos of various Air Force stations and army buildings. So that's news that's just coming in. We'll get you more details on the other side. You are with Republic. A lot more coming up next, including a top court is to resume the hearing in the Varanasi Gyanvapi Mosque case today.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugn order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other markets.
Ex-Court Commissioner survey report makes massive revelations. Report says shapes of 4 Hindu idols and traces of mandir found. Top court to resume hearing in Gyanvapi case today. Verdict on Wuzukhana and wall demolition likely. Gyanvapi's survey report to be submitted in Varanasi court today. After Gyanvapi, a local court to hear plea seeking survey of Mathura Mosque. Karti Chidambaram's aid to be produced in court. CBI to grill Karti next. Jaishankar to attend virtual foreign ministers BRICS meet today. Hello and welcome to this edition of the news on Republic TV. I'm Rukma, and as we were telling you, the report by Ajay Mishra is to be submitted today, and Republic TV has accessed the report. The report will be submitted by the ex-court commissioner, has been accessed.
देखिए ना, पूरा साक्ष्य समझ में आ रहा है मंदिर का, और जो स्ट्रक्चर खड़ा हुआ नीचे है जो मंदिर का बनता है वो पूरा मंदिर का है, तो उसमें कहना ही क्या है। लेकिन अब लोग कह रहे हैं कि नहीं वो मस्जिद है। तो भाई पक्ष विपक्ष दोनों होता है, वादी प्रतिवादी, वो अपना पक्ष रखेंगे और हिंदू जो प्रतिवादी हैं वो अपना पक्ष रखेंगे। कोर्ट में जो सही होगा वो सामने आ जाएगा, किसी के कहने से कुछ होता नहीं। सच्चाई छुप नहीं सकती बनावट के उसूलों से, खुशबू आ नहीं सकती कभी कागज के फूलों से। तो सच्चाई छुप नहीं सकती भैया, देर लगेगी, सांच को आंच नहीं है, सामने आ जाएगा।
क्या मानते हैं पूजा का भी वहाँ पे समय देना चाहिए, लोगों को पूजा करने की इजाजत देनी चाहिए कोर्ट में?
अभी जो फैसला आने दीजिए, जो होगा सही होगा, इतना हम जानते हैं। हमको बाबा पे भरोसा है, विश्वास है, बाबा जो करेंगे वो सही करेंगे। हर हर महादेव।
मेरा नाम राहुल कुमार पांडे है। मैं श्री काशी मंदिर में शास्त्री पद पर नियुक्त हूँ। मंदिर प्रांगण में पहले गोयनका भवन होता था, उसमें तीसरे तल्ले पे मेरे पिताजी की नौकरी थी, उसमें रूम मिला था, रहते थे हम लोग। सन 96 से मैं देख रहा हूँ, मेरा उम्र 30 साल है लगभग। आज तक अभी मैंने फाउंटेन नहीं देखा, जो मस्जिद प्रांगण में फाउंटेन कहाँ से आ गया मैं सोच रहा हूँ। जो शिवलिंग है, शिवलिंग पूरा आकार दिख रहा है, जो ऊपर ये दिखाई जा रही है पट्टी, जो उसमें 3 इंच डाल कर देखा गया है लकड़ी, जिससे लग रहा है नया नया कोई बनाया गया है। आज तक मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि शिवलिंग के ऊपर ये फाउंटेन कहाँ से आ गया। अगर फाउंटेन होता उसको कोई जरिया होता निकलने का पानी। 28 साल मेरा लगभग हो रहा है उम्र, उसमें आज तक मैंने देखा नहीं फवारा कभी निकला हो, जो लोग बताया जा रहा है फवारा निकल रहा है।
आप मानते हैं वो शिवलिंग ही है?
बिल्कुल शिवलिंग के रूप ही है, उसमें मानना क्या है, शिवलिंग तो है ही है। फाउंटेन कभी उसमें देखा नहीं है, ना कभी सुना, ना किसी ने देखा है। अगर देखा हो तो उन्होंने को अपना पक्ष दिखाएं, कोई प्रूफ दिखाएं कि फाउंटेन कभी चला है भविष्य में या पूर्व में कोई चलाया है उसको फाउंटेन को।
वो भी तहखाना भी खोलने की बात कर रहे हैं कि दीवारें तो हटाई जाए, तो क्या लगता है और भी चीजें मूर्तियां मिल सकती हैं?
नंदी के सामने से एक गुफा है, जहाँ नंदी जी बिग नंदी जी हैं, वहाँ पे एक गुफा है। अगर गुफा को देखा जाए, खोला जाए, तो काफी प्रमाण मिलने के दिख सकते हैं।
आप मानते हैं इस बात में?
बिल्कुल मांगता हूँ। मंदिर प्रांगण में ज्ञानवापी प्रांगण है। पहले हम लोग बचपन वहाँ खेलते थे, हाफ पैंट पहन के लगभग। तो हम लोग पूरा छोटे छोटे थे, तो हम लोग पूरा परिसर घूमे हैं। अंदर गुफा भी है, वहाँ पे कुछ तहखाने भी हैं। उसको खोला जाए, मतलब कोर्ट से निवेदन करूंगा, जो भी जांच हो पूर्ण रूप से जांच हो और निष्पक्ष जांच हो, बस।
Joining us now are our correspondents Ananya and Piyush. Piyush is in Varanasi, where a court will be hearing the Gyanvapi case. The survey report is to be submitted. It's a crucial day there. But here in New Delhi, it's a very important day as well. Now we go across to Ananya to know more in detail about what's on the agenda and what we can expect. Ananya, it's over to you. As we were telling you, Piyush is also joining us. Piyush, when we talk about the Varanasi court hearing today, it's a very crucial day, a very important day. The report will be submitted. Meanwhile, Republic TV has already accessed the report prepared by former ex-court commissioner Ajay Mishra, who was also part of the survey team. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely, like you rightly mentioned that yes, today it's going to be a very important day where the report is to be submitted in the court, and that will be submitted by Vishal Singh, one of the advocate commissioners who were appointed by the court. Remember that Vishal Singh, along with his assistant Ajay Pratap Singh, they are going to submit the report, final report, and that inside the court. Not only the report to be submitted, but today is the day when there are multiple hearings also on this very case, not only in Varanasi court but also in Supreme Court. In Varanasi court, there is a petition of bringing down that particular wall which surrounds the place where the shivling has been found. On the other side, Supreme Court is going to hear the plea of the Muslim petitioners, where they have demanded that this area should not be sealed where the shivling has been found. So there are multiple petitions. Those are there inside the court, in Supreme Court as well as in Varanasi court. We'll have to wait and watch how the things are going to pan out. But if we talk about the report that would be submitted by the court commissioners today, Court Commissioner Vishal Singh is going to lead the process of submitting the report. Yes, last time they had sought 2 days of extension, and after getting extension of 2 days, now they are going to submit their report today itself. In his report, Ajay Mishra has mentioned a lot of important things about the process of survey.
रिपोर्ट 6-7 मई का जो था वह दे चुके, माननीय न्यायालय में जमा कर चुके हैं।
कौन सी रिपोर्ट जमा की?
ये 6-7 मई को जो पहली बार जो है जांच कमीशन था, जिसके वो जांच कमिश्नर थे, वह रिपोर्ट जमा कर चुके हैं।
कल तो न्यायालय का कार्य शायद
बाधित, हाँ, न्यायालय का कार्य बाधित होने का उद्देश्य ही यही था कि जो है अजय मिश्र जी को बहाल किया जाए। सारे माननीय कोर्ट के जितने वकील थे, यह उनके लिए ही ये एक तरह से हड़ताल पर थे कि उनको बहाल किया जाए।
तो अजय मिश्र को आप लोग भी चाहते हैं कि रहे, क्या आज क्या स्टेप?
बहुत ही जेंटिल, बहुत ही अच्छे, सुलझे हुए, और यह जो है वजू का पानी निकाला गया, यह उनकी ही देन थी, उनकी ही सूझबूझ थी, अन्यथा शिवलिंग बाबा नहीं मिलते। ये उनके कारण ही यह संभव हो पाया।
लेकिन उनके ऊपर तो बड़ा गंभीर आरोप लगाया कि असहयोग कर रहे थे।
कोई बात, ये देखिए, ये इस शब्दावली का प्रयोग क्या किया जाए। हम लोग हैं, पूरे हर जगह रहे हैं, हर साथ रहे, हर क्षण रहे हैं, तो ये हमको नहीं लगता यह शब्द उचित नहीं उस सज्जन पुरुष के लिए जो है।
तो आज रिपोर्ट पेश होनी है
कमिश्नर
की तरफ से,
हाँ,
तो कल ही उन्होंने कैसे पेश कर दिया?
ये चूंकि 6-7 मई पहले की रिपोर्ट थी, इसलिए पेश किए। ये रिपोर्ट बाद में हुई थी जो है ना, इसलिए पहले हो गया तो पहले जमा कर दिए।
विशाल सिंह को देना था या इनको रिपोर्ट में डायरेक्ट देना?
नहीं, उसमें जो चूंकि अजय मिश्र जी थे, केवल अजय मिश्र जी थे, इसलिए वो अजय मिश्र जी दिए। और इधर बाद में वकील जो विशाल सिंह जी को भी बनाया गया था, और दूसरे जो थे प्रताप जी, अभय प्रताप,
6-7 मई वाले रिपोर्ट,
हाँ,
उन्होंने न्यायालय पटल पर रख दिया,
हाँ,
कल का,
हाँ।
तो किस तरह की रिपोर्ट होगी, क्या अंदाजा है आपको?
देखिए, पूरा जांच कमीशन हिंदू पक्ष में है, मंदिर समर्थन में है, और हमको माननीय न्यायालय पर पूर्ण भरोसा है। हम संविधान का भी जो विश्वास करने वाले लोग हैं और आगे ईश्वर कृपा।
दूसरा पक्ष कह रहा है कि वो फव्वारा है, वो सीलिंग है।
फव्वारा नहीं है, इसलिए कि जब जैसे ही पता लगा तो हम कहे अगर फव्वारा है तो चला कर दिखाइए। तो कहे ये तो बंद है। हम कहे कितने साल से? कहे 50 साल से। हम कहे अच्छा पानी प्रवेश का मार्ग बताइए, पानी निकासी का मार्ग दे। दूसरी चीज़ फव्वारा जो भी होता है वो बीच में हुआ करता है। आप जहाँ भी कहिए पूरे विश्व स्तर में देखिए या अपने देश में देखिए।
कमिश्नर अब उनको हम कह सकते हैं, उसको लेकर भी एक याचिका दाखिल की गई है कि दोबारा से नियुक्ति की जाए। इसको लेकर
वो गलत है। वो जो एप्लीकेशन फाइल हुई है और 6 और 7 की जो कार्रवाई की गई थी अजय मिश्रा द्वारा, उसको करने के लिए किया गया था। वो ऑलरेडी 6 और 7 की एप्लीकेशन जो रिपोर्ट है कमीशन की, अजय मिश्रा ने दाखिल कर दी है।
अच्छा सर, उनकी ओर से जो रिपोर्ट दाखिल की गई है वो मान्य होगी उस समय के लिए?
एकदम मान्य होगी। जो आदेश है कि 12 के बाद की जो कार्रवाई की गई है उसकी रिपोर्ट वो नहीं करेंगे, 6 और 7 की रिपोर्ट करेंगे, उन्होंने कर दी है।
अच्छा, कुछ मतभेद थे या क्या था, किस वजह से हटाए?
मतभेद नहीं थे। ये जो हम लोग ये कमीशन की कार्रवाई थी निष्पक्ष थी, बिना किसी भेदभाव की थी। चूँकि एक उनके द्वारा नियुक्त एक कैमरामैन जो था उसने गलती ये कर दी कि ओपन बाइट करके एक वादी पक्ष की तरफ से पूरा बोलना शुरू कर दिया। और अगर ये बाइट थी और ये पूरा मीडिया में था और वो सर्वे टीम का सदस्य अपने आप को कह रहे थे, और अगर अगर अजय मिश्रा उस कि जो रिपोर्ट फाइल करते समय अगर उनको 14, 15, 16 की कार्रवाई से नहीं ये किया गया होता, सहयोग में तो हैं, लेकिन रिपोर्ट उन्होंने नहीं दाखिल की। रिपोर्ट मैंने दाखिल की है, इसकी निष्पक्षता पे कोई प्रश्न चिन्ह नहीं उठता है।
मतलब 6 और 7 की जो कार्रवाई हुई उसकी निष्पक्षता पर कोई सवाल नहीं है। और अभी पूरी तरीके से एक बार फिर से सुनिश्चित, क्योंकि उस दिन भी यही हो रहा था कि रिपोर्ट आज सबमिट हो जाएगी, लेकिन अब पूरा देश इंतजार कर रहा है कि रिपोर्ट क्या आज सबमिट हो।
आज एकदम रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो जाएगी, उसके बाद रिपोर्ट आप लोग की जानकारी में हो जाएगी। गोपनीय, अभी तक गोपनीय रिपोर्ट है, उसके बाद हम लोग बता देंगे।
अच्छा, जो अजय मिश्रा की ओर से सर रिपोर्ट दाखिल की गई है वो रिपोर्ट सामने आ चुकी है। उसमें साफ साफ लिखा है कि कलाकृतियां हैं, आकृतियां हैं, अवशेष मिले हैं, गौरी श्रृंगार मंदिर के भी अवशेष मिले हैं, और उसमें लिखा गया है कि मलबे की तफ्तीश होगी, उसे हटाया जाएगा तो और भी चीजें सबूत के तौर पर सामने आएंगी।
अब उन्होंने रिपोर्ट दाखिल कर दी है, सबमिट कर दी है। वो माननीय न्यायालय को देखना है कि उसको किस तरह देखा जाएगा। वादी प्रतिवादी पक्ष उस पर कुछ बोल सकते हैं, मेरा उस पर बोलने का अधिकार नहीं है। और मेरे इस कमीशन कार्रवाई में संजय सिंह दाढ़ी, राजेंद्र नाथ पांडे और शैलेंद्र श्रीवास्तव का बड़ा सहयोग रहा। उनके सहयोग के बिना ये कमीशन, इतनी लंबी चौड़ी कमीशन की रिपोर्ट तैयार करना संभव नहीं था।
2 बजे से पहले सबमिट हो?
जी, एकदम 2 बजे से पहले।
कितने बजे तक पहुंचेंगे सर आप?
बस हम निकल रहे हैं मैडम।
निकलने वाले हैं। बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए। तो आप कोर्ट कमिश्नर विशाल सिंह को सुन रहे थे, जिन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कुछ ही देर में कोर्ट के लिए रवाना होंगे और 2 बजे के पहले रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो जाएगी। विजय अभिषेक के साथ सृष्टि पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, वाराणसी।
And while the Hindu side has claimed the discovery of a shivling, the Muslim side has denied it. The Muslim side, including Owaisi, says it's a fountain. Mr. Owaisi says that Mughal-era fountains are normal, so Republic's network crew went on ground to Bada Imambara in Lucknow and Tazul Masjid in Bhopal to see what the Mughal-era fountains looked like. And the big question is, are these fountains at all like the structure claimed to be a shivling at Gyanvapi? Watch this report and decide. And as Republic TV was speaking to a court commissioner, he says the report by Ajay Mishra will be eligible. Ajay Mishra is an ex-court commissioner who was removed from the team, although he was part of the team that surveyed the Gyanvapi disputed area. And a fresh report is to be submitted by 2 p.m. today. And by 2 this afternoon, the report will have to be submitted. Republic TV was speaking to the court commissioner just now. The report that will be submitted today will be by 2 in the afternoon. And the court commissioner we were speaking with just now has clearly said that even Ajay Mishra's report will be eligible.
सबमिट करनी थी रिपोर्ट तो समय मांगा गया। इतना आसान नहीं है उस खाके को तैयार करना, क्या अभी भी कोई संभावना है ऐसी?
पूरी तैयारी हो चुकी है, पूरा हमने रिपोर्ट तैयार कर लिया, आज सबमिट कर देंगे।
अच्छा, अजय मिश्रा को जो हटाया गया है एक्स कोर्ट कमिश्नर, अब उनको हम कह सकते हैं, उसको लेकर भी एक याचिका दाखिल की गई है कि दोबारा से नियुक्ति की जाए, इसको लेकर
वो गलत है। वो जो एप्लीकेशन फाइल हुई है और 6 और 7 की जो कार्रवाई की गई थी अजय मिश्रा द्वारा, उसको करने के लिए किया गया था। वो ऑलरेडी 6 और 7 की एप्लीकेशन जो रिपोर्ट है कमीशन की, अजय मिश्रा ने दाखिल कर दी है।
अच्छा सर, उनकी ओर से जो रिपोर्ट दाखिल की गई है वो मान्य होगी उस समय के लिए?
एकदम मान्य होगी। जो आदेश है कि 12 के बाद की जो कार्रवाई की गई है उसकी रिपोर्ट वो नहीं करेंगे, 6 और 7 की रिपोर्ट करेंगे, उन्होंने कर दी है।
अच्छा, कुछ मतभेद थे या क्या था, किस वजह से हटाए?
कोई मतभेद नहीं थे। ये जो हम लोग ये कमीशन की कार्रवाई थी निष्पक्ष थी, बिना किसी भेदभाव की थी। चूँकि एक उनके द्वारा नियुक्त एक कैमरामैन जो था उसने गलती ये कर दी कि ओपन बाइट करके एक वादी पक्ष की तरफ से पूरा बोलना शुरू कर दिया। और अगर ये बाइट थी और ये पूरा मीडिया में था और वो सर्वे टीम का सदस्य अपने आप को कह रहे थे, और अगर अजय मिश्रा उस कि जो रिपोर्ट फाइल करते समय अगर उनको 14, 15, 16 की कार्रवाई से नहीं ये किया गया होता, सहयोग में तो हैं, लेकिन रिपोर्ट उन्होंने नहीं दाखिल की, रिपोर्ट मैंने दाखिल की है, इसकी निष्पक्षता पे कोई प्रश्न चिन्ह नहीं उठता है।
मतलब 6 और 7 की जो कार्रवाई हुई उसकी निष्पक्षता पर कोई सवाल नहीं है। और अभी पूरी तरीके से एक बार फिर से सुनिश्चित, क्योंकि उस दिन भी यही हो रहा था कि रिपोर्ट आज सबमिट हो जाएगी, लेकिन अब पूरा देश इंतजार कर रहा है कि रिपोर्ट क्या आज सबमिट हो।
आज एकदम रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो जाएगी, उसके बाद रिपोर्ट आप लोग की जानकारी में हो जाएगी। गोपनीय, अभी तक गोपनीय रिपोर्ट है, उसके बाद हम लोग बता देंगे।
अच्छा, जो अजय मिश्रा की ओर से सर रिपोर्ट दाखिल की गई है वो रिपोर्ट सामने आ चुकी है, उसमें साफ साफ लिखा है कि कलाकृतियां हैं, आकृतियां हैं, अवशेष मिले हैं, गौरी श्रृंगार मंदिर के भी अवशेष मिले हैं, और उसमें लिखा गया है कि मलबे की तफ्तीश होगी, उसे हटाया जाएगा तो और भी चीजें सबूत के तौर पर सामने आएंगी।
अब उन्होंने रिपोर्ट दाखिल कर दी है, सबमिट कर दी है, वो माननीय न्यायालय को देखना है कि उसको किस तरह देखा जाएगा। वादी प्रतिवादी पक्ष उस पर कुछ बोल सकते हैं, मेरा उस पर बोलने का अधिकार नहीं है। और मेरे इस कमीशन कार्रवाई में संजय सिंह दाढ़ी, राजेंद्र नाथ पांडे और शैलेंद्र श्रीवास्तव का बड़ा सहयोग रहा। उनके सहयोग के बिना ये कमीशन, इतनी लंबी चौड़ी कमीशन की रिपोर्ट तैयार करना संभव नहीं था।
2 बजे से पहले सबमिट हो?
जी, एकदम 2 बजे से पहले।
कितने बजे तक पहुँचेंगे सर आप?
बस हम निकल रहे हैं मैडम।
And while the Hindu side has claimed the discovery of a shivling, the Muslim side has denied it. The Muslim side, including Owaisi, says it's a fountain. A new video on Gyanvapi Masjid's Wazukhana, where a shivling is claimed to have been found on Wednesday, while multiple videos have emerged on the structure. Our colleague Niranjan brings us an explainer on this.
ज्ञानवापी में सर्वे के बाद एक नया विवाद छिड़ गया है। मुस्लिम वर्ग के लोगों का कहना है कि जिसे सर्वे के बाद हिंदू वर्ग के लोग शिवलिंग कह रहे हैं, वो शिवलिंग नहीं बल्कि एक फुब्बारा है, फाउंटेन है। मैं इस समय राजधानी भोपाल की ताजुल मस्जिद में मौजूद हूँ, जो कि भारत की सबसे विशाल मस्जिदों में से एक ताजुल मस्जिद है और इसकी काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोगों में आस्था है। यहाँ पर जब नमाज होती है तो लाखों लोग जुटते हैं। और ताजुल मस्जिद के जो वज़ू खाना है, मैं वहाँ पर वो तस्वीरें आपको दिखाता हूँ, क्योंकि जो ज्ञानवापी में शिवलिंग मिलने का दावा किया जा रहा है, वो बताया जा रहा है कि जो वज़ू खाना है उसी के नीचे शिवलिंग पाया गया है। और देखिए, ताजुल मस्जिद में जो वज़ू खाना है, मैं उसकी आपको एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि जो एक चर्चा हो रही है कि जो फुब्बारा है और शिवलिंग है उसके आकार को लेकर, क्योंकि जिस तरह का शिवलिंग मिलने की बात सर्वे में की जा रही है, उसका आकार और जो फाउंटेन होता है, जो फुब्बारा होता है वज़ू खाने में, उसके आकार में ज़मीन आसमान का अंतर होता है। और यही हम इस्टेब्लिश करने की, या यही हम साबित करने के लिए यहाँ पर ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो ताजुल मस्जिद है ये, यहाँ का ये वज़ू खाना है और आप इस फाउंटेन को देख सकते हैं। मतलब फाउंटेन और शिवलिंग दोनों के आकार में ज़मीन आसमान का अंतर है। हमारे साथ इस्लाम धर्म के जानकार सैयद अनस अली जी हैं, हम उनसे बात करेंगे। सर, जो ज्ञानवापी में विवाद चल रहा है, सबसे ज़्यादा जो उसमें ये चीज़ आ रही है कि एक वर्ग कह रहा है कि वो फाउंटेन है सर्वे के बाद, दूसरा वर्ग कह रहा है कि वो शिवलिंग है। आकार को लेकर भी बात हो रही है कि फाउंटेन और शिवलिंग का आकार एक जैसा हो सकता है, लेकिन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है कि एक जैसा आकार तो नहीं हो सकता। आप क्या कहेंगे?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। आप इस वक्त भोपाल के अंदर खड़े हैं और हर जगह हमारे मुल्क हिंदुस्तान के अंदर हर सूबे का कल्चर अलग है, वहाँ की डिज़ाइन अलग होती है। आप वहाँ की मस्जिदें देखेंगे, उनकी डिज़ाइन अलग होगी, यहाँ की अलग है। तो जिस तरीके से मैं आपसे एक सवाल ये करना चाहता हूँ कि वो होश के अंदर है और वो ऐसी मस्जिद है जहाँ पे 5 वक्त की नमाज़ बराबर कई सालों से होती चली आ रही, कई वर्षों से। 5 वक्त नमाज़ पढ़ने के लिए 5 वक्त नमाज़ फ़र्ज़ है और उसको पढ़ने के लिए उससे पहले वज़ू होता है जो कि फ़र्ज़ है, और वज़ू करने के लिए लोग होश पे आते हैं। आप खुद सोचिए कि कोई भी आदमी आस्था का विषय है, कोई भी शख्स ये नहीं सोचेगा कि साहब किसी का शिवलिंग लगा हो यहाँ पे हम वज़ू करें। क्या इतने सालों से नहीं देखा? ये वो हकीकत में एक फाउंटेन ही है, पुराना बना हुआ है, पुराने पत्थर का बना है। तामीर कोई आदमी कैसे बर्दाश्त करेगा ये बताइए? इस्लाम के अंदर तो बुत पूजा ही नहीं है। जैसे मिसाल के तौर पे आप ये कहें कि साहब अगर वहाँ शिवलिंग है और तो क्या हौज़ की सफाई भी होती है, वहाँ पे सारी चीज़ें होती हैं और वो देखा जाता है। वो हकीकत में हमारी नज़दीक तो एक फाउंटेन ही है, फव्वारा है, पत्थर का बना हुआ है, पुराना बना हुआ है।
सनातन हिंदू धर्म के 127 संप्रदाय का सर्वोच्च निकाय है। हम निर्णय लेने में थोड़ा देर करते हैं सारी परिस्थितियों को देख करके। अभी तक ये माना जा रहा था कि यह मुकदमा है, चल रहा है, न्यायालय में इसका फैसला होगा तो ज़्यादा ठीक होगा। लेकिन जो कल ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड ने भाषा इस्तेमाल की है, ये गुंडागर्दी है, न्याय व्यवस्था को धमकी है। इस पत्र में लिखा है कि अन्य अल्पसंख्यकों के साथ मिलकर के, कहना क्या चाहते हो? खालिस्तानियों के साथ मिलकर के, राष्ट्र विरोधी तत्वों के, नक्सलियों के साथ मिलकर के सरकार पे दबाव बनाओगे। और जब सरकार पे दबाव बनाओगे तो इस देश का मूल बहुसंख्यक समाज क्या शांत बैठा रहेगा और तुम्हारी गुंडागर्दी को देखेगा? और तुम जो बार बार हमें समझा रहे हो कि स्पेशल वर्शिप प्रोविजन एक्ट 1991 संसद में पास हुआ है, तो क्या धारा 370 CAA NRC ये कल्लू मियाँ की दुकान पर पास हुआ था? ये भी तो संसद में पास हुआ। तो मीठा मीठा गप और कड़वा कड़वा थू संसद में पास हुए सारे कानूनों को तुम्हें स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। कृषि कानून भी उसी संसद में पास हुआ था जो तुम हरी टोपी हरी चादर वालों तुम बैठ करके धरने प्रदर्शन में बैकडोर से पूरा सहयोग कर रहे थे। हर जगह ये भीम मीम की नारेबाजी करा के देश को तोड़ने की जो साजिशों में लगे थे। ऐसा नहीं है कि संत आपको पहचानता नहीं है, आपके असल शकल से वाकिफ नहीं। आप वही हो ना कि जो हिंदुस्तान के विभाजन के लिए वोटिंग में यूपी बिहार के 100% मुसलमानों ने पाकिस्तान बनाने के लिए वोट किया और गए नहीं। तुम वही हो ना, तुम्हारे असल चेहरे को हम पहचानते हैं। इसलिए ये गीदड़ भभकी और धमकी देना बंद करो।
ये क्या इनको क्या चेतावनी दे रहे हैं कि आप ये निकल जाएं इससे मामले से?
हम इतना ही कहेंगे, न्यायालय में जो फैसला होता है उसे देश को स्वीकार करना चाहिए। इनके पक्ष में फैसला नहीं है तो कहेंगे 91 का उल्लंघन हो रहा है। जिला कोर्ट अनुकूल नहीं है तो हाई कोर्ट में भी गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी गए। जब कहीं से स्टे नहीं मिला तो इनके प्रवक्ता सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजों को गालियां देते। तो देश की प्रत्येक व्यवस्था जो इनके अनुकूल नहीं है उसको गाली देने से अगर ये बाज नहीं आएंगे तो
As the massive coverage of the Gyanvapi issue continues, we'll be right back after a short break on the story.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India.
The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence.
I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me.
There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other markets.
This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
On his face, he's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth?
Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am at the Dashashwamedh Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे, यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है. तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है. योगी आदित्यनाथ has always been this.
Right now we are at Chidambaram, like marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Mr. Chidambaram. I came to London for began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Vandalism. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
Congress MP Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant and close associate S. Bhaskara Raman to be produced in Delhi court today. CBI on Wednesday had arrested him, and he is a close associate of Lok Sabha MP Karti Chidambaram, as we were telling you, in connection with the alleged 50 lakh rupees bribery case to facilitate visas for 263 Chinese nationals. The bribery incident reported took place in 2019 when Karti's father, P. Chidambaram, was Union Home Minister. And it's time now for a short break, but coming up after that, all the details and updates on the critical Gyanvapi hearing scheduled for today in the Varanasi court as well as in the top court in New Delhi.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, do personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Why these double standards, viewers? Why these double standards all the time? Those who talk about religious tolerance, and those who talk about it the most, and those who write about it the most, and those who preach about it the most. Those who talk and preach about our religious sentiments of all groups must be respected. They are the ones who have turned most abusive and intolerant after the shivling has been found in the Gyanvapi temple premises. Some of the
most hurtful, ugliest memes and jokes are being made about Hinduism, about Hindu religious beliefs and Hindu idols. And I must ask openly tonight, if such jokes were to be made about any other religion, then protests and maybe much worse would erupt. But Hindus are expected to accept this as part of India's secular tradition and suffer the indignity of abuse and humor at the cost of their religious sentiments. And that is why I ask viewers today, for how long and why this hypocrisy? And people who swear by the courts and who quote the law ad nauseum, even when they have to quote it wrong to defend triple talaq. The same people are today openly attacking the courts of the country. Openly. Tomorrow we have important hearings in the lower court and the Supreme Court in the Gyanvapi case. And today and yesterday openly viewers, people like Owaisi are saying they will reject the views.
Good morning and welcome. This is live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. And in fact, we begin with news that's just coming in. The Baramulla police have claimed to have cracked the case of the recent terror attack on a liquor shop where 4 terrorists were involved. Now, the Baramulla police says that this attack was carried out by the Lashkar-e-Tauba outfit, also going on to say that 5 pistols, 23 grenades and explosives have been recovered. This terror module was involved in several terrorist incidents in Baramulla. Investigations are being carried out. So what we understand is that the Baramulla police believe that this particular module, which consisted of 4 terrorists and another associate, perhaps an overground worker of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, was behind this attack at a liquor store in Varanasi. Now, those are pictures of the liquor store where you can see a bike-prone assailant actually comes in and lobbed a grenade inside the liquor store. One person lost his life. Ranjit Singh, of course, unfortunately lost his life in that attack. But 3 others were also wounded. Gursimran is reporting on this. He joins us live now. Gursimran, give us more details of this particular module of the Lashkar that has been busted.
Has been busted by the Baramulla police. 4 terrorists and 1 terror associate has been arrested, and a huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered, including 5 pistols, 23 grenades and other explosives. See, this was a module that was mainly focusing on the terror targeting killings of the minorities in the Kashmir Valley. This was being run by the TRF top commander from across the valley. This is what the links have emerged so far. Now at 12, the Baramulla police is going to share more details, but this is a big success because within almost 24 to 36 hours, the Baramulla police was able to crack this case, and a major terror module that could have proved to be really very dangerous during the Amarnath Yatra and upcoming days has been arrested, with the arrest of these 4 terrorists and 1 terror associates. How they were working, they were first carrying out the recce of the target. After that, they were carrying out the attack on this. Not only this is the first attack, but earlier also there were multiple attacks that were carried out by this module. But now this module stands busted by the Baramulla police, which has worked round the clock for 36 hours, and they have arrested 4 terrorists and 1 overground worker of the terrorists, along with the 5 pistols and 23 grenades.
All right, Gursimran bringing us those details of what the terror module that has been busted by the Baramulla police. Thank you.
परिसर के बाहरी क्षेत्रों का उन्होंने रिपोर्ट बनाया है, क्योंकि ज्ञानवापी परिसर के अंदर जो है वहाँ लोकल प्रशासन ने उस समय अनुमति उनको नहीं दिया था अंदर जाने के लिए, इसलिए बाहरी क्षेत्र का जो उन्होंने रिपोर्ट बनाया है उसको उन्होंने माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत किया है।
सर आज रिपोर्ट कितने बजे सबमिट करेंगे और उसके आगे का प्रोसेस क्या होता है कोर्ट का रिपोर्ट सबमिट करने के बाद?
हम लोग को पूरी उम्मीद है कि 12 से 2 के बीच में रिपोर्ट हम प्रस्तुत कर देंगे माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष।
क्या होगा?
रिपोर्ट लीक भी हो गई है, उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो उन्होंने दिया है अदालत में?
अब लीक हो गई है, अब इसके बारे में हम नहीं बता सकते हैं। अब वो उस पर माननीय न्यायालय जो भी चाहेगी संज्ञान लेगी उस पर।
सर जब आप एक बार रिपोर्ट सबमिट कर देंगे उसके बाद क्या
प्रोसेस क्या होगा? आगे कोर्ट का हियरिंग होगी, क्या होगा?
रिपोर्ट सबमिट करने के बाद उसका अवलोकन माननीय न्यायालय करेगी और फिर उस पर वो अपना संज्ञान लेगी। क्या करती है ये माननीय न्यायालय के ऊपर है।
सर आज ही कोई तारीख मिल सकती है अगली सुनवाई के लिए या बहस के लिए, कुछ ऐसा है?
जी
वक्त बहुत कम था, रात भर जग के रिपोर्ट तैयार हुई है।
हाँ ये तो सही बात है कि हम लोग एक दिन पूरी रात बैठ करके रिपोर्ट तैयार किए हैं और समय कम मिला है, और इसलिए कि करीब जहाँ तक मुझे अंदाज है 1500 से ऊपर वीडियोग्राफी फोटोग्राफी हुई है। उन सबको भी सबमिट करना है, मुझे क्लिप सबमिट करना है, प्लस जो रिपोर्ट हम लोगों ने बनाया है इतने दिनों में उसको सबमिट करना है, तो इसलिए समय काफ़ी लगा। हम लोग को समय कम मिल पाया।
लगभग कितने पन्नों की रिपोर्ट होगी?
मेन रिपोर्ट तो लगभग 10-12 पन्ने की है और उसके एनेक्सर में काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं।
ठीक है
सर आज जो रिपोर्ट सबमिट होनी है उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, कितने पेज की है और कब आप सबमिट करने जा रहे हैं?
करीब 10-12 पेज की रिपोर्ट है जो माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष हम लोग 10-12 पन्ने की है और उसके एनेक्सर में काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं।
ठीक है सर आज जो रिपोर्ट सबमिट होनी है उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, कितने पेज की है और कब आप सबमिट करने जा रहे हैं?
करीब 10-12 पेज की रिपोर्ट है जो माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष हम लोग 10 से 12 के बीच में सबमिट करेंगे।
10 से 12 के बीच में सबमिट करेंगे।
जी
उसके आगे का प्रोसेस कोर्ट पे
15 फीट का उनको दीवारों से छीना गया। इसका मतलब कि शिवलिंग काफी ऊंचा है और मां पार्वती का अर्घा उसके नीचे है। तोड़ के देख लिए, प्रमाणित हो जाएगा, जो है हमारे भी वाद मजबूत हो जाएंगे, आप भी प्रमाणित हो जाएंगे, आपको भी कोई भ्रम नहीं रहेगा।
बिल्कुल कोई भ्रम नहीं रहेगा। लक्ष्मी देवी जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं जिन्होंने गौरी श्रृंगार मामले में भी याचिका डाली और एक और याचिका जो डाली गई है आप लोगों की ओर से कि उस दीवार को तोड़ा जाए। जो रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें भी लिखा गया है कि जब दीवार तोड़ी जाएगी तो बहुत सारी बातें सामने आएंगी। उस रिपोर्ट को लेकर और आज सबमिट करने वाली रिपोर्ट को लेकर, आज की आपकी याचिका को लेकर क्या कुछ कहेंगे आप?
कोर्ट का आदेश जो भी होगा मान्य होगा। हम लोग तो यही कोशिश करते हैं कि हमारे पक्ष में आए।
गौरी श्रृंगार गौरी को लेकर आप लोग सबसे पहले कोर्ट गए थे। अब रिपोर्ट जो 2 दिन की आई है उसमें कहा गया है कि अवशेष मिले हैं, दीवार पर सिंदूर लगा हुआ मिला है, जो साबित करता है कि यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना होनी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल हो रही है। चैत की नवरात्रि को, चतुर्थी को कुछ समय के लिए दर्शन पूजन होता था, जो हम लोग मात्र चौखट में पूजा करते थे। जो श्रृंगार गौरी का मंदिर है वो ज्ञानवापी मंदिर के अंदर है। अब अंदर प्रवेश नहीं है। अब सर्वे हो रहा है, शिव जी मिले हैं तो पार्वती भी मिलेगी, माँ श्रृंगार गौरी भी मिलेंगी।
अच्छा, आज आपकी याचिका पर फिर से सुनवाई होनी है। कल तो सुनवाई हो नहीं पाई, हड़ताल थी कोर्ट में। आज सुनवाई होनी है दीवार तोड़ने के मामले को लेकर, लेकिन दूसरा पक्ष भी कोर्ट पहुंचा है मजबूती के साथ कि दीवार नहीं तोड़ी जानी चाहिए।
ये कोर्ट का मामला है, कोर्ट समझेंगे इसके लिए। इसमें कोर्ट की इसमें हम लोग कुछ नहीं।
अच्छा, 2 दिन की रिपोर्ट में इतने साक्ष्य अगर सामने आए हैं, लिखा हुआ है कि कमल की कलाकृतियां मिली हैं और शेषनाग फन बनाए हुए वो भी कलाकृतियां वहां पर देखी गई हैं, श्रृंगार गौरी के अवशेष वहां पर मिले हैं, तो अगर दीवार टूटती है तो और भी बड़े सबूत सामने हासिल होंगे।
जी जरूर हासिल होंगे। ये कोर्ट का आदेश जैसा रहेगा उस हिसाब से।
बिल्कुल। तो आपने लगातार यहाँ पर सुना, लक्ष्मी देवी जी से हमने बात की, सोहन लाल आर्य जी से हमने बात की, उनका लगातार कहना है कि कोर्ट पर भरोसा है। कोर्ट पर
विश्व ब्रह्मांड में दूसरा शिवलिंग नहीं है और काल मीमांसा वेदों के आधार पर वेद अनादि पौरुषेय हैं, जिसमें 1131 शाखाओं में से 900 शाखाएं शिव परक हैं, शिव का निरूपण और वर्णन करती हैं। ये काशी पंचकोशात्मक शिवलिंग है और जो ये मिला है शिवलिंग ही है। अब रूप के बारे में नेतेंद्रीय प्रमाण है, शब्द के बारे में सोतेंद्रीय प्रमाण है, वैसे शास्त्र प्रमाण है। और पुरातत्व सलमान खान की पुस्तक में भी इस बातों का उल्लेख है कि विश्वनाथ मंदिर को 350 वर्ष तोड़कर जांच कमेटी आदि बनी और दुनिया में, भारत तो छोड़ दो, विश्व में जो मुस्लिम देश हैं किसी मस्जिद में कोई मूर्तियां नहीं होती हैं जिसमें श्रृंगार गौरी और नंदी की प्रतीक्षा 300 साल की, और नंदी के सामने ही वो शिवलिंग है। जो फव्वारा कहते हैं तो फव्वारा तो चलता नहीं, फव्वारा का उसमें कुछ प्रतीक चिन्ह है नहीं, वो शिवलिंग है। ऊपर ये चाहे सफ़ेद चूना या वैसे तो सीमेंट पहले था नहीं, तो चूना और सुर्खी, तो चूना से जो ऊपर से 5 प्रतीक चिन्ह टाइप बने हैं, 6 दिन इन्होंने किया और उसको ढका, और फव्वारा ये अपने कहते हैं। कुरान या हदीस में कहीं भी ज्ञानवापी शब्द नहीं है। ज्ञान वैसे 5 वापियों का यहाँ है, जैसे सूरवापी के रूप में लोलारक कुंड, नागकूप के रूप में जैतपुरा जहाँ पतंजलि ने महाभाष्य आदि का निरूपण, 14 विद्याओं आदि का निरूपण आता है, दुर्गा कुंड यहाँ शक्ति के प्रतीक के दुर्गा वापी, और 2 वापियाँ गोदौलिया गोदावरी नदी का था जो उसका अस्तित्व ख़त्म है, पंचगंगा भागीरथी गंगा से पहले पंचगंगाएँ थीं, मंदाकिनी, ऐसे यहाँ कई नदियाँ, और काशी विश्व ब्रह्मांड में सबसे अलग है। ये धनुषाकार त्रिभुजाकार और भगवान शिव के त्रिशूल पर बसी है। लेकिन आक्रांता बाबर एक लुटेरा था, आक्रांता था जिसका आदेश कलकत्ता में सरकारी रिकॉर्डों में आज भी है। वो रिकॉर्ड ये निरूपित करते हैं कि उनका आदेश कि इस मंदिर को तोड़ दिया जाए। दिल्ली के कुतुब मीनार में जो बोर्ड लगा है पुरातत्व का, उसमें स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ है कि हिंदू और जैनियों के 27 मंदिरों को तोड़कर ये कुतुब मीनार बनाई गई है। बनारस में वंदे मातरम
हियरिंग पे लगा, तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज थर्सडे को ये मैटर लगाया हियरिंग पे। तो अभी हरिशंकर जैन साहब हॉस्पिटल से कल ही डिस्चार्ज हुए हैं और वो रिकवर कर रहे हैं, और हमें प्रिपरेशंस के लिए भी कुछ समय चाहिए। तो आज हम माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कुछ वक्त मांगेंगे अपना काउंटर एफिडेविट और स्टैंड रखने के लिए, और मुझे आशा है माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट उसमें अपना हमें।
तो मंगलवार को जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया था, इंटरिम ऑर्डर, उससे आप संतुष्ट हैं?
देखिए, संतुष्ट या असंतुष्ट होने की बात नहीं आती है। जो भी हमें बात कहनी है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में इस हियरिंग को लेके कि कैसे जो ऑर्डर है, जो इंफ्रैक्चर्स हो चुका है, उसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती दी गई है, हर एक बात हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में काउंटर एफिडेविट के माध्यम से रखेंगे। अभी मैं कोई अपना स्टैंड, मैं इससे खुश हूँ कि नाखुश हूँ, स्टैंड डिस्क्लोज नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। जब हम अपना काउंटर एफिडेविट फाइल कर देंगे तो वो चीज लोगों के सामने।
वो उनका पक्ष का कहना है कि
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
As Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, I am at the Dashashwamedh Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे, और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में। We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे, यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है। तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है। Yogi Adityanath has always been the star campaigner for the BJP in any part of the country, from Gorakhpur urban seat.
Chidambaram, like marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Chidambaram. I came to London for began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Bhandari. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री
He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth?
Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
जैन हम उनसे बात करते हैं। आज आपको जवाब देना था, आज क्या हुआ?
अभी क्या हुआ नहीं, अभी क्या होगा। अभी देखिए, बात ऐसी है कि माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मामला ट्यूसडे को हियरिंग पे लगा, तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज थर्सडे को ये मैटर लगाया हियरिंग पे। तो अभी हरिशंकर जैन साहब हॉस्पिटल से कल ही डिस्चार्ज हुए हैं और वो रिकवर कर रहे हैं और हमें प्रिपरेशंस के लिए भी कुछ समय चाहिए। तो आज हम माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कुछ वक्त मांगेंगे अपना काउंटर एफिडेविट और स्टैंड रखने के लिए, और मुझे आशा है माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट उसमें अपना हमें।
तो मंगलवार को जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया था, इंटरिम ऑर्डर, उससे आप संतुष्ट हैं?
देखिए, संतुष्ट या असंतुष्ट होने की बात नहीं आती है। जो भी हमें बात कहनी है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में इस हियरिंग को लेके कि कैसे जो ऑर्डर है, जो इंफ्रैक्चर्स हो चुका है, उसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती दी गई है, हर एक बात हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में काउंटर एफिडेविट के माध्यम से रखेंगे। अभी मैं कोई अपना स्टैंड, मैं इससे खुश हूं कि नाखुश हूं, स्टैंड डिस्क्लोज नहीं करना चाहता हूं। जब हम अपना काउंटर एफिडेविट फाइल कर देंगे तो वो चीज लोगों के सामने।
वो उनका पक्ष का कहना है कि 1991 का जो वर्शिप एक्ट है उसको वायलेट करता है लोअर कोर्ट का ऑर्डर, उसको सुनवाई नहीं करनी चाहिए थी।
देखिए, ऐसी बात नहीं है। मैंने पहले भी बताया है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 को ट्रायल कोर्ट ने स्पेसिफिकली डील किया है। 5/4 के ऑर्डर से ट्रायल कोर्ट ने ये बात रखी थी, तो इसको हम बाद में देखेंगे और पहले एक सर्वे करा लिया जाए कि वहां का रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर, धार्मिक स्वरूप क्या है और संपत्ति का, ये पता चल जाए। उस लिहाज से ये ऑर्डर किया गया था। उसको उन्होंने चुनौती दी थी 21/4 में और 21/4 को हाईकोर्ट ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया था। उसके बाद उस ऑर्डर को कंप्लाई करते हुए मुस्लिम पक्ष ने सर्वे में पार्टिसिपेट किया था। तो सवाल ये है, जब आपने सर्वे में पार्टिसिपेट कर लिया तो आप उस ऑर्डर को कैसे चुनौती दे सके जिसको आप ऑलरेडी सकम कर चुके हैं। तो ये सारी बातें, बहुत सारी बातें, हम अपनी बातें काउंटर एफिडेविट के माध्यम से कोर्ट के सामने रखेंगे और मुझे लगता है माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमारी बात को जो भी है।
एक आखिरी सवाल कि जो लोअर कोर्ट सुनवाई कर रही है बनारस की कोर्ट, अभी तक का जो आदेश है उस पर वो आदेश अपना दे सकती है, सुनवाई कर सकती है?
देखिए, अभी तक तो बनारस की सिविल कोर्ट को प्रोसीड करने से कोई स्टे नहीं है और बनारस की सिविल कोर्ट चल रही है। पर मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि जब मैटर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में है, तो ट्रायल कोर्ट में अभी हम भी प्रेस नहीं करेंगे ट्रायल कोर्ट की हियरिंग। पहले एक बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मैटर क्लैरिफाई हो जाए, देन फिर उसके बाद ट्रायल कोर्ट आगे प्रोसीड करे।
साफ है कि अभी भी विष्णु जैन का कहना है कि
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे।
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है। That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michelle, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट, आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
The American president, alongside Prime Minister Modi, are going to be present, not for a bilateral, in a closed room in this massive, massive stadium.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a
You are with Republic TV. Now, a new video of the Gyanvapi Masjid's Vasukhana, where a shivling is claimed to have been found on Wednesday, has been released. Now, while multiple videos are emerging on the structure, my colleague Niranjan brings you this explainer about the structures.
And we have another graphical representation of what is similar to the Wuzukhana area. This is a graphical representation once again. Now, when there is water in this area, that's how it looks. And you saw the video, the first video, when there was no water. You can see the well-like structure that you see here, the well-like structure, and there was water. And when the water is removed, now the shivling appears. What the Hindu side claims is the shivling appears and can be seen very clearly. And that was the video that emerged on Tuesday that indicated that there was something like the shivling which the Hindu side had been claiming all along. Now there is also a wall that you see here, the wall right next to the Wuzukhana. There is a wall, and that wall that you see on the screen right there separates the Wuzukhana, the shivling, and the Nandi. Now the distance between the shivling and the Nandi is roughly about 83 feet. Now the wall that you just saw go down, now that wall is separating the Nandi and the Wuzukhana and the shivling, and they want that to be brought down. Of course, it is still in the courts. It is a legal matter, and the Nandi, of course, is in the Kashi Vishwanath corridor. This is where the issue stands, and we are hoping for answers to some of these questions on Thursday.
Hosting the BRICS foreign ministers meeting today via video conferencing, in which the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar will take part along with his counterparts from the 5-member bloc. Besides Jaishankar, ministers from South Africa, Brazil and Russia will also be attending the meeting.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar will take part in a virtual meeting of BRICS foreign ministers. China holds the chair of the BRICS this year. The country is scheduled to host the BRICS summit in Xiamen in June this year. Besides Dr. Jaishankar, South Africa Minister of International Relations and Cooperation Naledi Pandor, Brazilian Foreign Minister Carlos Franca, and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov will attend the meeting, which would be chaired by China's State Councillor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi. During the meeting, the BRICS foreign ministers will have a BRICS Plus dialogue with their counterparts from emerging markets and developing countries. However, China has not disclosed the names of the countries taking part in the BRICS Plus dialogue. BRICS is a multilateral forum consisting of 5 major emerging economies of the world, namely Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa.
The foreign ministers of BRICS nations would be meeting virtually today to discuss the ongoing global economic situation. Hosted by China, the summit would see participation by External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar from India. Essentially an economic grouping, BRICS, apart from India and China, has Russia, South Africa and Brazil as its members. Today's meeting, a first for foreign ministers, gains significance on 2 counts. One, it is happening in the backdrop of a global economic mess, partly caused by the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, and 2, because of the uneven post-COVID pandemic economic recovery the world has seen. It is expected to make an outreach to similarly placed developing and emerging market economies and expect a coordinated global response.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
get some news in brief. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant and close associate S. Bhaskaraman will be produced in a Delhi court today. The CBI on Wednesday had arrested S. Bhaskaraman, the CA and close associate of the Lok Sabha MP Karti Chidambaram, in connection with an alleged 50 lakh rupee bribery case to facilitate visas for 263 Chinese nationals. The bribery incident reportedly took place in 2019 when Karti's father, P. Chidambaram, was the Home Minister. National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah on Wednesday said that there had been no improvement in the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir following the abrogation of Articles 370 and 335A. He also called for respecting the sentiments of the people in view of the loudspeaker ban and said that there is no need to find a middle path to resolve the issue of loudspeaker noise. The Maharashtra Congress has raised the question of the Supreme Court's decision to allow local body elections in Madhya Pradesh with reservation for other backward classes. Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole has said that the miracle happened in the last 4 days that the Supreme Court allowed the Madhya Pradesh government to hold local body polls with OBC reservation. He added that in the last hearing, the instructions given to the Maharashtra were also given to Madhya Pradesh. A delegation of the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad met with Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya on Wednesday to discuss the issue of postponement of postgraduate medical entrance examinations for 22. Earlier, the Supreme Court had dismissed the plea seeking to postpone the NEET PG 2022. The Supreme Court had decided not to interfere in the matter, leaving the decision to extend the exam date up to the government. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, the TMC's Anubrata Mondal is to be grilled by the CBI today.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugn order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India.
The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi. We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India.
The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
headlines at 10 a.m. Ex-court commissioner's survey report makes massive revelations. Report says shapes of 4 Hindu idols and traces of mandir found. Top court to resume hearing in the Gyanvapi case today. Verdict on Wuzu Khana and wall demolition likely. Gyanvapi survey report to be submitted in Varanasi court today. After Gyanvapi, a local court to hear plea seeking survey of Mathura Mosque. Jaishankar to attend virtual foreign ministers BRICS meet today. Thanks for tuning in, viewers. Straight away, starting with breaking news coming in. A car in the national capital caught fire. In fact, what we're told is that 5 people have been injured as a result of the fire. That after a car caught fire near a signature tower in Haryana's Gurugram. So that's the latest that is coming in. Very, very dramatic visuals also coming in of the car that caught fire in Haryana's Gurugram. 5 people reportedly injured as a result of this fire. You can see the firefighters there trying to douse the flames, but very dramatic visuals of the car ablaze in which 5 people have been injured. So we are yet to get more information as to the number of more injuries, more of those who've been injured. But we have Anuj on the phone line to give us more details. Anuj, we can see those dramatic visuals of the car on fire. We are told 5 people have been injured. Give us more information. Well, we have lost that connection with Anuj, but you can see those visuals coming in from Haryana's Gurugram of a car that caught fire and the fire tender there trying to douse the flames. But as the fire rages on, we are told that 5 people have been injured as a result of this massive fire. So that's the latest that is coming in and the visuals on your screens as well of the car that has caught fire. And this incident happened near a signature tower in Gurugram area. 5 people reportedly have been injured as a result of this fire. We will go across to Anuj to give us more details, but that's the latest coming in right now. Moving on to more newsbreak coming in. This one with regard to TMC leader Anubrata Mandal, who's been summoned by CBI in a cattle smuggling scam. So trouble there mounting for TMC leader Anubrata Mandal, who's been summoned by CBI. He will be quizzed in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. The visuals on your screens as well of the TMC leader Anubrata Mandal, who has been called by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. So trouble there mounting for the TMC Neta, who has, in fact, as we can see in the visuals, has arrived at the CBI office. He will be quizzed very shortly in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. We will be going across to our Bangla reporters as well to give us more information, but those are the latest visuals coming in of the TMC Neta who has been summoned. We have, I'm told, our Bangla reporter joining us right now. Sankit Pant is joining us. Sankit, over to you. Give us more information.
देखिए कैटल स्मगलिंग स्कैम के लेकर ये बंगाल में उनको मंडल के लेकर बहुत एक से एक बढ़कर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आ रही है। आपको बताता हूँ 9 बजे उनको तो मंडल जो चिनार पार्क का घर है उसके फ्लैट से वो निकला। उसके बाद जो इधर कलकत्ता में निजाम पैलेस से सीबीआई का ऑफिस उधर आ चुका है। अनुब्रत मंडल को पूछताछ करने के लिए बहुत बार नोटिस दे चुका है सीबीआई, लेकिन इस बार फर्स्ट अनुब्रत मंडल इधर आ चुका है। उसके बाद अनुब्रत मंडल इधर जो निजाम पैलेस है उधर जरूर हम लोगों का नजर रहेंगे, क्योंकि फास्ट विजुअल एंड एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल आप लोग इधर अनुब्रत मंडल का आप लोग दिखा चुका है। हम इस बार उसका सिचुएशन दिखाएंगे। अनुब्रत मंडल इधर आ चुका है। चिनार पार्क से लेकर इधर तक कन्वॉय हम लोगों ने फॉलो किया। उसके बाद आपको विजुअल दिखाएंगे। अनुब्रत मंडल अभी जो निजाम पैलेस है इसका सीबीआई ऑफिस उधर आ चुका है।
Details in relation to this case, the cattle smuggling scam. If you could throw some light on the timeline of the case and the probe so far. Well, we will connect with our Bangla reporter again, but the latest and the first visuals we are getting to you of TMC leader who has reached the CBI office. He will be quizzed very, very shortly in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. So the CBI there that will be quizzing the TMC Neta Anubrata Mandal, who has arrived at the CBI office. Those are the first exclusive visuals we are getting to you of the TMC leader who has arrived at the CBI office. He's been summoned in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. And moving on to our top story this morning, ahead of the crucial Gyanvapi hearing, court commissioners have informed that a fresh survey report will be filed by 2 p.m. today. So that's the latest what we are learning. Remember, the court commissioner have also said that Ajay Mishra's report will also be taken into account when that final survey report is presented before the court today. So all eyes on that court hearing, which will take place in connection with the Gyanvapi survey. We will be going across to our reporters as well to get us all the information, but that's the latest what you're learning, that the court commissioner have said that the report will be submitted will be filed by 2 p.m. and that Ajay Mishra
होने के बाद जिस तरीके से देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में ये क्लेम किया जा रहा है कि कई मस्जिदों के नीचे जो है वो मंदिरों और देवी देवताओं, हिंदू देवी देवताओं के साक्ष्य मौजूद हैं। इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मथुरा में भी कई याचिकाकर्ताओं ने कोर्ट में ये याचिका दायर की कि जो यहाँ शाही ईदगाह मस्जिद है उसकी खुदाई होनी चाहिए और जो 13.37 एकड़ की जमीन है उसको खाली करवाना चाहिए, उसको मुक्त करवाना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि की जमीन है। इसी के साथ इस वक्त मैं आपको बता दूं, मैं मथुरा कोर्ट के बाहर मौजूद हूं, जिस तरीके से आप तस्वीरें भी देख सकते हैं। और यहाँ अंदर अभी, हालांकि पिछली बार भी बहस हो चुकी थी इस मुद्दे पर, जो याचिकाकर्ताओं ने याचिका दायर की थी जिसमें रंजना श्रीवास्तव समेत 6 अन्य थे, उन्होंने याचिका ये दायर की थी कि शाही ईदगाह मस्जिद जो है उसकी खुदाई होनी चाहिए, सर्वे होना चाहिए, क्योंकि उस मस्जिद के अंदर कई हिंदू देवी देवताओं के साक्ष्य मौजूद हैं। इसी के साथ उनकी ये भी मांग थी कि मौजूदा हाल सूरत में उसको सील कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं अंदर जो साक्ष्य मौजूद हैं उसको नष्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और नष्ट कर रहे हैं, जिससे बाद में दिक्कत हो सकती है। इस वजह से सील करने की भी मांग आ रही थी। अंदर अभी हियरिंग हो चुकी है, लेकिन फैसला 11 बजे, सूत्रों के हवाले से जो पता चल पा रहा है कि 11 बजे, आज 19 मई है और 11 बजे फैसला आ जाएगा कि ये जो याचिका इन्होंने दायर की है ये एक्सेप्ट हो रहा है या रिजेक्ट हो रहा है। इस वक्त हमारे साथ दिनेश शर्मा मौजूद हैं, इन्होंने भी याचिका दायर की है। किस बात की याचिका आपने दायर की है, बताइए।
हमने माननीय न्यायालय में प्रार्थना दिया था कि जो शाही ईदगाह बनी है, ये जो पहले भगवान का प्राचीन यहाँ मंदिर था, ये मंदिर को तोड़कर, कंस के कारागार को तोड़कर यहाँ शाही ईदगाह का निर्माण कराया। तो हमने शाही ईदगाह को हटाने के लिए प्रार्थना पत्र दिया था जब कोर्ट में। कल हमने प्रार्थना पत्र दिया है कि जो भगवान कृष्ण का जो असली गर्भगृह है वहाँ हमें लड्डू गोपाल जी के अभिषेक की परमिशन दी जाए, क्योंकि जहाँ भगवान का जन्म हम तो पूजा वहीं करेंगे। ये जो मंदिर बना हुआ है ये तो जगह जो खाली पड़ी थी उसमें बना हुआ है, असली गर्भगृह तो वही है जहाँ शाही ईदगाह खड़ी है।
अच्छा, आज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है आप लोगों के लिए देखा जाए तो, क्योंकि आज सुनवाई होनी है और फैसला जो है वो 11 बजे के आसपास आने वाला है। आज का जो फैसला आएगा उससे ये साफ हो जाएगा कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में सर्वे होगा या नहीं होगा। अगर आज का फैसला इनके पक्ष में आता है, यानी याचिका को अगर एक्सेप्ट किया जाता है कोर्ट की तरफ से, तो जो ASI सर्वे है उसका रास्ता कहीं ना कहीं क्लियर हो जाएगा, उसको हरी झंडी मिल जाएगी। क्या लगता है, फैसला आने वाला है, क्या सोच रहे हैं, क्या मन में विचार चल रहा है?
फैसला आने वाला है, 11 बजे तक फैसला आ जाएगा। हमारा जो बात है वो हिंदू महासभा की तरफ से है और हिंदू महासभा के बायलॉज में स्पष्ट लिखा है, कहीं भी जहाँ भी हिंदुओं के मठ मंदिर हैं उन पर यदि अतिक्रमण होगा तो हिंदू महासभा न्यायालय के द्वारा उस अतिक्रमण को हटवाएगी।
चलिए, बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो ये थे दिनेश शर्मा, जिन्होंने अपना पिटीशन इसमें कोर्ट में, जो मथुरा जिला कोर्ट है, इसमें दायर किया है। और इनकी भी मांग यही है कि जो शाही ईदगाह है और 13 एकड़ के आसपास की जो जमीन है जिसको कृष्ण जन्मभूमि का नाम दिया जा रहा है उसको मुक्त कराया जाए और शाही ईदगाह मस्जिद जो है उसका सर्वे करवाया जाना चाहिए और उसको जो है कहीं ना कहीं उसकी खुदाई भी होनी चाहिए, ऐसा यहाँ के याचिकाकर्ताओं की मांग है। अंदर कोर्ट के अंदर अभी जो जज आपस में डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं और 11 बजे के आसपास फैसला आ जाएगा। जाएगा कि इनकी याचिका जो है वो एक्सेप्ट हो रही है या रिजेक्ट हो रही है। देखा जाए तो कई जगहों पे ऐसी मांग लगातार चल रही है। अगर हम बात करें कुतुब मीनार की जो दिल्ली में है, तो वहां भी कई हिंदू संगठनों ने ये मांग की है कि जो वहां खंभा लगा
हम लोग को गौरी स्वरूप है, पार्वती जी का स्वरूप माना जाता है, वो अर्धा हम लोगों को पूरा विश्वास है कि सत्य की जीत होगी। अंदर पूरे अर्धा बना होगा, अगर उसको खोदा जाए, उसको देखा जाए, वहाँ से मलबा निकाला जाए, तो ये पूरा विश्वास है कि वहाँ पे जरूर जो है कि अंदर अर्धा मिलेगा।
मतलब आप ये कह रही हैं कि जो वजू खाना के आसपास तहखाना है या जो आसपास की दीवार है उसे भी तोड़ा जाना चाहिए?
जी, हम लोगों की यही इच्छा है कि वो दीवार को तोड़ी जाए, उसके नीचे देखा जाए, क्योंकि उसके नीचे भी तहखाने हैं और हम लोग को पूरी उम्मीद है कि वहाँ पे मूर्तियाँ मिलेंगी और भी बहुत से तथ्य वहाँ पे मिलेंगे, बहुत से सबूत मिलेंगे, बहुत से सच सामने आएंगे, क्योंकि सत्य की हमेशा जीत होती है, सत्यम शिवम जयते।
और भी कई दीवारें तोड़े जाने को लेकर आपने आपकी याचिका का जो मेन पॉइंटर्स हैं वो क्या हैं, दर्शकों को समझाने के लिए कि आप इस लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ा रही हैं लगातार और एक प्रमुख मांग हिंदू पक्ष के वकील भी रख रहे हैं, तो इससे जुड़ी हुई क्या है? दीवार जो तोड़ने से जुड़ा हुआ याचिका जो है, मांग जो है, पिटिशन जो है, वो क्या है?
देखिए, ये हम लोग को बहुत खुशी मिली कि सालों बाद हमारे शिव जी मिले, जिनकी प्रतीक्षा नंदी जी कर रहे थे, लेकिन बहुत हम लोग आहट है, बहुत दुख है। हम लोग ये बयां नहीं कर सकते, ये कह नहीं सकते कि ये कितनी हम लोग के लिए तकलीफ दे है कि हमारे शिव जी को वहाँ पे वजू किया जाता है, वहाँ गंदगी की जाती है, वहाँ मलबे भरे पड़े हैं, वहाँ पे गंदगी, बहुत तकलीफ होता है। ये सोच के भी हम लोग का रोआ खड़ा हो जा रहा। जब हम लोगों ने सुना तो हम लोग का रोआ खड़ा हो गया था, हम लोग जो है कि रोने लगे थे। हम लोग अभी भी इस बात का दुख है, तो हम लोग चाहते कि वो सब हटे, वहाँ पूजा पाठ की, वहाँ कम से कम पूजा की अनुमति मिल जाए और वो बैरिकेडिंग जो है, वो दीवार जो है, उसको देखा जाए, उसको वहाँ पे तोड़ा जाए, वहाँ पे जो मलबा है उसको
मतलब सर्वे कराया जाए।
जी हाँ, वही समझ सकते हो कि हम लोग यही चाहते हैं कि वहाँ पे से देखा जाए, क्योंकि अंदर बहुत से तथ्य अभी, बहुत ही सत्य अभी छुपे हुए हैं।
मुस्लिम पक्ष लगातार ये कह रहा है कि ये शिवलिंग नहीं है, ये फव्वारा है और ये फव्वारे का ही हिस्सा है, तो इस पर आप क्या कहेंगी? इस पर आप क्या प्रतिक्रिया दें?
देखिए, कहीं भी इतनी जगह आप गई हैं, फव्वारा आपने भी देखा होगा, कहीं आपने ऐसा फव्वारा देखा? मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूँ, आपने कहीं ऐसा फव्वारा देखा है? वहाँ न कहीं पानी निकलने की जगह है, पानी कहाँ से है, नल पाइप कहीं नहीं लगा हुआ है, मात्र इतनी सी मैंने सुना, मैंने देखा नहीं है। और आजकल वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, मैंने उसी में देखा, लोगों से पूछा तो वो लोग बोले कि यही है। इससे मैं बोल रही हूँ, हालांकि जो हुआ है सर्वे वो तो खैर न्यायालय के पास गया है, वो तो अभी जो है कि न्यायालय ही देखेगा, लेकिन आपने कहीं ऐसा फव्वारा देखा है? वो हमारे साक्षात शिव जी हैं, हमारे महादेव जी हैं, जिनकी नंदी प्रतीक्षा कर रही है। तो मैं हाथ जोड़ के सभी से विनती कर रही हूँ, बहुत से वीडियो आ रहे हैं जिसमें हम लोग की भावनाओं का मजाक बनाया जा रहा है, हम लोग की श्रद्धा का मजाक बनाया जा रहा है। मैं आपको बताऊं, कल मैंने एक वीडियो देखा जिसमें मजाक के तौर पे दिखाया जा रहा था, हमारे बाबा मिल गए करके एक छोटा सा वीडियो था, मजाक बनाया जा रहा था। देख के हम लोगों को रोना आ रहा है कि हम लोग की भावनाओं की, हम लोग की श्रद्धा की, हम लोग की आस्था की इस तरह क्यों? हम लोग तो सभी धर्मों का सम्मान करते हैं, हम सनातनी तो सभी धर्मों को सम्मान देते, फिर हम लोग के साथ ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? हम लोग का मजाक क्यों बनाया जा रहा है? हमारे धर्म का, हमारे सनातन धर्म का, हमारे शिव जी का।
मैं मानती हूँ, आप कह रहे हैं कि आस्था के साथ ये बहुत बड़ा खिलवाड़ है जो कि हो रहा है, इतना इस तरह से व्यंग या मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए। मामला कोर्ट में है और कोर्ट को देखना है और कोर्ट आज देख भी रहा है। एक बात सीता जी, जो अजय कुमार मिश्रा ने अपनी रिपोर्ट में कहा है, जो उन्होंने रिपोर्ट सौंपी है कोर्ट को, हालांकि वो हटा दिए गए, लेकिन जो 6 और 7 को सर्वे किया गया, तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो श्रृंगार गौरी उन्होंने ये बताया कि कुछ मूर्तियां ऐसी मिली हैं जिसपे सिंदूर लगा हुआ है, कुछ मूर्तियों के अवशेष ऐसे मिले जिसपे सिंदूर लगा हुआ है, तो ये एक सबूत है कि यहाँ पर कुछ तो था।
देखिए, ये अभी न्यायालय के पास गया है, न्यायालय सब कुछ देखेगा, न्यायालय तो देखेगा, न्यायालय पे विश्वास है इसलिए हम लोग न्यायालय पे गए। न्यायालय देखेगा, सब कुछ देखेगा, तो वो खुद ही अपना न्याय करेगा। अभी जब ये बात गुप्त रखी गई, तो जब तक ये सामने नहीं आती मैं भी नहीं बोल सकती, लेकिन सत्य तो यही है कि आप मंदिर दर्शन करने जाओगे तो भी आपको सत्य दिख जाएगा, क्योंकि वो जिन्हें मैं तो उसे, वो लोग जिसे मस्जिद बोलते, मैं तो महाजिद बोलती हूँ उसे। अगर आप सामने उधर से
आप इसे महाजिद बोल रही हैं?
मैं इसे महाजिद बोलूँगी, मैं
ये जिद है
क्योंकि वो हमारा मंदिर है, ये लोगों से मस्जिद बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन वो मस्जिद है, मेरी नज़र में मस्जिद है। और मेरी हमारे लिए श्रद्धा के लिए वो मंदिर, हमारे मंदिर ही है वो। आप अगर कभी दर्शन करने जाओगे भी तो आप दीवार वहाँ की देखोगे तो वो बाहर से ही दिखती है। इतनी खूबसूरत वो है, इतनी खूबसूरत है। आज भी इतने सालों बाद भी वो दीवार पे आप देखोगे बाहर से ही दिखते हैं। उसमें जो है त्रिशूल बने हुए हैं, कमल बने हुए हैं, स्वास्तिक के निशान हैं, अनगिनत, आप गिन भी नहीं पाओगे, इतनी ज़्यादा संख्या में है। कौन मस्जिद में होता है ऐसा, मुझे बताइए, किसी मस्जिद में होता है? आप जाओगे दर्शन करने, आप कभी भी तो जाओगे दर्शन करने, घूमने फिरने जाओगे तो आप खुद देख सकते हो।
एक और याचिका करता है राखी जी, उन्होंने कहा था कि हमें उम्मीद से ज़्यादा मिला है, जो सर्वे कराया गया उम्मीद से ज़्यादा मिला है। अब आगे क्या, आपने ये लड़ाई कब से शुरू की और अब आप क्या चाहती हैं?
देखिए, अब राखी जी जो कह रही हैं, हम लोगों की लड़ाई, हम लोग चारों जो आपस में हम लोग याचिका करता है, हम लोगों ने मिल के लड़ी है। हम लोग जो है कि ये हरिशंकर जैन जी के साथ, विष्णु जैन जी के साथ हम लोग क्या है, हम लोग साथ में सत्संग करते थे, पूजा पाठ करते थे, मिलते जुलते थे इसी तरह। और सिंगार गौरी का हम लोग जो है कि पूजा करते थे। हम लोग उनके आराध्य देवी भी मतलब हम लोग की आराध्य देवी भी हैं। तो हम लोग के मन में जैसे पूजा पाठ वहाँ पे रोज नहीं होने दिया जाता था, मात्र साल भर में एक दिन पूजा करने को मिलता था। वो भी
आप गई थी एक बार भी पूजा करने?
कई बार जा चुकी हूँ, तभी तो मन में
श्रृंगार गौरी।
हाँ, बहुत बार जा चुकी, तभी तो ये दुख हुआ कि हम लोग क्यों रोज।
साल में कितनी बार गई?
एक बार जी, एक ही बार मौका ही मिलता था।
इसी की इजाजत है
जी, एक ही बार वहाँ पे प्रशासन ने रोक लगा दिया था। जैसे तो हम लोगों ने ये कहा कि जैसे सारे जो है कि वो भी, मैं आपको एक बात बताती चलूँ, वो भी हम लोग जो है कि मंदिर के अंदर नहीं जा सकते थे। मंदिर क्योंकि जो जिसको हम लोग मस्जिद बोलते, मेरे नज़र में मस्जिद जिसको लोग मस्जिद बोलते हैं, वो अंदर है। हम लोग बाहर चबूतरे की पूजा, मेरी मजबूरी है, हम लोगों की मजबूरी है कि हम लोग अंदर जा नहीं सकते। तो जो भी हम लोग के श्रद्धा,
जब आप अंदर जाते थे तो जहाँ वजू खाना।
And we have Prakash joining us live from Varanasi. Prakash, the court commissioners there making it very, very clear that the final report will include the findings of the ex-commissioner Ajay Mishra. Give us more details.
Well, yes, the court will start the proceedings in some time from now, and Vishal Singh, the advocate commissioner appointed by the Varanasi Civil Court, will be submitting his report, which he was supposed to yesterday, and also that 2-3 contentious issues that will be heard in the court. One is the demolition of the basement wall where the wuzu was being performed by the Muslim community, and where the Hindus' contention is that sibling has been found. So they should be granted permission to worship their Lord Shiv, and since the sibling was found there. So these are two contentious issues that will be discussed as far as the wuju is concerned and the worshipping of shivling is concerned. And also a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court where it is being heard. So clearly it's a D-Day, but it is expected that after the hearing, a next date would also be given. That's what I presume as of now, but we'll keep a close watch on what's happening. And since early in the morning, we've spoken to a lot of people, all the court commissioners, as well as the councils from both the sides, Hindus and the Muslim sides, both of them giving their own version. And this issue, which has been going on for quite some time now, is reaching some stage as far as the judgment in the survey report is concerned. So we'll have to wait and watch for some time what kind of judgment the court gives. These are the two contentious issues. One is the permission being granted for the Hindu side to worship as far as the sibling is concerned. Second is the demolition of the basement where the wuju is being performed, because the Hindu side believe that their Lord Shiv has been found there. Back to you.
We have Vishal Pandey who's joining us live from Mathura. Vishal, all eyes will be on the Krishna Janmabhoomi verdict as well. Give us more details as to what are the demands of the petitioners with regard to the Krishna Janmabhoomi verdict.
जी बिल्कुल, इस वक्त हम लोग मथुरा जिला कोर्ट के बाहर ही मौजूद हैं और जिस तरीके से मैंने आपको बताया पूरा मामला जो है वो 13 एकड़ के आसपास की जो श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि की जमीन है और उस पर उसके पास जो शाही ईदगाह है उसका सर्वे को लेकर के है। इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं लॉयर महेंद्र प्रताप सिंह जिनका दावा है कि इन्होंने सबसे पहले पिटीशन दायर की थी इस मामले में। क्या कहना चाहेंगे, थोड़ा कानूनी दाव पेश के साथ समझाइए।
देखिए, सबसे पहले 23 दिसंबर 2020 को हमने केस दाखिल किया था और हमने 1967 में जो केस डाला गया 1968 में जो कंप्रोमाइज हुआ, तो हमारा कहना यह है कि 1968 में जो कंप्रोमाइज हुआ उसी को हमने चैलेंज किया है, क्योंकि श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट को अधिकार है प्रॉपर्टी को कंप्रोमाइज करने का, जबकि यहाँ पर श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि सेवा संस्था ने कंप्रोमाइज किया। तो हमारा ये कहना है कि ये कंप्रोमाइज जो किया गया नल एंड वॉइड है और उसी को हमने नष्ट करने के लिए माननीय न्यायालय को केस डाला था। अभी हमने परसों एक एप्लीकेशन दी थी माननीय न्यायालय में और न्यायालय से अनुरोध किया था कि जो मस्जिद की दीवार है जिसे शाही ईदगाह मस्जिद कहते हैं, लेकिन उसको हिंदू गर्भगृह मानते हैं भगवान का, जो प्रकट स्थली है, तो प्रकट स्थली होने के कारण हमारा कहना है कि वहाँ पर जो दीवारों के अवशेष हैं, दीवारों पर जो चिन्ह है, कमल है, शंख है आदि हैं, उनको हमें अंदेशा है कि उनको हटाया जा सकता है। तो वहाँ पर कोई सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर अपॉइंट किया जाए जो सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर उसके पूरे परिसर की देखरेख करे।
अच्छा, निचली कोर्ट में ये याचिका क्यों खारिज हो गई थी?
नहीं, ये तो उनकी खारिज हुई थी, हमारी खारिज नहीं हुई थी। अब
अच्छा, आपकी खारिज?
नहीं, हमारी कोई खारिज नहीं हुई।
इस बार 11 बजे आने वाला फैसला, क्या लगता है किसके पक्ष में?
11 बजे फैसला आएगा, अब इसमें तो कहा जा नहीं सकता। पॉजिटिवली तो सोचते हैं कि हमारे फेवर में आना चाहिए, बाकी तो कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता। तो पॉजिटिव इसमें लिमिटेशन एक्ट, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट, ये सब
प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के थ्रू ये हुआ है।
And going back to Prakash, who's reporting live from Varanasi. Prakash, if you could bring us up to speed as to all the developments so far, and also the statements that have been made by the court commissioners ahead of the hearing.
Well, the court commissioner has said that they have already submitted their report, and it's a 12 to 13-page report, and they cannot divulge the details of the entire report. But as far as the findings are concerned, that would be laid down on the table of the court before the honorable judge, and thereafter a judgment is likely to be pronounced, or maybe an extension of date may be given, because the survey report has been done and it will be submitted, and it has been submitted. So the two contentious issues was that from the Hindu side, a petition has been filed seeking permission for the Hindus being granted right to worship, as a sibling has been found in the Gyanvapi Mosque premises, as they claim that in the 16th century a portion of the Kasi Vishwanath temple was demolished at the behest of then ruler Aurangzeb, and it has been going on in the court for quite some time now. And second is that as far as the video that has been circulated and allegedly by Ajay Mishra, the court commissioner, that's the reason why he's been removed from doing the survey, and Vishal Singh would be submitting another survey report on that issue. As far as Wuzu is concerned, the Muslims are also seeking permission that the Wuzu pipeline should not be interfered with, and it should not be shifted, whereas the Hindu says that that the pipeline should be shifted because in that premises a sibling has been located, and it should be protected. And the court had also directed the district magistrate to protect the.
Well, moving on to some news break coming in right now. Republic has accessed Indrani Mukherjee's bail order. Now, what we are learning is that Indrani has been granted bail subject to several conditions. Remember, she was granted bail by the Supreme Court yesterday, and several conditions have been imposed with regard to the bail that has been granted to her. She has been directed to surrender her passport to the CBI, constantly apprise of her coordinates, not tamper with evidence, not influence any witnesses as well. Many conditions that have been imposed, which also include Indrani shall not influence the witnesses, no adjournment on whatsoever count. What the condition that has also been imposed includes Indrani will have to regularly attend the court with regard to the developments in the case and the probe in the ongoing case. She cannot in fact meet or establish contact with witnesses. And another condition that has been imposed says that any breach of condition may lead to cancellation of bail. Remember, the Supreme Court granted bail to Indrani Mukherjee yesterday with regard to the trial she's been facing with regards to the alleged murder of her daughter Sheena Bora in 2012, and Republic accessing the bail conditions that have been imposed, which includes that she will have to surrender her passport to the CBI court. She will have to constantly apprise of coordinates. She will not tamper with evidence, shall not influence witnesses, no adjournment on whatsoever count, and shall regularly attend court as well. So several conditions that have been imposed with regard to the bail that has been granted to Sheena Bora, to Indrani Mukherjee.
After extension of 2 days by the Varanasi court, the court-appointed commissioner is supposed to submit the survey report of the Gyanvapi Mosque today. Watch the entire report in live broadcast with me the whole day.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Welcome, viewers. Why these double standards, viewers? Why these double standards all the time? Those who talk about religious tolerance, and those who talk about it the most, and those who write about it the most, and those who preach about it the most. Those who talk and preach about how religious sentiments of all groups must be respected. They are the ones who have turned most abusive and intolerant after the shivling has been found in the Gyanvapi temple premises. Some of the most hurtful, ugliest memes and jokes are being made about Hinduism, about Hindu religious beliefs, and Hindu idols. And I must ask openly tonight, if such jokes were to be made about any other religion, then protests and maybe much worse would erupt.
And more news breaks coming in. This one from Haryana. 3 people died and 11 injured in a road accident that happened at the Kundli-Manesar Expressway. So those are the visuals as well of the accident which happened, in which 3 people lost their lives and 11 sustained injuries in this particular road accident which happened at the Kundli-Manesar Expressway. So those are the visuals also coming in. Some disturbing visuals of the deceased and those who've been injured in this particular road accident. What we're told is that 11 people sustained injuries and 3 people lost their lives in this accident that happened at the Kundli-Manesar Expressway in Haryana. So more information is yet to come in, but the latest what we are learning is that 3 people lost their lives and 11 sustained injuries in this particular road accident that happened at the Kundli-Manesar Expressway in Haryana.
Coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence.
I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me.
There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market.
This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth?
Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am at the Dashmawed Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. Kashi Vishwanath मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे. यहाँ Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am at the Dashmawed Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे, यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है. तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है. Yogi Adityanath has always been the star campaigner for the BJP in any part of the country, from Gorakhpur urban seat.
Ex-Court Commissioner's survey report makes massive revelations. Is there a shivling in Gyanvapi Mosque? Survey report by Ex-Court Commissioner mentions Hindu motifs on walls inside the mosque. Lotus inscriptions, shapes of 4 Hindu idols found, and traces of mandir found too. Court Commissioner backs ex-Commissioner's survey report, says report will be eligible. Fresh Gyanvapi survey report to be submitted in Varanasi court by 2 p.m. today. Top court to resume hearing in Gyanvapi case today. Verdict on wuzu khana and wall demolition likely. After Gyanvapi, local court to hear plea seeking survey of Mathura Mosque. CBI to grill TMC leader Anubrata Mandal in cattle smuggling case today. Jaishankar to attend virtual foreign ministers BRICS meet. And welcome to news on Republic TV. Once again in live and breaking, Court Commissioner Vishal Singh has reached the court to submit his report. The Gyanvapi survey report submission has begun. It's a very crucial day in the Varanasi court today, as well as in the Supreme Court, as far as the Gyanvapi case hearing is concerned. Various petitions have been filed in the Gyanvapi case in the Supreme Court as well. But here we are bringing you details that Court Commissioner Vishal Singh has reached the court to submit the survey report. So, survey report being submitted in Varanasi court. It's a crucial day for the hearing in the Gyanvapi issue today. Much has gone down even as the court's commissioner Vishal Singh is submitting his report as we speak in the Varanasi court. Already details that have been accessed about another report prepared by ex-court commissioner Ajay Mishra, who was also part of the survey team, suggests that there is lots of evidence showing the presence of Hindu idols, of the disputed site being a place of worship for Hindus. And joining us now is our correspondent Prakash to tell us more. Prakash, we believe that the survey report on the Gyanvapi case is being submitted right now as we speak.
Well, yes, the survey report is being submitted right now by the court-appointed commissioner. And as we say, that sources say that in the report it is being said that the sibling has been found, and as well as the contentions of both the sides are also being put. That's what we get to know. And as far as the contentious issues are concerned, those will be discussed before the Honorable Court here in the Varanasi Civil Court. And the contentious issues are that the Hindus should be granted permission to worship Lord Shiv, as a sibling has been found in the contentious Gyanvapi Mosque. And as they say, the mosque was carved out after demolishing a part of the Kasi Vishwanath temple in the 16th century. Second, the contentious issue is of the wuzu being performed by the namazis in the Gyanvapi Mosque. The Muslim sides are making a plea that the namaz be performed, and it cannot be performed without wuzu, but the Hindu side said that the pipeline should be sifted and the basement should be demolished. And both the versions, both the people, both the sides, the lawyers of both the sides have spoken about it. Now is the time frame, that the 2-day extension that was given by the court for the court commissioner to submit their report. The report is being tabled as we speak, and we'll have to wait and watch. We are keeping a close watch on what the Honorable Court makes a judgment, whether it's an extension of date that is being given. But it's been going on for quite some time as far as this case is concerned. But as far as the RSS and other organizations are concerned, they're keeping themselves away from this because they have already seen what happened in Ayodhya. It took a long time. So all political parties are also keeping a close watch because this is a very contentious issue, keeping in mind the situation that might flare up in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So all eyes on the verdict of the court, or whether be it the judgment or whether be it the extension of date that may be announced by the Honorable Court. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, stay with us. Meanwhile, as we were telling our viewers, Court Commissioner Vishal Singh has reached the court to submit his report in the Gyanvapi survey issue. The Gyanvapi survey report submission has begun. Our correspondent Prakash on the ground there reporting with all the details. Meanwhile, the survey report is being submitted right now.
सोहन लाल जी, अजय मिश्रा ने 2 दिन की रिपोर्ट फाइल कर दी है।
उसमें साफ लिखा हुआ है कि बहुत सारी आकृतियां, देवी देवताओं की कलाकृतियां हमने देखी हैं। क्या कहेंगे आप?
यह सत्य है। 6-7 मई को जब जांच कमिश्नर थे, उनके द्वारा संपादित की गई जो है, हम लोग भी उसमें थे, जो 125 बाई 125 लंबाई और चौड़ाई जो वर्गाकार था, बाहर चुके थे, मस्जिद में प्रवेश नहीं कर पाए थे। उनको मिले हुए स्वस्तिक चिन्ह, कमल के पुष्प और काफी प्रमाण जो है मिले हुए थे, और वह जो दिए सब हिंदू समर्थन में, मंदिर के समर्थन में, यह सब जो प्रमाण दस्तावेज मिले।
गौरी श्रृंगार मंदिर के जो पूजा करने की मांग याचिका मैडम ने भी डाली थी, उसको लेकर कहा गया है कि वहां पर अवशेष मिले हैं और बहुत सारी दीवारें हैं जिस पर सिंदूर लगा हुआ है, तो ये साबित करता है कि यहाँ पर कुछ तो था।
हाँ, श्रृंगार गौरी जो दर्शन पूजन के अधिकार को लेकर के, और साथ ही आदि विश्वेश्वर मंदिर के दृश्य अदृश्य मूर्तियों के संदर्भ में ये वाद में दाखिल किया गया है। वहां पर श्रृंगार गौरी में आप दीवारों में देखे होंगी सिंदूर लगाकर, श्रृंगार माने सुहाग की देवी, श्रृंगार माने माँ पार्वती की दर्शन, श्रृंगार माने शक्ति की देवी। तो इस तरह जो है उनके दर्शन करने के बाद उस मंदिर में प्रवेश करते थे, जिसको ध्वंस कर दिया गया 8 अगस्त 1669 में। और यह वही मार्ग हुआ करता था, एक मंदिर में 8 स्तंभ हुआ करते थे, ये श्रृंगार मंडप था, वही श्रृंगार मंडप श्रृंगार की देवी बनी।
अच्छा, बहुत सारी उस रिपोर्ट में ये भी लिखा गया है कि बहुत सारा जो कंस्ट्रक्शन है वो बाद में करवाया गया है, जो छुपाने के लिए, सीधे तौर पर की बातें निकलकर सामने ना आए। जैसे शिवलिंग को लेकर बात हो रही है कि जो कुआंनुमा चीज बनी हुई है वो बाद में बनाई गई है।
ये जो शिवलिंग है उसके ऊपर 2 ईंटें रखे गए हैं, जो 2 ईंटें रख करके हिंदू समाज, ये शिव जो हमारे शंकर शिवलिंग है उनको छिपाने का प्रयास, हिंदू हिंदू जो है देवी देवताओं के बारे में दिग्भ्रमित करने का यह प्रयास है। वो बार बार कहते थे कि यह फव्वारा है, हमको चला के दिखाइए, जो चलेगा कैसे, न उसमें पाइप है, जाने का मार्ग। और दूसरी चीज स्पष्ट कर दें आपको 10-20 सेकंड में कि फुहारा हर समय बीच में हुआ करता है ना, यह बीच में नहीं किनारे है। दूसरी जब फुहारा होता है तो उससे बड़ा हुआ करता है, जो घेरा होता है उससे बड़ा होता है फुहारा, लेकिन यहाँ छोटा है और बीच में नहीं है, यह फुहारा है ही नहीं।
हैं जिन्होंने गौरी श्रृंगार मामले में भी याचिका डाली, और एक और याचिका जो डाली गई है आप लोगों की ओर से कि उस दीवार को तोड़ा जाए। जो रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें भी लिखा गया है कि जब दीवार तोड़ी जाएगी तो बहुत सारी बातें सामने आएंगी। उस रिपोर्ट को लेकर और आज सबमिट करने वाली रिपोर्ट को लेकर, आज की आपकी याचिका को लेकर क्या कुछ कहेंगे आप?
कोर्ट का आदेश जो भी होगा मान्य होगा। हम लोग तो यही कोशिश करते हैं कि हमारे पक्ष में आए।
गौरी श्रृंगार गौरी को लेकर आप लोग सबसे पहले कोर्ट गए थे। अब रिपोर्ट जो 2 दिन की आई है उसमें कहा गया है कि अवशेष मिले हैं, दीवार पर सिंदूर लगा हुआ मिला है, जो साबित करता है कि यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना होनी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल हो रही है। चैत की नवरात्रि को, चतुर्थी को कुछ समय के लिए दर्शन पूजन होता था, जो हम लोग मात्र चौखट में पूजा करते थे। जो श्रृंगार गौरी का मंदिर है वो ज्ञानवापी मंदिर के अंदर है, अब अंदर प्रवेश नहीं है। अब सर्वे हो रहा है, शिव जी मिले हैं तो पार्वती भी मिलेगी, माँ श्रृंगार गौरी भी मिलेंगी।
अच्छा, आज आपकी याचिका पर फिर से सुनवाई होनी है। कल तो सुनवाई हो नहीं पाई, हड़ताल थी कोर्ट में। आज सुनवाई होनी है दीवार तोड़ने के मामले को लेकर, लेकिन दूसरा पक्ष भी कोर्ट पहुंचा है मजबूती के साथ कि दीवार नहीं तोड़ी जानी चाहिए।
ये कोर्ट का मामला है, कोर्ट समझेंगे इसके लिए, इसमें कोर्ट की इसमें हम लोग कुछ नहीं।
अच्छा, 2 दिन की रिपोर्ट में इतने साक्ष्य अगर सामने आए हैं, लिखा हुआ है कि कमल की कलाकृतियां मिली हैं और शेषनाग फन बनाए हुए वो भी कलाकृतियां वहां पर देखी गई हैं, श्रृंगार गौरी के अवशेष वहां पर मिले हैं, तो अगर दीवार टूटती है तो और भी बड़े सबूत सामने हासिल होंगे।
जी जरूर हासिल होंगे, ये कोर्ट का आदेश जैसा रहेगा उस हिसाब से।
करीब 12 से 2 के बीच में हम लोग रिपोर्ट सबमिट कर देंगे। रिपोर्ट पूरी तैयार हो गई है, सिर्फ उसको कंपाइल करना है। कंपाइल करने के बाद 12 से 2 के बीच में रिपोर्ट हम लोग सबमिट कर देंगे। मानी
उसके आगे का प्रोसेस क्या होगा?
उसके आगे का प्रोसेस जो है माननीय न्यायालय उसका अवलोकन करेगी रिपोर्ट का, और तब फिर अपना जो आदेश करना होगा करेगी। और भी बिंदुओं पर आज जो वादी पक्ष ने एप्लीकेशन दे रखा है पूर्व में, उस पर आज भी माननीय न्यायालय जो है उस पर सुनवाई करेगी।
कितने पन्नों की रिपोर्ट है सर?
करीब 10 से 12 पन्ने की।
अजय मिश्रा जी की रिपोर्ट और आपकी रिपोर्ट को ध्यान में रखा जाएगा?
जी
उससे आपने कुछ देखा है?
अजय मिश्रा जी की रिपोर्ट और हम लोग की रिपोर्ट को ध्यान में रखा जाएगा। ध्यान में रख करके ही माननीय न्यायालय कोई आदेश पारित करेगी।
आगे सर क्या प्रोसेस होगा कोर्ट का?
अब कोर्ट जो है उस रिपोर्ट का पहले गहन अध्ययन करेगी, उसके बाद माननीय न्यायालय जो है वो उस पर अपना विचार व्यक्त करेगी।
आखिरी सवाल सर,
अजय मिश्रा जी की रिपोर्ट हमने देखी है, लीक हुई है रिपोर्ट, उसमें कुछ शिलापट या सिंदूर ऐसा कुछ जिक्र किया गया है, ऐसा कुछ मिला या देखा रहा?
अब इसके बारे में अभी हम नहीं डिस्क्लोज करेंगे, माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत करने के बाद ही तब उस पर हम कुछ विचार व्यक्त करेंगे कि क्या क्या चीज़ वहाँ से मिला, क्या नहीं मिला, ये सब चीज़।
सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण, पूज्य संतगण, उपस्थित सभी हरिभक्त, देवी और सज्जनों, और विशाल संख्या में मेरे सामने युवा पीढ़ी बैठी है। ये युवा झोम, युवा जुस्सा, युवा प्रेरणा, आप सबको मेरा प्रणाम। जय स्वामीनारायण। मुझे खुशी है कि संस्कार अभ्युदय शिविर के इस आयोजन में आज मुझे जुड़ने का अवसर मिले, ये अपने आप में संतोष का, खुशी का अवसर है। इस शिविर की जो रूपरेखा है, जो उद्देश्य है और जो प्रभाव है, वो आप सभी संतों की उपस्थितियों में और निखर जाएगा। हमारे संतों ने, हमारे शास्त्रों ने हमें सिखाया है कि किसी भी समाज का निर्माण समाज की हर पीढ़ी में निरंतर चरित्र निर्माण से होता है। उसकी सभ्यता, उसकी परंपरा, उसके आचार विचार व्यवहार एक प्रकार से हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत की समृद्धि से होता है। और हमारी संस्कृति का सूजन, उसकी अगर कोई पाठशाला है, उसका अगर कोई मूल बीज है, तो वो हमारे संस्कार होते हैं। और इसलिए ये संस्कार अभ्युदय शिविर हमारे युवाओं के अभ्युदय के प्रयास के साथ ही हमारे समाज के अभ्युदय का भी एक स्वाभाविक पवित्र अभियान है। ये प्रयास है हमारी पहचान और गौरव के अभ्युदय का। ये प्रयास है हमारे राष्ट्र के अभ्युदय का। मुझे विश्वास है और मेरे युवा साथी जब इस शिविर से जाएंगे तो वो अपने भीतर एक नई ऊर्जा महसूस करेंगे, एक नई स्पष्टता और चेतना का संचार अनुभव करेंगे। मैं आप सभी को इस नव आरंभ के लिए, नव प्रस्थान के लिए, नव संकल्प के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, इस साल संस्कार अभ्युदय शिविर का यह आयोजन एक ऐसे समय में हो रहा है जब देश अपनी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। आज हम नए भारत के निर्माण के लिए सामूहिक संकल्प ले रहे हैं, सामूहिक प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक ऐसा नया भारत जिसकी पहचान नई हो, आधुनिक हो, फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग हो और परंपराएं प्राचीन मजबूत नींव से जुड़ी हुई हो। ऐसा नया भारत जो नई सोच और सदियों पुरानी संस्कृति दोनों को एक साथ लेकर आगे बढ़े और पूरी मानव जात को दिशा दे। आप किसी भी क्षेत्र को देखिए, जहां चुनौतियां होती हैं, भारत वहां उम्मीद से भरी संभावनाएं लेकर प्रस्तुत हो रहा है। जहां समस्याएं हैं, भारत वहां समाधान पेश कर रहा है। कोरोना काल के संकट के बीच दुनिया को वैक्सीन और दवाइयां पहुंचाने से लेकर बिखरी हुई सप्लाई चेन्स के बीच आत्मनिर्भर भारत की उम्मीद तक वैश्विक अशांति और संघर्षों के बीच शांति के लिए एक सामर्थ्यवान राष्ट्र की भूमिका तक भारत आज दुनिया की नई उम्मीद है। दुनिया के सामने क्लाइमेट चेंज ऐसे खतरे मंडरा रहे हैं, तो भारत सस्टेनेबल लाइफ के अपने सदियों पुराने अनुभवों से भविष्य के लिए नेतृत्व कर रहा है। हम पूरी मानवता को योग का रास्ता दिखा रहे हैं, आयुर्वेद की ताकत से परिचित करवा रहे हैं। हम सॉफ्टवेयर से लेकर स्पेस तक एक नए भविष्य के लिए तत्पर देश के रूप में उभर रहे हैं। साथियों, आज भारत की सफलता हमारे युवाओं के सामर्थ्य का सबसे बड़ा सबूत है। आज देश में सरकार के कामकाज का तरीका बदला है, समाज की सोच बदली है और सबसे खुशी की बात यह है कि जन भागीदारी बढ़ी है। जो लक्ष्य भारत के लिए असंभव माने जाते थे, अब दुनिया भी देख रही है कि भारत ऐसे क्षेत्रों में कितना बेहतर कर रहा है। स्टार्टअप वर्ल्ड में भारत का बढ़ता हुआ कद भी इसका उदाहरण है। आज भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। इसका नेतृत्व हमारे युवा ही कर रहे हैं। साथियों, हमारे यहां कहा जाता है, शुद्ध बुद्धि और मानवीय संस्कार अपने साथ साथ दूसरों का भी कल्याण करते हैं। अगर बुद्धि शुद्ध है तो कुछ भी असंभव नहीं, कुछ भी अप्राप्य नहीं। इसलिए स्वामीनारायण संप्रदाय के संत संस्कार अभ्युदय कार्यक्रमों के जरिए स्वनिर्माण, चरित्र निर्माण, इसका इतना बड़ा अनुष्ठान चला रहे हैं। हमारे लिए संस्कार का अर्थ है शिक्षा, सेवा और संवेदनशीलता। हमारे लिए संस्कार का अर्थ है समर्पण, संकल्प, और सामर्थ्य। हम अपना उत्थान करें, लेकिन हमारा उत्थान दूसरों के कल्याण का भी माध्यम बने। हम सफलता के शिखरों को छुएं, लेकिन हमारी सफलता सबकी सेवा का भी जरिया बने। यही भगवान स्वामीनारायण की शिक्षाओं का सार है और यही भारत का सहज स्वभाव भी है। અને આજે તમે ગુજરાતના ખૂણે ખૂણેથી અહીંયા આવ્યા છો બધા ત્યારે, અને આટલી મોટી સંખ્યામાં યુવક યુવતીઓ મારી સામે નજરે ચડે છે ત્યારે મને પણ એમ થાય કે વડોદરા રૂબરૂ ગયો તો સારું થાત, તમને બધા રૂબરૂ મળ્યો તો ઓર મજા આવત, પણ સમયની મુશ્કેલીઓ હોય છે, સમયના બંધનો હોય છે, એના કારણે પહોંચાતું નથી હોતું। અમારા જીતુભાઈ મુસ્કરાઈ રહ્યા છે બરાબર। બહુ સ્વાભાવિક છે, કારણ કે વડોદરા મારો ખાસો બધો સમય વડોદરામાં મને વિતાવવાનો મોકો મળ્યો।
And breaking news now, Hindu idols and Hindu motives found as per suspended Court Commissioner Ajay Mishra's report. Meanwhile, today is a very crucial day in the Gyanvapi case hearing in the Varanasi court as well as in the Supreme Court. Our reporter Piyush on the story. Let's see if we can. Well, the court will be hearing a petition seeking permission for prayers at the Shivling found in the premises. The same petition has also demanded demolition of the walls of the basement and removal of debris to enable collection of more evidence. And another petition is seeking directions even as the Gyanvapi bench assembles in the Supreme Court. The case petitions are being heard regarding the issue in both the Supreme Court as well as in a Varanasi court. In the Varanasi court, the survey report has been submitted, and in the Supreme Court, the bench that will be hearing the case is assembling. In the Varanasi court, the survey report has been submitted by the court commissioner, and Prakash once again with us. Prakash, we believe that things are moving forward. The report has been submitted. The time was 2 p.m. today. What's happening now?
Well, yes, the report has been submitted by the court commissioner Ajay Pratap Singh as well as Vishal Singh, and sources say that it's a 70-page report, and all the contentious issues that our sources have been saying as of now relating to the wuzu, as far as the wuzu for the namazis are concerned, as well as the sibling that has been found, as well as various idols that have been located inside the Gyanvapi Mosque, and the two contentious issues regarding the permission for the Hindus seeking permission for worship of Lord Shiva, as a sibling has been found inside the premise of the Gyanvapi Mosque, because the Hindus feel that a portion of the Kashi Vishwanath temple was demolished in the 16th century, and as far as the Muslim community is concerned, the wuju should also take place for the namazis, and without that the Muslim community cannot offer their prayers, as well as the Hindu side say that the pipeline should be demolished and the basement should also be demolished. But as far as this report is concerned, now if we get into the nitty-gritties of this report, what we get to understand is that it is up to the court that either they accept the report or not, but they can also not accept the report, and they can also ask them to file their objections again, and the hearing can continue. So we'll have to wait and watch what kind of judgment is being given today, or there is an extension of date, because both sides are raising contentious issue. Maybe they may get the extension of some more time. आप लोग, हाँ, तो यहाँ आज जो हो रहा है आप क्या कुछ बताना चाहेंगे?
अवश्य ऐसा है कि रोज रोज न्यूज में देखना सुनने को मिलता है कि कभी कभी लोग अपनी भाषा में कहते हैं कि कानून भाड़ में जाए। अगर ऐसे कहने वाले या सोचने वाले विचारधारा को, जबकि कानून सर्वोपरि है, किसी भी देश किसी भी राष्ट्र का कानून सर्वोपरि है, मनुष्य उसके बाद जो है कोई प्रेसिडेंट कोई
न्यायालय आज जो रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो रहा है, आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या होगा आज?
जो भी होगा न्यायालय है, वो गोपनीय रहता है, वो बाद में डिक्लेयर होता है। न्यायालय होता है, जो न्याय का रिपोर्ट आता है उसको जनता को मानना चाहिए, किसी भी धर्म जाति का हो, किसी भी।
As Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, I am at the Dashmed Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में। We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे, यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है। तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है। Yogi Adityanath has always been the star campaigner for the BJP in any part of the country, from Gorakhpur urban seat.
Chidambaram flag marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Mr. Chidambaram. I came to London for began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Bhandari. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे।
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
The ex-court commissioner's survey report makes massive revelations. Is there a shivling in Gyanvapi Mosque? Survey report by the ex-court commissioner mentions Hindu motifs on the walls inside the mosque. Lotus inscriptions, shapes of 4 Hindu idols are found, and traces of the mandir are also found. Court commissioner's back. The ex-commissioner's survey report says report will be eligible. The fresh Gyanvapi survey report is to be submitted in the Varanasi court. Top court to resume hearing in the Gyanvapi case today. Verdict on the Wazukhana and the wall demolition is also likely. After Gyanvapi, a local court is to hear the plea seeking survey of the Mathura Mosque. And the CBI is set to grill TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling case today. And S. Jaishankar is to attend the virtual foreign ministers' BRICS meeting today. Well, we are now just getting news that the Hindu side has sought more time from the Supreme Court. Now, do hear, we understand, of course, that the Supreme Court bench had just assembled a short while ago, and the latest that we are getting right now is that the Hindu side's advocate has sought more time. The Supreme Court, of course, is hearing a plea that directly hopes to look at whether the Gyanvapi survey that was ordered by a local mosque can go ahead or not. So what we understand is that the Hindu side is seeking more time from the Supreme Court. Prakash is reporting on this. Let's go across live to him. Prakash, give us more details of what you're picking up.
Well, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, Vishnu Shankar Jain had mentioned the Gyanvapi mosque matter in the Supreme Court, and he says that Harishankar Jain, his senior counsel, is not well, so the matter should be listed for another day. And during the course of the hearing, the Honorable Judge of the Supreme Court, we get to know from the sources that he said that we can hear, but we already have 50 to 60 cases listed for tomorrow. So it needs to be discussed with a panel of the judges. So thereafter, any decision would be taken as far as the hearing in the Supreme Court is concerned, as the plea made by Vishnu Shankar Jain. And as far as here in the Varanasi court is concerned, the survey report has been submitted by the court-appointed Commissioner Ajay Pratap Singh and Vishal Singh here, and also the court would be looking into the survey report conducted by Ajay Mishra on 6th of this month, 6th and 7th of this month, but the court removed him on the pretext that he was leaking this information as far as the survey report was concerned, and he had hired his own videographer to take the videos inside the court premises. So it's to be seen whether the Honorable Court accept the survey report of Ajay Mishra as well, and the other two court-appointed commissioner. Now, as far as the hearing in this court is concerned, in Varanasi court, it is up to the Honorable Judge whether it can accept the report submitted by the court-appointed commissioner, or it can even negate it. And further, maybe an extension of date may be given. It's up to the judge. But as far as the extension of time is concerned, that is also in all likelihood that another extension of time might be given, because both contentious issues of the sibling that has been found, and apparently it has also been mentioned in the survey report. That's what we get to know from the sources. And the issue of wuzu before the prayers by the Muslim community also will be discussed, and the dismantling of the basement of the mosque will be discussed. That's the contention made by the Hindu side. So the court can accept the version of both the sides and also object to it. It's up to the court. We'll have to wait and watch. We'll keep a close watch on what the Honorable Court decides in the later course of the day. Meanwhile, we also get to know that the Hindu sides are going to raise the issue that they be allowed to worship inside the Gyanvapi mosque, as the Kashi Vishwanath temple was demolished in the 16th century, and as their Lord Shiv Ling has been located. And in the survey report also it has been mentioned that various idols and other Hindu rituals, as well as stones related to Hindu rituals, have also been located, and they be allowed to bury the entire premises so that more idols can be located. So these are the contentious issues that would be requested for by the Hindu community in the civil court premises, that the hearing would start in some moments from now. As far as the report is concerned, it has already been submitted by the court commissioner. Back to you.
Right. Even as that happens, Prakash, we're just getting news from the Supreme Court. We are in fact standing by for the order to come in from the Supreme Court. What we know as of now is that the court is dictating the order. Now, the Supreme Court, of course, is hearing a plea challenging the videographic survey of the mosque. This comes even as the survey has already been completed. Let me go back to Prakash on this. Prakash, what we understand is that the court is now dictating the order on Gyanvapi. All right, I think we've got Rhythm also joining us live right now. Rhythm, good morning. Rhythm, we are of course standing by for the court to issue its order on Gyanvapi, but we understand that the matter at play at the Supreme Court today is the plea that challenges the videographic survey that was conducted?
Yes. So let me tell you, what's happening inside the courtroom is Gyanvapi Mosque Management Committee has moved the top court of the country, Nupur. They are seeking suspension of the proceedings before the trial court. And this is something that in the last hearing we also saw is happening. What does suspension of the proceedings before the trial court really mean? It means that they want to go ahead and have no survey, and that becomes extremely critical because they are saying that we don't. A new application is moved. This is when Hindu plaintiff lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain, who spoke exclusively to Republic TV right in the morning, had stated that they want an adjournment till Friday on grounds of illness of the lead counsel Hari Shankar Jain. The Supreme Court has asked the trial court not to proceed with the case till Friday, as Jain has given an undertaking not to proceed today with the hearing. So very critical, as this case is going to come up tomorrow. Let's give this breaking news for our viewers. Breaking news that's coming in is the Supreme Court is going to hear the Gyanvapi matter tomorrow. It has asked the trial court to not proceed with the matter today. Hindu petitioner advocate Vishnu Jain had assured that he will not proceed with the matter today. So for one day, the trial will not continue and the Supreme Court is going to hear the Gyanvapi matter tomorrow. This is also coming as Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain said his father Hari Shankar Jain is not fine, he's not well, and that's when Mr. Ahmadi, Huzaifa Ahmadi, senior advocate appearing for the petitioners in the case, has said that we have apprehensions that the trial court is proceeding in the matter. The Supreme Court has said for one day the trial court shall not be proceeding in the matter. The hearing will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. What this totally actually means is there is a status quo, viewers, from what happened in the last hearing. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said there needs to be a balance maintained. If a shivling has been found, we will protect that area. So that area continues to be sealed and protected. They've also said Muslims can continue offering prayers in this area. So that shall also continue. A very balanced order coming in from the Supreme Court that will continue till tomorrow, when the Supreme Court is once again going to hear the petitioners who want the trial court proceedings to be stopped, who don't want videography to also happen. Therefore, they've said we shall take up the matter tomorrow. Now, I also want to tell our viewers, Justice Chandrachud's bench that assembled to hear the matter, senior advocate Huzaifa Ahmadi appeared for the Committee of Management of Anjuman-e-Intizamiya. Solicitor General appeared for the state of UP, and of course there was others appearing for the Hindu Sena. But a mentioning right in the start was made and the Supreme Court judges started discussing what's happening. Then Huzaifa Ahmadi said, and this is crucial because this is what the Muslim side in the court is saying, there are multiple litigations across the country, there is urgency, I should be heard today. But the bench said there is no issue, we have 50 matters today. That's when Huzaifa, senior advocate who appeared for the Muslim side, said my apprehension is proceedings before the trial court are pending. To break this down, why is the trial court proceeding so crucial? It is because if the trial court proceeding is stopped, then the survey stops, which is what the prayer before the top court also is. We have to see what happens tomorrow. Only for today, the Supreme Court said trial court should not proceed with the matter today. We don't read too much into it. Status quo is being maintained. Tomorrow, Nupur, will be a crucial hearing.
Absolutely, Rhythm. As you're pointing out, of course, for today, it seems that both the Supreme Court, the status quo remains, and in the trial court, obviously. Now, Rhythm, I just wanted you to clarify one point. Does the court, does the commissioner appointed by the court then submit the report or not? Or is that also stayed?
As as of now, I don't think he'll be able to submit the report today, Nupur, if it's to be submitted before the trial court that proceedings are stayed before. It is possible, if he wants, he can submit it before the registry, but it cannot be taken up in court for a proper hearing today. So a very crucial decision from the court that till we hear the matter tomorrow at 3 p.m., let's not have any more issues before the trial court. This is also keeping in mind sentiments and respecting both the communities to ensure that no untoward incident happens. We've been seeing the kind of voices we have across the country, political aspirations being cast by some when they make obtuse comments on a shivling being found, and some others who are not okay with the Supreme Court proceedings and the trial court proceedings. So it's a very high octave hearing. It's not political, it's not legal, but it has ramifications for two communities, and that becomes extremely crucial. Keeping this aspect in mind, the Supreme Court is moving with caution, and they are moving to ensure balance is maintained, and they're also moving to ensure keeping the secular spirit of India alive. They're going to hear the matter tomorrow. Until then, the prayer made by the petitioners that trial court should not proceed today has happened. The court will now hear the Gyanvapi case tomorrow.
So now, Rhythm, in the interim, there are two things that still go ahead. One, of course, the namazis who had been allowed to offer namaz at the Gyanvapi Mosque continues. And also what we understand is that earlier the court had ordered the protection of the shivling. So that also continues, is it? Both these things.
Absolutely. Nupur, as that happens, I also want to go across to details that coming in from the Supreme Court on the order that Justice Chandrachud gave. He said the matter will be heard tomorrow. The trial judge does not have to ticker the tape there. Please inform your local councils not to proceed, and then says we direct the trial court to strictly act in terms of the arrangement and desist from taking further action in the suit. So as this is being stated right now, we're going to only get to know what happens further in the case once the top court continues hearing the case.
All right. As far as this is concerned, of course, the Supreme Court will hear the matter tomorrow. And in the meanwhile, it has asked the lower court to not hear the case today. Now, what we also wanted to understand from you, Rhythm, is how does this go forward from here on now? One second.
Yes.
I'll just come back to you.
जी मेरे साथ थे, संजय सिंह जी थे, राजेंद्र नाथ पांडे जी थे, शैलेंद्र श्रीवास्तव साथ में थे, जो हमारी टीम में थे, जो सहायक के रूप में हमारे कार्य कर रहे थे। अमित सिंह का भी इसमें सहयोग रहा है। हम लोगों ने समय सीमा के अंतर्गत जो माननीय न्यायालय का आदेश था कि 2 दिन के अंदर फाइल कर दिया जाए, 10:15 में हम लोगों ने फाइल कर दिया है।
कितने पन्ने की रिपोर्ट है सर?
ये आप देख लीजिए कितने पन्नों की रिपोर्ट है, पूरी विस्तृत रिपोर्ट।
3 बॉक्सेस हैं
जिसमें कमीशन की कार्रवाई 6, 7, 14, 15, 16 की जो कार्रवाई हुई है अंडर सील था वो हम लोगों ने फाइल कर दिया है। और सील सहित हमने 3 बॉक्स फाइल किया है और माननीय न्यायालय के पास सुरक्षित है, वो प्रिजर्व है।
बिल्कुल सर, जो 1-2 दिन की रिपोर्ट अजय मिश्रा की ओर से सबमिट की गई उसमें बहुत सारी बातें हैं, कलाकृतियां की बात है, आकृतियों की बात है, मूर्तियों की बात है और विशेष नाग की बात वो कर रहे हैं, त्रिशूल की बात कर रहे हैं। इसमें अभी कुछ आप डिटेल दे सकते हैं रिपोर्ट?
जो चीज़ें रिपोर्ट दौरान कमीशन कार्रवाई देखी गई वो चीज़ें रिपोर्ट में अपने हम लोगों ने लिख दी है। वो रिपोर्ट आप भी देख सकती हैं, वो सर्टिफाइड कॉपी ले सकती हैं। रिपोर्ट फाइल करने से पहले ये सुरक्षित था, लेकिन अब आप लोग देख सकती हैं।
अच्छा सर, अभी एक बड़ी खबर आ रही है जो आप भी लगातार देख रहे हैं कि निचली अदालत अब इस पूरे मामले पर कोई कार्रवाई ना करे। सुप्रीम कोर्ट कल 3 बजे सुनवाई करेगा। जो 4 याचिकाएं आज भी दाखिल की गई थी उस पर भी आज कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो।
सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का आदेश सर्वोपरि है, उसके आदेश का पालन करना सबकी जिम्मेदारी है और हम लोग उसका पालन किया जाएगा।
सर्वे को लेकर अजय मिश्रा लगातार जिस तरीके से उन्होंने रिपोर्ट दी, लेकिन एक पक्ष उनके ऊपर बड़े सवाल खड़े कर रहा था कि निष्पक्षता के साथ में रिपोर्ट वो तैयार नहीं की गई। तो क्या उस रिपोर्ट के आधार पर कोर्ट आगे कोई सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर में भी मामला गया है, कोई फैसला लेगा क्या ऐसा?
यही मैं बता दूं, 6 और 7 तारीख की जो कार्रवाई थी उन्होंने अपनी रिपोर्ट में दे दी।
अच्छा, अभी 3 दिन के सर्वे की जो रिपोर्ट आपने दी है इसमें उनका कोई भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं?
कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं, वो हमने बनाई है। हमारे साथ में अजय प्रताप सिंह जी थे, इन्होंने बनाई है और हमारे सहयोगी गण थे, उन्होंने राजेंद्र नाथ पांडे थे और शैलेंद्र श्रीवास्तव थे, इन्होंने बनाई है।
बिल्कुल, तो कोर्ट कमिश्नर विशाल सिंह जी को आपने सुना। हालांकि अब ये बड़ा फैसला यहाँ पर हो चुका है जो कोर्ट की तरफ से कि निचली अदालत इस पूरे मामले में अब कोई सुनवाई नहीं करेगी, बल्कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट कल 3 बजे इस पूरे मामले में अब सुनवाई करने वाला है। निचली अदालत अब कोई सुनवाई नहीं करेगी। वैभव इस वक्त हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं सीधे सुप्रीम कोर्ट दिल्ली से। वैभव का रुख कर लेते हैं। वैभव, ओवर टू यू।
we understand is that was the second court commissioner. Now, Rhythm, there's one point that everybody's been talking about. The first court commissioner, who was actually removed by the court, has submitted a report yesterday. Now, that report, of course, is for the first survey that was conducted from the 4th to the 6th, where he was the only court commissioner who was involved in that survey. So, just for our viewers, clarify, does that court commissioner's report hold, given the fact that he has been removed from the survey now?
दिया है लोअर कोर्ट के उस पे जी।
अच्छा, सर्वे आप लोगों ने किया 3 दिन का, बड़ा लंबा कहा जा रहा था कि खाका जो है वो तैयार होना है, क्योंकि वीडियोस हैं, फोटोज हैं, सारी तफ्तीश।
मैं क्लियर कर दूं, जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का आदेश आया है उससे पूर्व हम लोगों ने रिपोर्ट अपनी दाखिल कर दी है न्यायालय में। जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का आदेश आया है, आदेश आने से पूर्व ही हम लोगों ने माननीय न्यायालय में हमने रिपोर्ट अपनी दाखिल कर दी।
10:15 पर हम लोग माननीय न्यायालय में रिपोर्ट अपनी और पूरे फोटोग्राफ्स, वीडियोग्राफ्स की जो
सबकी बारीकी से जांच होने के बाद में सब कुछ हुआ, सर्वे जो
सब चीज़ की बारीकी जांच होने के बाद ही हम लोग माननीय न्यायालय में रिपोर्ट सौंपेगा।
अच्छा, क्या कुछ है सर? अभी तो डिटेलिंग नहीं आ सकती।
नहीं, अभी तो माननीय न्यायालय से इसकी आप नकल ले सकते हैं, अभी हम लोग कुछ डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर सकते उसमें जी।
लेकिन पूरी तफ्तीश के साथ वीडियोग्राफी, क्योंकि माना जा रहा था कि लंबी चौड़ी है, उसे देखना, उसके बाद वो खाका तैयार करना बेहद संवेदनशील मामला है।
पूरा हम लोग कायदे से उसका निरीक्षण करके ही तब रिपोर्ट बनाया गया था और तब उसको माननीय न्यायालय के समझ सौंपा गया है।
बिल्कुल, तो दोनों ही कोर्ट कमिश्नर को आपने सुना, जिस तरीके से कहा कि अब कोर्ट की तरफ से जो फैसला लिया गया है उसके पहले ये सबमिशन किया गया है 10:15 पर। तो आगे अब कोर्ट का जो भी फैसला होगा वो सर्वमान्य होगा। और दोनों जो रिपोर्ट सबमिट की गई है, जो अजय मिश्रा की ओर से सबमिट की गई है, और आज आपने देखा कि जिस तरीके से दोनों ही कोर्ट कमिश्नर की ओर से ये रिपोर्ट सबमिट की गई है, अब आगे जो कोर्ट का फैसला होगा वो ही सर्वमान्य होगा। वैभव लगातार बने हमारे साथ, उनका रुख कर लेते हैं। वैभव, ओवर टू यू।
All right, so here's what's happened lately. The Supreme Court essentially has said that it will hear the matter tomorrow at about 3 o'clock. Before that, the Supreme Court has asked the trial court not to hear the matter. I think we've got Piyush who's reporting from outside the court in Varanasi. Piyush, there have been a lot of developments today.
We tried to get in a word from him. Yes. What I'm trying to tell you is that we are with us Subhash Chandra Chaturvedi, who is a lawyer of Hindu petitioners. Sir, रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो गई है आज। आप लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत की, आपने इस केस को आगे भी लेके गए, अब रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो गई है, क्या लग रहा है आपको आगे की आप क्या कार्रवाई?
अब साक्ष्य जो हैं वो आज कमिश्नर साहब ने जो प्रस्तुत कर दिया है न्यायालय के समक्ष, अब वो साक्ष्य आने दीजिए, फिर हम लोगों के संज्ञान में भी आ जाने दीजिए, फिर आगे लड़ाई उन्हीं साक्ष्यों पे हमारी लड़ाई चलेगी और हमको विजय पाना है, ये निश्चित है। क्योंकि ये साक्ष्य हम लोगों ने प्रमाणित पूरे मेहनत करके पूरे प्रामाणिक ढंग से न्यायालय में हम लोगों ने रखा था, और माननीय न्यायालय ने उसे ही देखते हुए ये जो कमीशन के रिपोर्ट कमीशन के लिए जो उन्होंने आदेश दिया था, उस कमीशन भी पूर्ण हो गई है। अब होने दीजिए, साक्ष्य सामने आने दीजिए, उसके बाद इन साक्ष्यों पे हम लोग के लड़ाई आगे की ओर बढ़ती रहेगी।
सर, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल, अब तो रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो गई है, अब तो हम बात कर सकते हैं कि सर्वे में क्या क्या हुआ, क्या क्या अंदर था, आप भी अंदर गए थे, क्या क्या चीज़ आपने देखी, अगर आप दर्शकों को बताएं।
देखिए, अंदर तो जो है, जो कहा जाए कि मंदिर के ही ढांचे को तोड़ा किया गया, मंदिर पे ही गुंबज बैठा दिया गया है और मस्जिद का स्वरूप दे दिया गया है। आज भी उसकी सारी दीवारें, सारे आधार, सारे स्तंभ जो है हिंदू मंदिर का ही है, केवल ऊपर ढांचा जो है गोल गुंबज का वो बैठाया गया है। इसलिए ये कहना है कि वो मस्जिद है, मस्जिद केवल गुंबज बना देने से और नमाज पढ़ लेने से वो स्थल मस्जिद नहीं हो जाता है। सारे हमारे प्रतीक देवी देवताओं के चित्र जो है सारे पत्थरों में अंकित है, इसलिए इस पे जो है कोई बहुत विवाद नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन चूंकि मामला न्यायालय का है, न्यायालय सभी पक्षों को सुनेगा, सारे साक्ष्यों को देखेगा, उसके बाद जो है न्यायालय अपनी निर्णय लेगा और हम लोग सफल होंगे, ये हम लोगों को पूर्ण विश्वास है।
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात आप बता रहे हैं सर कि ना सिर्फ वहाँ पे शिवलिंग शिवलिंग मिले हैं वहाँ पे, बल्कि जहाँ पे गुंबद बनाया गया है उसके नीचे मंदिर का ढांचा। आप ये कह रहे हैं कि मंदिर के ऊपर गुंबद बना?
बिल्कुल, मंदिर पे केवल गुंबज का ढांचा बना दिया गया है, वो सारे स्ट्रक्चर मंदिर के हैं।
आपने देखा है?
बिल्कुल, अब ये तो रिपोर्ट आ गया, रिपोर्ट में आप देख सकते हैं, कोई इसमें बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है, और सारे ढांचे जो है हम लोगों के मंदिरों के ही है।
अब मंदिर वहाँ बनना चाहिए, आपकी मांग है?
अरे भाई, हम तो इसी की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं कि हमारे इष्ट देव को स्थापित किया जाए, मंदिर का स्थापना हो, हिंदू फिर अपने इष्ट देव विश्वेश्वर महादेव के फिर आराधना कर सके, इसकी लड़ाई तो हम लड़ रहे हैं। हम उस संस्कृति सभ्यता की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। मुगल आक्रांताओं ने जिस संस्कृति को नष्ट किया है, जिसको स्थापित करने का प्रयास किया है, उसके खिलाफ हम लोगों की लड़ाई चल रही है।
Subhash Chandra Chaturvedi is telling us exclusively. He is telling us what is there in the report, what he has seen when he went inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. He is now telling us that a structure has been built on the temple. This is what he is saying, that it's not mosque, it's a temple, and a structure of dome has been built.
लेकिन उनकी तबीयत खराब होने की वजह से वो अदालत में अपीयर नहीं कर पाए, इसीलिए उनके तरफ से उनके पुत्र श्री विष्णु शंकर जैन ने माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को इन्फॉर्म किया कि उनको कल ही डिस्चार्ज किया गया हॉस्पिटल से और वो 20 तारीख को कोर्ट में अपीयर करेंगे, फिर आगे की कार्रवाई 20 तारीख को होगी।
क्या निचली अदालत की कार्रवाई पे पूरी तरह से रोक?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। उन्होंने सिर्फ आज जो एप्लीकेशन पे जो भी प्रोसीडिंग होनी थी आज सिर्फ नहीं होगा, इस बात की श्री विष्णु शंकर जैन ने अदालत को
जो मुस्लिम पक्ष का ये कहना था कि इस मामले में जो है नंदी के सामने की दीवार हटाई जा सकती है, आशंका जाहिर है।
नहीं, ऐसा है कि अब आज अदालत ने कोई भी इस मुतालिक आदेश पारित नहीं किया है। जो भी कल सुनवाई होगी, सुनवाई के बाद जो आदेश आएगा हम आप लोगों को बताएंगे।
तो मतलब कोई कार्रवाई
नहीं, जो आज जो एप्लीकेशन पे सुनवाई होनी थी उस पे सुनवाई आज नहीं होगी।
तो कल 3 बजे तक कोई कार्रवाई होगी निचली अदालत में?
नहीं, कल तो जब सुनवाई होने के बाद जो आदेश होगा उसके उस अनुसार आगे की प्रोसीडिंग चलेगी। नहीं, आज नहीं होगी। मुस्लिम पक्ष को तरफ से यह कहा गया कि साहब वो वहाँ पर आज की एप्लीकेशन पर सुनवाई के बाद हो सकता है कोई आदेश पारित हो, इसलिए आज का जो एप्लीकेशन का सुनवाई उसको कल तक के लिए मुलतवी कर दिया गया।
वरुण जी एक बड़ा सवाल यह है कि कमिश्नर की जो रिपोर्ट है उस पर
नहीं, कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट पे कोई टिप्पणी कोर्ट ने नहीं किया।
सारी हियरिंग
सर ये बताइएगा, अब कल 3 बजे तक के लिए जब तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में डबल बेंच में फिर सुनवाई ना हो, निचली अदालत में कुछ नहीं होगा?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि आज जो प्लेंटिफ के एडवोकेट है उन्होंने कोर्ट को बताया कि आज की जो प्रोसीडिंग है जिला कचहरी में उस पर आज कोई वो उसको प्रेस नहीं करेंगे और कल जब माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय सुनने के बाद जो भी आदेश देगा उसके हिसाब से प्रोसीडिंग आगे बढ़ेगी।
वकील कमिश्नर उन्होंने अपनी रिपोर्ट रख दी है, तो
उस पर कोई टिप्पणी अदालत ने नहीं किया है। थैंक यू।
बार जो मुस्लिम साइड है वो ये पुश कर रहे हैं कि कोर्ट जो है
नहीं, ऐसा कानूनन जो भी अधिकार है उन्हें प्राप्त है, उस पर कोई आपत्ति नहीं है।
मौजूद है एडवोकेट वरुण सिन्हा, लॉयर फॉर द हिंदू साइड।
आज माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सिंपली कल तक के लिए इस केस को एडजर्न कर दिया गया है। कल 20 मई को इस केस की पुनः सुनवाई होगी। सुनवाई के बाद जो भी आदेश पारित किया जाएगा वो आप लोगों को पता चल जाएगा।
नहीं, निचली अदालत में रोक लगाई गई है कल से?
नहीं, ऐसा कोई रोक नहीं है। सिर्फ प्लेंटिफ के एडवोकेट ने कहा कि उनकी जो एप्लीकेशन उसको आज वो प्रेस नहीं करेंगे।
क्या वजह रही कि कल तक टल गई?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि उनके जो एडवोकेट है श्री हरिशंकर जैन वो अदालत में नहीं पहुंच सके क्योंकि वो बीमार थे, हॉस्पिटलाइज थे, वो डिस्चार्ज हुए हैं। अब जब वो कल अपीयर करेंगे, कल अपना पक्ष रखेंगे, उसके बाद जो आदेश होगा पारित हो।
अहमदी साहब ने भी कहा है कि जल्दी सुनवाई होनी चाहिए और
नेचुरली कल का तारीख है। नहीं, कल का तारीख है, कल जो सुनवाई होगी कल आप लोगों को बता दिया जाएगा।
सरकार की ओर से क्या कहा गया?
नहीं, आज कोई उस पर बहस नहीं हुआ है, ये सिंपली एडजर्न हुआ।
So one big question that has emerged out is that the Muslim side was constantly saying that multiple litigations are pending in the country.
Today, the Honorable Supreme Court has passed not any order, no order on this point. It has simply been adjourned for 20th of May. On 20th of May, the plaintiff and the petitioners will be heard. After hearing both the parties, any order the court considers appropriate, they will pass.
What has been the response of the Muslim side in this case, sir?
You see, the Muslim side had apprehension about today's hearing before the trial court. So the Honorable Court said that that trial court, because the counsel for the plaintiff has given undertaking that they will not press this application for today only.
Okay. So there's one question that all proceedings of the lower court has been put on hold. That is the understanding.
No, that's incorrect.
All right. So what we understand as of now is that the Supreme Court has put on hold all proceedings till tomorrow at 3 o'clock. That is when the Supreme Court will hear the case. Now, apart from that, what we understand is that the court commissioner had already submitted his report in the lower Varanasi court, where this hearing was scheduled for today. But that report has already been submitted. But apart from that, all proceedings now will only take place after the Supreme Court is seized of the matter and hears it tomorrow. I'm going to go back to Anane. All right. I think we've got Prakash live with us from Varanasi. Prakash, I think you are joined by someone who's related to these court proceedings. So,
आप लोग का दावा मजबूत है?
हमारा दावा निश्चित रूप से मजबूत है
हम शुरू से कहते हैं बाबा अंदर विद्यमान है, सारी देव देवताओं का विग्रह विद्यमान है, बस हमारी बातों को अभी तक सुना नहीं जा रहा था। अब हमने अपनी बात कही है, अब हमारी बातों को सुना जा रहा है। तो माननीय न्यायालय में सारे जो है सर्वे का रिपोर्ट दाखिल है, इसमें हमारी चीज़ जिस चीज़ को हम शुरू से कहते आए हुए हैं उसी अंदर उनको पाया जाए।
क्या आप लोगों को परमिशन मिलनी चाहिए पूजा करने की, और वुजू जो है उसको भी वहाँ से हटाना चाहिए?
निश्चित रूप से हटाना चाहिए। तो हमारे धार्मिक पूजा स्थल है, पूरे ब्रह्मांड का केंद्र बिंदु बाबा भोलेनाथ हम सभी के आराध्य देव हैं, तो उनको निश्चित रूप से पूजा होना चाहिए। बल्कि मैं तो ये कहता हूँ कि वहाँ पर जो है बाबा जब प्राप्त हुए हैं तो उनका जो है सेवा पूजा अर्चन भी कम से कम कुछ एक लोगों के द्वारा ही कम से कम उनको भोग तो लगना चाहिए। हम लोग क्या है ठाकुर जी को ऐसे मानते हैं कि उनको नित्य भोग आरती सुबह शाम एक मनुष्य की तरह कि सुबह उनको भूख लगती है, उनको जो है भोग चाहिए, संध्या को उनको भोग चाहिए, आरती होनी चाहिए। इस तरह से हमको ये भी मिलना चाहिए जो है, और अपने मूल स्वरूप में भी उनको लाना चाहिए।
लोगों का तो मांग है कि वुजू का जो स्थल है उसको तोड़ देना चाहिए। क्यों तोड़ना चाहिए?
देखिए, आप भी किसी भी धर्म को मानने वाले ही होंगे। किस धर्म को मानते हैं मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन जिस भी धर्म को आप मानते हैं उस धर्म के स्थान पर अगर जो है कोई भी जाके थूकेगा तो आपको बुरा लगेगा। इसी तरह हम भी जो हमको भी बुरा लगता है, हम भी आहत होते हैं। इसलिए किसी के भी जो है पूजन स्थल को इस तरह से अपवित्र नहीं करना चाहिए।
We have Ananya also joining us live, reporting live outside the Supreme Court. Ananya, what more can you tell us? The Supreme Court has asked the trial court to not conduct proceedings. It will hear the matter tomorrow. Give us more information.
Well, yes, clearly see that the top court's bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud has clearly stated that the trial court shall hold its proceeding till tomorrow until it hears the matter at 3 p.m. And remember that this was happening after Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, who is appearing for the original petitioners, in this case Ms. Rakhi Singh and other 4 petitioners who had sought a right to pray inside the Gauri Shankar temple. And remember that they are the respondents in the Supreme Court, because the Muslim side had approached the court, and now after this it has been clearly stated by the Supreme Court that no proceedings shall take place by the trial court, because Mr. Jain himself clearly stated before the court that he will ensure that his advocates don't push for a hearing today in the trial court, and they will inform that a consensus has been reached between both the parties that the matter would be held at least for today and only after the Supreme Court hears the matter, because there was an apprehension being raised by the Muslim side continuously that multiple litigations have been filed, because he was referring to the ones filed in Mathura and the other parts of the country with regards to the raising of mosques, because there are temples inside, because there are multiple litigations not only in Mathura but also in Delhi's Qutub Minar. There is another petition that has been pending in the Saket court. So multiple litigations there. Muslim side was apprehensive that there might be a certain kind of adversarial litigations, and hence both the parties
Ananya, hold your thoughts. I'll have to interrupt you there. We have Prakash also joining us. He is with the court commissioner right now.
Mr. Ajay Pratap Singh. Very good.
Yes, Prakash, please continue. We understand that you're with the court commissioner. Please take it away.
Well, yes, the 2 court commissioners have submitted a report. I am joined by Mr. Vishal Singh, one of the court commissioners, and Mr. Ajay Pratap Singh. We'll have a word with them. First to you, Mr. Vishal Singh. After a lot of controversy with Mr. Ajay Mishra, you have submitted a report. So what is it all about? How many pages? What are the contentious issues that were being discussed in the survey report?
It is about 10 to 12 pages, and this report is very confidential, and it is without prejudice, and we have filed this report in very confidential way with 2 or 3 subordinates we have. तो हम लोगों ने बड़े ही तरीके से plaintiff and defendant what has said during the proceeding of commission, we have drafted into our report, and it is filed in the civil court at 10:15.
So, sir, what was the basis of your finding and survey report? Whom all did you contact? Whom all did you speak?
It is confidential. You can see the report in the court.
No, I understand it is confidential, but since it's a contentious issue and it is talked about in the entire country, so what were the issues or what were the places that you visited for our viewers?
Every places where the attention of plaintiff and defendant was attracted towards us, we have visited that place and we had marked that place, and we have drafted the commission proceeding during that time, and we have submitted the commission report in the court today on 10/15.
There were two contentious issues that were to be discussed in the petition. One was the Hindus seeking permission for worship of Lord Shivalinga. Did you find the Shivalinga there, and also the wuzu?
It is very early to say. This is the matter of court. Court will decide the matter. We have no authority to speak in the media as well as outside the court. We are the officer of the court.
I understand. So अजय प्रताप जी, ये बताइए कि क्या आपने क्या देखा वहाँ पे, क्या फाइंडिंग पाया, क्या आपको लगता है कि न्यायालय फिर कितने बजे बैठेगी और क्या उसमें जजमेंट आएगा?
हम लोगों ने वहाँ पे 14 तारीख को, 15 तारीख को और 16 तारीख को 3 दिन पूरा सर्वे किया गया, और साथ साथ वादी पक्ष और प्रतिवादी पक्ष के भी अधिवक्ता मौजूद थे, और उनके मौजूदगी में वीडियोग्राफी, फोटोग्राफी सब चीज़ हम लोगों ने कराया गया, और उसकी पूरी रिपोर्ट तैयार करके माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष आज 10:15 पर श्री विशाल सिंह के साथ में रह करके माननीय न्यायालय को सौंप दिया गया।
क्या किन किन चीज़ों का वीडियोग्राफी कराया आपने?
पूरे ज्ञानवापी परिसर का, हर जगह का, तहखाने का, और पूरे जगह का जहाँ जहाँ हम लोग आवश्यक समझे हर जगह का वीडियोग्राफी कराया गया, और उसकी फ़ोटोग्राफी कराया गया, और प्लस उसका नोट भी बनाया गया। सब बना करके तैयार करके कंप्लीट करके माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष।
शिवलिंग की उपस्थिति आपको दिखी?
इसके बारे में हम कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे।
के बारे में जो बताया जा रहा है कि फाउंटेन है, वो सब
इस सब के बारे में आप माननीय न्यायालय से, आप वहाँ हम लोगों ने रिपोर्ट सौंप दी है, उससे आपको रिपोर्ट मिल जाएगी, वहाँ से आप देख सकते हैं।
प्रथम दृष्टया आपको क्या लग रहा है?
इसके बारे में कोई कमेंट नहीं।
तो ये कोर्ट माननीय न्यायालय तो अब बैठेंगे थोड़ी देर में, तो उसके बाद क्या कब होगी प्रोसीडिंग स्टार्ट, क्या होगी उसमें?
अब ये माननीय न्यायालय के ऊपर है, क्या करती है क्या नहीं करती है।
तो दोनों तरफ से दलीलें दी जाएंगी कोर्ट में अब कि भाई
वादी पक्ष और प्रतिवादी पक्ष अपना वहाँ आर्गूमेंट करेगा, लेकिन सुनने में आ रहा है कि माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय द्वारा जो है अभी भी रोक लगा दिया गया है।
रोक लगा दी
जी।
तो वहाँ पर जो हिंदू पक्ष के लोग हैं वो बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे बाबा हैं वहाँ, गौरी श्रृंगार की पूजा होगी, वुज़ू के बारे में बातचीत कर रही हैं, तो वो सब एरिया को आपने वीडियोग्राफी किया?
हम लोगों ने पूरा वीडियोग्राफी कराया, फोटोग्राफी कराया है। अब कोई क्या बोल रहा है इसके बारे में हम नहीं कुछ बता सकते हैं, और हर चीज़ की रिपोर्ट तैयार करके माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष हम लोग।
काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर के पीछे का जो हिस्सा है, जो एंशिएंट पीरियड का आपको दिख रहा है, जिसमें काफ़ी आइडल्स हैं, वो सब भी आपने देखा वहाँ?
पूरा सब देखा, सबकी वीडियोग्राफी कराया गया और फोटोग्राफी सबकी कराया गया, पूरा कहीं कुछ छोड़ा नहीं गया। अगर कभी कुछ छूटा होगा तो अगर माननीय न्यायालय फिर कभी पुनः आदेश करती है तो फिर हम लोग उसका सर्वे कमीशन फिर हम लोग कराएंगे।
जय मिश्रा ने जो रिपोर्ट दिया था उसको खारिज कर दिया है, उन पर आरोप लगे कुछ?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। अजय मिश्रा जी ने 6 मई और 7 मई को सर्वे किया था, उसका रिपोर्ट उन्होंने कल शाम को प्रस्तुत किया है। ये जो हम लोगों ने किया ये 14 मई, 15 मई और 16 मई की रिपोर्ट है ये। जी।
अजय मिश्रा जी भी वही सब देखे जो आप देखे?
अजय मिश्रा जी ने 6 और 7 तारीख का सर्वे किया है, उन्होंने बैरिकेटिंग के बाहर का देखा है पूरा, उसके बारे में वो बता सकते हैं। हम लोगों ने 14, 15, 16 प्रशासन के सहयोग से और अंदर का भी पूरा देखा गया, जहां ताला लगे थे ताला भी प्रशासन के द्वारा खुलवाया गया। खुलवाने के बाद वहां वादी की उपस्थिति, प्रतिवादी पक्ष की उपस्थिति, सबकी उपस्थिति में वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग, फोटोग्राफी हुआ।
वादी प्रतिवादी क्या दलील दे रहे थे जब आप लोग वहाँ पर जांच करने गए थे, सर्वे कर रहे थे?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं, कोई सब शांति से हुआ, कोई कुछ दलील नहीं दे रहे थे।
प्रथम दृष्टया ऐसा कुछ देखा कि आपको लगे कि भाई
बहुत कुछ देखा वहाँ पे, और सब कुछ जो कुछ देखा हमने उसकी रिपोर्ट बना करके माननीय न्यायालय के सुपुर्द कर दिया है। अब माननीय न्यायालय उसको अगर डिस्क्लोज करती है तभी उसके बाद हम कुछ कर सकते हैं।
We have a special commissioner of the Gyanvapi Mosque, and they have submitted their report, and later during the course of the day the honorable court would sit in the court, and thereafter some kind of decision would be taken, whether it is pertaining to extension. क्या आपको लगता है कि extension भी हो सकता है?
किस चीज़ का?
टाइम फ्रेम का, कि फिर से
अब तो जैसा सुनने में आ रहा कि माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने स्टे कर दिया है। अब उसके बाद ही यहाँ की जो निचली अदालत है जब वो कोई आदेश करेगी, जो आदेश आएगा फिर देखा जाएगा।
So the court commissioner says, the court appointed commissioner says that since the matter is in the Supreme Court now, we'll wait a decision from the lower court as well as to what kind of decision is taken and when the hearing would be done. Back to you.
Kash, stay with us. We also have Ananya reporting live from outside the Supreme Court. Ananya, if you could take us once again through the heated arguments that took place inside the court before the SC stayed the trial court proceedings.
Well, yes, what happened in the Supreme Court was that a mentioning was made before a bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud and also comprising Justice Suryakant clearly that Mr. Harishankar Jain, who had to appear for the main respondents in this case, could not appear because remember that he is unwell. He was admitted to a Banaras hospital lately when the hearings were taking place before the Banaras court, and his son Vishnu Shankar Jain mentioned it before the court that one day time is needed in order to file their response with regards to the petition that had been there, after which the Muslim side constantly opposed this demand, saying that there are multiple litigations pending before various parts of the country, and hence there might be an adversarial order with regards to any one of them, and hence the matter should be heard today itself, and there is urgency in the matter. But then a consensus was reached between both the parties that the proceedings before the local court in Varanasi would not be taken up by any of the sides, and in fact Mr. Jain, Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain clearly assured the court that he would instruct the counsels there that they would not press for a hearing today and would clearly say that the matter will be heard tomorrow after the Supreme Court passes its order or some kind of interim relief interim
આયોજન નથી અને હશે તો એ પણ ગર્વ સાથે ડિસિઝન લઈશ કે નિર્ણય લઈશ, એમાં પણ સામેથી કહીશ કે આ નિર્ણય લેવાનો છું, આ કામ કરવાનો છું, અને મને ભરોસો છે કે હવે જે પણ કંઈ નિર્ણય લઈશ, તો રાજનીતિની અંદર લોકો એવું કહે છે કે આ પાર્ટી છોડો એટલે તમે પતી જાઓ, તમારું ફ્યુચર સારું ના રહે. ઘણા કોંગ્રેસના લાગણીશીલ આગેવાનોના મેસેજ પણ આવ્યા કે હાર્દિકભાઈ તમારા ફ્યુચરનું શું? દેખો, ફ્યુચરની ચિંતા એ લોકોને હોય જે લોકોને પૈસાને બંગલા બનાવવાના છે. અમે લોકો તો જનતાની વચ્ચેથી ઊભા થયા છે, અમારું કોઈ બેકગ્રાઉન્ડ નહોતું. મારા ફાધર એક સર્વિસિબલ પંપનો ધંધો કરતા હતા અને મારા બાપા જ મને ના પડતા હતા. આજે મારા પપ્પા મારી હાજરીમાં નથી, એમનું નિધન થયું છે. કાયમ એવું કહેતા તું નિર્ણય તારો એક ખોટો થયો છે જીવનમાં. લોકો કયો તો કે તું ખોટી જગ્યાએ એવું તને નથી લાગતું? એટલે એમ કહું કે ના ના પપ્પા, બધું બરાબર છે, ધીમે સમયાંતરે બધું સારું થઈ જશે. પણ સતત એવો પ્રયાસ થયો કે આ લોકોને કંઈ સારું કરવું નહોતું. મારે આ જાહેરાત ન કરવાની હોય કે આ વાત વારંવાર ન કહેવાની હોય. હું કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટીનો કાર્યકારી પ્રમુખ હતો અને મારા ફાધરની ડેથ થઈ હતી. આ ગુજરાત કોંગ્રેસનો એક પણ નેતા મારા ઘરે બેસવા નહોતો આવ્યો વિધાઉટ શક્તિસિંહ ગોહિલ. શક્તિસિંહ ગોહિલ એકવાર ખાલી આવ્યા હતા અને મારા ફાધરની જ્યારે પુણ્યતિથિ હતી તો એક પણ એટલા માટે એ લોકોને આવવું પડ્યું હતું. આવ્યા સારી વાત છે, હું એવું નથી કહેતો કે એ શું કામ આવ્યા. હું એમ કહું માત્ર કેમ જગદીશ ઠાકોર અને રઘુ શર્મા સુખરામભાઈ રાઠોડ કેમ આવ્યા, બાકીના નેતાઓ કેમ ના આવ્યા? કહેવાનો મતલબ બહુ સ્પષ્ટ છે કે જો ગુજરાત કોંગ્રેસના એક કાર્યકારી પ્રમુખના ફાધર ગુજરાત કોંગ્રેસના કાર્યકારી પ્રમુખ કોંગ્રેસના લોકો ન આવી શકે તો ગુજરાતના લોકોનું દુઃખ તો કઈ રીતે જાણી શકશે, ગુજરાતના લોકોના દુઃખને કઈ રીતે સમજી શકશે? એટલે મારી આપ સૌને એક આવી શકતા હોય તો એ લોકો ગુજરાતના દુઃખ ક્યારેય ન જાણી શકે. બસ એટલી જ મારી આજે પ્રેસના માધ્યમથી આપ લોકોને વાત કરવાની હતી. જે પણ કઈ નિર્ણય લઈશ આપ સૌને બહુ જ ઈમાનદારીથી બતાવીશ. ગુજરાતના લોકોનું સારું થાય, ગુજરાતના લોકોનું કામ થાય, ગુજરાતના લોકો જે હું કોંગ્રેસમાંથી જઉં છું એટલે આરોપ પ્રત્યારોપ કરતો એવું નથી, પણ હકીકત આ છે. કોંગ્રેસે શું આપ્યું મારે એ જ જાણવું છે. કોંગ્રેસે શું આપ્યું? કાર્યકારી પ્રમુખ બનાવ્યો. કાર્યકારી પ્રમુખ તમે બીજા 25 બનાવી દો પણ એનો ઉપયોગ જ નહીં લઈ શકો તો કાર્યકારી પ્રમુખ શું કામનું? અને તમે મને બનાવી દીધો, સારી વાત છે ભાઈ, તમારો આભાર. તો કામ શું આપ્યું? એટલે ભરોસો ન કરતા, ભરોસો કરશો તો ભરોસો તોડશે અને ભરોસો નહીં કરો તો તમારો ભરોસો પણ નહીં તૂટે.
of several youngsters and leaders of the Patidar community.
2015 થી લઈને 2022 હોય એમાં રાજકીય જીવન આવી ગયું 3 વર્ષ. મેં મારા 3 વર્ષ બગાડ્યું એનો મને અફસોસ છે. આ 3 વર્ષ હું પોલિટિકલ પાર્ટી જોઈન ન કરીને જો એમનામ પણ લોકો માટે લડ્યો હોત તો પણ હું એવું માનું છું કે હું લોકોને ફાયદો અપાવી શકત, પણ મેં મારા 3 વર્ષ બગાડીને મેં ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક એ દુઃખ વ્યક્ત કરું છું. મારા 3 વર્ષ બગાડીને મેં ગુજરાતના લોકો માટે જે વધારે સારું કામ કરવાનું ન કરી શક્યો. આશા છે ભવિષ્યમાં ગુજરાતના લોકો માટે કંઈક સારું કરીશું, ગુજરાતના લોકોને કંઈક ન્યાય મળે, સમાજનો કંઈક સારો ફાયદો થાય, સમાજનું ફ્યુચર સારું બને અને મારું ગુજરાત જે શ્રેષ્ઠ છે વધુ સર્વશ્રેષ્ઠ કેમ બની શકે એના માટેના તમામ પ્રયાસો આવનારા દિવસમાં કરીશું. ધન્યવાદ. देखो નીતિન ગડકરી સાહેબ પણ એવું બોલ્યા હતા કે લોકતંત્રને તમારે શુદ્ધ અને સમૃદ્ધ રાખવું હોય તો વિપક્ષ હોવો જોઈએ. એ વિપક્ષ કોણ હોઈ શકે એ સવાલ નથી, પણ હું એવું માનું છું કે ગુજરાતની અંદર જે હિસાબે કોંગ્રેસ ચાલી રહી છે એનાથી એક વાત તો સ્પષ્ટ થઈ ગઈ છે કે ગુજરાતની અંદર વિપક્ષની ભૂમિકામાં પણ ગુજરાતમાં આવનાર દિવસમાં કોંગ્રેસ ન પણ હોઈ શકે. કેમ હોય મને એ બતાવો. તમે કયો એવો મુદ્દો છે જે જનતાને સ્પર્શતો હોય જેના માટે તમે ખરેખર આક્રમકતાથી લડ્યા હોય? છેલ્લા 20 વર્ષમાં કયો ગુજરાત કોંગ્રેસનો એવો નેતા છે જે 10 દિવસ જેલમાં રહ્યો? બતાવો મને. કેમ ગુજરાતના લોકો એમને સ્વીકારે? કોંગ્રેસ મુક્ત થાય એના કરતા હું એક વાત સ્પષ્ટ છું કે વિપક્ષ હોવો જોઈએ, વિપક્ષે પણ પોતાની ભૂમિકાઓ નિભાવવી જોઈએ. 2014 પહેલા ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી વિપક્ષમાં જ હતી ને, આક્રમકતાથી વિરોધ કરતી હતી, એની જવાબદારી નિભાવતી હતી. અને આજે કોંગ્રેસ ક્યાં છે? 3 દિવસની ચિકન સેન્ડવિચ ખાવા ઉદયપુર ગયા હતા. હવે અમને ચિંતન કરવાની નહીં, ચિંતા કરવાની જરૂર છે. મેં કહ્યું કે હજુ એવું નક્કી નથી, પણ જે દિવસે નક્કી કરીશ તો ડંકાની ચોટ ઉપર કહીશ. કેમ કે રાજનીતિની અંદર તમે કોઈ પણ પક્ષમાં હોય તમારો હેતુ બહુ સ્પષ્ટ હોવો જોઈએ કે મારે લોકોનું કામ કરવું છે. જ્યાં લોકોનું કામ કરવાનો મોકો મળશે, જ્યાં લોકોનું હિત કરવાનો મોકો મળશે ત્યાં જઈશ. અને એની અંદર હું બહુ સ્પષ્ટ માનું છું કે સમયાંતરે તમારે લોકોના હિત માટેના સારા નિર્ણયો કરવા પડશે. ગુજરાતના લોકો શું વિચારે છે, તમે બધા શું વિચારો છો, મારું પરિવાર શું વિચારે છે, જનતા શું વિચારે છે, વોટર શું વિચારે છે, એ હેતુથી નિર્ણય કરવાનો છે. એક મહિનાથી નથી કોઈ મનાવતા, અમને તો કોઈ રાખવા જ નથી ને. એ ચાહે હાર્દિક પટેલ હોય કે સિંધિયા હોય, જીતિન પ્રસાદ હોય કે આરપીએન સિંઘ હોય, સુનિલ જાખર હોય કે અન્ય કોઈ નેતા હોય, એમને કોઈ મનાવવા નથી. એમની આજુબાજુના 5-7 પક્ષકારો એવું જ કહે છે કે જવા દો, કંઈ ફેર નથી પડવાનો. હું બહુ સ્પષ્ટ માનું છું કોઈના વ્યક્તિથી જવાથી કોઈ પાર્ટી ખતમ ન થઈ જાય, પણ કોઈ વ્યક્તિના જવાથી એ વ્યક્તિનું મોરલ ડાઉન થાય, એ પાર્ટીનું મોરલ ડાઉન થાય, કાર્યકર્તાઓ ઓછા થાય.
The party does not finish if one leader leaves the party, but there is a morale that goes down in the party if a leader leaves.
હું હિન્દુ છું એ મારે કોઈને બતાવવાની જરૂર નથી. તમારામાંથી ઘણા બધા લોકો મારા ફાધરની પુણ્યતિથિ નિમિત્તે રામજન્મભૂમિ સુંદરકાંડના પાઠમાં હતા. અમારું હિન્દુત્વ, અમારો પ્રેમ હિન્દુત્વ તરફ, અમારો ધર્મ એ કોઈને બતાવવા માટે નથી. પણ એક વાત તો મેં પહેલા પણ કહ્યું કે હા હું હિન્દુ છું, હું પાટીદાર છું.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection right at the blast spot, and it's being very clearly conveyed and then very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth?
Christian Michel, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American president alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral, in a closed room in this massive stadium.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Tomorrow when the report comes comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
देखो केस बाबते હું બહુ સ્પષ્ટ છું કે ધીરે ધીરે ન્યાયતંત્રની પરિભાષામાં ન્યાયતંત્ર ઉપર ભરોસાથી કેસો પણ પતશે. અમે કોઈ બલાત્કાર કરીને કે કોઈની હત્યા કરીને અમારી ઉપર કેસ નથી થયા. ગુજરાતની અંદર જનહિત માટેની લડાઈ લડ્યા એટલા માટે અમારી ઉપર કેસ થયા છે, અને એની અંદર મને રાહત મળશે કોર્ટ તરફથી. ધીરે ધીરે 2 વર્ષની સજામાં મને સુપ્રીમ કોર્ટ તરફથી રાહત મળી જ છે. ધીરે ધીરે અમુક કેસો એવા છે જે સરકાર ખેંચી રહી છે, અને માનનીય નરેશભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં જ અમે બધા મળવા ગયા હતા સરકારને, અને સરકારે એવું કહ્યું છે કે અમે ધીરે ધીરે કેસ ખેંચીશું. 3 દિવસ પહેલાં માનનીય નરેશભાઈએ પણ કહ્યું હતું કે સરકારનો અમે આભાર માનીએ છીએ કે ધીરે ધીરે કેસની જે પ્રક્રિયા ખેંચવાની શરૂ થઈ છે, સારી વાત છે. આશા રાખીએ કે ઝડપથી કેસ પાછા ખેંચવાની પ્રક્રિયા થાય. જગદીશભાઈએ મને એક વાર જ માત્ર ફોન કર્યો હતો અને એટલું કહેવાય કે હાર્દિકભાઈ તમે આવું સ્ટેટમેન્ટ કેમ આપો છો, પાર્ટીને નુકસાન થાય છે. અરે મેં કીધું તમને મેં 1 મહિના પહેલા કહ્યું છે રઘુ શર્માની હાજરીમાં કે તમે જવાબદારી નક્કી કરો, કેમ નથી કરતા? તો કે સારું ચલો એક કામ કરો, તમે આવે એટલે મળી આવે. પછી ક્યારે મળવાનું, શું ચર્ચા કરવાની, કોઈ જ એમનું રાજીવ ગાંધી ભવન કોંગ્રેસનું તમે સંભાળતા હશો. અમારી મિટિંગોમાં શું થાય તમને ખબર છે? સાંજે મમરા ખાઈને છૂટા પડવાનું, ભજીયા ખાઈને છૂટા પડવાનું. આના સિવાય નવી કોઈ વાત નથી થતી. એટલે તમારે અનુભવ કોક દાડો કરવો હોય તો એવું માનું છું કોઈક વ્યક્તિએ પત્રકાર તરીકે રાજીનામું આપીને કોઈ પાર્ટી જોઈન કરીને એકવાર જોવું પડે એવું છે. હકીકત શું છે અંદર? હું બહુ સ્પષ્ટ રીતે માનું છું કે માત્ર વાતો કરવાની અને જોરથી વાતો કરવાની, અને જ્યારે તમને એવું લાગે કે યાર મારી વિરુદ્ધ
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the honorable 2 judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations.
This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other markets. This is one such vehicle that's lying here and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues. The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative.
And back with some visuals coming in from Patiala, where Navjot Singh Sidhu staged a protest. While protesting against a price hike in Patiala, Navjot Singh Sidhu came on an elephant. The protest was in fact organized by Sidhu in Patiala against the union government against inflation. So you can see there the visuals of Navjot Singh Sidhu, who came at the protest site on an elephant to protest against inflation. So a drama there staged by Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu, the ex-PCC chief of Punjab, on an elephant to protest against the inflation in the country. And we will continue on the other side as well. More information as Navjot Singh Sidhu stages protest on an elephant in Patiala.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations.
This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other markets. This is one such vehicle that's lying here and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues. The only thing we ask right now is, What is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food.
The headlines at noon. Top court stays the trial court's proceedings in the Gyanvapi case until Friday. The ex-court commissioner's survey report makes massive revelations. Is there a shivling in the Gyanvapi Mosque? Survey report by the ex-court commissioner mentions Hindu motifs on walls inside the mosque. Lotus inscriptions shaped for 4 Hindu idols are found and traces of the mandir are found. The court commissioner's back ex-commissioner's survey report says the report will be illegible. After Gyanvapi, a local court is to hear the police-seeking survey of the Mathura Mosque. CBI to grill TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling case today. Dr. S. Jaishankar is to attend virtual foreign ministers' BRICS meeting. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. In fact, we are now getting exclusive excerpts from the reports of the Special Advocate Commissioner Vishal Singh. Now, what we understand from the excerpts that we are going to bring to you just a bit, the shivling has been mentioned in the second survey report that was submitted by the court commissioner a short while ago. Now, it also states that signs of Sanatan culture were found inside the mosque. The report mentions that Sanatan signs were found on the walls of the basement. Now, these signs include a lotus, a dambru, trishul and other signs. The chip of videography of the survey done between the 14th and 16th of May has been submitted by the commissioner to the court. And Prakash Singh is following all these developments. Let's go across to him. Prakash, give us more details of what we are learning in terms of the report that's been submitted by the Special Advocate Commissioner Vishal Singh.
Well, yes, you rightly pointed out that these findings have been submitted by the Special Commissioner, both Vishal Singh and Ajay Pratap Singh, in the Varanasi court. And yes, of course, our sources say that shivling has been mentioned in the second survey report. Signs of Sanatan culture were also found inside the mosque. and Lotus, Damru, Trishul and other signs were also found. And the chip of all this entire videography and the survey report done on 14th and 16th have been submitted in the court. Although I'm with these two gentlemen in their office, but they're denying because they are bounded by the protocol of the court as well as the district magistrate, and they say that whatever we had to do, we have done it in the survey report and submitted it before the court. Although they are tight-lipped about this entire source-based report that we have got, and we are breaking this here on Republic TV. I'll finally get a quick word from Vishal Singh again, although he's not speaking much on the findings of the report. Vishal Singh ji, you are not speaking much on the findings of the report, but what were the traces that you found that were contentious in nature, which was subject to some problem?
It is confidential, or we cannot say anything to the media. We cannot say anything. We have done our job perfectly, as well as within the ambit of law. We cannot say anything to the media.
I respect your sentiments, Mr. Ajay Pratap Singh. आपको क्या ऐसी चीज़ें दिखी, कुछ ऐसी जो कि लगता है कि उसको रेक्टिफाई करना ज़रूरी है, या दोनों पक्ष जब थे वहाँ पे तो उन लोग अचंभित हो गए देखकर?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। वहाँ पे जब सर्वे हो रहा था तो वहाँ वादी पक्ष, प्रतिवादी पक्ष, प्रशासनिक लोग, सभी लोग थे, और वहाँ पे जो भी चीज़ें मिली उसका वीडियोग्राफी कराया गया, फोटोग्राफी कराया गया, और उसका हम लोग नोट भी किए हैं, और हर चीज़ को एक विधिवत दे करके निष्पक्षता से हम लोग बना करके रिपोर्ट और माननीय न्यायालय को हम लोगों ने सौंप दिया है।
Well, yes, Nupur, they have submitted the report, and our sources in the court says that all these findings have been mentioned in the report of the Special Commissioner with a beat pertaining to the existence of Shivling, the Sanatan culture, the evidence of Damru, Trishul, Lotus, all these are there, Swastik, all these are there. That's what our sources say. Although these two special commissioners are tight-lipped, they're bounded by the protocol, they cannot speak. Back to you.
Right now, Prakash, this is the second report that was submitted today, but there was another report that was submitted by the first commissioner. Now, he was later removed by the court. Now, give us more details of, whether that report now becomes permissible, because he was the only commissioner during the 4th to 6th survey, I think. And both these reports seem to, point towards the same thing, that there appear to be signs and symbols of Sanatan culture.
Well, that is up to the Honorable Court to decide whether they admit the findings of all the three special commissioners, because there was a bone of contention as far as the finding of the first commissioner, Ajay Mishra, because there were allegations against him that he leaked certain evidences of videography by getting the videography done by one of his personal the videographer, and that was not done.
The videography.
Allegedly.
His videographer was giving a statement regarding what one side of in favor of plaintiff. That's why in favor of plaintiff he.
को क्यों हटा दिया गया?
अब जो किया न्यायालय ने दोनों पक्षों की उपस्थिति में किया वो.
All right, so Prakash, of course, is speaking to the commissioners over there. Prakash, for the moment, thank you. We are getting more breaking news. In fact, we are now getting a reaction from the Samajwadi Party MP Shafiqur Rahman Barq, who has said that whatever is happening will not be tolerated, and findings of a shivling are false propaganda. So let's listen into that comment that's come in.
यार बिल्कुल झूठ है, गलत है, और ये गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी ये मुल्क के खिलाफ है, और मुसलमान भी हम यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, यहीं रहेंगे, यहीं मरेंगे, यहीं जिएंगे। अगर मुसलमानों के साथ इस तरह की पॉलिसी बरती गई और ये जगह जगह जो इस किस्म की नफरत फैलाई जा रही है, तो इससे मुल्क को नुकसान होगा, हमें ही नहीं, मुल्क को भी नुकसान होगा। मुल्क की यानी तरक्की के लिए और उसकी उन्नति के लिए ज़रूरत है इस बात की कि सब में एक जहती हो, मोहब्बत हो, मिलजुल कर काम करें। अरे भाई मुल्क की तरक्की के लिए काम कीजिए, ये तो नफरत फैला रहे हैं। आज की बनी हुई है कुतुब मीनार और ये ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद जो है तो आज की बनी हुई है, तो आज उसमें शिवलिंग निकल आया। ये बिल्कुल झूठे बातें हैं, झूठे प्रोपेगेंडे हैं, इसको हम कभी बर्दाश्त।
All right, so that is a comment that's coming in from the Samajwadi Party leader. And here's a look at some news in brief now. The Enforcement Directorate has registered a money laundering case against actor Shilpa Shetty's husband and businessman Raj Kundra in connection with the production and circulation of pornographic films. Raj Kundra was arrested in July of 2021 along with 11 people on charges related to alleged creation of pornographic material. The Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mandal will be grilled by the CBI today. The CBI had earlier summoned him for questioning in connection with its probe in the cattle smuggling case in West Bengal. The Kerala police have registered a case against the Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee President K. Sudhakaran over his dog with broken chain comment against the State Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Earlier on Tuesday, the KPCC chief had used the slang, the dog with a broken chain, against the Chief Minister while addressing media persons. After the BJP senior leaders JP Nadda and Amit Shah's visit to Telangana, Prime Minister Modi will also visit Hyderabad to hold a meeting with the BJP leaders in the state. Prime Minister Modi will arrive in Telangana on the 26th of May and participate in the annual day celebrations of the Indian School of Business. In another setback for the Congress party, leader Ganesh Ghogra on Wednesday sent his resignation as an MLA to the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. In his resignation letter, Ghogra reportedly said that despite being a ruling party MLA and the Youth Congress's state president, he was being neglected and his voice was being suppressed by the local administration and officers. Well, news just coming in. Yassin Malik has been brought to Delhi's Patiala House Court. The court is expected to frame charges against Malik and others in connection with the Kashmir terror funding case. Now, the NIA court is also expected to pass orders on Malik and others in this particular case. So remember, a special court of the NIA is hearing arguments on the quantum of punishment and the charges to be framed against Kashmiri separatist Yassin Malik on all charges including UAPA in connection with a terror case. Now, he has been charged with hatching a criminal conspiracy, waging a war against the country and other unlawful activities and disturbing peace in Kashmir. Malik had pleaded guilty in the matter. In the last hearing, he told the court that he was not contesting any of the charges that have been leveled against him, including sections of the Terrorist Act, the Raising Funds for Terror Activities Act, the Conspiracy to Commit a Terror Act case. These, of course, all fall under UAPA, which is, and also several sections of 120B and 124A, which essentially is sedition in the Indian Penal Code. Now, what we understand is that he has been brought to court right now. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us an update on this. Just to tell our viewers that Yassin Malik, in fact, had pleaded guilty to all these charges that were leveled against him. Now, these charges are very serious in nature, and in fact, he's been charged with hatching a criminal conspiracy, waging a war against the country and other unlawful activities, which brought about disturbance in peace in Kashmir. All right, Anane joins us live. Anane, give us more details of what we are picking up. Now, we understand that he's been brought to Delhi's Patiala House Court even as we speak. Anane? All right, I don't think we've got Anane, but just to detail for our viewers the charges that have been laid out against Yasin Malik, they fall under various sections of the IPC, and most of them extremely stringent sections. That's Section 17, raising funds for terrorist activity. A large number of these fall under the very stringent UAPA Act. Section 18, of course, is conspiracy to commit a terrorist act. He's also been charged charged under the Act, which essentially talks of foreign funding okay, news just coming in. I understand that Yasin Malik has been convicted. So what we understand is that news just coming in, Yasin Malik has been convicted by the special NIA court. Now, in its last hearing, do remember that Yasin Malik had pleaded guilty to all these offences. We are, of course, expecting the court also to decide on the quantum of sentence that will be granted to Yasin Malik. Right now, news just coming in that Yasin Malik has been convicted by the special NIA court. He had, in a sense, he had been charged with hatching a criminal conspiracy, waging a war against India and other unlawful activities and disturbing the peace of Kashmir. So Yasin Malik been convicted under all in the case. Now we'll have to wait and watch out for a detailed order essentially to come out from the court to understand what is the quantum of sentence likely to be, because it will depend on the charges that he's been convicted under. All right, Niranjan joins me now. Niranjan, give us more details of what we're picking up on this.
Yasin Malik had earlier admitted to all his charges. He did not contest any of these charges, and we broke that a few weeks back. In fact, Republic TV had accessed full details of the charges against Yasin Malik, and Yasin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Yasin Malik has been convicted, Nupur. And this is a man who's accused. He was the face of terror. Under the guise of separatism, his crimes are many, and his crimes have been documented, Nupur. Someone who was behind so many killings. He was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. And the quantum of punishment is awaited. And someone who's accused of single-handedly spreading unrest, violence, terror for years and decades together. And this is a terror funding case. And he did not contest any charges which were leveled against him for terror, did not contest charges that were leveled against him for separatism, for all the terror funding. Now look at the cases, the allegations that he faces, and this is one particular case, but the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades together. And Yasin Malik, Nupur, until recently, until this government came in and started the crackdown on so-called separatist backers, otherwise Pakistani stooges and terror backers, he was single-handedly the face of terror in the valley. Taking a Pakistan line, he shared the stage with Pakistani terrorists. And all of this was okay. All of this was okay for a section of the Indian media which used to call him to conferences. They used to call him the face of a new Kashmir back then. Can you imagine if he was the face of new Kashmir? What sort of a Kashmir that may have been? Dr. S.P. Vaid, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, I beg your pardon there. Dr. S.P. Vaid, you know Yasin Malik very well. You've served there. A large part of your life has been out of Kashmir. And this man has today been convicted. Sir, I'd like to hear from you.
Of those Kashmiri Pandits and other innocent people who were killed on his directions will rest in peace today. I think some justice has been done, and it speaks of the new dispensation, how justice is being delivered. My apologies on behalf of my country to those who had to lose their life in early 90 because of such people, and it took so many 32 years to deliver justice to them. Thank you very much.
Is this just the tip of the iceberg, Dr. Ved? Is this just the tip of the iceberg? What is this man accused of? You know his case history and the kind of role he has played in spreading unrest in the valley, in making sure that the valley burns and that Kashmiri Hindus and Pandits are targeted. Even our forces were targeted because of this man.
He used to openly go to the embassy of Pakistan, collect money in full public glare, get that money, use that money apart from even Hawala transactions, and give it to the boys, ruined so many lives of so many young boys in Kashmir. I think with this conviction, now that chapter closes. And as you said, it is tip of the iceberg. Many more such convictions will be coming in the days to come, because the new government means business. And people of Kashmir will see justice coming to them, and there would be no people left who will exploit their future generation. It is for the good of people of Kashmir.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. That is Dr. S.P. Ved, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, joining us on the phone line. He knows a thing or two about Yasin Malik, and he made that mention of how people like Yasin Malik would go to the Pakistan embassy, regular visitors at the Pakistan embassy would even sometimes share the stage with Pakistani terrorists. There was a picture of Yasin Malik sharing the stage with a terrorist, with a man who plotted attacks on Indian soil. Dr. Nirmal Singh is joining us. Nirmal Singh is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Nirmal Singh, Yasin Malik, Pakistani agent, terror agent, accused of murder during the Pandit exodus, instigator of attacks, finally convicted.
It's a very long-awaited justice has come to the victims who were killed by this terrorist. It was very unfortunate. He was enjoying royal patronage, but ultimately justice has come, and he is the person who was being patted by Dr. Farooqullah. He was meeting the Prime Minister of the country with Sonia Ji. So that was the state of affairs in India. Now, finally, the justice has come. The family of the victims for a long time. Now it has finally, it's a very welcome step, and ultimately it will give back to the other terrorists also. That's whosoever, whatever position he is holding, whatever patronage he is having, he shall not be spared by law. And I thank to the judicial system of our country that finally the justice has come.
Thank you, Mr. Nirmal Singh. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Major Gaurav Arya joining us on the phone line. Major Gaurav Arya, you know this man very well, Yasin Malik. You know what he's accused of. You've been studying his role so closely, and it's just the beginning, isn't it? Finally, he's been convicted in one case. Major Arya, I'd like to hear from you today.
Really happy. I just saw this on the Republic app, and it gives me so much of happiness, and there are many families who will find closure. This man, Yasin Malik, is a terrorist masquerading as a politician, and the NIA special court has convicted him. I'm very happy. There will be appeals, I'm sure. I'm sure his lawyers will try something. But I'm very sad the way, Mehbooba Mufti reacted when he pleaded guilty, and she said that this is an attack on Muslims in India. I mean, I think she had the same opinion when Burhan Wani was killed. At least I think she did, because that is the way she thinks. So good that he is being convicted by the court, and Pakistan is upset. Pakistan is saying that we strongly condemn it, but Pakistan's condemnations mean nothing. I mean, the country is on the brink of bankruptcy. However, I think it's a very momentous moment for us, all of us, Niranjan.
Major Arya, I want you to stay with us, Major Arya, because we're going to be on the story. I just want to take one reaction from the Pandit community. Sushil Pandit is joining us. Sushil Pandit, what are the thoughts going on in your mind today? Sushil, can you hear me, Sushil? Sushil, are you there? I think I lost the line. But Major Arya, here is someone who played. You remember there are some pictures we can't ever forget, Major Arya, of him being received by a sitting Prime Minister, called the face of a new Kashmir, him being honored at conclaves by a section of the media, him sharing the stage with terrorists on Pakistani soil. Major Arya, and then Jalal Bakhshi is also joining us. Yeah, Major Arya.
Niranjan, absolutely. How can one forget? You know, Yasin Malik was the toast of the Lutyens media. He was the toast of that lecture circuit of South Delhi, and how people welcomed him and how they thought that he was something of a Fidel Castro, something of a revolutionary, and how he's gone to Pakistan. And even his wife, Mashal Malik, you know, in Pearl Continental Hotel in Lahore, it was there that his wife was brought by the ISI. इस आदमी का रिश्ता ISI ने करवाया है, इसकी वाइफ के लड़की वाले ISI के. They brought her there and इनकी coffee shop में meeting हुई थी, and that is how he got married to Mashal Malik. She's a Pakistani national, and now she lives in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that this man is a terrorist. He's not just a terrorist supporter. He has killed people. This man is responsible for deaths, and I hope this man takes his last breath in prison. He should not see the light of day. This man is pure evil, Niranjan. This man is evil, and he deserves to be in jail forever, for the rest of his life.
Absolutely, Major Arya. Jalal Bakhshi also has been on so many debates. Major Gaurav Arya, stay with me. Stay with me, sir. Stay with me. Don't disconnect Gaurav Arya, Jalal Arya, Gaurav Arya. I want to get Jalal Bakhshi as well. Jalal Bakhshi and Gaurav Arya, two of the best voices in India today on defense, and have tracked the story of Yasin Malik. And I have Jalal Bakhshi with me. Jalal Bakhshi, while you are speaking, sir, we are playing out the pictures of Yasin Malik walking out of the court. The first pictures coming in of him walking out of the court smiling. He didn't even contest the charges. Jalal Bakhshi.
Yes, he pleaded guilty because he is guilty. But he seems to, the kind of assurance that he's showing is disconcerting. As Gaurav mentioned, here is a man who is hand in glove with the Pakistani ISI. His bride, his wife, was chosen for him by the ISI. He had to marry in Pakistan, and here is a man who was responsible for murder. Here is a man who killed in cold blood, Indian citizens, Kashmiri Pandits. He killed the 4 Air Force personnel. He has blood on his hands. And instead of, hiding, trying to scurry around for cover, this man was openly flaunting himself and his connections with the high and mighty of the land. He was calling on the Prime Minister. I mean, how many of us can do that? How many of us can qualify to get to that exalted office? There was a man who was going around as if he was the greatest diva on the planet, on the matter of Kashmir. He was trying to pose as if he was a future prospective Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. On what basis? On the basis of participation, enthusiastic participation in ethnic cleansing and genocide. And this man was thereafter involved even in the killing of armed forces personnel. And you go around strutting about as if that was a great deed that he had performed. He had to be brought to justice. Because unless justice is seen to be done, people will lose faith. I mean, you can kill, you can do ethnic cleansing, you can do genocide, and not only walk free, but walk as a self-proclaimed hero of a kind. It was about time that for the sake of the Pandits, for the wounds that have been inflicted upon an entire community, that this man had to be brought to justice. Thank God they've done it. There I, durust I. It had to be, it should have been done many, many years ago to send a clear message that this will not stand. We will not permit ethnic cleansing. We will not let people involved get away scot-free. They will have to pay for their sins, their crimes against humanity. They have to be brought to justice. The place where he belongs is behind the bar. And frankly, for the murder that he has committed, I thought he should, have been hanging at the end of a rope. But if that has not been possible because he's gone and admitted to his guilt, so get the court's mercy and pardon, kind of a thing. But the court hasn't spared him. He is going to go into jail for I don't think he deserves to come out of that jail. He belongs there, and I'm glad he is being sent.
General Bakshi, stay with me, sir. Between you and Gaurav Arya, I'm going to keep, asking you all questions because, everybody, in the early years, we used to see him being celebrated, Major Gaurav Arya. Why didn't previous governments or previous dispensations manage to get justice for the pundits? Why did they celebrate him, Major Arya? Why did they do handshakes with him? Why did they make him some sort of an icon?
Tell you what, whether it is Punjab or whether it is Kashmir, Pakistan took advantage of a situation. There is no doubt Pakistan fomented terrorism in Kashmir and Punjab both. But the fact of the matter is that it was the policy of the previous government which started it all. I mean, who propped up Bhindranwale? Yes, he was supplied with weapons from Pakistan, but who propped them up? It was the Congress government. Who started all this nonsense in Kashmir? Pakistan took advantage. Pakistan sent terrorists. They carried out terrorist acts in Kashmir. But the problem is that when you invite a man like Yassin Malik and you have a man of the stature of Dr. Manmohan Singh, Prime Minister or not does not matter, with him on the stage, shaking hands, photo ops being done, and the glitterati of Delhi there to celebrate Yassin Malik. Celebrating what? That he killed Indian Air Force personnel? That he's a separatist? That he wants to cleave India into half? Is this why he was being celebrated? Because they were hand in glove with these people. They raised these people as their own. They were hand in glove. They gave money, Niranjan. Inko paisa milta tha every year. And overall, they have given, across decades, they have given about $1 billion, approximately $1 billion to the separatists of the Hurriyat. And this man was a direct beneficiary. It's not just he was shaking hands with the Prime Minister of the country. He received money. Have you seen the lifestyle? You should see the bungalows that they have in Delhi. You should see the bungalows that they have in Srinagar. I have seen it. These people are filthy rich. And where do they get the money from? It was given by India's central government. The kids have government jobs. They have the best of SUVs. They'll dine in the best of restaurants. They go abroad. It's all funded. It was all funded. It was only when the Modi government came that they switched off the tap and they said nothing doing. Otherwise, these people live the lifestyle which would be the envy of a cabinet minister. A caravan of 10 vehicles taking them, a convoy of 10 vehicles. They used to be received by the police at Delhi airport. And then they would go to a hospital in Gurgaon, a luxury hospital in Gurgaon for their treatment, where one night stay in that hospital used to cost 2.5 lakh rupees for one night. Who paid for it? It was the taxpayer who paid for it. And these were the people they were raised. They were raised by this cabal in Delhi. And I'm so happy today that he's going to be spending time in jail. Yes, there will be appeals, but I'm very sure that wherever it goes, the appeal goes, this man will be behind bars for the rest of his life. And it's very important because these people take their sustenance from Pakistan. Pakistan is their ideological base. And once you hit Pakistan, directly or indirectly, through Yassin Malik or directly, people scream in agony. Because these were the people who killed our, the entire Kashmiri Pandit tragedy that happened. He was one of the architects of that. The entire Hurriyat. They were the ideological mentors of these terrorists. And they have been given, and this person is responsible for the deaths. He has admitted to it. He has not said,
Major Arya and General Bakshi, can I request you both to just join us live for a few minutes? Can I request both of you gentlemen, Major Jiri Bakshi, Major Arya, I'm going to free you right now because we need to have you live on Republic. Everyone's watching Republic and they want to hear from you. I'm freeing you so that you can come live. Okay? I'm freeing you so I can get you live. I'm going across to the live pictures coming in of the vehicle carrying Yassin Malik leaving the Special NIA court in Delhi.
I also have Gursimran getting in the first reactions. Ananya is joining me, but I'll go across to Gursimran. Joining us with the first reactions. Gursimran, over to you. Gursimran, are you there, Gursimran?
जो बेगुनाह लोगों का कत्ल करेगा, छोटे छोटे मासूमों की जिंदगियों को बर्बाद करेगा, जो इस सरजमी को लहूलुहान करने की साजिश करेगा, वो बच नहीं सकता है। देर जरूर हुई है, लेकिन अंतोगत्वा पाप का घड़ा फूटा है और पापियों को, अपराधियों को, गुनाहगारों को उनके कुकर्मों की सजा मिल रही है।
Ananya is also joining us live. I'm going across to Ananya as you look at the first pictures of Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik, terrorist Yasin Malik, seen leaving the court in Delhi. Terrorist Yasin Malik, who instigated attack on our forces. Terrorist Yasin Malik, who was celebrated by a section of the Lutyens media. Terrorist Yasin Malik, who shared the stage with Pakistani terrorists. Terrorist Yasin Malik, who was a frequent visitor at Pakistan embassy. Terrorist Yasin Malik, who received funds from Pakistan for years and years and years to attack our forces, to ensure that the Kashmiri Pandit exodus happens. I'd like to go across to Gursimran. Let me go across to Gursimran and Ananya. Ananya, what happened inside the court? Ananya.
Yes, Niranjan, the matter was kept for order on framing of charges and after Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty and said that he won't claim trial, the court has said that on 25th of May, the arguments on the sentence would be continuing. And remember, Niranjan, when a person pleads guilty, he is liable for maximum punishment in this case, which can go up to life. And remember that in the terror funding case, the charges against him are very, very serious in nature, because it has been said that though he didn't receive any direct money, but he received money through Zahoor Ahmad Shah Watali, and which was in turn sent to Hafiz Saeed. This was the clear observation of the court in its previous orders when it had framed charges against Yasin Malik, such serious charges that he was involved into disrupting the Kashmir Valley's peace and harmony. And in fact, the claims that there were...
reactions now. Ananya, breaking reactions coming in. Kavinder Gupta of the BJP joining us, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Kavinder Gupta, your first response, your party's response to Yasin Malik being convicted.
मामले में दिल्ली के एनआईए कोर्ट से हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जम्मू कश्मीर कविंदर गुप्ता साहब मौजूद हैं। कविंदर जी, किस तरह से देखते हैं यासिन मलिक को एक केस में सज़ा हुई है, दोषी करार दिया गया है, आज अदालत की तरफ से 25 को सज़ा सुनाई जाएगी?
एक ऐतिहासिक फैसला, और जो पिछली सरकारें इन लोगों के साथ किस प्रकार का रसूख रखती थी, और आज भारत सरकार ने, जिसमें गृह मंत्रालय ने एक बड़ा इनिशिएटिव लेकर के जो लोग अपहरण में, टेरर फंडिंग में लगातार पत्थरबाजी के लिए, दूसरी चीज़ों के लिए जिम्मेवार थे, माननीय न्यायालय का स्वागत करना चाहिए। और इस प्रकार के लोग जिन्होंने लगातार 30 साल कश्मीर में आतंक फैला करके रखा, और जो वहाँ पर सरकारें थी उस वक्त की इनकी सपोर्ट करती थी, इनके साथ जेलों में भी एक दोस्ताना रवैया अपनाया जाता था। तो पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि इसको सज़ा होगी, और सज़ा इस प्रकार की होनी चाहिए कि जो लोग आज भी टेरर के माध्यम से कश्मीर में काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो अंडरग्राउंड वर्कर्स हैं या चाहे उनके इन्फॉर्मर्स हैं या इस टेरर फंडिंग में इन्वॉल्व हैं, जिन्होंने कश्मीर का माहौल ख़राब किया, गुमराह किया, उनके लिए एक सबक है। उम्मीद करनी चाहिए आने वाले समय में इसी तरीके से जो बाकी भी लोग बचे हैं, जो आज भी कहीं ना कहीं छिपे हैं या जिनके ऊपर केसेस चल रहे हैं, ऐसी सज़ा होगी जो आगे आने वाले इस प्रकार के टेररिस्ट के लिए एक सबक होगा।
सर, और कई केसेस भी हैं यासिन मलिक के खिलाफ पेंडिंग, उसमें भी चाहते हैं कि स्पीडी ट्रायल हो ताकि उन परिवारों को भी जस्टिस मिल सके।
माननीय न्यायालय ने जिस प्रकार से जल्द से इस का संज्ञान लिया है और जल्द इस पर एक कार्रवाई भी हुई है। 25 को इसकी सज़ा हो रही है, बाकी केसेस का भी इसी प्रकार से होगा। तो एक फांसी तक की सज़ा इनको मिलनी चाहिए। जो इन्होंने एक दरिंदगी की है, अपहरण किए हैं, बलात्कार किए हैं और पाकिस्तान के साथ इसकी जो पत्नी थी वो भी पाकिस्तान।
Getting some more breaking news now that after Gyanvapi, the Mathura petition has been allowed, and this is a big breaking news coming in. The Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi debate has now intensified as a petition seeking a survey of the Shahi Eidgah Mosque located in the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi complex has now been allowed. The Mathura petition has been allowed. It's a big breaking news update. Krishna Janmabhoomi petition has been allowed. Getting in more details now of let me go across. The petition has been allowed. 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 There's a small correction. Petition has been allowed, and that's a big breaking news update. If Ananya is live with us, let's go across to him. Let's go across to Ananya and get more details. Ananya. Well, yes, Niranjan, the suit that has been filed, there is a preliminary stage wherein the court accepts this petition, and here the court has accepted this suit with regards to the Shahi Mosque in Mathura, and clearly which is somehow a big relief for the petitioners, because now the court has said that it will hear this matter completely. And remember that this petition has demanded a survey into the Shahi Eidgah, because the Hindu side has always claimed that it is the Krishna Janmabhoomi that is there, and the Shahi Mosque was built by destroying the remains of the Krishna Janmabhoomi. So now the petition has been admitted into the court, and the court
जी जी ऐसा है, माननीय अधीनस्थ न्यायालय ने ये माना कि हमको दावादार करने का अधिकार नहीं है। हमने जो सूट फाइल किया था, कंप्रोमाइज को चैलेंज करते हुए फाइल किया था, माननीय जनबंदी महोदय ने ये माना कि कंप्रोमाइज को चैलेंज करते हुए सूट फाइल किया गया, लीगली फाइल किया गया, हमको राइट टू फाइल सूट है। जनबंदी महोदय ने हमारे पिटीशन को स्वीकार किया, लोअर कोर्ट के जजमेंट को निरस्त किया गया। अब हमारा सूट प्रोसीड करेगा और ये हम लोअर कोर्ट तय करेगी कि जो कंप्रोमाइज हुआ है वो इलीगली हुआ है। सब्सिक्वेंटली सर्वे होगा, क्या होगा वो हम लोअर कोर्ट में एप्लीकेशन बुक करेंगे। अगली डेट लोअर कोर्ट में जाकर तय होगा, लोअर कोर्ट में तय होगा। हमारा चूंकि मुकदमा लीडिंग सूट है, हमारा मुकदमा सारे मुकदमों को सुपरसीड करते हुए लीड करेंगे और उसमें हम तय करेंगे आगे फर्दर क्या प्रोसीडिंग करनी है। निश्चित रूप से इसमें भी सुना गया था, इस जजमेंट में भी सुना गया था। कोई जजमेंट एक्स पार्टी नहीं है, दोनों पार्टियों को सुनकर किया गया है, मेरिट पर किया गया है। मुस्लिम पक्ष को सुना गया, उनके अधिवक्ता को सुना गया, सुन्नी सेंट्रल बोर्ड को सुना गया, सबको सुना गया। कोई जजमेंट एक्स पार्टी नहीं है, जजमेंट बेस्ड ऑन द मेरिट।
एएसआई सर्वे का
बोला गया है कि सर्वे होना चाहिए।
नहीं ये अभी है ही नहीं।
सर्वे का कोई इशू नहीं है, सर्वे का कोई इशू नहीं है। सर्वे
आगे की कार्रवाई क्या होगी?
आगे की कार्रवाई आगे ये दैट सूट बेस्ड ऑन द टाइटल।
जो ये बताइए गोपाल जी ये बताइए, आज जो एविडेंस है जो आपने
ये सब बीमार हो जाएंगे, आप भी वहाँ आ जाइए, छाँव में आ जाइए।
What does this mean? What does this mean? If I can come back to you, Ananya, to the details. Ananya. Well, yes, in this Krishna Janmabhoomi case, this was a title suit that has been filed claiming that this land belongs to the Krishna deities, and now the civil court in Mathura has accepted and admitted this suit. Admission basically means that the court has accepted that there is some merit into the matter and the matter is liable to be heard. It would now be considering the documents, the contentions of both the sides, and then it would be deciding the matter. But a very, very big development coming in from the Mathura court, wherein the court has accepted the suit, it has admitted the suit. clearly saying that there is some merit into the petition and the matter is liable to be heard. Niranjan, the court would be hearing the matter and would then be deciding on it, would be hearing both the sides. So far there were it was on the preliminary stage as to the maintainability of the suit. The maintainability has been accepted, that suit is maintainable, and it can be heard that there is some contention, there is some rightfulness into this whole suit, and then the court would now be hearing on the merits of this case later on the next date of hearing, and then it would be deciding on this. Niranjan.
Well, Ananya, we're talking about the Krishna Janambhoomi plea accepted. It's a major victory, can we say, for the petitioners, the group of lawyers who have petitioned for this. Tell us more about their demands. They are seeking that namaz be stopped at this particular site because it is the birthplace of Lord Krishna, they say.
Well, first of all, it's the civil suit that has been admitted into the court by the civil judge, and the civil suit relates to the title suit, which basically in layman language means that this is the land of the Krishna deities. This is what the Hindu side says, and it says that there should be a right to pray that should be granted because it is the land that belongs to the Krishna deities, and the court somehow has accepted the preliminary submissions on the stage of maintainability, and hence it has said that it would be hearing the matter. We would be sticking to the story and would be breaking out all the details on this after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection right at the blast spot, and it's being very clearly conveyed and then very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michelle, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American president alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive stadium.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Report comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit.
Live and breaking on Republic TV, Yasin Malik has been brought to the Patiala court. He has been convicted by the NI court. The Pakistan-sponsored terrorist has finally been convicted. We are joined by Major Gaurav Arya and Major General G.D. Bakshi to discuss more on this breaking development. Well, it's been described as a historical moment, but it's been years and it's come so long. General Bakshi, coming to you first, your reactions.
You know, there was this lady called Robin Raphael in the American State Department. And about a decade plus back, when we had held elections in 1994-95 in Jammu and Kashmir, after a body blow had been given to the JKLF, had been wiped out, we had held elections, and free and fair elections for the first time. That was the time, very royally, Robin Raphael tried to tell us that elections were not sufficient for the United States, and that they wanted us to talk to the Hurriyat. That is the time this from JKLF, remnants, those who had surrendered, they had formed the JKLF under Gilani. And suddenly they were supposed to be the arbitrators of Kashmir's destiny. And our own intelligence agencies, as Gaurav has pointed out, began to pay them huge sums. The kind of largesse that was dished out to these people, like they had mansions. You should have, when I was serving there, we took out photographs before and after their houses, before they started getting money paid both by the ISI and by the Indian intelligence agency. And then they were kept as some kind of government in waiting. That is how he could walk up to the Prime Minister's office. Here, a terrorist, a proclaimed terrorist, an offender who had blood on his hands, who was responsible for orchestrating the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Kashmiri Pandit, a man who had personally killed Air Force personnel, 4 of them. He had their blood on his hands, was not only going around scot-free, he was being feted and wined and dined by our intelligence agencies. He was being doled out huge sums of money. He was living a lifestyle you and I can't imagine in our 5-star hotels. And he was facilitated to marry a Pakistani woman. I mean, no girl in Kashmir was fit enough for His Highness. He had to marry in Pakistan. And that marriage had to be organized by the ISI operators and handlers. We knew what he was up to. We knew what he was doing. Yet, instead of putting him behind the bars and giving him the treatment that he deserved, he was being wined and dined and given money by our own people to carry on with his nefarious activities. I'm glad this charade has come to an end. I'm glad this tamasha has now been finally called out. This man has been brought to justice. He is now being sent to the bars, behind the bars where he belongs. For decades before, he should have spent about at least 15-20 years in jail by now, because he had to be brought to justice. He's going around scot-free, flaunting his proximity to the powers that be, was an affront to a community that has been treated so brutally. We haven't seen this scale of ethnic cleansing. The last that we saw was in Yugoslavia. And for that, Slobodan Milosevic and the others are behind bars for decades now. And here was this gentleman not only going around scot-free, hobnobbing with the high and mighty, going to Pakistan for a gala wedding, coming back with a Pakistani ISI, handler as part of the family. This man is an enemy of the state. He deserves to be treated as such. He cannot be allowed to get scot-free with the murders, with the ethnic cleansing, with the genocidal pogroms that he orchestrated. Thank God one was waiting to see this day. And I think this is the part of that drive, that upsurge which started with the telling of the truth, the unmasking of these people with the Kashmir files. And now I'm glad the second logical step is following. He needs to be behind bars. I totally agree with Gaurav. He should have been there long ago, instead of, as a kind of a insult, in your face insult to the people who have been the victims of genocide and this thing. He was going around flaunting that he is a government in waiting in Jammu and Kashmir. The Hurriyat was supposed to be the people to whom the entire bureaucracy in J&K was genuflecting, was bowing, scraping their noses, trying to gain their favors, getting their relations some of the plum posts when people don't have jobs. I'm glad he has been brought to justice. He actually needed to hang. Frankly, if you ask me, the kind of crimes he has committed, he needed to hang. It is just that he has totally admitted to his guilt in the court. He pleaded guilty in the court because he is guilty. And now he should pay for it.
He is guilty and he should pay for it, says Major General G.D. Bakshi. Coming to you, Major Gaurav Arya, what do you think this means for the families of those whom Yasin Malik, as the leader of the JKLF, terrorized? What do you think it means for the security forces in whose families and in whose lives he caused such trauma?
See, just like General G.D. Bakshi sir said, I think this man needs to hang. It's unfortunate that he's going to go to prison, and but the fact of the matter is that at least some closure the families will get. People who have been victims. We just need to make sure that this man never sees the light of day. He never sees the world outside his prison walls, and let that be a punishment for him, that he should stay there till his entire natural life. You know, this man not only killed the 4 IF personnel, this man was, one of the centers of gravity in Kashmir for terrorism. And like General G.D. Bakshi said, the way Pakistan would tell India that, you need to start talking to the Hurriyat. Now I want to ask, who elected the Hurriyat? Who made the Hurriyat? Who designed this entire thing called the Hurriyat? It is a Pakistani design. No Kashmiri ever voted for the Hurriyat. But the Hurriyat were there. They are the biggest troublemakers, and they were the people who would give ideological cover fire and public cover fire to the terrorists operating in Kashmir. Now today Pakistan has started it. There is a pure Pakistani origin, pure some Lord Ahmad something in the House of Lords, who says that the UK Parliament is watching Yasin Malik's case very carefully. Let the UK Parliament watch. What is this? The East India Company in India right now, that they will watch. Keep watching for the next 200 years. Who cares about the UK Parliament? You can watch all you want. You see, so all these things. Now, Mehbooba Mufti also made a comment. She linked it to something she calls, this is how Muslims are being treated. This has got nothing to do with Hindu and Muslim. This is Mehbooba Mufti. She's never going to come back to power again in her life. So this is one frustrated politician. That all that politician can do is, go on Twitter and spew venom. That's all. It does not matter. She's irrelevant now. Fact of the matter is that Yasin Malik is going to jail, and his Pakistani handlers must be weeping today. His marriage to Mashal Malik was orchestrated. Ladki wale ISI.
We'll be coming back to this discussion, Major Arya as well as General Bakshi. But now we've got a Republic super scoop, Sunil Jakar, to join the BJP. News coming in about how Sunil Jakar, former president of Punjab Pradesh Congress Committee, is to join the BJP today by 1 this afternoon. That's just a few minutes away. So news coming in, breaking news, Sunil Jakar to join the Bharatiya Janata Party in a short while from now. The former Congress leader from Punjab. It's a big blow to the Punjab Congress, clearly. So after this breaking news, let's go back once again to Major Gaurav Arya. You were talking about.
I was talking about how Yasin Malik's marriage to Mashal Malik was
Mehbooba Mufti and.
Yeah.
Right.
So no, I was talking about how his marriage to Mashal was orchestrated in Pearl Continental Hotel, Lahore, in their coffee shop. That's the first time both of them met. Mashal met Yasin Malik there. They were introduced, and the people who had orchestrated this entire meeting were from the ISI, and they wanted a mole inside India. They wanted somebody, who would control on their behalf, somebody inside the Yasin Malik household who would control Yasin Malik, because he was seen as a rising star. And of course, he sat down, he shook hands with the Prime Minister of India, he shared the stage with the Prime Minister of India, and the literati of Delhi, so to say, people in that circuit would fawn over Yasin Malik because in their own minds, he was some freedom fighter. But glad that he's going to jail. I'm so glad, so happy that he's going to jail. All these freedom fighting days are over. And what we call freedom fighting actually is different. What he meant was that everything for him was free because it was paid by the government of India. The government of India paid crores of rupees every year to people like Yasin Malik and Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani. They were paid crores and crores every year. They lived lifestyles which would have been the envy of cabinet ministers. These people looted. They just did not kill Indians, they looted the Indian treasury. And they were supported by the Indian intelligence agencies. But today, I think the wheel has turned a full circle, and this man, Yasin Malik, is going to jail. And I pray to God that once he enters, he does not come out of jail alive. That is the only thing that I can say.
And Samiksha now joins us, Major Arya and General Bakshi. From the newsroom, Republic has accessed Yasin Malik's order copy. Yasin Malik has been convicted by the NI court for his terrorist activities. Earlier, a few days ago, he had pleaded guilty to all the charges against him. Samiksha, it's over to you.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. So we've accessed the order copy after Yasin Malik has been convicted by the NI court. In fact, let me just read out through some of the excerpts of this order that we've accessed. It says that it was further submitted that during the investigation, emails from the email account of Yasin Malik were downloaded. These emails revealed that the accused Yasin Malik had set up an elaborate structure and mechanism across the world to raise funds for carrying out terrorist and other unlawful activities in J&K in the name of freedom struggle. So very, very important points there that the order copy says. It also goes on to mention that it was further submitted that the mail which was sent one Muhammad Hussain Khan to one Arif Shafiwani and copy of which was also sent to Yasin Malik revealed that the accused had a closed association with banned terror organizations which included the LET. This email had the transcript of an interview given by the accused Yasin Malik to Rajat Sharma in a program titled Aapki Adalat, wherein Yasin Malik had stated that he had visited the LET camp in Murree where Hafiz Saeed had organized a felicitation event for him. So very, very important points there that have been mentioned in this court order copy. In fact, let me take you through some of the more important points that this order copy mentions. It says that it was further submitted that from the premises of the accused Yasin Malik, copy of Hizbul Mujahideen's letter head was seized. So copy of Hizbul Mujahideen letter was seized from Yasin Malik's premises. In that letterhead, the terror organizations, which include the Jaish-e-Mohammed LET, had jointly warned that people who supported the football tournament in the valley to disengage themselves from the organizers of this game and to show loyalty to this quote-unquote freedom struggle. It also goes on to mention that Facebook chat between accused Yasin Malik as well as Shahid ul Islam, reveals that the stone pelting incidents, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, were orchestrated as part of well-planned conspiracy hatched by accused persons. So very, very significant, important points there that have been mentioned in the order copy, which again, let me take you through some of the very key important points here. It says that during the investigation, during the probe, it was found that emails from the email account of Yasin Malik were downloaded. These emails revealed that the accused Yasin Malik had set up an elaborate structure, a mechanism across the world to raise funds for carrying out terror activities and other unlawful activities in J&K in the name of freedom struggle. It also goes on to mention that it was further submitted that the mail which was sent one Muhammad Hussain Khan to Arif Shafiwani, and copy of which was also sent to Yasin Malik, reveals that the accused had a close association with banned terror outfits which include the LET. This email had the transcript of an interview. Remember, there was an interview that was given by accused Yasin Malik to Rajat Sharma in a program that was titled Aap Ki Adalat, wherein Yasin Malik stated that he had visited the the LET camp in Murree, where Hafiz Saeed had organized a felicitation event for him. So yes, the order copy clearly states how Yasin Malik has time and again been involved in terror activities across the country, in fact particularly in J&K, and he worked in close connivance with terror outfits which includes the Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as the LET. In fact, it also says, the order copy also mentions that against the remaining accused, included accused Yasin Malik, charges were ordered to be framed under various sections. With regard to accused Yasin Malik, following charges were ordered to be framed. So the court mentions the sections under which he's been booked, which includes 120B of the IPC, 121 of the IPC, 121A of the IPCs, and 13 UAPA of the 120B of the IPCs. So yes, very, very important details that have been mentioned categorically in this court order. It also, in fact, if I can take you again through some of the highlights of this order copy, it also says that it has been alleged that accused Yasin Malik had played a key role in orchestrating the protests and demonstrations in J&K, apart from a protest calendar for the period from 2016, which is on August of 2016 to 2016, later that very year, which was signed by the chairman of the AHPC as well. An yearly calendar which was recovered from the house of accused Yasin Malik. Also, it goes on to say that during the period, the protests were very violent and 89 cases of stone pelting and other unlawful activities were registered during the same period. So yes, the order copy clearly mentions that how Yasin Malik was time and again involved in carrying out terror activities across J&K, and he worked in close connivance with the Jaish group as well as the LET. Back to you.
All right, Samiksha, thanks for getting us all those details on the order copy that Republic TV has accessed. I want to go straight back across to Major General G.D. Bakshi. Sir, we saw that order copy, we heard what it said. Now, very interestingly, I'll also want to put that question to you later, Major Gaurav Arya. Firstly, okay, before we go there, we're getting some reactions. I'll come back to my guests. We're getting some more reactions on the story. Let's have
मैं वही तो कह रही हूँ, स्क्वाड लीडर खाना उसमें आपको लगता है उसमें भी जल्दी से कार्रवाई बिल्कुल उसमें भी यहाँ तक अगर इंसाफ हुआ है ना तो उसमें भी जरूर होगा। ये स्क्वाड लीडर खाना का खून है। यासीन मलिक ने तो बड़ी सफाई से हाथ धो के उसने सोचा था मैं तो बच गया इतने गुनाह करके अभी तक। कभी प्राइम मिनिस्टर हाथ में ला रहा है, कहाँ वहाँ वो डॉक्टर कोई कॉल है दिल्ली में जो शादी के बाद जिन्होंने इसको जेनोसाइड भी हुआ है, सब कुछ हुआ है, उनको नहीं पता वो भी कश्मीरी पंडित है। उन्होंने इनको अपने घर में बुला के दावतें दी, इनको मुबारकबाद दी, इनकी शादी की सब कुछ किया। कैसी कलेजे हैं इन लोगों के। मेरे घर का अगर बच्चा खराब निकले, मैं ये मदर इंडिया ना जो ऐसे बच्चे के सीने में खुद गोलियां आर पार कर देती है, मैं उसी की बेटी हूँ। मैं सच कह रही हूँ आपको। अहिल्याबाई होलकर का आपको पता नहीं, उसके बेटे ने गाय के बच्चे को मारा था, वो अपने बेटे को मारने चली गई थी, वो गाय आगे आ गई थी। ये वो देश है। हर कोई अपने बच्चों को राह पे चलाए, जिंदगी की कामना करे, उनके अच्छे अंजाम की कामना करे। मैं तो ये कहती हूँ। बाकी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना का खून इसको फॉलो कर रहा है, ये बचेगा नहीं, उस केस में भी नहीं बचेगा। जो सही सजा, खून की सजा खून, मौत की सजा मौत,
इंसाफ,
मैं इंतजार कर रही हूँ
इंसाफ मिले।
हाँ मिले, जरूर मिले।
All right, we just heard the wife of Ravi Khanna there, where she does feel that there's some sense of justice. I want to put this to Major General G.D. Bakshi. Okay. All right. So I would like to go back to a guest now. Again, we are our Republic Team's reporter is with the wife of Ravi Khanna. Let's go across to that. Then I'll come back to my guests.
यासिन मलिक को जो है 25 तारीख को सज़ा सुनाई जाएगी। बात करने के हमारे साथ स्क्वाड्रन लीडर रवि खन्ना, जिन्हें कि यासिन मलिक ने मौत के घाट उतारा था अपने साथियों के साथ, उनकी धर्मपत्नी मौजूद हैं। मैडम, आप 30 साल से ज़्यादा लंबे समय से ये लड़ाई लड़ती आई हैं, आज किस तरह देखती हैं कि अन्य केस में यासिन मलिक को जो है दोषी करार दिया गया है?
मैं तहे दिल से इंडियन जुडिशरी की शुक्रगुजार हूँ और पूरे भारत को इसकी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ। यासिन मलिक को भी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ कि उसको ये मौका मिला है ज़िंदगी में कि अपना जो कहते हैं ना अमल का निबेड़ा होगा, जो हम काम करते हैं उसी का। कर्मा थ्योरी इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। यासिन मलिक ने सोचा था इतने गुनाह करके मैं बच गया हूँ, और साहब 32 साल उसने जीवन भी जी लिया, और क्या करना है। आज इतनी इतने गुनाह करने के बाद इतना जीवन बीत गया अगर, तो उसको तो मैं कहती हूँ बड़ी मुबारक है। अगर प्रायश्चित का समय मिला है, थोड़े चंद घंटे ही, कल मेरे हस्बैंड की उसकी भी सुनवाई है, उसके बाद कौन सी सज़ा मुकर्रर होती है, तो बड़ी अच्छी बात है। समाधि लगा के बैठे और वीडियो रील देखे, डे 1 से जो उसने किया है देखता जाए और ऊपर वाले से माफ़ी मांगता जाए। हुरें तो बाद में मिलेंगी, लेकिन मौला इधर ही मिल जाएगा दुनिया में।
मैडम, पाकिस्तान ने ऑब्जेक्ट किया है, उन्होंने कहा कि इंडिया बहुत गलत कर रहा है यासिन मलिक पे चार्जेस लगा के। किस तरह देखते हैं पाकिस्तानी एजेंट को आज जो है सज़ा सुनाई जाएगी, दोषी करार दिया गया?
अच्छा जी, पाकिस्तान अगर ये बात कह रहा है ना, तो उनको तो कहना ही है। क्या उनको अपनी स्किन सेव नहीं करनी? पाकिस्तान को हमारे ही घर, आप 2 भाई हो, दोनों अलग हुए हो, आपके साथ बुरे के साथ बुरे, अच्छे के साथ अच्छे, लेकिन तो हर एक को जो जितना गलत होता है इतना शोर ज़्यादा डालता है, लेकिन जो सही होता है ना, वो उसमें पता है उसको कि मेरी ताकत जो है, इसने आजमाने की अगर कोशिश की तो ओंधे मुँह ही पड़ेगा। वो जो मर्जी कहते रहे, जो उसने खुद अपने मान लिया है, एंड ही इज़ बीन प्रूव्ड गिल्टी। तो फिर और क्या चाहिए पाकिस्तान को? बाकी पाकिस्तान के हमें क्या ज़रूरत है इतनी परेशानी उठाने की? पाकिस्तान अगर कह रहा है, उनको कहना है लेट द पीपल से व्हाट दे से। वो भी हम कंट्री क्यों उसको कंट्री में क्या के अगर कहूँ, दूसरी कंट्रीज़ ये बात कहती हैं, हर एक की अपनी अपनी दुकानदारी चल रही है, दुकान चलानी है, दुकान बंद हो गई तो बहुत ख़राबी होगी, दुकान चलने दो।
जो प्रीवियस गवर्नमेंट से आपको लगता है वहाँ डिले हुआ इसी कारण कि 30 वर्ष का समय लग गया, अब जो एक्सपेडाइट किया गया है वही रीज़न है कि अब जल्द ही कहीं फांसी की तरफ और लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट की तरफ जा रहे हैं?
देखो जी, इस हुकूमत की मैं बड़ी शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि इन्होंने सही को सही और गलत को गलत, अपने पैमाने से नहीं, सही को सही गलत को गलत कोर्ट में दे दिया है। और वहाँ पर जो विदुषी लोग हमारे बैठे हुए हैं, विद्वान बैठे हुए हैं, उनके हाथ में है सारा, तो वो कर ही रहे हैं, उन्होंने किया भी है। आज का दिन मैं तो कहती हूँ सारे हिंदुस्तान को मुबारक है, सारे हिंदुस्तान को। आज तो अपने घरों, जब स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना की शहादत हुई थी, बेनज़ीर भुट्टो के घर में वो बख्तावर पैदा हुई थी उस दिन, पूछ लो, पता कर लो। और उनके यहाँ उस वक़्त आतिशबाजियाँ हुई थी क्योंकि प्राइम मिनिस्टर के घर में बेटी पैदा हुई थी। तो मैं कह रही थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना कौन सा ऐसा फ़कीर हुआ है, कौन सा ऐसा फ़कीर हुआ है, और उसके किए की सज़ा इसको मिलेगी ज़रूर। आज आतिशबाजियाँ जो ये कर रहे हैं ना, उनको तो ये पता था, साथ में स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना की शहादत की, और जो 3 एयरफोर्स के दूसरे शहीद हुए थे उनकी शहादत की आतिशबाजियाँ हुई थी ना। आज यासिन मलिक की भी मैं सारे पाकिस्तान को हाथ जोड़ के कहती हूँ आतिशबाजियाँ ज़रूर करें। क्यों? क्योंकि ये जलते दिलों की आवाज़ है। मुझे 32 साल हो गए अग्निकुंड में बैठे हुए, मेरा भी तप निरर्थक तो नहीं गया। जिसने मुझे राई जितना दुख दिया है, मैं आपको सच बात कह रही हूँ, मेरे गुरु ने, मेरे उस दुनिया के रचयिता ने उसको पहाड़ जितना दुख दिया है। जिसने मुझे रेत जितना, एक कण जितना सुख दिया, उसको भी पहाड़ जितने सुख मिले। इस संसार में आप लोग हो, बड़े लोग हैं जिन्होंने 32 साल मेरे साथ मेरा काफिला चलाया है, मेरे काम किए हैं। मैं उनकी बड़ी ग्रेटफुल हूँ, सबकी तहे दिल से उनके लिए रोज़ अपनी जब बैठती हूँ मालिक को याद करती हूँ, उनको दुआएं देती हूँ।
मैडम, अब आपको उम्मीद जगी है कि अब अपने केस में भी जो है जल्द से जल्द
100% मैं इसमें कोई शक शुबा ही नहीं मुझे। अब एक सज़ा उसकी कल मेरे हस्बैंड का कल है उसका, तो आप देख लेना, आपको कल खुशखबरी मिल जाएगी। खून का बदला खून, मौत का बदला मौत।
मांग क्या करते हैं जुडिशरी से? क्यों?
यही मैंने विदुषी लोगों को कुछ नहीं कहना, उनको खुद पता है क्या इतिहास हमारी जो हिंदुस्तान में जो भी फैसले या इंसाफ होते हैं वो क्या विम्स एंड फैंसीज पे होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड पे होते हैं? वो सबके लिए एक जैसे होते हैं। इसके लिए भी वही होगा जिसकी मांग कर रही हूँ। खून का बदला खून, मौत का बदला मौत।
तो ये थे स्वर्ण लीडर रवि खन्ना की धर्मपत्नी जो कह रहे हैं कि खून का बदला खून जो है वो ये मांग कर रहे हैं और इन्हें उम्मीद है कि अब इस केस में भी इन्हें इंसाफ मिलेगा। लेकिन काफ़ी ज़्यादा ये खुश हैं जिस तरह से टेरर फंडिंग मामले में यासीन मलिक को जो है सज़ा जो 25 तारीख को सुनाई जाएगी, उन्हें दोषी करार दिया गया है।
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Well, top national updates. Enforcement Directorate has registered a money laundering case against actor Shilpa Shetty's husband and businessman Raj Kundra in connection with the production and circulation of porn films. Raj Kundra was arrested on July 19, 2021, along with 11 other people on charges related to the alleged creation of pornographic films. Trinamool Congress leader Anubrato Mondal will be grilled by the Central Bureau of Investigation today. CBI had earlier summoned him for questioning in connection with its probe into a cattle smuggling case in West Bengal. The Kerala police has registered a case against Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee President K. Sudhakaran over his dog with broken chain remark against the state CM Pinarayi Vijayan. Earlier on Tuesday, the KPCC chief had used the slang "the dog with a broken chain" against the CM while addressing the media persons. After BJP senior leaders JP Nadda and Amit Shah's visit to Telangana, PM Modi will now visit Hyderabad to hold a meeting with the BJP leaders in the state. PM Modi will arrive in Telangana on May 26th and participate in the annual day celebrations of the Indian School of Business. In another setback for Congress, party leader Ganesh Ghogra on Wednesday sent his resignation as an MLA to Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot. In his resignation letter, he reportedly said that despite being a ruling party MLA and the Youth Congress state president, he was being neglected and his voice was being suppressed by local administration and officers. The Republic has accessed the survey report submitted by ex-court commissioner Ajay Mishra, which has now sparked a massive controversy. The two-page report states that debris of temple structure of idols have also been found in the mosque premises. Furthermore, lotus-like structures and shapes of 4 Hindu idols have been traced in the premises. Here's more on that.
A massive development in the Gyanvapi case. A According to the initial survey report submitted at the Varanasi court, traces of Hindu temples have been discovered near two walls of the mosque. The two-page initial survey report, filed by ex-court commissioner Ajay Mishra, accessed by Republic TV, states that debris from the Shingar Gauri temple was found near the north and the west walls of Gyanvapi. As per the initial survey report, the proof found during the videography survey conducted at the Gyanvapi Mosque in Varanasi were: as per the initial report, on the western wall of the mosque, remains of 4 Hindu idols covered in red color were found. As per the initial report, a place to light lamps was found next to the idols on the walls. As per the initial reports, lotus and Sheshnag-like shapes as well as inscriptions of Hindu motifs were found on the walls. Moments after Republic accessed the initial report, both court commissioners confirmed that the findings are a part of the final report. The survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque complex concluded on May 16th, during which, according to the claims made by the Hindu side, a shivling has been discovered in Wazukhana.
रिपोर्ट पूरी तैयार हो गई है, सिर्फ उसको कंपाइल करना है। कंपाइल करने के बाद 12 से 2 के बीच में रिपोर्ट हम लोग सबमिट कर देंगे। मानी
उसके आगे का प्रोसेस क्या होगा?
उसके आगे का प्रोसेस जो है माननीय न्यायालय उसका अवलोकन करेगी रिपोर्ट का, और तब फिर अपना जो आदेश करना होगा करेगी। और भी बिंदुओं पर आज जो वादी पक्ष ने एप्लीकेशन दे रखा है पूर्व में, उस पर आज भी माननीय न्यायालय जो है उस पर सुनवाई करेगी।
It is about 10 to 12 pages and this report is very confidential and it is without prejudice, and we have filed this report in very confidential way with 2 or 3 subordinates we have.
The court then ordered the sealing of the spot where the shivling was found. After the survey of Gyanvapi Masjid of Varanasi, a new video of Wazukhana had surfaced in which a Nandi-like structure is seen. It is important to note that Nandi is always seen as a sitting bull facing the shivling in a Shiv temple. As the debate on Gyanvapi continues, with Hindu and Muslim sides putting forth their claims, we are now just hours away from what the courts have to say. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Big development coming in right now, viewers. Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi order copy. We have accessed the Gyanvapi order copy of the Supreme Court. It's there on your screens. Remember, let me just read out what it says, that we accordingly direct the trial court to strictly act in terms of the above arrangement to desist from taking up further proceedings in suit in view of the consensus which has been arrived between the parties. So now the proceedings have been listed at 3 p.m. before the bench. So this is the copy of the Gyanvapi survey, which the Supreme Court has in fact adjourned the case today, and it will be taking up the matter tomorrow, that is Friday. It will hear the plea of the Mosque committee opposing the survey tomorrow at 3 p.m. I would like to go across to Ananya, who's joining me for more. Ananya, we have accessed the Gyanvapi order copy. We know that this matter now will be taken up tomorrow at 3 p.m. Ananya.
Well, yes, definitely the matter would be heard tomorrow at 3 p.m. by a bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. Remember that what had happened today is that the Supreme Court had said that it will hear the matter today after Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, who is appearing for the original petitioners in the Mathura court and the respondents before the Supreme Court, that there is some problem with Mr. Harishankar Jain, who is the senior counsel appearing for, in fact, the Hindu side. So he sought some time, but the Muslim side was clearly opposing it. But then Mr. Jain clearly apprised that there would be no proceeding before the trial court.
Okay.
Also, so now...
All right. Thank you, Ananya, for getting us all those details, Ananya. Yes, thank you, Ananya, for getting us all those details on the copy that has been accessed by Republic. I'm going to go straight to Piyush now. Piyush is with Nagendra Pandey, president of the Kashi Vishwanath Temple, is live with Republic TV's Piyush.
हमने बहुत बड़े हिस्से से उत्तर पूर्व के 75% हिस्से से अब सपा को हटाने का काम है। अब सपा को आइडियोलॉजी के आधार पर, ह्यूमन राइट के आधार पर हटाने वाले लोगों को ये जवाब है। ह्यूमन राइट उनका भी है जो आतंकवाद में मारे जाते हैं, जो आतंक फैलाते हैं। उनकी ह्यूमन राइट की चर्चा करने वालों को मैं कहना चाहता हूं, ह्यूमन राइट उनका भी है जो आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़ते हैं। और उनके ह्यूमन राइट की रक्षा करने का रास्ता कानून हटा देना नहीं है, स्थिति ही ऐसी निर्मित करना जहां कानून की जरूरत ही न पड़े। इस प्रकार की स्थिति नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कर दिखाई है। धारा 370 और 35 से हटाना सालों से ओहो क्या हो जाएगा, कैसे होगा, कैसे कर सकते, क्या होगा। मोदी जी ने 5 अगस्त 2019 को चुटकी बजाते हुए इसको कर भी दिया। और जो लोग कहते थे कि खून की नदियां बहेगी, मैं गर्व के साथ उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी की सरकार की नीतियों के कारण खून की नदियां छोड़ो, कंकर चलाने की भी किसी में हिम्मत नहीं। जब दृढ़ता के साथ निश्चित उद्देश्य मन में रखकर कोई शासन करता है तो परिवर्तन किस प्रकार से आता है, इसका उदाहरण। जब देश का हित सर्वोपरि रखकर कोई शासन करता है तो रास्ते की कितनी भी दिक्कतें हो, अपने आप रास्ता समान हो जाता है और गाड़ी पूर्वपाट चलने लगती है, कोई बाधा नहीं रहती है। इसका उदाहरण है। वामपंथी उग्रवाद के क्षेत्र में भी हमने ढेर सारे प्रयास किए हैं। विकास के मोर्चे पर भी प्रयास किए हैं और सुरक्षा के मोर्चे पर भी प्रयास किए हैं। आज देश में सबसे कम जिले, वामपंथी उग्रवाद की शुरुआत होने के बाद सबसे कम जिले आज यहां पर दिखाई पड़ते हैं। नए भारत की जो कल्पना है, इसमें सुरक्षित भारत भी है। मैंने पहले कहा, सामाजिक रूप से सम विकास होना चाहिए, समाज के हर वर्ग का विकास होना चाहिए, आर्थिक दृष्टि से समग्र विश्व के अंदर सर्वोच्च स्थान पर पहुंचने का हमारा पुरुषार्थ होना चाहिए, कौवत होना चाहिए हमारे पास। इस प्रकार की नीतियां होनी चाहिए, सुरक्षित भारत भी होना चाहिए और ये सब बनाना है। तो धर्मेंद्र भाई यहां बैठे हैं, मोदी जी एक नई शिक्षा नीति लेकर आए हैं, 2020 की राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति। मैं मानता हूं ये भविष्य के भारत का उज्जवल दस्तावेज है। 2020 की नई शिक्षा नीति के अंदर भारतीय मूल्यों में निहित शिक्षा प्रणाली की परिकल्पना को आज के समय के अनुरूप जमीन पर उतारने का प्रयास किया गया है। हर प्रकार के ज्ञान को एक प्लेटफॉर्म देने का इसके अंदर प्रयास है, रोजगारी को भी प्लेटफॉर्म देने का प्रयास है। बच्चा सिर्फ पढ़ लिख कर पाइपलाइन जैसे कोर्स में ग्रेजुएट होकर बाहर न निकले। बच्चे के अंदर जो क्षमताएं पड़ी हैं, वो क्षमताओं का संपूर्ण दोहन करने का उसको प्लेटफॉर्म देना पड़ेगा, मंच देना पड़ेगा। वो अपनी क्षमताओं का सबसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा उपयोग कर पाए, इस प्रकार से उसको तैयार करना चाहिए, इस प्रकार से उसको पढ़ाना चाहिए। और वो व्यवस्था नई शिक्षा नीति में, जो नई शिक्षा नीति को बारीकी से देखेंगे उनको मालूम पड़ेगा कि देश के लिए 5-3-3-4 का जो नया मॉडल आया है, 10+2 का मॉडल की जगह वो मॉडल कितना उपयुक्त होने वाला है। और मैं मानता हूं कि इसमें सबसे बड़ी बात है कि पहले 5 साल मातृभाषा में पढ़ाई ये बच्चे के विकास के लिए निहायत जरूरी है। न केवल बच्चे के विकास के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए भी जरूरी है। क्योंकि हमारी संस्कृति, हमारा इतिहास, हमारा साहित्य, हमारा व्याकरण वो उसकी मातृभाषा में पढ़ा है। अगर बच्चा उसी से कट जाता है तो वो अपने मूल से कट जाता है, और जो मूल से कट जाते हैं वो कभी बड़े नहीं होते। बड़े तो वो ही होते हैं जिनके मूल पाताल तक गहरे होते हैं, और वो तभी हो सकते हैं जब बच्चा अपनी देश की शिक्षा व्यवस्था में कोई भी दुनिया की भाषा, क्यों सिर्फ अंग्रेजी, फ्रेंच भी सीखिए, जर्मन भी सीखिए, चीन की भाषाओं का भी अभ्यास करिए, जापानीज भी सीखिए, कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। मगर मैं गुजराती न पढ़ूं, मैं हिंदी न पढ़ूं, तो मैं अपने आप को इस देश की मूल धारा के साथ जोड़कर नहीं रख पाऊंगा। और इसको मोदी जी ने थ्रस्ट दिया है। कक्षा 5 तक माध्यम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन उसकी मातृभाषा होगी, 6 से 8 तक वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग, कारपेंटरी, इसके अंदर अनेक प्रकार के गुणों को डेवलप करने की व्यवस्था की गई है। और 11वीं में पहले जो साइंस, कॉमर्स या कला में जाना था, 9
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable 2 judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market. This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the
अपना स्टार्टअप शुरू कर विश्व के युवा के साथ इस मंच से स्पर्धा कर सकता है। अगर संभावना है, अगर शक्तियां हैं, तो उसको प्लेटफॉर्म देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया। मेक इन इंडिया के माध्यम से लगभग भारत को उत्पादन का, विश्व में उत्पादन का हब बनाने का हमने काम किया है। डिजिटल इंडिया, फिट इंडिया, एनिमेशन, सूर्योदय, ढेर सारी योजना मोदी जी युवाओं के लिए लाए हैं। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का स्पष्ट रूप से एक नीति है, इस देश को महान इस देश का युवा ही बना सकता है और कोई इस देश को महान नहीं बना सकता। इस देश को अगर हर क्षेत्र में सर्वोच्च स्थान पर जाना है तो युवा को प्रेरित करना पड़ेगा, युवा को रास्ता दिखाना पड़ेगा, युवा को मंच देना पड़ेगा, और वो काम हर क्षेत्र के अंदर हम करेंगे। मित्रों, आज मैं यहां हूं तब इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि कुछ लोग इस देश को समस्याओं का देश कहते हैं। ठीक है, स्वागत है, समस्याओं को आइडेंटिफाई करना भी बड़ी बात है, आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे तो ही तो इसका निवारण होगा। मगर मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं, इस देश में 100 से अधिक समस्याएं हो सकती है, मगर इस देश में लाखों समस्या का समाधान भी इस देश की विचार में ही पड़ा हो सकता है। इस देश में सैकड़ों समस्या हो, मगर इस देश के मूल विचार के अंदर लाखों समस्या का समाधान करने की ताकत भी इस देश के अंदर पड़ी है, और अगर हम उस रास्ते पे जाते हैं तो हमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं आनी चाहिए। और आज मैं जब यहां आया हूं, डीयू में आया हूं, तब मैं ये बात जरूर करना चाहूंगा कि यूनिवर्सिटी को वैचारिक लड़ाई का अखाड़ा नहीं बनाना चाहिए। हिंसा और वैचारिक लड़ाई, इसका रणक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं बननी चाहिए। आइडियोलॉजी यूनिवर्सिटी से ही इमर्ज होती है। युवा आइडियोलॉजी में संघर्ष की जगह लड़ाई की जगह।
Instigator of attacks on Kashmiri Pandits Yasin Malik convicted by special NIA court. It's a Republic super exclusive days after staging a walkout from Congress Sunil Jakhar to join BJP shortly. Top court stays trial court proceedings in Gyanvapi case until Friday. Republic accesses another survey report, access lotus inscriptions, shapes of 4 Hindu idols found and traces of mandir found in survey report.
एप्लीकेशन फाइल हुई है और 6 और 7 की जो कार्रवाई की गई थी अजय मिश्रा द्वारा, उसको करने के लिए किया गया था। वो ऑलरेडी 6 और 7 की एप्लीकेशन जो रिपोर्ट है कमीशन की, अजय मिश्रा ने दाखिल कर दी है।
Court commissioners back ex-commissioner survey report, say report will be eligible. After Gyanvapi, Mathura court allows Hindu side plea seeking videography survey in Krishna Janmabhoomi. SB leader provokes, says Muslims are ready for what's next to come. CBI to grill TMC leader Anubrata Mandal in cattle smuggling case today. Sidhu stages protest over inflation in Patiala, rides atop an elephant. Now speaking exclusively to Republic, ex-court commissioner Ajay Mishra said that Sringar Gauri temple is not accessible. People pray at the door of it. We faced opposition to access the areas on 7th of May. That's the word that is coming in from the ex-court commissioner Ajay Mishra. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation.
हमारे साथ हैं अजय मिश्रा जी। सर, आपने अपनी रिपोर्ट सबमिट की है, जो आपने सर्वे किया था, अंदर आप लोग जो गए थे 6 और 7 तारीख को, उस रिपोर्ट में है क्या?
उस रिपोर्ट में मैं पहले दिन से सर्वे किया तो वादी पक्ष के अनुसार जो है बाहरी जो बैरिकेडिंग है, जो विवादित स्थल मेन है, उसमें पहले दिन नहीं हुआ था। पहले दिन बाहरी ये देखा गया कि बाहर से उसकी जो है पौस कहाँ से शुरू होती है, मतलब उसका जड़ कहाँ से शुरू होता है, वहाँ से शुरू के लेके उत्तर से पश्चिम की तरफ जो है किया गया था जो है पूरा, और उसी का अंश मेरे रिपोर्ट में है।
सर, आपने अपनी रिपोर्ट में कहा कि जब दूसरे दिन आप गए तो आपको काफ़ी विरोध का सामना करना पड़ा।
विरोध का मतलब ये है कि जब मैं 7वें दिन मतलब 7 तारीख को पहुंचा तो पहली बात तो विपक्षी वहां रहा नहीं, जो है विपक्षी का काफ़ी इंतज़ार किया गया, तो उनके ना आने पर जो है लगभग टाइमिंग शायद मैंने रिपोर्ट में दिया, इसलिए टाइमिंग मैं नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा है कि मैं 3:45 या कुछ ऐसे ही जो है मैंने उसमें दिया हुआ है कि उस पर कार्रवाई में काफ़ी इंतज़ार किया, नहीं आया, तब शुरू हुई और शुरुआत मैंने ये किया कि वादी पक्ष से पूछते हुए मैंने चारों तरफ जो है विवादित स्थल का जो है वीडियोग्राफी मैं चौहद्दी के साथ पूछते हुए मैंने करवाया कि कौन चीज़ का दावा आपने कहाँ कहाँ किया हुआ, कौन चीज़ कहाँ कहाँ स्थित है। उसी में घूमते हुए पश्चिम की तरफ आए थे जब हम, तो वहाँ पे वादी पक्ष से ने बताया कि यहाँ जो है ये सिंगार गौरी का स्थान है। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा क्या ये सिंगार गौरी वही है जिसका दावा आप लोगों ने किया है? तो उन्होंने ये बताया कि नहीं, ये जो है सिंगार गौरी का जो है मंदिर नहीं है, उनका टूटा हुआ अवशेष का टुकड़ा है और ये चौखट टाइप का है। क्योंकि हम लोग अंदर नहीं जा पाते हैं इसलिए चौखट को ही सिंगार गौरी मान के इसकी पूजा ही करते हैं हम लोग।
अच्छा, वहाँ पे क्या मुस्लिम पक्ष के लोग इतने इकट्ठे हो गए थे कि आप सर्वे नहीं कर पाए 7 तारीख को?
नहीं, 7 तारीख को तो देखिए जो अंदर था प्रयास में हटवाने का तब करता है जब प्रशासन मुझे अंदर प्रवेश करवाता है। प्रशासन ही जो है अपने में हिलावाली करने लगा कि नहीं जो है वहाँ सीआरपीएफ है, सीआरपीएफ के जो कमांडर थे उनसे कहा गया तो वो कहे कि हमको जो हमारे जो अधिकारी हैं वो आदेश करेंगे तब मैं आपको प्रवेश करवाऊँगा। और उसी तरह जो उनका अधिकारी था बुलाया गया तो कहे नहीं ये जो है प्रोटोकॉल का है। मतलब एक दूसरे पे लोग भार थोपते रहे अधिकार का कि हमको प्रवेश करने का अधिकार नहीं है। और इसी पे समय बीत गया और बच्चा जो है 4:50 पे हमने उस दिन शायद कार्रवाई खत्म की थी।
कितने मुस्लिम लोग इकट्ठे हो गए थे अगर आप बता सकें?
वीडियोग्राफी हुई है, हमें लगता है कि जो है कुल लमसम जो है 100 लोग के आसपास जो है मंदिर के मस्जिद के विवादित स्थल के अंदर रहे होंगे।
एक आखिरी प्रश्न मैं लूँगा, नारेबाजी भी की गई थी वहाँ पे मुस्लिम पक्ष के द्वारा, ऐसा भी कुछ हुआ था?
अब याद नहीं है, जहाँ तक मुझे संभावना है हो सकता है अंदर। देखिए लाजमी है कि आप हिंदू पक्ष करेगा तो जो है विपक्ष भी करवे करेगा, तो इस पे बहुत माने नहीं रखता है।
और मस्जिद की दीवारों पर कलाकृतियाँ भी हैं वहाँ पे?
पश्चिमी दीवार जहाँ मैंने किया हुआ है, मैं तो अंदर गया जा नहीं पाया उस समय जो है, जितना मेरा रिपोर्ट में है उस हिसाब से पश्चिमी दीवार का जो स्ट्रक्चर है वो पूर्णतः मंदिर है।
पूर्णतः मंदिर है? आप ये बहुत बड़ी बात बोल रहे हैं, पूर्णतः मंदिर है पश्चिम दीवार के?
हाँ, पूर्णतः मंदिर का ही जो है पूरा सेफ है, ऐसा कभी मस्जिद हो ही नहीं सकता।
And we have Prakash joining us live from Varanasi. Prakash, we understand that you have the court commissioner with you. Take it away, give us more details.
Well, yes, that was a very startling revelation by Ajay Mishra, who clearly says that the western part of the wall has idols of Hindu goddess and god. And I'd like to have a word from the court commissioner, Mr. Vishal Singh as well. Vishal ji, ये अजय मिश्रा का इंटरव्यू मैं अभी सुन रहा था, वो बोल रहे हैं कि पश्चिमी भाग जो है मंदिर का वो किसी तरीके से मस्जिद नहीं दिखता है, वहाँ पर हिंदू कलाकृतियाँ हैं, आइडल्स हैं, मूर्तियाँ हैं, तो वो तो मंदिर ही है।
And straight away on to some breaking news coming in. Sanjay Raut meeting Navneet Rana, and that's a big buzz over Sena MP meeting Navneet Rana. Remember, sources now saying that Ravi Rana met Sanjay Raut separately. So that's the latest what you're learning. Sanjay Raut meeting Navneet Rana as well as Ravi Rana. There's a big buzz over Sena MP meeting Navneet Rana, and now we have the latest Sanjay Raut who is meeting Navneet and Ravi Rana. Ravi Rana being the independent MLA as well as Navneet, the independent MP. The latest what we are told is that Sanjay Raut is meeting Navneet as well as Ravi Rana. We will go across to a reporter shortly, but that's the breaking update coming in right now. Sanjay Raut meeting the independent MP from Amravati, Navneet Rana, in Leh, and meeting Ravi Rana as well. We will go across to Alisha as well to give us more updates on this big story that we are tracking. But the latest what you're learning right now is that Sanjay Raut met Navneet and Ravi Rana in Leh Ladakh today, and there was a meeting that was held between Sanjay Raut and Ravi Rana as well as Navneet Rana. So that's the latest that is coming in. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of the whole Hanuman Chalisa face-off that has been escalating all these days, and the latest being Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana who met Sanjay Raut in Leh Ladakh. Well, we will go across to Alisha to give us more details on this, but this is a developing story. The latest, of course, comes, the latest what we are learning is that Sanjay Raut met Navneet and Ravi Rana. Remember, this comes days after the whole Hanuman Chalisa face-off, days after Navneet and Ravi Rana were released from the jail. And those are the visuals, in fact, the first visuals we are getting to you right now of Sanjay Raut, who met Ravi Rana and Navneet Rana. Straight away going across to Alisha, who's been tracking the story very, very closely. Alisha, over to you.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who is in Ladakh and Leh, and there he met Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, which has been confirmed from the Rana office. So we have to wait and watch what exactly the conversation that has happened between the Rana couple and Sanjay Raut, because it has also been said that Ravi Rana had a meeting with Sanjay Raut separately. So we have to check what exactly has been happened, because even we know that yesterday itself Ravi Rana through their lawyer has already filed a reply before the Special Court that has been asked in a petition that was filed by Mumbai Police. But yes, today morning we are getting to know that Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana met out in Leh Ladakh today, and Ravi Rana also had out separately.
Well, absolutely, Alisha. Interesting to note here, this comes in the backdrop of the whole trading of charges that has been happening between both the sides. We have Sanjay Raut, who's also time and again attacked the Rana couple, and the same for the Ranas as well, who have left also no opportunity to hit back. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Alisha, but that's the latest what we are getting to you right now. In the picture, you can see Sanjay Raut with Ravi Rana holding a conversation. This is an exclusive visual that we've accessed of Ravi Rana holding talks with Sanjay Raut in Leh Ladakh earlier today. And this particular visual coming in from Leh, where Sanjay Raut held a meet with Navneet as well as Ravi Rana. Well, we will go across to Alisha again, but interesting development there, because this comes in the backdrop of the series of attacks that have been happening between these sides, with Sanjay Raut even attacking the Rana couple time and again, and the Rana couple also there hitting back at Sanjay Raut over the whole Hanuman Chalisa face-off. That's a big breaking news coming in right now of ex-Congress leader Sunil Jakhar, who is set to join the BJP very, very shortly. Remember, we broke this news to you just a short while back of the huge speculations that were there of Sunil Jakhar, who is set to join the BJP. And now we have Sunil Jakhar, who is all set to join the BJP. There you can see JP Nadda also, who is present as this important news conference is set to begin very, very shortly. A big setback again coming in for the Congress party. Sunil Jakhar, the ex-Congress leader, who is all set to join the BJP in a very short time from now. An important presser there which will be addressed, where a formal announcement will be made. In fact, let's listen in.
शामिल हो रहे हैं और आप लोगों के समक्ष नियमित रूप से हमारा ज्वाइनिंग का कार्यक्रम चलता रहता है, और आज बड़ा सौभाग्य का विषय है कि आज की ज्वाइनिंग के लिए हम लोगों के मध्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी हम लोगों के मध्य हैं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नीतियां और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व से प्रभावित होकर आज सुनील जाखड़ जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सदस्यता ले रहे हैं। आप सब लोग जानते ही हैं, बहुत लंबे समय से पंजाब की राजनीति और देश की राजनीति में आदरणीय जाखड़ जी सक्रिय रहे हैं। पंजाब विधानसभा में विपक्ष के नेता रहे हैं, पीसीसी के प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं, और सांसद के रूप में भी आपने काफ़ी समय तक संसद में रहे हैं। हम लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी परिवार में आपका स्वागत करते हैं, और इस अवसर पर मैं पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी से आग्रह करता हूं कि जाखड़ जी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सदस्यता की पर्ची और उनका पार्टी में स्वागत करें। बुके लियो।
Thank you.
थैंक यू थैंक यू वेलकम हम भी आपको वेलकम कर देते हैं वेलकम सर
आदरणीय जाखड़ जी का विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी में स्वागत है और इस अवसर पर मैं पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय नड्डा जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि वे शब्दों के माध्यम से जाखड़ जी का पार्टी में स्वागत करें।
जैसा अभी अनिल बलूनी जी ने आपके सामने इस विषय को रखा है कि सुनील जाखड़ जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सदस्यता लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हुए हैं, मैं अपनी ओर से और पार्टी के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से उनका भारतीय जनता पार्टी में स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। ये हम सब के लिए खुशी का विषय है कि सुनील जाखड़ जी जो एक अनुभवी नेता और जिन्होंने लगभग 3.5 दशक राजनीति में एक अपना स्थान बनाया है, ऐसे व्यक्तित्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हुए हैं। आपने कई जिम्मेवारियां निभाई हैं, प्रदेश के कांग्रेस के एक समय अध्यक्ष भी रहे, एलओपी भी रहे, साथ आपने कई जिम्मेवारियों पर काम किया है। आज मैंने आप सबसे पहले भी कहा था कि पंजाब में राष्ट्रवादी ताकतों का जो प्रथम स्थान है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ले रही है और इसलिए आवश्यक होता है कि राष्ट्रवादी विचार रखने वाले सभी लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ जुड़े और मजबूती प्रदान करें। पंजाब इज़ ए बॉर्डर स्टेट, more than 550 kilometers border is along with Pakistan. There are issues related to drugs, there are issues related to terrorism, there are issues where it is the endeavor from the Pakistan side is to make it a gateway for all activities which is going on, which may be which may be detrimental to India. तो ऐसे में राष्ट्रवादी ताकतों का मजबूत होना पंजाब में आज की आवश्यकता है और आज पंजाब में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऑपोजिशन की आवाज़ बन करके आ रही है और इसीलिए मैंने उस समय भी कहा था कि बहुत लोग कांग्रेस से और अकाली दल से भी जो भी राष्ट्रवादी ताकतों के साथ जुड़ना चाहते हैं वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ आना चाहते हैं। इस कड़ी में मैंने पहले कहा कि एक अपनी छवि रखने वाले ऐसे सुनील जाखड़ जी ने आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सदस्यता ली है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि वह हम सबके साथ मिलकर के हम पंजाब को एक नए मुकाम पर ले जाएंगे और राष्ट्रवादी ताकतों को मजबूत करने में उनका अनुभव का हम सदुपयोग करेंगे और पार्टी मजबूत होगी पंजाब को मजबूत करने के लिए, पंजाब को मजबूती प्रदान करने के लिए और उसमें सुनील जाखड़ जी का विशेष योगदान रहने वाला है। मैं पुनः आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं और मैं निवेदन भी करूंगा सुनील जी से कि आप ज़रूर कुछ अपने उद्गार कहें और
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष नड्डा साहब, जो आपने मुझ जैसे व्यक्ति को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, उनके साथ उनकी सहमति से मुझ जैसे व्यक्ति को आज अपनी पार्टी में शामिल होने का ये मौका दिया। मैं आभारी हूँ मंच पे जो मौजूद हमारे प्रभारी अनिल बालूनी जी हैं। मैं आभारी हूँ ख़ास तौर पे प्रवेश वर्मा जी का, जो ख़ास तौर पे इस मौके पे यहाँ पहुँचे हैं। मैं आभारी हूं अरविंद खन्ना जी का, मैं आभारी हूं मनजिंदर सिंह सरसा जी का, मैं आभारी हूं परमिंदर जी का कि आप सबके सहयोग से आज इस बीजेपी के मंच पे नड्डा साहब की हाजिरी में बीजेपी में शामिल होने का मौका आपने दिया। धन्यवाद नड्डा साहब।
आप सभी
ये कोई
अच्छा सॉरी
कोई आसान काम नहीं होता। 50 साल का संबंध मेरा कांग्रेस से है। हमारी 3 पीढ़ियां कांग्रेस पार्टी में सन 1972 से लेकर आज 2022 तक हमने पार्टी को अपना परिवार समझ के अच्छे बुरे समय में साथ रहे हैं। और एक चीज़ जो मैं समझता हूं, जिसकी वजह से, जिस आत्मीयता से और जिस खुले दिल से बीजेपी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने और नड्डा साहब ने आज मिलने का मौका दिया, उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण था कि सुनील जाखड़ ने राजनीति को निजी स्वार्थ के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। सुनील जाखड़ ने कभी तोड़ने का काम नहीं किया। हमने सभी हमेशा कोशिश की है, शायद सफलता ना मिली हो, जोड़ने का काम किया है। और मैं एक ऐसे सूबे से संबंध रखता हूं, एक ऐसे प्रांत से आता हूं जो गुरुओं, संतों, पीर, पैगंबरों की धरती मानी जाती है। अगर राष्ट्रीयता की बात, जैसे नड्डा साहब ने बार बार जिस बात को एम्फेसाइज किया है, आज अगर जहां देश की जरूरत राष्ट्रीयता की भावना की है, वहां अगर राष्ट्रीयता कहीं से चालू होती है, जिसे कहते हैं उर्स्प्रुंग, द बेसिक जेनेसिस राष्ट्रीयता, वो तभी पैदा होती है जब समाज में राष्ट्रीयता की भावना हो, एकजुटता की भावना हो। और पंजाब का मूल मंत्र ये रहा है, गुरु साहब ने, गुरु नानक देव जी ने सर्व साझीवालता की बात कब की थी? आज भी उस पर पहरा देने के लिए पंजाबी उसी तरह तत्पर खड़े हैं। अगर सुनील जाखड़ ने आज एक परिवार से 50 साल का रिश्ता तोड़ने की नौबत आई तो कोई आधारभूत बातें थीं, किसी कोई व्यक्तिगत झगड़ा नहीं था। झगड़ा राष्ट्रीयता को लेके, पंजाब की अखंडता को लेके, पंजाब की जो भाईचारा है, भाईचारक सांझ है, जिसको कि टेररिज्म AK-47 की गोलियां नहीं तोड़ पाई। जहां आपसी भाईचारे में, चाहे वो सिख हो चाहे हिंदू हो, उनके अंदर किसी किस्म का कोई द्वेष की भावना पैदा नहीं हुई। 25,000 से ज्यादा पंजाबियों ने कुर्बानी दी। पर आप भी गवाह हैं, साहब पड़ोसी दे, आपका तो पड़ोसी सूबा है, आप तो जब हिमाचल से चलते हैं, पंजाब के बीच में से होके जाते हैं, कभी भी कोई फर्क नहीं आया, किसी किस्म का कोई किसी सोच ही नहीं आई। और उसी राष्ट्रीयता की भावना के लिए पहरा दे के सुनील जाखड़ ने अपनी 50 साल की जिंदगी का वही मूल मंत्र था। परंतु दुख इस बात का है, गवाह साहब पड़ोसी दे, आपका तो पड़ोसी सूबा है, आप तो जब हिमाचल से चलते हैं, पंजाब के बीच में से होके जाते हैं, कभी भी कोई फर्क नहीं आया, किसी किस्म का कोई किसी सोच ही नहीं आई। और उसी राष्ट्रीयता की भावना के लिए पहरा दे के सुनील जाखड़ ने अपनी 50 साल की जिंदगी का वही मूल मंत्र था। परंतु दुख इस बात का है, मैं बड़े भरे मन से कह रहा हूं कि आज जब अपने परिवार से नाता तोड़ के दूसरी जगह जब मैं आया हूं यहां पे, तो उसका कारण यह था कि सुनील की आवाज, सुनील को इस बात के लिए कटघरे में खड़ा किया गया कि उसने इस बात का विरोध किया कि आप पंजाब को जाति पाति धर्म के नाम पे नहीं तोड़ सकते, पंजाब को आप परसेंटेज में नहीं दे सकते कि ये अमुक जो धर्म है, अमुक जाति है, अमुक समुदाय है, उसकी परसेंटेज कितनी है, 30% है, 40% है, 15% है। मैं समझता हूं पंजाब एक सूबा है जिसने देश के लिए टेम्पलेट हैज एस्टेब्लिश्ड अ टेम्पलेट फॉर द कंट्री। एवरी सिंगल सिटीजन हैज द सेम राइट एज एनीबडी एल्स। सबको बराबरी का, देयर इज नो सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन इन पंजाब। और इस भावना को लेके पंजाब अग्रणी सूबा रहा है, चाहे वो हमने देश की सीमाओं पे लड़ाई लड़ी है, चाहे देश के विकास में, हर सूबे प्रांत में पंजाब ने अपना नाम कमाया है। कुछ लोग बात करेंगे क्योंकि हुआ क्या, कोई एक व्यक्ति की बात नहीं है कि एक व्यक्ति ने बोल दिया और संबंध टूट गया। वो कहना कच्ची यारी है नहीं साहब, इस तरह नहीं टूटा करती। ये कोई शीशा नहीं है जो 50 साल का संबंध है। कहते हैं कोई शीशा नहीं है कि पहले हम इंसान हैं, हमने रिश्तों को निभाया असूलों की तरह, पर जब असूल ही टूट जाएं, जब हम अपने सिद्धांत से हट जाएं, अपनी आइडियोलॉजी से हट जाएं, तो मैं समझता हूं दिस इज अ राइट टाइम टू हैव अ रीथिंक। उसको सारा सोचना पड़ता है कि हम जा किस तरफ रहे हैं, आज किस तरफ बढ़े जा रहे हैं। तो उसको लेके मैं समझता हूं कि निर्णय लिया गया। और क्यों निर्णय लिया गया, बीजेपी के पास, मैं क्यों बीजेपी के आपके यहां आज मंच पे बैठा हूं। सब तरह तरह की अटकलें लगाई जा रही थी सुनील को लेके, कयास लगाए जा रहे थे, क्यों बड़ा स्वाभाविक था। जिस दिन से नड्डा साहब आपने देखा कि मैंने गुड बाय बोला, मेरी तरफ से तो गुड बाय 11 तारीख को, जिस दिन मैंने देख लिया कि आवाज के ऊपर पाबंदी लगाने के लिए नोटिस जारी किए जा रहे हैं, तो आवाज नहीं रोकी जा सकती। सुनील को आप पद से हटा सकते हो, किसी से दूर कर सकते हो, सुनील की आवाज गिरवी नहीं रखी जा सकती। आवाज राष्ट्रीयता के लिए उठेगी। परंतु क्या कारण बने ना साहब, मैं आज कुछ बातें आपसे शेयर, आपके पास अगर मुझे पता है आपको जयपुर भी जाना है, पर 2 मिनट में लूंगा आपके कीमती समय के। पार्लियामेंट के अलावा मुझे 1.5 साल पार्लियामेंट में काम करने का मौका मिला सरसा जी, पर उसके बाद पार्लियामेंट से बाहर मेरी मुलाकात हुई माननीय प्रधानमंत्री से जब वो पंजाब आए। करतारपुर कॉरिडोर एक बहुत लंबे समय की मांग बलूनी जी, जो सारे सिख समुदाय की नहीं, पूरे पंजाबियों की, जो भी व्यक्ति पंजाब से प्रवेश जी जुड़ा हुआ सबका था कि हमें करतारपुर साहब जाके हमें अपनी बात श्रद्धा नमन करने का, उसकी संभाल का, उस हमारे गुरु घर का हमें को मौका मिले। उस समय ये सौभाग्य था कि मुझे वहां पे प्रधानमंत्री जी के पास बैठ के गुरु का लंगर छकने का मौका मिला, उनसे बात करने का मौका मिला, उनकी भावनाएं समझी। वो तो एक मुलाकात थी, एक मुलाकात से 50 साल के संबंध नहीं टूटते। परंतु मेरा हमेशा ये भावना रही है कि पंजाब कुर्बानियां बहुत दी हैं, टेररिज्म के अंदर कुर्बानियां दी है देश की रक्षा के लिए। जब भी मौका पड़ा है, चाहे जब से धाड़वी पंजाब आने लगे हैं, चाहे उसके बाद पाकिस्तान हो, चाहे चाइना हो, हर पंजाबियों ने कुर्बानियां दी हैं। और उस कुर्बानियों को चलते मेरे एक मानना था हमेशा ही कि भी मौका लगा तो प्रयास करेंगे कि पंजाब को एक स्पेशल स्टेट का स्टेटस दिया जाए। नड्डा साहब, कागजों में तो अभी फॉर्मली नहीं दिया गया, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली तो नहीं दिया गया, बहुत सी मजबूरियां, सरकारों की वक्त की मजबूरियां होती हैं। परंतु मेरा मानना है कि व्यवहारिक तौर पे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने पंजाब को स्पेशल स्टेटस दे दिया। और उसका जीता जागता सबूत है जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने लाल किले पे हिंद की चादर गुरु तेग बहादुर जी का 400वां प्रकाश दिवस मनाया, तो मैं समझता हूं कि उनके जो सबसे ज्यादा कट्टर विरोधी थे, उन्होंने भी अपने दिल में स्वीकार किया कि वो पंजाब की नब्ज समझ गए हैं। पंजाब की जो भावना है कि पंजाबी मिलजुल के मानस की जात सब एक को पहचानबे, कहां कश्मीर के पंडितों को लेके चाहे आज तक संघर्ष चल रहा है, कब गुरु साहब ने यहां पे इन मुगलों के पास आके अपनी कुर्बानी दी थी। और मैं समझता हूं उस भावना को नमन है, उस भावना को जितना भी कहें, चाहे बहुत से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने कार्यकाल के दौरान बहुत से ऐसे काम किए हैं, पर एक पंजाबी के तौर पे मैं, शायद किसी को अच्छा ना लगे, मैं समझता हूं ये जो उनका एक कदम था, ये एक इज अ लैंडमार्क। इसने अपने आप लोगों की भावनाएं, लोगों की आज भावनाएं उनके साथ जुड़ी। और मैं समझता हूं कि आज मेरा यह सौभाग्य है कि पंजाबी होने के नाते और गुरु साहब की उस धरती से आते हुए, जैसे गुरु नानक देव जी के बारे में अल्लामा इकबाल ने कहा था कि फिर उठी सदा आखिरी एक तौहीद की पंजाब से, मर्दे कामिल ने जगाया हिंद को फिर ख्वाब से। आज मैं समझता हूं फिर वही भावना पंजाब से लेके यहां पे उस भावना, उस अलग की, उस ज्योति की एक, उसको लेके मैं आज बीजेपी में आया हूं। और मैं समझता हूं कि आप लोगों के सहयोग, आपके मार्गदर्शन, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अमित शाह जी के मार्गदर्शन में अगर मैं रत्ती भर भी देश में और पंजाब के लिए उस अखंडता को कायम रखने में कामयाब होता हूं तो मेरा जीवन सार्थक मैं मानूंगा। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। जय हिंद सर।
इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने के लिए आदरणीय राष्ट्राध्यक्ष जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मीडिया के सभी साथी, बहुत कम समय में आप सब लोग आए, आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
And as you can see on your screen, Sunil Jakhar joins the BJP.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, उनके साथ उनकी सहमति से मुझ जैसे व्यक्ति को आज अपनी पार्टी में शामिल होने का ये मौका दिया। मैं आभारी हूँ मंच पे जो मौजूद हमारे प्रभारी अनिल बालूनी जी हैं। मैं आभारी हूँ खास तौर पे प्रवेश वर्मा जी का जो खास
आईडी रखनी है। आईडी
शांति कर लो यार, फिर शुरू करेंगे। एक बार चुप कर जाओ सारे। पंजाबी, हिंदी।
ये पारी नहीं मैं कहूँगा, ये आप शांति करें। बिल्कुल ये एक नई शुरुआत है। सबसे बात कर रहे हैं हिंदी पंजाबी, आप फैसला कर लीजिए। मैं समझता हूँ एक नई शुरुआत है। 50 साल का जिस पार्टी से संबंध है, जिस वजह से जो नौबत आई तोड़ने की, वो सिद्धांतों से जुड़ी हुई थी। पंजाब की भाईचारक सांझ, पंजाब का जो बेसिक कैरेक्टर है, उसके ऊपर जब आंच आई, आवाज़ दबाने का प्रयास किया गया और इसे एक जुर्म माना गया। तो उन हालात में आज मैं समझता हूँ कि बीजेपी के यहाँ आके इस भावना को कि हमारे गुरुओं, संतों, पीर पैगंबरों की धरती से, जहाँ से मानस की जात सभी एक हो पहचानबे की मूल मंत्र जो दिया था, उसको आगे लेके देश की अखंडता और पंजाब में आपसी भाईचारे को कायम और विकास के लिए बात की जा सके।
सर, आपने जो इलेक्शन बीजेपी के खिलाफ लड़िया, लगातार बीजेपी के खिलाफ एक आइडियोलॉजी के तौर पे काम करते हैं, तो हम उन्होंने नाल मैच हो पाएगा?
देखिए, मैं समझदा देयर आर गोइंग टू बी चैलेंजेस, बट सब तो वड्डी गल है भी इन्होंने मेरा पिछोकड़ भी किसी तो लुकिया नहीं। डरे तो वो जिनके गुनाह पर्दे में हो, मेरे तो सारे ऐब जग जाहिर हैं। और मैं जो फैसला लिया है बड़ा सोच समझ के लिया है। मैं समझता हूँ, जैसे कि मैंने अभी मंच से भी कहा, कि मैं अगर जिस भावना से लेके माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने गुरु तेग बहादुर जी हिंद की चादर का जिस कदर से राष्ट्रीय तौर पे उनका सम्मान किया, उस भावना को अगर मैं एक रत्ती भर भी आगे बढ़ा सकूं तो मेरी इसमें बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी होगी।
डॉक्टर साहब, आज आप बड़े भावुक नजर आए और बड़े ही नम्र शब्दों से आपने अपनी वो बात कही कि मैंने अपनी पार्टी को अपनी 3 पीढ़ियाँ खपा दी हैं। तो क्या कहेंगे, कांग्रेस को अपने अलविदा कह दिया है, पर उसके लिए अब क्या कहेंगे? वो चुनौती के रूप में
देखिए, मैं आज यहाँ किसी के ऊपर भड़ास निकालने के लिए या अपने निजी मुद्दों को लेके नहीं आया। मैं सिद्धांतों की बात लेके आया हूँ और मैं समझता हूँ कि यहाँ बीजेपी में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में, नड्डा साहब के नेतृत्व में पार्टी फैसले ले रही है और फैसलों को इम्प्लीमेंट कर रही है। तो उसमें जहाँ कहीं भी मेरा योगदान पंजाब से, जो पंजाब के लोगों की भावना है, पंजाब के लोगों से जो कुछ मैंने सीखा है, अगर चाहे वो किसानी से जुड़ा हुआ है, चाहे वो नौजवानी से जुड़ा हुआ है, चाहे शहादतों से जुड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि पंजाब का सबसे बड़ा योगदान बॉर्डर्स के ऊपर रहा है, अगर वो भावना मैं कहीं भी पेश कर सकूं या उसके ऊपर कोई उसका देश की जनता को या किसानों को लाभ मिल सके तो मैं गौरवान्वित महसूस करूंगा। थैंक यू।
राजनीति जीवन तो इस्तीफा ले रहा था जो नई पार्टी की शुरुआत की है।
सॉरी,
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਇਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਜੀवन ਤੋਂ इस्तीफा दे रहा है, पर आज एक नई पार्टी की शुरुआत।
पार्टी की शुरुआत नहीं है साहब, मैंने कहा था एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स, इलेक्टोरल पॉलिटिक्स से मैं पीछे हट गया हूँ, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मैं देश सेवा से पीछे हट गया हूँ। मेरी जिम्मेवारियाँ हैं, मैं पंजाबी हूँ और पंजाब की जब भाईचारक सांझ के ऊपर आंच आए तो मैं समझता हूँ मैंने यही महसूस किया कि बिना प्लेटफॉर्म के मैं बात वो मजबूती से रख नहीं पाऊँगा, तो इसलिए और जिस तरह से गुरु महाराज के संदेश को लेके, जिस भावना को लेके वो चले हैं बीजेपी और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं समझता हूँ कि मैं उसमें अपना अगर योगदान डाल सका तो ये मेरा आखिरी पड़ाव जो है राजनीति का उसमें पूरा हो सकता है।
अगर पार्टी ड्यूटी लाਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਤੇ इलेक्शन लड़ोगे
साहब, मैंने आपको कहा कि मेरे
That's breaking. 1-year jail term for Navjot Singh Sidhu. The court has convicted him in the case against him. Navjot Singh Sidhu, Congress leader from Punjab, gets and former cricketer gets 1-year jail term. News breaking on Republic TV. It's a road rage case. It's the 1988 road rage case in which he has been given a 1-year jail term. And Sidhu, Niranjan, our senior editor, our chief editor, joins us right now to tell you more about this particular breaking news. Niranjan, it's over to you. Navjot Singh Sidhu, former cricketer and senior Congress leader from Punjab, getting a 1-year jail term in the road rage case against him.
Singh Sidhu, and this order has now been delivered by a bench of justices A.M. Khanvilkar and Sanjay Kishan Kaul. The court had earlier reserved the order on an application seeking to enlarge the scope of notice for this road rage case against Navjot Singh Sidhu. He's been now sent to 1-year jail term. Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu has got a 1-year jail term in the case of road rage. Sidhu had earlier opposed the petition seeking to enlarge the scope of the road rage case against him. Sidhu had tried his best. He had cited earlier order of the Supreme Court which held that there was no evidence that the death of the victim was caused by a single blow in the road rage case. Now, Sidhu has been sent to a 1-year jail term. To give you a background of the case, in December 1988, December 27th, 1988, Sidhu had allegedly beat Gurnam Singh on his head, leading to his death. And Sidhu had filed an appeal before the Supreme Court challenging the order. And this was first given by the Sessions Court Judge of Patiala in September 1999, which had acquitted Sidhu and then his associate due to lack of evidence in the case and giving the benefit of doubt. And then that was challenged by the victim's family before the Punjab and Haryana High Court, which in 2006 convicted and sentenced Sidhu to 3 years imprisonment. Sidhu then went on to file an appeal before the Supreme Court challenging that order, and he's now been sent to 1 year in jail. The Congress leader has been sent to 1 year in jail. Sidhu was face of the Congress party of the elections in Punjab, a witch chutney, a big fight, and this case is back to haunt him after 3 decades. After over 3 decades, the Supreme Court has delivered its verdict on the review petition in the road rage case. This was filed by the victims of the family of the victims against Navjot Singh Sidhu, and the order has just been delivered by a bench of Supreme Court Justices A.M. Khanvilkar and Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul. The court had reserved its order on the application seeking to enlarge the scope of notice in this road rage case against Navjot Singh Sidhu. And the application was also filed in the ongoing review petition. Now, this is a big, big blow for the Congress party because Sidhu has been literally both the face of the Congress in Punjab, face of the Congress's loss in Punjab, face of the Congress's embarrassment, and they've faced so much of a rebellion. In fact, it's only ironical that Sunil Jakhar, who has just joined the BJP a few minutes back, had also questioned Sidhu. Sidhu has been a questionable character for the Congress party for decades now, for years now. He joined the Congress, he was made the face of the Congress party, and it's all boomerang for them now. Now, going back to this case, the Supreme Court was looking at the review petition. This was a review petition in the three-decade-old road rage case, which was filed by the family of the victim against Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu. And just to give you a background of what had happened back then, in December 1988, Sidhu had allegedly beat Gurnam Singh on his head, leading to the death of Gurnam Singh back then. And he was acquitted first in 1999, and later, he was the Punjab and Haryana High Court, had overturned that and had convicted him, sentenced Sidhu to 3 years of imprisonment. Amandeep is joining us with the full details. I'm going across to Amandeep. Amandeep has the details. Amandeep, over to you. Can you hear me, Amandeep?
Well, Punjab Congress leader and former cricketer Navjot Singh Sidhu sentenced by the Supreme Court. Our chief editor Niranjan there. Niranjan, when we talk about how big a blow this is for Sidhu and the Congress party coming so soon after Sunil Jakhar, a veteran Congress leader, joining the BJP, it's also a big relief for the family of Gurnam Singh, as you were telling us.
Well, that's correct. The Supreme Court
message
has
clearly going out
gone on
there.
Yes, no, that's correct. And the timing is simply ironical. But let me tell you a little bit about the case. Supreme Court essentially has enhanced the sentence of Navjot Singh Sidhu. It's enhanced the sentence of Navjot Singh Sidhu, and it's now enhanced to a 1-year imprisonment. This is in a road rage case in which Gurnam Singh had died. The court had earlier allowed the review petition preferred by the family of the victim, Gurnam Singh, against its 2018 verdict, and had reduced the sentence of Navjot Singh Sidhu to 3 years imprisonment in the case, and had given him a small fine amount of, I think it was 1,000 rupees. Now, a bench of Justices A.M. Khanvilkar and Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul have pronounced their verdict, and they have said that we have allowed the review application on the issue of sentence. In addition to the fine imposed, we impose a sentence of imprisonment of 1 year to be undergone by the respondent. So Sidhu has been sent, Congress leader Sidhu has been sent to 1 year imprisonment by the Supreme Court of India. We are still awaiting the full details of the order, but the Supreme Court bench has read the operative part of the judgment while saying that they have allowed the review application, and they have in addition to the fine imposed also the sentence of imprisonment to the Congress leader. And the same court, in fact, in 2018, that was a division bench comprising Justice Chilameshwar and Justice S.K. Kaul, had earlier held that the offence of Sidhu will not amount to culpable homicide, not amounting to murder, punishable under Section 304, Part 2 of the Indian Penal Code, and they had instead found him guilty for offence of voluntarily causing hurt under Section 323 of the IPC. Now, Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Mr. Sirsa, 3-decade-old case, this Congress leader, Navjot Singh Sidhu, we all know about his temper, thought he would get away, but 3 decades later, the family of Gurnam Singh has had the last word.
देखिए, आज जो नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू का ये केस है, ये कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने फैसला लिया नहीं है। माननीय कोर्ट ने तब फैसला लिया जब नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू के खिलाफ जो लोग उसके केस में गए थे, वो परिवार के लोगों ने जब जाके ये कहा कि ये तो एडमिट कर रहा है टीवी के ऊपर, एक शो में एडमिट कर रहा है नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू कि मेरे से किया, मैंने किया, उसको मारा और वो बेचारा मर गया, तो ऐसे आदमी को सजा ना हो तो ये तो गलत संदेश था देश के अंदर। तो मुझे लगता है कि कोर्ट ने आज एक फैसला दिया जिससे परिवार को एक क्लोजर मिला है, परिवार के मन में एक शांति आई है कि ठीक है, हमने एक लड़ाई लड़ी और इसको सजा मिली।
You think this should have happened a long time back?
Mr. Sirsa.
The family has waited for 3 decades, Mr. Sirsa. The Gurnaam Singh family has waited for 3 decades for this.
No, that's true. No? We all knew the pain. We can very much understand the pain of a person who is going pillar to post to get the justice. And after so many years, a person comes on a TV channel and says कि मैंने इसको मारा था, and still he is out. So definitely परिवार को दर्द तो था, और मुझे लगता है कहीं आज इंसाफ मिला, छोटा है, ज्यादा है, बड़ा है, लेकिन परिवार के लिए एक इंसाफ है, जरूर इंसाफ है.
So clearly a message has gone out here, Mr. Sirsa, to the people of India about the justice of Indian courts. A message has gone out, Mr. Sirsa, would you say? Well, Navjot Singh Sidhu, senior Congress leader, known for and also one-time cricketer of the Indian cricket team, convicted to a 1-year jail term in the 1988 road rage case, which had led to the loss of 1 life, and the court now giving him a 1-year jail term. We'll have to wait and watch how that pans out. Meanwhile, breaking news coming in here. Even as early this morning, we had seen him speaking, attracting huge crowds in Patiala. News now coming in from the court that he has been jailed. He is to be jailed for 1 year. The court has convicted Navjot Singh Sidhu, cricketer turned Congress leader of Punjab, to a 1-year jail term. The matter relates to the 1988 road rage case, which had led to the death of Gurnaam Singh. Earlier, the court had given him a much lighter sentence, but now in what we would say is a big relief and a strong message being given by the courts. The Supreme Court has sentenced him to 1 year in prison after a review petition against its earlier order was filed by the family of the victim in the road rage case. In what can be said to be a big blow for the Congress party, following so soon on the heels of Well, and joining us now is BJP spokesperson RP Singh on the phone. Mr. Singh, your reactions? Navjot Singh Sidhu, senior Congress leader and former cricketer, convicted in the road rage case against him. A big relief for the family, a strong message for the people of the country.
Well, one message is clear that law is equal for everyone. Whatever post you hold, whatever level of respect or whatever you are in society, whether high and mighty or whether you are poor, the law is equal for everyone. One. Secondly, that anger should be controlled. I mean, you should have always, you might be anything in the society, you might have achieved anything in society, but you must have control over your anger. This is the message, 2 messages from this judgment today. And obviously there will be relief to the family, because all this year they have been struggling in various courts to get this judgment today.
Mr. Singh, when we talk about the fact that it's nearly a 3-decade-old case, how would you say this would affect the Congress party now, coming so soon on the heels of, because Navjot Singh Sidhu is considered to be an important leader of the Congress party in Punjab at least, and how do you feel this will affect the party's fortunes in the state, coming so soon after Sunil Jakar's acceptance, going into the BJP?
Well, the latest inputs and latest actions of Sidhu has been that of himself a dissent leader. I mean, he doesn't seem to be a very happy man with the Congress also. So he has been seen as a person who has certain dissent within the party,
But that point aside, I mean, obviously, since he's a Congress face and the Congress leader in Punjab, and if he has to go to jail for 1 year and if he doesn't get relief from the higher court, it will be a setback for Congress in Punjab. It is a big setback for Congress in Punjab because he was the president of the Congress till recent.
Right. And what would you say about his work in the Congress so far? Because we have seen him attracting huge crowds just this morning itself in in Patiala, for example, speaking out against government policies and so on. How do you look at that?
See, good speeches, gathering crowd doesn't make you a leader. Leadership comes with a collective level of work in the society. When you work together with people, when you work together with your teams members in society, only then you become a leader. No individual can be a leader on its own. I mean, you can gather crowd because you are a celebrity, you have been a TV star or you have been a cricketer, but that doesn't convert into votes. That has been proven this time in elections also. And that doesn't build up your status as a leader. For a leader, you have to work hard in a collective fashion with a team put together, and in that category, Navjot Singh Sidhu doesn't fall into that category. He still is an individual, might be a tall leader within Congress, but public has not accepted him as a leader. You might win an election in a state, in a parliamentary election or assembly election, but that does, or you might lose election after so many elections. But that proves that he still is a solo man. He still is an individual who doesn't believe in collective leadership.
Mr. R.P. Singh, many thanks for speaking with Republic TV, and we are now joined by Major R.P.S. Malhotra Major R.P.S. Malhotra. Mr. Malhotra, when we talk about how justice has been delivered, can we say the court giving Navjot Singh Sidhu, top Congress leader, high-profile Congress leader, can we say, of Punjab and a former cricketer. Well, your reactions?
Well, I think the first and foremost thing that comes to everybody's mind is the delay, the long delay that has occurred because of our systems and procedures. And that is a matter of concern for everyone, that if it appears that if somebody is powerful or has influence or has money, and he can, not to mean that the courts get influenced by that, but he can subvert the system. And you see how many years it has been since that incident occurred, and now he has been sent for punishment to the jail. It's really a very, very long delay, and it tells a lot about our system. Yes, please.
Well, it's a review petition that has led to him being sentenced for a year. But just this morning, we heard reports of how he has been attracting huge crowds in Patiala. And when this all-important case hearing was likely to happen, what do you think? Does it become a leader of a political party, a leader of the people? The kind of incidents that Sidhu has been involved in over the years?
Well, he's a mercurial type of person, gets agitated very fast, and I think at that point in his life, he was quite young also, and this aspect of his personality was all the more overwhelming. And that is how it happens. One day one is at the top of the world, and the other day.
लेकिन परिवार को और देश को, मानवता को एक ये जरूर संदेश है कि इंसाफ तो होगा, कम हुआ ज़्यादा हुआ, लेकिन इंसाफ तो हुआ। एक कातिल जो था उसको कातिल आइडेंटिफाई तो हुआ कि यही कातिल है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी को झटका एक बड़ा।
सर नहीं, मैं कांग्रेस की बात नहीं, मैं इंसानियत के नाते जरूर बोलना चाहता हूँ, इंसानियत के नाते जरूर इसकी अहमियत है।
सर इसकी जरूरत है सर। एक सवाल, नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को सर 1 साल की सजा हो गई सर।
मुझे पूरे जजमेंट का पता नहीं, टू कमेंट विल नॉट बी प्रॉपर होगा साहब, पर लेट मी आई डोंट नो
क्या कहना चाहिए।
देखिए बिना किसी जानकारी के कमेंट करना शोभा नहीं देगा साहब। थैंक यू। प्लीज
आज जो आपने बीजेपी ज्वाइन की सर, उस विषय पर सर से एक सवाल लेना चाहते हैं सर, प्लीज सर।
मैं सारे सवालों के जवाब दूंगा।
राघव साइड।
And joining us is Mr. Kothari. Mr. Kothari, when we talk about the sentencing of the conviction of Navjot Singh Sidhu, politically it means one thing, but legally, how should we look at it? It's a strong message that's being sent out by the courts. It's a review petition that has been filed after an earlier order in which he had been let off with just a 1,000 rupee fine. Your thoughts?
Well, if he was acquitted earlier by the Sessions Court and then fined 1,000 rupees by the Supreme Court, and now the Supreme Court gives a 1-year rigorous imprisonment to him, obviously the Supreme Court has examined all the facts and circumstances of the case and then arrived at a decision. I'm sure Mr. Sidhu will feel very bad about it and possibly will think of another review or a curative petition, as what you would call it, and try to say that, look, please commute this sentence for me, or please pardon this, and let's go back to the fine aspect. And I don't know whether the Supreme Court will even entertain it now, because it's been 34 years now that this has happened and this has been going on ad nauseum. So I believe the Supreme Court would want to, put a closure to this issue and say that, look, this is what we have done, and now we have to go by it, whatever it is, whether you like it or lump it. So I don't know what the Supreme Court will do if he really wants to exercise one more of a legal opportunity that he may have. I don't know whether he even has got any, except possibly a review petition or another curative petition, is what we call it. But so be it, and this is unfortunately, this has happened, and I would really like to read this judgment and as to why this decision was taken by the Supreme Court. And this often happens with people who have been, say, sentenced by the trial court, acquitted by the Sessions Court, then convicted again by the High Court, and then let off by the Supreme Court or reconfirmed by the High Court. So reconfirmed by the Supreme Court. So this is here the Supreme Court, the final word. And unfortunately, Mr. Sidhu will have to go ahead with the jail term. And if he really wants to exhaust one more last opportunity that perhaps he may have, he can jolly well do it. But I don't know whether it's going to be fruitful at all.
Mr. Kothari, when we, as far as options go for Navjot Singh Sidhu, would the fact that so many years have gone by, would that be a consideration that, would be taken into account by the court when he perhaps goes in for a review, if that is an option that's still there for him?
Well, it's been 34 years. It's a long period of time, and the very fact that the fine has been converted into a rigorous imprisonment, I don't think the Supreme Court is going to go back into a seesaw game or a yo-yo game saying that, okay, yeah, we fined you first, but now we've convicted you with a 1-year rigorous imprisonment, and now again, let's go back and try to commute this, or depending upon your apology, or depending upon unless and until the lawyers for Sidhu say that this is an evidence, a crucial part of the evidence that has been missed by the Supreme Court itself, and that there is an error apparent on the face of the record in coming to a conclusion for a 1-year rigorous imprisonment, and the Supreme Court believes that yes, this was an error on our part, only then and only then is there going to be any difference in this judgment. Otherwise, the answer is no. This will stand.
Right. And so when we talk, yes, there was, the charge of culpable homicide amounting to murder did not come into the case. The court did not accept that plea. But one person lost his life. How do you explain that? How does the layman understand that?
Well, the layman needs to understand that, culpable homicide not amounting to murder, if I remember the section correctly, is 304A. It didn't fit into the parameters. Possibly there was no criminal intention. Probably it's not like Sidhu driving in a crowded market and knowing fully well that he's bound to hurt someone, and driving fast in a crowded market, and he's bound to hurt someone and somebody could die. That is something where you would say, I would put that as murder, not even culpable homicide amounting to murder. So, or not amounting to murder. So here, obviously, the Supreme Court would have looked at the parameters of the section, would have assessed it, and would have found that it is not that grave an offence, according to the Supreme Court. So obviously 304A does not apply. So then in that sense,
right.
It's lesser than that,
right.
And that's so
Kothari will be coming back to you, but we are joined now by Arshdeep Singh of the Shiromani Akali Dal. Mr. Singh, Sidhu convicted for 1 year, sentenced to 1 year imprisonment, a 1 year rigorous jail term in the 1988 road rage case. Your thoughts?
Oh, I would just say that the family had to fight a long battle to get justice. So many years the family was into pain and trouble, and finally the family got the justice. And about Mr. Sidhu, I can only say one thing, that Mr. Sidhu talks about morality, and when
who's on the phone?
It comes to himself, and then there is no morals and everything. So finally, if the family has got justice, so it's good for the family.
So thank you very much. And let me also tell you that in this particular case, what is the most striking aspect is that Sidhu had admitted to hitting him. Sidhu had admitted, believe it or not. I have the details with me. Let me tell you what Sidhu said in the Supreme Court, and you'll be shocked. Swapnil, you'll be shocked. Sidhu had admitted, and I'm reading out, Sidhu had said there is no conclusive evidence. He said there is no conclusive evidence to show, and hold your breath, he said there is no conclusive evidence to show that my first blow, he says there is no evidence to show that my single fist blow led to the death of a 65-year-old man in the 1988 road rage case. So it's not like Sidhu is contesting whether he hit this particular man. Sidhu is saying in the Supreme Court, or tried to say in the Supreme Court, Swapnil, that he said there is no evidence to show that my single fist blow killed the man. He admitted to the attack. Swapnil. He admitted to the attack, and all along he's been trying to evade jail time. When he was given jail time, when he was given a small fine, I think he was levied a small fine like 1,000 rupees or something. But for the family of this 65-year-old man, they've been fighting for 3 decades now. 3 decades to ensure that they see Sidhu face justice.
Yes, Niranjan, Niranjan, 304 IPC, it's not 304A, but I just checked it up, it's 304 IPC, talks about culpable homicide not amounting to murder. So the thing is that even if he says that my blow, I hit him, he's not denying the fact that he hit him, but in law, there is a very fine distinction between whether I wanted to hit a person with the intention of causing death or with a full knowledge or a reasonable apprehension that it may cause death to a person. In that case, then the amounting to murder, not amounting to murder, or even amounting to murder would would apply to him. But here, obviously, he's been able to show to the court that, there is no evidence showing that, my hitting would amount to causing the death of the person. So in law, there is a very little fine distinction, because then the graver charges would apply. And obviously, it will be more than 1 year. So obviously, he's been able to escape with just 1 year jail term.
Swapnil, Pritpal Singh is joining me. Swapnil, be with me. Pritpal Singh of the PLP is joining us on the fourth line. Pritpal, a few hours back, we saw Navjot Singh Sidhu still being a part of the Congress party's protesting on an elephant. That was, let me show you the pictures full frame of Sidhu on on an elephant. Sitting on an elephant to protest against price rise. Let me show the pictures full frame. This was the last we saw of Sidhu this morning, and then he's gone somewhere. Nobody knows where Sidhu is. Like he disappeared during the election. Look at that. Those are pictures of Sidhu sitting on an elephant earlier today. And even now, look at that shot. That's picture of last scene, Sidhu earlier today sitting on an elephant. And the whole point is, Pritpal, the whole point is Congress Party's senior most leader. He was the face of the campaign almost, right? And it's all about propriety. It's all about optics in politics. Until this morning, Sidhu, even though everyone was aware that this hearing is going to happen, right? And he was still the face. Justice
Finally, Preetpal, do you think this should have happened a long time ago?
देखिए, मैं इससे ये कहूँगा, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला है, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी। मैं वहां से निकल रहा हूँ जहाँ पे सिद्धू साहब हाथी पे चढ़ के गए थे। मैं भी इन पटियाला ही हूँ अभी। तो वो पटियाला हमारे जो पुराने सीएम साहब थे सती जी, वो भी हाथी पे चढ़ के जा रहे थे। उन्हें भी एक पंडित ने बताया था कि सीएम की कुर्सी मिल जाएगी। तो आज से उसी पंडित ने नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को बताया होगा कि हाथी पे चढ़ोगे तो सीएम की कुर्सी मिल जाएगी। बट वो उल्टी पड़ गई। आज वो हाथी पे चढ़ने के साथ जेल यात्रा मिल गई। अब वो जेल में जाके अब पंजाब मॉडल या पता नहीं कौन कौन से मॉडल बनाएंगे। बट ठीक है, वो एक क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड का आदमी। अब कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इतनी हाइप दे के रखी, राहुल प्रियंका ने इतनी हाइप दे के रखी, कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह जैसे बड़े स्ट्रक्चर को, नेशनलिस्ट को, उन्होंने इस सिद्धू के कारण, इसकी बोलबानी के कारण उन्हें डिच किया। तो आज वही कह रहा हूँ, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी। वो सिद्धू का जो कर्मा था वो आज आगे आ गया। जब पहले 1000 रुपया पता नहीं फाइन हुआ था, बट वो एक मर्डरर है, एक कातिल है। ये आज जो देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट है उसने फाइनल कर दिया। सजा चाहे 1 दिन की मिले, 1 साल की मिले, 10 साल की मिले, सजा तो सजा है। क्रिमिनल है, कातिल है। और ऐसे लोगों के मुझे लगता है
Preetpal ji is from Captain Amrinder's party. Preetpal ji, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. I have to take a short break now, but tracking the story of Navjot Singh Sidhu, the story is in pictures. He was sitting on an elephant a few hours back. He's been convicted and sent to a 1-year imprisonment. Taking a break on Republic. When we come back, there's no escape route for Sidhu. He will have to serve jail time now. 1-year jail time. 30 years, almost 30 years after he beat a man to death in a case of road rage. Stay tuned.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
The live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other market. This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck around this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth?
Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and food scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya's rival Prime Minister said that he will carry out his duties from Sirte for the time being.
Repeat that. 34 years after Sidhu punched a 65-year-old man in the face, and that man allegedly died because of Sidhu's punch, and it's been proven in court, and the court has jailed Sidhu. The courts have sent Sidhu to 1-year jail term. A Congress leader who was the face of the Congress party's campaign in Punjab, Navjot Singh Sidhu, has been sent to jail 34 years later. Swapnil, for the family of this victim, he was acquitted in 99. They went to the Punjab and Haryana High Court and he was convicted again. Supreme Court delivered its verdict and he's been fighting it. And finally for them, 34 years later, it's justice.
Yes, Niranjan, it does amount to justice for the bereaved family, because somewhere they felt that 1,000 fine was too small, a punishment for something which was done, with no doubt an intention to hurt someone. Now, unfortunately, that resulted in death of that person, and obviously, a 1-year rigorous imprisonment is something which the Supreme Court thought it fit. So it does amount to justice. I don't know whether the family would still be happy with this, but nevertheless, if this is the final call of the Supreme Court, and I don't think they'll go into a review at all, saying that 1 year is too small again, and then go again, for a higher term. I think they should be happy with whatever is there. And as far as Sidhu's lawyers are concerned, they might just say that, look, they might just even go back to the Supreme Court and say that you let off with a little bit of a fine of 1,000 rupees. Now, why this 1 year rigorous imprisonment? I don't think that's going to make any difference, Niranjan, here, because if the Supreme Court has taken 34 years to come to a conclusion after looking at everything, then I think they should just let it stay put on that. And that's what Mr. Sidhu will have to be content with, and so would the family have to be content with also.
Swapnil, thank you for joining us. I have to take a short break at this point. Taking another short break on Republic TV, Sidhu has been jailed, one of the faces of the Congress party there. Sidhu, in a case of road rage, which he has admitted on record on an affidavit, he said, in fact, in the Supreme Court, Sidhu said in the Supreme Court, there is no evidence to show that my single blow, he said there is no evidence to show that my single fist blow killed a 65-year-old man. So he didn't ever deny punching a 65-year-old. But the 65-year-old died. He's been convicted, sent to 1 year jail term. Last seen on an elephant. Sidhu, last seen sitting on an elephant a few hours back. Nobody knows where he is right now. Trying to track him down and get the first reaction. Stay tuned to Republic.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya's rival prime minister said that he will carry out his duties from Sirte for the time being. Prime Minister Fatih Baksha said that in a handout video released by the eastern-based government that he does not regret his attempt to seat his government in the capital of Tripoli, but regrets that a man's life lost in the subsequent clashes is condemnable. He added that he had waited for more than 80 days before making the attempt. The Italian ambassador to Russia, Giorgio Strass, was summoned to Russia's foreign ministry following reports that Italian diplomats would be expelled from the country. Russia was already in the process of expelling 34 French diplomats as a response to France expelling 41 Russian diplomats in April.
All right, some big news coming in terms of the Gyanvapi survey. Massive charge now against the Muslim side, but the Gyanvapi Andolan, they claim that Mukhtar Ansari funding Muslim side. So this is a big breaking coming in. This is a massive charge against the Muslim side by the Gyanvapi Andolan. They're claiming that Mukhtar Ansari is funding Muslim side. I would like to go straight across to Niranjan, who has more details. Niranjan.
Well, you know, this is a big charge being made, but I'm going back, before I go across and get you the reaction, I'm going to the Sidhu story because we're getting in some more breaking responses. So to all our viewers, we have an exclusive story on Gyanvapi coming up anytime now. So stay with us. We're getting you the big charge being made by the Gyanvapi Andolan, dragging in Mukhtar Ansari and Samajwadi Party. But the big breaking story this minute on Republic is Sidhu has been sent to 1-year jail term. He's yet to respond. He was last seen a few minutes back on an elephant protesting against the central government. The face of the Congress party in Punjab, that is Navjot Singh Sidhu. His party is also likely to speak to us anytime now. Sardar Pratap Singh Jadwa, Mr. Bajwa, you're a very senior Congress leader. Your party leader, Navjot Singh Sidhu, has been handed a 1-year jail term in the road rage case. I'd like to get your response, sir. Pratap Singh Bajwa, sir.
See, I think so. Whatever, you can't question the judgment of the highest court of the nation. So, from our point of view, I think so. It is not a very pleasant news. But whatever, we will have to bow our heads before the highest court of justice. That's the only thing that I could say at the present moment. Yeah.
Sir, the fact that he was convicted earlier and now that he's been handed a 1-year jail term, do you think it's going to have some sort of an impact on his role perhaps in the party, sir, in Punjab? Because there are some questions raised.
See, the thing is, it's a bit too early to say this, but the thing is, obviously, it is It obviously is not a very good news for the Congress as well as for the Sidhu family. So we will go into details because this has just come on air in the last 5 to 10 minutes only. So we'll have to wait for it. And because you have immediately asked for my reaction, I feel it's not a very good news for the Congress and obviously for Mr. Sidhu. But because it's the decision has come from this Honorable Supreme Court, so everybody will have to bow their head before the Supreme Court. One can't say it's fortunate or unfortunate, but I feel that whatever are the consequences, we'll have to face them now.
So you're a very senior leader. I'll take one last question with you. You're a very senior leader. What is your personal view about, Sidhu? And the reason I'm asking you this question is many leaders have raised their concerns about his role in the party, about him being in the Congress party and being the face of the party in Punjab. And on a day when your colleague and your good friend, when Sunil Jakhar has joined the BJP, I don't want to link the two, but about Sidhu, what are your personal views, sir, if I can ask you for that?
See, Sidhu is a well-meaning and a good person and a good colleague of ours. Obviously, this is not a very good news for the Congress, but he was not part of the party when this unfortunate incident happened in 1980. It's been almost 35 years since this incident happened. He was then a budding director at that moment. But certain times the past also catches up with you. So it's one of those things where one could just feel sorry, nothing more than this.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Pratap Singh Bajwa, for speaking to Republic TV, sir. Thank you very much. Getting in the first response of the legal team, let's cut across. Okay, we'll go across to that reaction. You just heard the Congress Party, very senior leader Pratap Singh Bajwa. In fact, after Sunil Jakhar leaving the Congress for greener pastures in the BJP, you had Pratap Singh Bajwa, who's one of the senior most leaders left behind in the Congress Party and now the leader of the opposition in the Punjab Assembly, saying it's not good news, for the Congress Party. So we'll have to wait and watch how the story plays out. We'll take a short break here on Republic TV. Getting in back-to-back responses. I'm going to stay on the story. We're going to get more responses to the story being broken on Republic TV. Sidhu, we believe there is some breaking news coming in. Okay, there is breaking news updates coming on ANI. Abhishek Manu Singh.
Finally, the turbulence, a quietus has been given by the Supreme Court. This is a matter which is rather old. In fact, review petitions themselves were not activated for many, many months, almost under a year. I am so happy that ultimately the Supreme Court has given a quietus. Even to the limited extent of so-called expunction, the court has been very careful, calibrated and pointed that matters which will affect the review will not be done in this casual manner. So I think it's a satisfactory solution. I hope and trust that all stakeholders ultimately realize that finality, stability and quietus is important, and let things be and let the shareholders and the company prosper, in which company obviously Mr. Mistry himself has a stake, a large stake, and therefore the company's prosperity should help everyone. टाटा मिस्त्री के मामले में मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि आज बहुत बड़ा अच्छा समन्वय, शांति और एक अंततोगत्वा वाला निर्णय आया है, जिससे कि ये आपसी
Okay, we have the advocate who spoke before Abhishek Manu Singh. If I have that soundbite ready, I'd like to go across to that. We have some breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi, as a crisis deepens in his party, he's got 3 jolts. 3 megawatt jolt in the last 2 days. Hardik Patel has resigned. Sunil Jakhar has joined the BJP. Sidhu has been handed a 1-year jail term, and all 3 of them at different levels have had a very, very personal bond with Rahul Gandhi. Sidhu, of course, handpicked by Rahul Gandhi, and then you had Sunil Jakhar, who Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra tried really hard to mollify, and then of course Hardik Patel, handpicked by Rahul Gandhi. And the breaking news now coming in, Rahul Gandhi has flown to the United Kingdom. Crisis deepens in the Congress and Rahul Gandhi takes off. All's good in the United Kingdom for Rahul Gandhi. He is going to address the India at 75 speech, conclave at the Cambridge, we are told. And Rahul finds it more convenient perhaps to go to the UK and not firefight. The real issues are here. Real issues were with Hardik Patel, were with Sunil Jakar, and of course the recent issue of Sidhu getting the one-year jail term. His own party leaders are saying that the party now needs to take a closer look and that the party will decide what needs to be done. With Jakar and Hardik Patel, it's too late now. The Congress party couldn't do much. But Rahul Gandhi, last seen at the Rajasthan Chintan Shivir. Before that, of course, in Nepal, in the club video. And now he's taken off for the UK. On India, he's addressing an India at 75 conclave in UK. That's what we're hearing. Taking a short break. Back with the full details.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे at the intersection right at the blast spot, and it's being very clearly conveyed and then very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond. हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michel, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American president alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive stadium.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India.
The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence.
I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown in Republic.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very clearly conveyed and then very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है.
All right, we're getting some breaking news right now. More developments after Navjot Singh Sidhu has been now got a 1-year jail term in the 1988 road rage case. He has tweeted now. In the tweet, you can see clearly on your screens, he says, "Will submit to the majesty of law." Will submit to the majesty of law. Navjot Singh Sidhu has said this in his tweet right now. So essentially, he's saying that what the Supreme Court has said, that they've ordered a 1 year of rigorous imprisonment for senior Congress leader. In this tweet, according to this tweet, we can say that he's saying that he will submit to the majesty of law. So the mercurial Navjot Singh Sidhu there submitting to the order of the Supreme Court. This is the big breaking we're getting for you here on Republic TV. Navjot Singh Sidhu has reacted to the 1-year jail term in the 1988 road rage case. He has tweeted, "Will submit to the majesty of law." This is a breaking development that we had got for you. Remember, the Supreme Court has sentenced the senior Congress leader to 1 year of rigorous imprisonment in the 3-decade-old road rage case. Remember that the top court had earlier let him off with a meager fine of 1,000, but now the Supreme Court, the apex court, really cracking down on Navjot Singh Sidhu in a decades-old case of road rage. And this is the first reaction of the man himself, saying that he will submit to whatever the apex court is saying, which is that he will be serving jail time. If we actually go by what he's saying and take it literally, what he's essentially saying that he will serve the rigorous 1-year jail time, what the Supreme Court has ordered in the 1988 road rage case. This is the first reaction we are getting, the first response we're getting after the Supreme Court has sentenced the senior Congress leader. He's saying will submit to the majesty of law. Just some time back today, Navjot Singh Sidhu was seen riding on an elephant in order to protest over inflation in Patiala. That's what we saw earlier. And suddenly we got the order of him being asked to serve jail time for the 1988 road rage case. And quick developments happening on Republic TV. Within, let's say, an hour of getting that order, Navjot Singh Sidhu has also now replied his first response on the road rage verdict which has come in. He has said, "We will submit to the majesty of law." So this is the big breaking we're getting for you. The BJP has also said, on the other hand, that this is a case of justice being served. We also spoke to some senior Congress leaders as well on Republic TV on the reaction on this story, and what they said is that this is definitely a sorry news coming in, but we have to respect what the apex court says. So trouble mounting for Congress. Navjot Singh Sidhu reacting. At the same time, we also told you, it broke here on Republic TV, that as all this is going on within the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi has now flown off to the United Kingdom. So that's also what we told you in Republic TV, that these are the developments which are happening, quick developments which are happening, all related to the grand old party, Congress. We also saw Sunil Jakar join the BJP formally today. So trouble mounting for the Congress party, and Navjot Singh Sidhu now reacting to that order which is coming. All right, let's go to Niranjan now. Niranjan, now we can see the first response come in of Navjot Singh Sidhu. He's the mercurial Navjot Singh Sidhu is actually submitting to the majesty of law. This is very interesting, Niranjan.
That's correct, and we're getting a reaction on ANI. Let's cut across 50-50 to the reactions that are coming in on ANI, news agency ANI, as more and more people respond to this 34-year-old verdict, 34-year-old case. Let's cut across.
ये पार्टी हाईकमांड का प्रेरोगेटिव है. हम जब मिलते भी हैं तो हम उनको उधर दिल्ली की तरफ.
सर, आप भी कांग्रेस में रहे, काफ़ी पुराने नेता रहे हैं, आप जमीन जाकर भी आते हैं. क्या समझते हैं पंजाब में कांग्रेस और देश में कांग्रेस कहाँ जा रही है?
नहीं, देखो, कांग्रेस तो एक टाइटैनिक है, डूब गया है. मोरियां हो चुकी हैं. देखना है अभी 24 तक कितना डूबता है. मैं जो समझता हूँ आज उनके पास 50 लोकसभा की सीट्स हैं. 24 में मेरे हिसाब से ये 20-22 से ज़्यादा नहीं होंगी. तो लगभग डूब चुकी कश्ती है. और मैं जो समझता हूँ मैं राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी को कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप को अब त्याग देना चाहिए. अब किसी और को शायद मौका दें तो पार्टी शायद किसी तरफ जाए. पर जो हालात हैं, जो वर्कर की पहचान नहीं रखती पार्टी, जो वर्कर से टूट चुकी है. जब भी कोई हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर कोई भी मसला कोई इमर्ज हुआ है तो आप उस वक्त देखेंगे राहुल गांधी जी फॉरेन ट्रिप पे गए होते हैं. पीछे में ही कोई मसला आया तो ये नेपाल के डिस्को थीक में थे. तो क्या किसी पार्टी के अगर हेड ऐसे समझ लो भी नॉन सीरियस काइंड ऑफ लीडर है तो पार्टी को कौन ज्वाइन करेगा? सब छोड़ जाएंगे, सब छोड़ जाएंगे.
पंजाब में क्या हालत आप समझते हैं? जो सत्ता में थी पिछले 4 महीने पहले, अब उसको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
80 साल से 80 MLA से 18 पे आई, 18 से 2-3 पे आएगी. क्योंकि कारण ये है अभी उसमें भी 4 धड़े हैं, 18 में भी 4 धड़े हैं. आज उसको राजा वड़िंग को प्रधान बनाया गया.
आज का ऑर्डर ये रहा कि जो हमने रिव्यू पिटीशन डाली थी 2 बेंच जजमेंट के अगेंस्ट, जिस जजमेंट में इनको सिर्फ 1000 रुपया फाइन करके छोड़ दिया था, उसका हमने रिव्यू डाला है और उस रिव्यू को आज कोर्ट ने मंजूर कर लिया है. और नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को 1 साल रिगरस इम्प्रिजनमेंट की सजा सुनाई गई है.
आगे विकल्प क्या है उनके पास?
उनके पास ये विकल्प है कि वो क्यूरेटिव कर दें, मगर जैसे हमारी प्रैक्टिस के अंदर हमारे को समझ है क्यूरेटिव इज सेल्डम, कभी इंटरफेयर होता है, रेयर.
कब तक सरेंडर करना?
ये अभी जजमेंट आ जाएगा. सरेंडर आज का ऑर्डर ये रहा कि जो हमने रिव्यू पिटीशन डाली थी 2 बेंच जजमेंट के अगेंस्ट, जिस जजमेंट में इनको सिर्फ 1000 रुपया फाइन करके छोड़ दिया था, उसका हमने रिव्यू डाला है और उस रिव्यू को आज कोर्ट ने मंजूर कर लिया है. और नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को 1 साल रिगरस इम्प्रिजनमेंट की सजा सुनाई गई है.
आगे विकल्प क्या है उनके पास?
उनके पास ये विकल्प है कि वो क्यूरेटिव कर दें, मगर जैसे हमारी प्रैक्टिस के अंदर हमारे को समझ है क्यूरेटिव इज सेल्डम, कभी इंटरफेयर होता है, रेयर.
कब तक सरेंडर करना?
ये अभी जजमेंट आ जाएगा. सरेंडर तो अब करना ही पड़ेगा.
Republic accesses the order copy in the Sidhu case, Sidhu road rage case. The order copy is right here with me. The order copy sentencing Navjot Singh Sidhu in the case of the road rage where a 65-year-old man, I repeat, a 65-year-old man was beaten by Navjot Singh Sidhu. Navjot Singh Sidhu himself did never deny the fact that he fisted a 65-year-old man. Look at this. I'm going to take a snapshot of this. Just bear with me. I'm just trying to take a snapshot. That's the order copy. I'm just taking the order copy and I will just underline that. Hold on, 1 second. Sentence of imprisonment for a period of 1 year imprisonment to be undergone by the respondent number 1. Parties are left to bear their own costs. 1 year imprisonment for Navjot Singh Sidhu, and Republic TV has accessed. And this is the order copy of the Supreme Court with me right now. With me right now, the order copy imposing the sentence of imprisonment for a period of 1 year, rigorous imprisonment to be undergone by respondent number 1. The parties are left to bear their own costs. That's the breaking news update. Republic TV has accessed the order copy on Sidhu. Supreme Court has decided Sidhu will have to serve 1 year jail time. I'm going back. Let me try and go back to the order. I'm going back to the order. Let's go to paragraph number 24. I have paragraph number 24 here, and I'm going to read out once again, because Supreme Court has made some very, very important observations. If I can just take that, I'll go back to that once again. I'll read from here. Supreme Court has said, we have given our thought to the matter. They have said we've given our thought to the matter. In our view, some material aspects which were required to be taken note of appear to have been somehow missed out at the stage of sentencing, such as the physical fitness of respondent number 1. He was an international cricketer. Look at the words. The court has said he was an international cricketer who was tall, who was well built, aware of the force of a blow. My God. And that is, even his hand would carry. The blow was not inflicted on a person identically, physically placed, but a 65-year-old person. I think that says it all. I'm repeating that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to see if I can, just bear with me. I will try and highlight this. I'm just going to try and highlight this. Look at this. I want to highlight the words used by the Supreme Court while making a mention. I'm once again highlighting what the Supreme Court of India has said. And mark the words very, very closely. The Supreme Court has said, look at this. Supreme Court has said he was an international cricketer. Supreme Court has said he was tall and well built. Supreme Court has said he was aware of the force of a blow that even his hand would carry. And the Supreme Court has said the blow was not inflicted on a person identically physically placed, but a 65-year-old person, more than double his age. More than double his age. Supreme Court has said, respondent number 1, Sidhu, cannot say he did not know the effect of the blow. He cannot say he did not know the effect of the blow or plead ignorance on this aspect. It is not as if someone had to remind. Supreme Court says it's not as if someone has to remind him of the extent of the injury which could be caused by a blow inflicted. Look at this. I'm highlighting the words. It's not as if someone has to remind him of the extent of the injury could be caused by a blow inflicted by him. In the given circumstances, tempers may have been lost, but then the consequences of the loss of temper must be borne. In fact, this court to some extent has been indulgent in ultimately holding respondent number 1 guilty of an offence of simple hurt. The question is whether even on sentence, mere passage of time can result in a fine of 1,000 being an adequate sentence where a person has lost his life. Very, very scathing observations made by the Supreme Court, saying that Sidhu was an international cricketer. Sidhu was an international cricketer who was tall and well built, aware of the force of a blow that even his hand would carry. Supreme Court has said the blow was not inflicted on a person identically or physically placed, not someone as strong as Sidhu when he was 34 years younger, but he punched a 65-year-old person, more than double his age. He cannot say that he did not know the effect of the blow or plead ignorance on this aspect. It is not as if someone has to remind him of the extent of the injury which could be caused by a blow inflicted by him. And in the given circumstances, tempers may have been lost, but the consequences of the loss of temper must be borne. And in fact, the Supreme Court goes on to, at some point say that they may have been indulgent in ultimately holding Sidhu of an offence of simple hurt. Maybe the Supreme Court somewhere feels that he deserved a harsher punishment. And we'll try and get more reactions to this, but this is very, very scathing. Very, very scathing. I think we're getting in more reactions. Let's play out some reactions coming. Let's play out some reactions coming in on the story.
ये रहा कि जो हमने रिव्यू पिटीशन डाली थी 2 बेंच जजमेंट के अगेंस्ट, जिस जजमेंट में इनको सिर्फ 1000 रुपया फाइन करके छोड़ दिया था, उसका हमने रिव्यू डाला है और उस रिव्यू को आज कोर्ट ने मंजूर कर लिया है और नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को 1 साल रिगरस इम्प्रिजनमेंट की सजा सुनाई गई है।
आगे विकल्प क्या है उनके पास?
उनके पास ये विकल्प है कि वो क्यूरेटिव कर दें, मगर जैसे हमारी प्रैक्टिस के अंदर हमारे को समझ है, क्यूरेटिव इज सेल्डम, कभी इंटरफेयर होता है, रेयर।
कब तक सरेंडर करना?
ये अभी जजमेंट आ जाएगा, सरेंडर तो अब करना ही पड़ेगा। आज का ऑर्डर ये रहा कि जो हमने रिव्यू पिटीशन डाली थी 2 बेंच जजमेंट के अगेंस्ट, जिस जजमेंट में इनको सिर्फ 1000 रुपया फाइन करके छोड़ दिया था, उसका हमने रिव्यू डाला है और उस रिव्यू को आज कोर्ट ने मंजूर कर लिया है और नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को 1 साल रिगरस इम्प्रिजनमेंट की सजा सुनाई गई है।
आगे विकल्प क्या है उनके पास?
उनके पास ये विकल्प है कि वो क्यूरेटिव कर दें, मगर जैसे हमारी प्रैक्टिस के अंदर हमारे को समझ है, क्यूरेटिव इज सेल्डम, कभी इंटरफेयर होता है, रेयर।
कब तक सरेंडर करना?
ये अभी जजमेंट आ जाएगा, सरेंडर तो अब करना ही पड़ेगा।
We also have the pictures, that's the first reaction, by the way, coming in of the lawyers of the victim. And we have the first pictures also coming in of Karti's aid in court. We'll go across to that. There are first pictures of Sidhu coming in today. Sidhu on A9, let's go full frame to Sidhu. Sidhu on A9, full frame please.
Order आया है, की कहना सर? ऑर्डर के साथ क्या सुनाई?
नो कमेंट। देखिए क्या गिर गया।
देखिए
I'm going back to those pictures of Sidhu. Let's stay full frame with the pictures of Sidhu. Let's go back and stay full frame on the pictures of Sidhu. Sidhu not taking any questions from the media. Sidhu just walking away, saying no comments. He's responded on Twitter, but he has not responded on camera to the 1-year jail term that he's been handed for the 34-year-old road rage case. Let's play that once again. We're just waiting for news agency A9 to repeat that sequence anytime now. The news agency A9 will be putting out that sequence once again. Standing by for the first reaction of Navjot Singh Sidhu, who has just left a few minutes back from Patiala. Let's wait for that sequence once again. Let's cut across. Let's cut across full frame.
लीगल रिकोर्स की रहेगा।
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ? ऑर्डर के साथ क्या सुनाई?
नो कमेंट। देखिए क्या गिर गया।
देखिए
दूरी बना रहे हैं
की हुई है सर।
क्या कुछ लीगल कोई गल नहीं। अभी क्या वो अरेस्ट अभी सरेंडर कर रहे हैं क्या? नहीं कुछ नहीं करा। नहीं तो क्या अभी घर अभी कुछ नहीं, अभी एक बार फिर कोशिश करते हैं। एक बार
Those were the first pictures of Navjot Singh Sidhu coming in from Patiala. Let's play that out again. Sidhu just walking away. He said he submits to the majesty of law, but walked away when asked the question on whether he would be serving the jail term. Sidhu just walking away.
सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर
चल रहा है। और आज उनके अगेंस्ट जो डिसीजन आया हाई कोर्ट ने जो किया था, और मेरे ख्याल उनकी 3 साल की सज़ा थी, उससे कम करके 1 साल कर दी है। तो जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया है,
क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
Sidhu was asked whether he will find a legal remedy. No legal remedy, no comments on legal remedy, no comments on the 1-year jail term, no comments when asked on specifically the route he will take. There's a response coming in on ANI service, more and more reactions coming in. If we can just let's cut across to the reaction coming in on ANI live service and then we'll come back.
इन दोनों को हमारा पीछा छुड़वा दीजिए, आज ही कांग्रेस से निकाल दो, शायद हमारी 3-4 सीटें बढ़ जाएं। तो उन्होंने नहीं, राहुल जी ने समझा, तो एक कैसे भाग गया और आज एक को क्या हो गया।
सुनील जाखड़ जी अब फाइनली बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, क्या समझते हैं इसके पीछे इतनी
उन्होंने बहुत, मैंने उनकी स्पीच सुनी, उन्होंने कहा मेरे 50 साल के रिश्ता मेरा मेरे को ये कर दिया। पर मैं उन्होंने भी एक कोई शेर सुनाया था, तो मैं उनको एक सुना देता हूँ। होकर रुखसत हमारी महफिल से वे बेवफा, होकर रुखसत हमारी महफिल से वे बेवफा, आज खुद को बेवफाई के बाजार में नीलाम कर आए। तो उसने आज अपने आप को नीलाम कर दिया। बेवफाओं में जब नीलामी होती है ना, तो उसमें वो भी खड़े हो गए, अपने आप को नीलाम करके आगे। इससे बड़ी उनके हमारे लिए नहीं, कांग्रेस को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा, क्योंकि वो तभी चले गए थे, इलेक्शन से पहले ही चले गए थे। जिस आदमी को इतना पावर हंग्री हो जाए, वो पागल हो गया था। उसकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन उसके चेहरे पर थी, फेस पर थी कि मैं मर गया। यार क्या बात है, ये पावर तो आती रहती है। 50 साल आपका परिवार पावर में रहा, आपको शर्म नहीं आई, आपका पेट ही नहीं भरा, कोई और चाहिए नहीं पॉलिटिक्स में। एक ही परिवार को पालती रही कांग्रेस, और कांग्रेस को भी शर्म आनी चाहिए थी कि इसको इतने दिन पार्टी में रखा। अगर इसको निकाला होता तो वो ना आज कहता कि मैं कांग्रेस छोड़ रहा हूँ, हम कहते कि आपने अपने गंदे आदमी को बाहर निकाल दिया है।
क्या लगता है सर कि ये दोनों अगर पहले आपकी बात मान गए होते राहुल गांधी
तो आज कोई सीन ही और होता। ये हाईकमांड को अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, मेरे को भी नहीं अच्छा लगता कि अगर मेरा कोई वर्कर आकर कहे आप में ये गलती है। हाईकमांड को नहीं अच्छा लगता कि कोई सच्चाई बोल जाए। मैंने कहा था कि इनको निकाल दो, उन्होंने नहीं सुनी। आज उनको ये दिन दिखाई दे रहे हैं। आज जो बोल रहा है वो हाईकमांड को भी शर्म आनी चाहिए कि जिस आदमी को, जिस परिवार को इतनी देर से पाल कर रखा, वही आज ऐसी बेवफा। अकिरतकान है ये लोग, बेवफा नहीं मैं कहूँगा, अकिरतकान होते हैं जो किसी का नहीं रखते। कि जब ना आए मैं पार्टी छोड़ूंगा नहीं, अपने घर बैठ जाऊंगा। एक तरफ तो वो कहता है कि मैंने एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स छोड़ दी, तो फिर इतनी तकलीफ क्या है? अगर एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स छोड़ दी तो इतना पेट में दर्द क्यों हो गया? क्यों ऑपरेशन करने की ज़रूरत पड़ गई? इसके लिए ये इलेक्शन भी लड़ेगा, एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स में भी रहेगा, और बेईमानों की लिस्ट में सबसे आगे, अकृतकणों की लिस्ट में सबसे आगे सुनील जाखड़ खड़ा होगा।
क्या राज्यसभा की सीट का भी
यार मेरे वो जहन्नम की सीट ले ले, मेरे को क्या है? जो पीठ में छुरा घोंप कर गया है, तो इससे आगे क्या है? हमने अपने सर पर बैठाकर गुरदास पर लेकर गए। ये हिंदू कहता है। हमारे जो जट सिखों की सीटें थी, डेरा बाबा नानक, गुरदासपुर और फतेहगढ़ चूड़ियाँ, वहाँ से जीत कर आया। जो हिंदू डोमिनेटेड थे वहाँ से टका कर हरा। तो उस टाइम नहीं इसको शर्म आई कि मैं हिंदुओं का लीडर हूँ, मेरे को उन्होंने हरा दिया, क्योंकि इसका ड्यूल फेस हम नहीं समझ सके। हिंदू समझ गए कि ये बेईमान आदमी है।
क्या लगता है कि आने वाले टाइम में कांग्रेस को इसका नुकसान होगा कि फायदा होगा, या बीजेपी?
तो ये तो नुकसान कर गया, अब तो फायदा ही फायदा है। जो नुकसान कर गए दोनों ही, तो अब ये दोनों चले जाएंगे। कांग्रेस तो नहीं निकालना चाहती, ना निकाले। कांग्रेस ने इसको रखकर भी कांग्रेस का नुकसान किया, सिद्धू को रखकर भी नुकसान किया। हमने कहा था कि निकाल दो इन्हें दोनों को, क्यों अब अंत तुम्हारा ले रहे हो, पर कांग्रेस के नहीं।
क्या अब सिद्धू को निकालना चाहिए? अब टाइम आ गया,
बिल्कुल निकालना चाहिए। नहीं वो तो अपने आप ही निकल गया, पता नहीं क्या बनेगा। कोर्ट अंदर करती है, बाहर करती है, तो वो तो सजा होगी। और इलेक्शन तो मेरे ख्याल कभी लड़ नहीं सकता।
अभी जागना चाहिए आपको लगता है हाईकमांड को? अब तो खुद ही अगर रास्ता आए तो
गहरी नींद में नहीं जाना चाहिए, जागना चाहिए।
There is more reactions coming from the Congress party. There is a clamor to sack Congress party Sidhu. Congress leaders are saying if leaders like Sidhu are removed, then there is a chance, a possibility that the Congress party will win more seats, will gain more ground in states like Punjab. And let me first play out what Sidhu said or didn't, the full sequence on Republic. Let me just play that out.
नो सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकोर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ
क्या सुनाई नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया देखिए सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकोर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ
क्या सुनाई नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया देखिए सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकोर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ
क्या सुनाई नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया देखिए सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकोर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ
क्या सुनाई नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया देखिए सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकोर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ
क्या सुनाई नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया देखिए सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकोर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर
Niharika joining us. Niharika was the lawyer for the victim, joining us on the phone line. Niharika, it's been 34 years, and even the Supreme Court has said that to some extent they have been indulgent in untimely, in ultimately holding respondent number 1 guilty of an offence of a simple hurt. So, and they made some very strong observations about the gravity of the offence. Niharika, should this have happened a long time back?
Yes, I don't think I would use the word that they have been indulgent for a mere hurt. I would say that justice has finally been served and he has been given awarded rigorous imprisonment of 1 year by allowing the review application on sound legal grounds. We were led by Senior Advocate Mr. Siddharth Luthra and Mr. Sudhir Walia in our arguments. And after extensive arguments by the legal teams of both the sides, the review application has been allowed.
Yeah, and did you expect a more stringent punishment perhaps for Sidhu? After all, he hasn't denied ever punching your client.
Yes. Well, that was the alternative prayer of the victim's family. We have not had a chance to read the judgment, but it seems like that prayer has not been accepted of enhancing the charges. But he has been punished under Section 323 IPC, and maximum punishment under that charge has been given to him.
Yeah, correct. Thank you, Niharika, for speaking to Republic TV. The first video that's coming in of Navjot Singh Sidhu. Navjot Singh Sidhu, who's been handed a 1-year jail term for punching a 65-year-old man when Sidhu himself was about 25. Sidhu himself was around 25 years old. He was an international cricketer back then. Supreme Court has said he was an international cricketer. He was tall and well built. He was aware of the force of a blow that even his hand would carry. And Supreme Court has said this afternoon that the blow that Sidhu inflicted was on a person was not on a person identically or physically placed. That blow was on a person who was 65 years old, more than double his age. And that Sidhu cannot say that he did not know the effect of the blow or plead ignorance. It's not as if someone has to remind Sidhu of the extent of the injury that could be caused by a blow inflicted by him. In the given circumstances, tempers may have been lost, but the consequences of the loss of temper must be borne. Consequences of the loss of temper must be borne. In the case of road rage, very strong words there from the Supreme Court in the order accessed by Republic TV. I want to play out the full. There's a 1-minute sequence of Sidhu, when asked the question in Patiala, just walked away saying no comments. He didn't even say whether he will be challenging this.
सिद्धू साहब लीगल रिकॉर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा
Pictures on ANI, let's come across the pictures on ANI. Let's take the audio and pictures on ANI. Pictures on ANI, if there's an audio on this, these are live pictures of, those were pictures of the car. Pictures of Sidhu's car backing up, Sidhu's residence. Let's play out that full sequence, in fact, once more. Let's play out that sequence once more. It's a 1-minute sequence of Sidhu that we've got from Patiala.
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया भाई बोल रहा हूं सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया भाई बोल रहा हूं सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया भाई बोल रहा हूं सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया भाई बोल रहा हूं सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
भाई बोल रहा हूं सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया की कहना सर क्या सुनाई
नो कमेंट देखिए क्या गिर गया भाई बोल रहा हूं सिद्धू साहब लीगल कुछ रेमेडी लीगल रिकॉर्स की रहेगा
Let's put out what the court said. Court said when a 25-year-old man who was an international cricketer assaults a man more than twice his age and inflicts, even with his bare hands, a severe blow. And reading out from the graphics on his victim's head, the unintended consequence of harm would still be properly attributable to him as it was reasonably foreseeable. Some of the excerpts of the Supreme Court order. And let's go across to ANI, where the Shiromani Akali Dal is just...
देखो बड़े देर दे उस परिवार इंसाफ दी गल कर रहा सी आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इंसाफ कीता है वो एजेंट बड़े जी एजेंट बड़े जी पाकिस्तान दे नाल उन्हां दा हैगा छੱਡ ਦੋ भाई बस हुण हो गया इनके बस बहुत
Shiromani Akali Dal also welcoming the court order, saying it's too little, too late order. It's never too late. That's the Shiromani Akali Dal Sukhbir Badal who just spoke on Navjot Singh Sidhu. The entire election campaign, they were taking single-handedly. They were taking on Sidhu, and it's a big day for the Congress party. It's a big day in the sense that they've lost Sunil Jakhar in Punjab, and they've on the second most senior leader. That is Sidhu, at least, in terms of the stature, he was the Congress chief of Punjab, lost the election badly. One of the faces of the Congress party in Punjab has been sent to a one-year jail. It's a tragic day for the Congress party in Punjab. Tragic because it's been a double whammy Thursday for the Congress. Double whammy Thursday, Jakhar leaves, Sidhu sent to jail, and couldn't have been worse for them really. And Rahul Gandhi has just taken off for the United Kingdom, so not sure that you'll get a response from him anytime soon unless there's Wi-Fi on the plane that's carrying him to the UK and he will tweet something else mid-air. But that's Rahul Gandhi who's not there, who's en route to UK, and that's Sidhu on your screen, not saying a word, but has said he will submit himself to the majesty of the law. And let's listen into what Sidhu said and get you some more breaking news updates.
सिद्धू साहब लीगल कोर्स की रहेगा
के मुताबिक दोनों पक्षों की बहस सुनने के बाद ये फैसला किया है कि उनको 1000 रुपये के जुर्माने की जगह 1 साल की कैद होनी चाहिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह साबित किया है कि एक इंसान के जीवन की कीमत केवल 1000 रुपया नहीं है और इंडियन पिनल कोड के तहत जो सज़ा दी जा सकती थी इस मामले में वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दी है पूरी बहस सुनने के बाद। मैं समझता हूँ कि जो लोग ये मानते थे कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने केवल 1000 रुपये में एक जान की कीमत तोली है, आज वो इस फैसले से संतुष्ट होंगे। पर मुझे एक सतह पर इस बात का दुख है कि 30 साल के बाद सिद्धू को जेल जाना पड़ रहा है, मगर अब उनके पास और कोई विकल्प नहीं है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले के बाद ये सज़ा उनको भुगतनी होगी। लेकिन ये रिव्यू पिटीशन में ही फैसला हुआ है। इसके बाद एक क्यूरेटिव पिटीशन होती है जिसका दायरा बहुत सीमित है और मेरा मानना है कि क्यूरेटिव पिटीशन इस केस में नहीं चलेगी, ना ही दायर की जाएगी।
दूसरी तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी
इसमें कोई मैं समझता हूँ कि आश्चर्य की वजह नहीं है। वो बहुत देर से अपने आप को आहत महसूस कर रहे थे और बहुत से कांग्रेस जन अपने आप को आहत महसूस कर रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूँ कि जाखड़ का बीजेपी ज्वाइन करना एक तरह से ट्रेलर का दूसरा भाग्य है और आने वाले समय में कई ऐसे लोग हैं जो अपने आप को असहज महसूस कर रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी में, वो पार्टी छोड़कर किसी और पार्टी को ज्वाइन करेंगे अपने विवेक के मुताबिक।
आपके बारे में भी कई बार चर्चा होती है करने वाली, तो क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी आप भी ज्वाइन करेंगे?
मैंने तो ये चर्चा नहीं सुनी, अगर आपने सुनी है।
Ashwini Kumar of the Congress party there, rather he quit the Congress party I think a few days back, so it's a little hard to keep up with who's with the Congress, who's not, because here today, gone tomorrow seems to be the slogan, the motto of most of the leaders of the Congress party. Hardik Patel until yesterday was a congressman, today nobody knows where he's going, but he's not a congressman anymore. Sunil Jakhar until yesterday was a congressman, today he's a BJP leader. Ashwini Kumar until recently of the Congress party is no more from the Congress party, responding there. And you heard some Congress leaders still serving, saying remove leaders like Sidhu, you'll win a few more seats. And that's what the court has said. Read this ladies and gentlemen, the court has said that Sidhu was an international cricketer. He was tall, well-built and aware of the force of a blow that even his hand would carry. Very, very scathing observations of what Sidhu did and why he deserves 1 year jail time. On that note, what we will do is we will play out some of the reactions of the lawyers and Sidhu. We just played his response. We'll take a break now and we'll come back with the breaking story here on Republic TV. Stay tuned. We're taking a short break. Back with the coverage.
सिद्धू साहब लीगल रिकॉर्ड्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
Spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India.
The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence.
I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me.
There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other markets. This is one such vehicle that's lying here and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck in this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe, Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and
Massive charge against the Muslim side by the Gyanvapi Andolan claims Mukhtar Ansari is funding the Muslim side. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has kept the case for tomorrow, asking the trial court in Varanasi not to proceed with the Gyanvapi Mosque case till then. Let's listen in.
ट्रस्ट है का ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का, उसको कौन चला रहा है, कौन उसको मेंटेन कर रहा है?
ये अंजुमन इस्लामिया है और इसका जो रख रखाव कर रहा है वो माफिया डान मुख्तार अंसारी है। मैं चश्मदीद गवाह हूँ। समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार थी, मुख्तार अंसारी बीमार पड़ा और वो BHU अस्पताल में अपना इलाज कराने आया। हम जाते हैं, हमें समाजवादी पार्टी के सदर मुलायम सिंह जी का फ़ोन आता है कि वहाँ मुख्तार अंसारी बीमार है। अफजाल अंसारी जो उस समय समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद थे वो जा रहे हैं, उनकी देखभाल करना होगा, वहाँ समुचित इलाज उनका हो पाए, क्योंकि मुख्तार अंसारी के समर्थन से ही समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार चला करती थी। मैं जब वहाँ गया हूँ तो मैं देखता हूँ कि मौलाना बातिन वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं और मस्जिद जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद है उसके रख रखाव और रंग रोशन के लिए जो है जो तमाम दुश्वारियाँ आ रही हैं उसका वहाँ वो दुखला रो रहे थे। मुख्तार अंसारी ने अपने PA जो शाहिद था उससे कहा कि तुम गाड़ी में मेरे पैसे पड़े हैं उसमें से 10 लाख रुपया ले आओ और बातिन साहब को दो। 10 लाख रुपया आता है, उस समय 1-1 लाख रुपए की गड्डी होती थी, 2 लाख की गड्डियाँ नहीं होती थी। तो 1-1 लाख रुपए की गड्डी 10 गड्डी ले आकर के वो मौलाना बातिन देते हैं। बातिन साहब बताते हैं कि खर्चे और आएंगे। तो मुख्तार अंसारी ने कहा कि जो 10 लाख 20 लाख जो भी खर्चे आए या जो महीने में खर्चे आए आप वो हमें बता दिया कीजिए, मेरे यहाँ से पैसा मस्जिद में पहुँच जाया करेगा। तो ये जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद है उसका प्राचीन भी कलंकित था, औरंगजेब ने मंदिर को तोड़ करके मस्जिद बनाई और आज भी उसका जो इतिहास है वो कलंकित है। तो वो माफियाओं के पैसे से चल रहा है मस्जिद पूरा। क्या क्या काम होता है उससे? उसमें रंग रोशन है, देखिए मस्जिद बड़ी है, उसमें तमाम रख रखाव की व्यवस्थाएं हैं, जो उसमें रंग रोशन हो रहा है, बहुत से हिस्से उसके जर्जर हो रहे हैं, उस सब की मरम्मत माफिया मुख्तार अंसारी के पैसे से हो रही है। अब मुख्तार अंसारी का पैसा कहाँ से आता है? वो पैसा लगा हुआ है मंदिर में, मस्जिद में बिल्कुल लगा हुआ है और लगातार आ रहा है। और मेरा तो ये आरोप है कि जो अंजुमन इस्लामिया जो मुकदमा लड़ रही है, जो 5 लाख 10 लाख के वकील आ रहे हैं और आज भी आपने देखा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में स्टे हुआ, बड़े वकील खड़े हुए, तो वो 10 लाख 20 लाख के वकील कहाँ से आ रहे हैं, किसकी हैसियत है? हम लोग भी मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं काशी विश्वनाथ का, मैं भी वादी हूँ और मैं मुकदमा लड़ता हूँ, मैं अपने वकील को 500 रुपये फीस देता हूँ, वो मुकदमा लड़ता है। तो मेरी हैसियत नहीं है कि मैं 10 लाख 20 लाख का वकील ले आऊँ। तो ये वकील कहाँ से आते हैं? मेरा आरोप है सीधे सीधे कि मुख्तार अंसारी के फाइनेंस से ये वकील आते हैं और ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का मुकदमा माफिया डान मुख्तार अंसारी लड़ रहा है।
Coming up after this, Sack Sidhu clamour grows within the Grand Old Party as leaders call for action against the former cricketer turned politician. Instigator of attacks on Kashmiri Pandits, Yasin Malik, convicted by special NI court.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India.
The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other markets. Just one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
An MNS has put up a poster in Lal Bagh which says that if Raj Thakre even shaves his hair, the whole of Maharashtra will also burn. Significantly, this comes in the wake of the protests against Raj Thakre's visit to Ayodhya.
Days after MNS chief Raj Thakre received death threats, MNS has put up posters in Lal Bagh area of Mumbai warning of severe consequences. The poster warns that if any harm is caused to Raj Thakre, the whole of Maharashtra will be burnt. Earlier, an MNS official had said that they had received a letter at the MNS office penned in Urdu and another in Hindi by one Nandgaonkar. MNS has been demanding security for Raj Thakre and his family from both Centre and Mahavikas Aghadi. The MNS had launched a statewide movement to remove all loudspeakers from mosques, threatening to play Hanuman Chalisa opposite those that flout laws and relay azan on public address systems. Meanwhile, Raj Thakre has also announced plans to go to Ayodhya, which has received backlash from the people of UP. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And coming up in a short while here on Republic TV, Republic accesses another survey. Lotus inscriptions, shapes of 4 Hindu idols found and traces of mandir found in survey report. After Gyanvapi, Mathura court allows Hindu sites plea seeking videography survey in Krishna Janmabhoomi.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
The live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other markets. Just one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues. The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
wrap of all that's making news across the globe, Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten.
As the Hindu side seeks more time before filing reply in the top court, SC stays trial court hearing in Gyanvapi. Hearing will resume on May 20th. It's Mathura after Gyanvapi. Petitioners demand removal of Shahi Idgah Mosque. Plea filed in Mathura court accepted, allowing for hearing on this matter to begin. Special NI court convicts terrorist Yasin Malik. Quantum of sentence hearing to be held on May 25th. Malik pleads guilty to all charges in case related to terrorism activities that disturbed the Kashmir Valley. Sanjay Raut meets Navneet and Ravi Rana in Leh, Ladakh. Ravi Rana had a meeting with Sanjay Raut separately. And coming up in a short while on Republic TV, no escape of route for Sidhu, convicted in 1988 road rage case and sentenced to 1 year jail term by the Supreme Court. And saga of defections continue in the Grand Old Party. 5 days after staging a walkout from the Congress, Sunil Jakar joins the BJP.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya's rival prime minister said that he will carry out his duties from Sirte for the time being. Prime Minister Fatih Baksha said that in a handout video released by the Eastern-based government that he does not regret his attempt to seat his government in the capital of Tripoli, but regrets that a man's life lost in the subsequent clashes is condemnable. He added that he had waited for more than 80 days before making the attempt. The Italian ambassador to Russia, Giorgio Strass, was summoned to Russia's foreign ministry following reports that Italian diplomats would be expelled from the country. Russia was already in the process of expelling 34.
Leader Navjot Singh Sidhu has got a 1-year jail term in the case of road rage. December 27th, 1988, Sidhu had allegedly beat Gurnam Singh on his head, leading to his death.
No escape route for Sidhu as Supreme Court sentences the top Congress leader to 1 year jail term.
ਸਿੱਧੂ ਸਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ
नो कमेंट देखी काका गिर जाएगा
After the verdict, Sidhu shies away from cameras in Patiala, says no comments as he walks away. And sack Sidhu clamor grows within the Grand Old Party as leaders call for action against the Punjab leader. Karti's aid produced in court. CBI seeks 14-day remand. Karti to be grilled next. Saga of defections continues in the Grand Old Party. 5 days after staging a walkout from Congress, Sunil Jakhar joins the BJP. Instigator of attacks on Kashmiri Pandits, Yasin Malik convicted by a special NIA court in Delhi. And the top court says trial proceedings in Gyanvapi case until Friday, that's tomorrow. Another survey report accessed by Republic. Lotus inscriptions, shapes of Hindu idols found, and traces of mandir found in the survey report submitted. After Gyanvapi, Mathura court allows Hindu side police seeking videography survey in Krishna Janmabhoomi case. And CBI to grill TMC leader Anubrata Mandal in cattle smuggling case today. The question is in fact going on. Alright, some breaking news development coming in, viewers. CBI has filed an FIR against West Bengal Minister Paresh Adhikari and his daughter Ankita in the illegal teachers recruitment scam under sections 120B, 420 and Prevention of Corruption Act 7. This is the same case in which Senior Minister Partho Chatterjee was questioned, as also of course Honorable Mandal. Ishan Dev, our correspondent from Republic Bangla, joins us on the phone line. Ishan, over to you. What details you can share about this fresh FIR filed in the teachers recruitment scam, in which I believe Partho Chatterjee was also questioned?
Well, Mr. Paresh Adhikari, who is a TMC MLA from North Bengal, and he is the MOS Education in West Bengal government. This Paresh Adhikari's daughter Ankita, as you were saying, her name was not in the panel, in the merit list of teacher recruitment, but her name suddenly came on the top of the list and she got the job. And from there, this controversy has triggered. And in this matter, the Kolkata High Court has directed Paresh Adhikari to be present in front of CBI at Nizam Palace CBI office within 3 o'clock this afternoon. But within 3 p.m. this afternoon, Paresh Adhikari or his daughter, none has appeared before CBI, and that's why CBI has lodged an FIR against Paresh Adhikari. And you know, the day before yesterday, the Kolkata High Court gave the verdict that Paresh Adhikari should appear before the CBI officers at Nizam Palace in Kolkata within.
All right, another breaking news on the Karti Chidambaram investigation by the CBI again. And this time, Karti's aide, Bhaskar Raman, his chartered accountant, in fact, has been sent to 4 days of police remand. Was 4 days of CBI custody, in fact. Karti Chidambaram's aide, Bhaskar Raman, his chartered accountant, who's accused by the CBI of facilitating the transfer of funds which were received from the private power company to facilitate the visas for Chinese nationals, work permits and visas for Chinese nationals, going beyond the existing rules at that time. between the 2010-2014 period for the power company in Punjab, which wanted more Chinese nationals, Chinese workers coming in. The number was beyond the caps put in by the Ministry of Home Affairs, but somehow Karti Chidambaram came in the picture, and subsequently 263 Chinese nationals got those work permits and visas, which was beyond the rules. And that's the case being investigated by the CBI, in which an FIR was filed a day before yesterday. And Karti aide arrested yesterday evening. Bhaskar Raman from Chennai, brought to Delhi, produced in a court today, and now remanded in 4 days of CBI custody. He would be questioned about the transfer of funds, how the funds were channelized, from where they were received, on what account, where they were shown. Rupees 50 lakh is the amount, viewers, that was given as a facilitation fee for doing something which was at that time not permitted as per rules. So that's why CBI getting custody of 4 days of Karti's aide, chartered accountant S. Bhaskar Raman. He has been produced before a special CBI judge, Prashant Kumar. In the China Gate scam, CBI had, of course, originally sought 14 days of custody, but we have Anuj live. Anuj, you are reporting on this story. What was CBI's argument for seeking 14 days of custody? Ultimately, of course, the agency getting 4 days with Bhaskar Raman. Anuj.
This is what we have been told. We announced
Well, some audio issue there with Anuj. He's reporting from the ground on CBI getting 4-day custody of Karti's aide S. Bhaskar Raman, who was essentially chartered accountant to Karti's firms and facilitated the movement of 50 lakh rupees from the firm which sought the services which Karti provided, and that was of facilitating visas to 263 Chinese nationals. But that's okay. Let's go to Anuj. His audio is fixed. Anuj, I was asking what were the arguments put across by the CBI for seeking the 14-day custody?
Well, exactly. This was something which was asked by the CBI there in the court about the 14 days custody. Finally, if we talk about the comment that has been made in by the CBI in the court, CBI tells the court that he has disclosed. We are talking about Bhaskar Raman, that he has disclosed password of only 2 accounts. On the other hand, let me tell you, Abhishek, there CBI has also put in the point of a property of which the power of attorney is in the name of Bhaskar Raman, the chartered accountant of Karti Chidambaram, but the property in Jorbag belongs to Karti Chidambaram and the mother. So that these all are the points which has been put in front of the court therein. But police, I beg your pardon, CBI want to investigate the matter further. So that is something which has been put in front of the court. At this point in time, what we have been told that the police custody has been already granted. So this is going to be the more connections of the dots. Let me remind you that yes, this is about the facilitation of Chinese national for issuing their visa, for reissuing their visa. So this whole case has been taken by CBI. The dots has been connected there when the arresting was done in the INX case. From there, the testimony was taking, the points has been taking and connecting the dots, and now this particular scam has already been opened. 50 lakh is the bribe.
Right, Anuj.
50 lakh is the bribe. 50 lakh is the bribe which we have been told. Yes, Abhishek.
Right, Anuj, 4 days of police custody, CBI custody, in fact, of Bhaskar Raman, chartered accountant and close aide of Karti Chidambaram, the son of P. Chidambaram, senior leader of the Congress party, the then Home Minister, and of course Karti being a Lok Sabha MP. Moving on, the Supreme Court of India today pushed the hearing in the Gyanvapi case to Friday, that is tomorrow. Also, the court instructed the Varanasi Magistrates Court to not take up the matter till the time that a topmost court of the country was seized of the issue. In fact, Prakash Singh joins us from Varanasi. It's on a day when 2 survey reports have been filed, one in a sealed cover, the other because the court commissioner had been removed. It went public with the court in Varanasi. Prakash, you're there on the ground, hot out there, but the issue of Gyanvapi getting equally hot. The Supreme Court is to take up the matter tomorrow, but are you getting some sense of what is there in the survey reports that have been submitted today?
Well, as far as the survey report conveys and indicates, it is going the way what Ram Janmabhoomi was, what happened to Ram Janmabhoomi in Ayodhya. So I spoke to both the court commissioners today. In fact, Ajay Mishra, who has been removed, he clearly and openly said that the western walls of the Gyanvapi Mosque indicate that it was a temple. The Kasi Vishwanath temple was demolished, and there are enough evidences of that, and that he has submitted to the court. Now, when I spoke to the second commissioner, that is Vishal Singh and his associate Ajay Pratap Singh, they did not say on record, but what we get to know from the sources that it has been a threadbare investigation by Commissioner Vishal Singh as well, and we get to know that there was idols of Nandi as well as Sivling, and a structural identification of different idols as well as Vishnu, as well as there was Trishul, there was Dhol and various other artifacts that they could identify, which gives enough evidence that it's temple. So now that the Supreme Court is up for hearing tomorrow, and Supreme Court has asked the lower court to detest the lower court from issuing any order, the lower court in Varanasi would be holding its court again on Monday. So we'll have to wait and watch what happens tomorrow and on Monday in the lower court in Varanasi. Back to you.
Right, Prakash. Right, Prakash, thank you so much for joining from Varanasi. But earlier in the day, also in Varanasi, our correspondent Piyush Mishra spoke to one of the Hindu side lawyers, Mr. Subhash. Take a listen.
देखिए, अंदर तो जो है, जो कहा जाए कि मंदिर के ही ढांचे को तोड़ा किया गया, मंदिर पे ही गुंबज बैठा दिया गया है और मस्जिद का स्वरूप दे दिया गया है। आज भी उसकी सारी दीवारें, सारे आधार, सारे स्तंभ जो है हिंदू मंदिर का ही है, केवल ऊपर ढांचा जो है गोल गुंबज का वो बैठाया गया है। इसलिए ये कहना है कि वो मस्जिद है, मस्जिद केवल गुंबज बना देने से और नमाज पढ़ लेने से वो स्थल मस्जिद नहीं हो जाता है। सारे हमारे प्रतीक देवी देवताओं के चित्र जो है सारे पत्थरों में अंकित है, इसलिए इस पे जो है कोई बहुत विवाद नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन चूंकि मामला न्यायालय का है, न्यायालय सभी पक्षों को सुनेगा, सारे साक्ष्यों को देखेगा, उसके बाद जो है न्यायालय अपनी निर्णय लेगा और हम लोग सफल होंगे, ये हम लोगों को पूर्ण विश्वास है।
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात आप बता रहे हैं सर कि ना सिर्फ वहाँ पे शिवलिंग मिले हैं वहाँ पे, बल्कि जहाँ पे गुंबद बनाया गया है उसके नीचे मंदिर का ढांचा। आप ये कह रहे हैं कि मंदिर के ऊपर गुंबद बना?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मंदिर पे केवल गुंबज का ढांचा बना दिया गया है, वो सारे स्ट्रक्चर मंदिर के हैं।
आपने देखा है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, अब ये तो रिपोर्ट आ गया, रिपोर्ट में आप देख सकते हैं, कोई इसमें बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है और सारे ढांचे जो है हम लोगों के मंदिरों के ही है।
अब मंदिर वहाँ बनना चाहिए, आपकी मांग है?
अरे भाई, हम तो इसी की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं कि हमारे इष्ट देव को स्थापित किया जाए, मंदिर का स्थापना हो, हिंदू फिर अपने इष्ट देव विश्वेश्वर महादेव के फिर आराधना कर सके। इसकी लड़ाई तो हम लड़ रहे हैं, हम उस संस्कृति सभ्यता की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। मुगल आक्रांताओं ने जिस संस्कृति को नष्ट किया है, जिसको स्थापित करने का प्रयास किया है, उसके खिलाफ हम लोगों की लड़ाई चल रही है।
एक सवाल बड़ा है जहन में कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि अब मामले की सुनवाई रोक दी जाए निचली अदालत में। कल दोपहर 3 बजे का वक्त दिया गया है, इस पर आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया क्या है?
ऐसा है कि आज सुबह 10:30 बजे स्पेशल कोर्ट कमिश्नर ने इस मामले में अपनी सर्वे कमीशन की जो 14 से लेकर के 16 तक की कार्रवाई थी, उसका रिपोर्ट बाकायदा साक्ष्य और सबूत के साथ माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत कर दिया है। न्यायालय ने उसका अवलोकन भी कर लिया है। इस पर सुनवाई 12 बजे होनी थी। अगर माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय का ऐसा आदेश है कि कल 3 बजे तक के लिए कार्रवाई को स्थगित करना है, तो निचली अदालत की सारी कार्रवाई रुक जाएगी। किसी भी प्रार्थना पत्र पर किसी भी प्रकार की सुनवाई नहीं होगी।
तो विशाल सिंह ने रिपोर्ट सबमिट कर दी है, अजय मिश्रा ने भी रिपोर्ट सबमिट की है
जी।
दोनों रिपोर्ट्स का क्या इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा फाइनल सबमिशन में, जो भी कोर्ट टिप्पणी करेगा?
नहीं, दोनों जो रिपोर्ट दाखिल की गई है वो दोनों रिपोर्ट ऑथेंटिक है और उसको न्यायालय मानती है और ये पत्रावली में सम्मिलित किया जाएगा।
कब तक इस पर आपको लगता है कुछ आगे मामला बढ़ पाएगा, कब तक हो पाएगा सब कुछ?
अगर कार्रवाई कल तक के लिए रुकती है तो परसों से फिर कार्रवाई शुरू हो जाएगी।
यही कहना ये कि न्यायालय की प्रक्रिया है
और स्टेप बाय स्टेप ऐसा ही एक एक करके एक एक कदम आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये काम हो गया, एक सर्वे हो गया, सर्वे की रिपोर्ट आ गई और रिपोर्ट पढ़ा जाएगा, दोनों पक्षों को रिपोर्ट दी जाएगी, फिर इस पर बहस होगी, इसके बाद किसी निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचेंगे। तो ये तो एक प्रोसेस है जिसके अंतर्गत ये जमा किया गया है, ये अच्छी बात है, इसी तरह से आगे बढ़ेंगे।
इससे पहले एक रिपोर्ट और सबमिट की गई थी, वो अजय मिश्रा जो थे उन्होंने रिपोर्ट सबमिट की थी। आज हमने उनसे बात की, उन्होंने एक बहुत बड़ी बात बताई कि जो पश्चिमी दीवार है वो बिल्कुल मंदिरी ही है। क्या कहेंगे?
एकदम सही, तो मैंने देखा है, एकदम मैं प्रत्यक्ष देख रहा हूँ कि पश्चिमी दीवार केवल मंदिर का ही हिस्सा ही है। और जैसे कोई मंदिर आधा आधा बना हो और आधा काट दिया गया हो, आधा रह गया हो, इस रूप में है, वो मंदिर ही है।
सनातन के कई सारे चिन्ह जो हैं पाए गए हैं,
शंख है, चक्र है, पशु हैं, कलाकृतियाँ हैं, कमल है और क्या कहते मन बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो कि मंदिरों में, देवस्थानों में बनाई जाती हैं। छोटे छोटे देवताओं के भी चित्र हैं उस पर। तो यह प्रत्यक्ष दिखाई पड़ रहा है, इसलिए कोई भी देखकर इसको समझ सकता है।
All right, moving on. In a big decision, the Supreme Court of India today slapped a one-year jail term on Navjot Singh Sidhu, Punjab Congress chief and senior leader of the party, in a 31-year-old case in which she was accused of causing the death of 65-year-old gentleman Gurnam Singh. In fact, earlier Sidhu was convicted but let off with a small punishment of just 1,000 rupees in fines. This was after Sidhu had in fact admitted that he did carry out the attack, but it was not seen as the main contributing factor to the death of Gurnam Singh. The family of the victim now comes out after the verdict today and speaks out. Listen into what they have to say.
ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੰਨਾ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ
ਉਹ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਸੀ, ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਸੀ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਤੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਸੀ, ਸਾਡੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਰਿਆ ਠੀਕ।
तो अभी कुछ मतलब अभी अगला स्टेप क्या रहेगा आपका?
नथिंग, थैंक्स, बस।
थैंक यू मैम।
The justice system.
ਉਹ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਸੀ, ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਸੀ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਤੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਸੀ, ਸਾਡੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਰਿਆ ਠੀਕ।
तो अभी कुछ मतलब अभी अगला स्टेप क्या रहेगा आपका?
नथिंग, थैंक्स, बस।
थैंक यू मैम।
सिद्धू साहब लीगल कोर्स की रहेगा
सिद्धू सर जिदा कोर्ट दा ऑर्डर आया है, की कहना सर?
नो कमेंट। देखिए काका गिर गया।
All right, in the pictures, Navjot Singh Sidhu evading cameras, but when questioned with some persistence, says he has nothing to speak, no comments. Of course, earlier he tweeted by saying that he would bow down to the majesty of law, which caught up with him 31 years after the purported crime, in which, because of the blow rained by Navjot Singh Sidhu, 65-year-old man Gurnam Singh had lost his life. This was in 1988. The family thanking the justice delivery system for finally catching up with the crime. Navjot Singh Sidhu is a senior Congress leader, would now will have to go to jail and serve a one-year term, that too of rigorous imprisonment. Indifference, and these are the observations on the screen, viewers of the Supreme Court of India, and from Jammu of Bajrang Dal. celebrating the conviction of Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is a convicted terrorist now in connection with his activities of fomenting terror in the 2015-16 period. Of course, there are other cases in which he is an accused and justice would catch up with him. But as of now, Yasin Malik convicted today by an NIA court in Delhi of terror activities. The quantum of punishment to be decided on May 25. Let's listen to the sound bites of these celebrating people from Jammu.
मलिक से हमारी मांग, वो सरकार से हमारी मांग है कि यासीन मलिक को मौत की सजा दी जाए।
आप ना फैल गए एक जगह करो ना।
यार लड्डू पे यार भीड़ इतने रहे उनके कड़कड़े जा रहे हैं। एक जगह मुड़िया ने बोलो तो कुड़ियां ने कोई चली जा। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत वो बचाए लड्डू बांटे जा रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे? देखिए, आज बड़ा खुशी का दिन है कि यासीन मलिक को दिल्ली के अंदर एक कोर्ट ने दोषी करार दिया है। अब उसकी सजा के ऊपर जो है वो बहस चलेगी और इसके अंदर हमें पूरा यकीन है कि इसको फांसी की सजा जो है वो सरकार के द्वारा न्यायपालिका की ओर से दी जाएगी, जो हमारी मांग भी रही है सदैव। JKLF का एक खूंखार आतंकवादी यासीन मलिक, जो पिछली सरकारों के दौरान उनका चीफ गेस्ट रहा है, PM ऑफिस के अंदर बेखौफ इनका आना जाना, लेकिन अब जाकर इनको जो है अब सजाएं मिलना शुरू हुई हैं। हमारा एक मानना है कि जैसे परमेश वर्मा का एक गाना है कि सब पढ़े जाएंगे जी, सब पढ़े जाएंगे, इसी प्रकार से लाइन वाइज सभी आएंगे। आज यासीन मलिक का नंबर लगा है, बिट्टा कराटे, उसके अलावा जितने अलगावादी नेता हैं, जितने कश्मीर के नेता जिन्होंने आतंकवादियों की मदद की है, सब पढ़े जाएंगे और सब इसी प्रकार कोर्ट के अंदर दोषी पाए जाएंगे और इनको मौत की सजा होगी। दोषी करार दिया गया, आपको क्या लगता है क्या सजा होनी चाहिए? देखिए, इसके लिए सिर्फ मौत की सजा। जिस प्रकार से इन्होंने खूंखार आतंकवादी होकर वहाँ पर कई लोगों की हत्या की है, एयरफोर्स के लोगों को मारा है, जिस प्रकार से इन्होंने वहाँ खून का तांडव जो खेला।
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे। At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond. हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है। That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michel, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
The American president alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive stadium.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Tomorrow when the report comes out, will you accept?
As the Hindu side seeks more time before filing reply in the top court, the Supreme Court stays trial court hearing in the Gyanvapi case. It will resume on May 20th. That's tomorrow. It's Mathura after Gyanvapi. Petitioners demand the removal of the Shahi Idgah Mosque. Plea filed in the Mathura court has been accepted, allowing for the hearing on this matter to begin sometime soon. A special NIA court in Delhi convicts terrorist Yasin Malik. Quantum of punishment hearing for that to be held on May 25th. Yasin Malik pleaded guilty to all charges in a case related to terrorism activities that disturbed the Kashmir Valley in 2016. Sanjay Raut met Navneet and Ravi Rana in Leh Ladakh today. Ravi Rana had a meeting with Sanjay Raut separately. What's cooking? After an abrupt exit from the Congress, the former senior Punjab Congress leader Sunil Chakar has joined the Bharatiya Janata Party in the presence of party chief Nadda. Republic has accessed Indrani's bail order. Indrani Mukherjee has been granted bail subject to strict conditions. The court has sworn that any breach of conditions would result in cancellation of her bail. The saga of defections continues the Grand Old Party with Sunil Chakar, the estranged Punjab Congress chief, quitting and joining the BJP today. The Central Bureau of Investigation to grill TMC leader Anubrata Mandal in a cattle smuggling case today in Kolkata.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Mr. Owaisi, you once again said you disagreed with the trial court order and you were expecting something else yesterday.
Order of the lower court is in complete gross violation of the Parliament Act of 1991. It is a blatant violation of the Supreme Court judgment, which is now the law of the land according to our constitution. And the Honorable two judges of the Supreme Court had called it an impugned order of the lower court, which has been challenged in the Supreme Court. So that is why I disagree.
Comes out, will you accept it, Mr. Owaisi? Will you accept the report?
I will not accept the report, whatever report comes. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to give a complete stay, because fortunately for us, Justice Honorable Chandrachud were also on the bench of the title suit of Babri Masjid. So both are quite well versed in these matters, and we hope that the Supreme Court will give a complete stay.
A man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is
like marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Chidambaram. I Came to London Food began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Vandalism. To
understand the security situation of Srinagar. Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
No escape route for Sidhu as Supreme Court sentences the top Congress leader to 1-year jail term.
ਸਿੱਧੂ ਸਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ
नो कमेंट देखिए काका गिर गया
Sidhu shies away from cameras, says no comment as he walks away. Now sack Sidhu clamour grows within the Grand Old Party as leaders call for action against Sidhu. Karti's aid produced in court. CBI seeks a 14-day remand. Karti to be grilled next. Saga of defections continues in the Grand Old Party. 5 days after staging a walkout from Congress, Sunil Jakhar joins BJP. Instigator of attacks on Kashmiri pundits, Yasin Malik convicted by special NIA court. Top court stays a trial court proceedings in Gyanvapi case until Friday. Republic accesses another survey. Reports accessed lotus inscriptions, shapes of 4 Hindu idols are found and traces of the mandir found in survey report. After Gyanvapi, Mathura court allows Hindu side plea seeking videography survey in the Krishna Janmabhoomi. CBI to grill TMC leader Anubroto Mandal in cattle smuggling case today. We are live and breaking. I am Shivangi Shukla. Well, a top story at this hour, torrential rains have thrown life out of gear in many parts of Bengaluru. The heavy rains have left behind traffic jams, overflowing drains and waterlogged roads as well. Republic's crew reached on ground and here's what they found.
Traffic jams, overflowing drains, locked roads. India's IT hub came to a near standstill after heavy rains battered the city of Bengaluru. Though the downpour has come to halt, the water is yet to recede in many parts of the city, throwing ordinary life in a span. The IMD has issued an orange alert across the state. Republic's crew went on ground to cover the aftermath of the torrential rain that awashed Bengaluru.
Heavy downpour last night has led like a flood-like situation across the city of Bengaluru. Many houses were gushed with rainwater as well as stormwater drain. And we are at HBR layout in Bengaluru, in heart of city, where people are struggling to clear the waterlogging from their house. You can see here we are in one of the houses here in Bengaluru, and water was up to 2 feet level entire night.
2 civilians have also lost life in this. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai visited flood-affected victims today. The rains may have ended for now, but there are areas inundated and people struggling due to waterlogging and overflowing drains. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Coming in right now, the trouble keeps mounting for Congress. Now, BC Nagesh has spoken to Republic earlier today on the political turmoil that has gripped Congress after Hardik Patel quit the party yesterday. Let's listen.
Karti Patel has quit Congress.
Yeah.
After quitting, he said that whoever believes that Rahul Gandhi will protect them, they're wrong, because Rahul Gandhi never protects, they just use and throw. Sir. How do you would like to react?
No, I don't want to react to the national thinking, but the way Congress is going, what Hardik Patel has said may be true.
Karti Patel has quit Congress.
Yeah.
After quitting, he said that whoever believes that Rahul Gandhi will protect them, they're wrong, because Rahul Gandhi never protects, they just use and throw. Sir. How do you would like to react?
No, I don't want to react to the national thinking, but the way Congress is going, what Hardik Patel has said may be true.
Karti Patel has quit Congress.
Yeah.
After quitting, he said that whoever believes that Rahul Gandhi will protect them, they're wrong, because Rahul Gandhi never protects, they just use and throw. Sir. How do you would like to react?
No, I don't want to react to the national thinking, but the way Congress is going, what Hardik Patel has said may be true.
Developments coming in. Now, this is in regard to the Yassin Malik conviction. NC Vice President and former Jammu and Kashmir CM Omar Abdullah has responded to Yassin Malik's conviction and said that while it is right of the court to deliver a decision, it is also the right of the convicted to move higher court. Now, this is a response coming in from Omar Abdullah, and he has said, and I repeat, that while it is right of the court to deliver a decision, it is also the right of the convicted to move the higher court. So essentially, he is giving a message there too, that it's the right of the convicted to move the higher court. Remember that the NIA court has convicted Yassin Malik in the terror funding case, and this had just come in a few hours ago, where we reported and broke that story on Republic. The court has also sought an affidavit from Malik regarding his financial assessment as well. So this is a big statement now coming there, rather a very shocking response coming from the Abdullahs. Let's listen into exactly what Omar Abdullah had said.
सहमे हुए डरे हुए
ठहराया है, क्या कहना है आपका इस पर?
अदालत का हक है कि वो जो कार्रवाई के बाद अपना फैसला सुनाते हैं, और जिसके बारे में फैसला सुनाया गया हो उसका भी हक है कि वो उससे ऊपर वाली अदालत में जाके उस फैसले को तब्दील करने की कोशिश करें। अदालत ने अपना फैसला सुना लिया है, अब इसके बाद यासीन मलिक क्या करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे वो उन तक है, मैं इसमें कुछ कहना नहीं चाहता।
सर, यासीन मलिक को कोर्ट ने दोषी ठहराया है, क्या कहना है आपका इस पर?
अदालत का हक है कि वो जो कार्रवाई के बाद अपना फैसला सुनाते हैं, और जिसके बारे में फैसला सुनाया गया हो उसका भी हक है कि वो उससे ऊपर वाली अदालत में जाके उस फैसले को तब्दील करने की कोशिश करें। अदालत ने अपना फैसला सुना लिया है, अब इसके बाद यासीन मलिक क्या करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे वो उन तक है, मैं इसमें कुछ कहना नहीं चाहता।
Yassin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades.
We are getting to you, viewers, the first visuals of Karti, Chidambaram's aide and chartered accountant there being remanded to 4-day CBI custody. This is the first visuals coming in after he was remanded to 4-day CBI custody. Those visuals there on your screen. Now this is coming in after, remember that he has now been remanded to 4-day CBI custody. Now he was arrested by the CBI. This is, we're talking about the Congress MP Karti Chidambaram's CA. Yesterday he was arrested by the CBI at about very late night on Tuesday night after a day-long multiple raids across the country. And as per the CBI, Karti's aide and CA was a front man for the parliamentarian, that is Karti, and demanded a bribe of 50 lakhs to facilitate visas for Chinese nationals in violation of the norms of the Ministry of Home Affairs. I would like to go to Ananya, who's tracking the story. Ananya, we are seeing that after being remanded to 4-day CBI custody, we are seeing the visuals, first visuals of him just being after remanded to the 4-day CBI custody. Now, what exactly can we expect next now, Ananya?
Well, yes, the Central Bureau of Investigation has now got 4 days police custody remand of Karti's CA, Bhaskaran. And remember that a lot has been said by the Central Bureau of Investigation inside the courtroom, where it is clearly mentioned that it was Bhaskaran who was working on the behest of Mr. Karti Chidambaram. And in fact, there is also a sale deed that has been recovered from Karti Chidambaram, from Bhaskaran's residence, which is of a property that was bought by Karti Chidambaram and his mother. But what is very, very interesting to note is that the power of attorney of this specified property was in the name of CA Bhaskaran. The CBI raised a very, very important contention that CAs are usually hired for auditing work, but why was this property in the name of Bhaskaran? Why was the power of attorney in the name of Bhaskaran? In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation was very, very apprehensive. It has said that he is influential, he is connected with the top notches,
and can influence the witness in this case. In fact, it also went on to say that there is a very, very long trail of emails that exist into this whole Chinagate case, wherein these fake visas were approved. So the CBI has clearly stated that only 2 email passwords were shared by Bhaskaran, and the others he has responded that he doesn't remember. However, the opposing counsels, the counsels of Bhaskaran, were constantly opposing to the police custody remand application by giving out various arguments. But then the court was, because it was a link court, it remanded Mr. Bhaskaran for 4 days of police custody remand of the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation also stated that at 10 locations the raids were conducted, and after the raids were conducted, there is a very, very long list of documents and material that is still yet to be recovered, and he has to be confronted with other co-accused persons as well into this whole case. So very, very big win kind of a situation for the Central Bureau of Investigation, where it is secure.
All right, some more developments coming in right now that Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi survey report. We have accessed the survey report, viewers. This is big news coming in right now on Republic TV that we have accessed the survey report of the Gyanvapi row, which has been happening for the past few days, taking a twists and turns, and right now we have accessed the survey report. Big news coming in. Remember that right now the Supreme Court has adjourned the case and said it will take up the matter tomorrow. Remember that the report has been made after days and days of survey twists and turns and protests and political face-offs. And on your screen, viewers, you can see the survey report. This is the survey report, the first channel to access the full report of the survey. Now, what is exactly in the survey? My colleague will join us and tell us exactly what's in there. But this, viewers, is an exclusive report. This you will not see anywhere. The actual report of the Gyanvapi survey, when it comes to whether there's a shivling or what are the icons there, what is really inside the masjid complex. This report has it all, and we on Republic TV have accessed this survey. So big news coming in. I would like to go across to Niranjan. Niranjan, over to you.
Yes. Well, we've accessed the full report, and this report is with me. And if my video journalist can give me a mic, then I can show you the report as well. It's on the surface right now. And what we will also do is we will try and give you the full details of what has been submitted in the court. And this morning we told you that there were few Hindu idols, and there were details of Hindu symbols, shivling, lotus, etc. that were seen. And I have the full report with me. What I'll do is I'll also go and I'll get Prakash, and I'll get all our reporters like Prakash and Piyush, who are all.
I'll get them live, and I have this report with me in my hand. If you can see this report, this is the report on my, in my hand. I have this report with me, and I'll just keep walking and talking while I show you the details of the report. Let me tell you that as far as this report is concerned, we are the first channel to access the full report. Several pages of the report have been accessed. This is the commission report. The commission report has been accessed by us. Let me show you, and I'll walk towards the surface, and show you the report. If my video journalist can just scroll down a little bit, it goes on into great detail about into what was found, and the findings of this report is in detail. It's in Hindi, so I'm going to read out a little bit from this particular report. It goes into great detail towards the end. I'm just scrolling down. Bear with me, because in the end the commission details what was found, and these are some of the details I have with me. Let me just scroll down to this. In fact, what it also details out is the plan. If I can quickly, yeah, here it is. Vishweshwar. This is the plan of the ancient temple of Vishweshwar. This is the Vishweshwar plan, and it details out the full plan and the base on which this entire conflict lies. And this is another map. It says portion of the 15th century mandap under the mosque courtyard now filled up, and it details out the full map. And I have with me the report. This is a commission report. You see here, it says it's the commission report, and this commission report tells you what's inside the Gyanvapi. It goes on to talk about when the it details out the full sequence of events, and talks about when the commission went inside, and when they went inside and what they found. I'd like to go across also to Piyush, who's joining me live now. Piyush and Prakash, while we go through the details, let's get them live. We'll get Piyush live. Piyush, if you can tell me a little bit more about what this report mentioned earlier, which you can now confirm to us, of these Hindu idols, lotus, etc. All the details of which have been mentioned in this particular report. Piyush.
When you mentioned, the biggest talking point here is about this report, what we are now learning is that it is a 19-page report which has been submitted by Vishal Singh to the court here in Varanasi. Also important to point out that in its report it has been mentioned that there is a temple-like structure, and there's a dome which has been built on this. We have been getting different voices. Now we have also accessed this report, commission report, which has been submitted by the team led by Vishal Singh. If you go by the entire report, there are 19 pages. Those are there. In this sequence of events has been explained by Vishal Singh. It has been told as to how did they go, what all they saw, what is there inside the mosque. We also spoke to Ajay Mishra, where he told us that the western wall is the part of temple. So that is a temple. This is what the Ajay Mishra had told us, and now this report has also come out. We are also trying to go through the entire report, where it is mentioned that about the opening of Taikhana, where the photography was also done. I'm also reading it in the entire report is in Hindi. We are trying to get out the important excerpts, but the important important thing which we have been able to find out is that there are multiple signs of Sanatan there inside the the mosque. There are multiple signs of swastiks. In fact, it's a 19-page report which has been submitted. In its report, many important things have been mentioned by Vishal Singh. We are still trying to get in more excerpts out of this report. It's in Hindi. We're trying to translate. If I quote the report submitted by Vishal Singh says that विवादित परिसर में घुसकर मुकदमे के पक्षाकरण गण के सामने और फोटोग्राफी और वीडियोग्राफी भी करते हुए लोहे की करीब 20 फीट ऊंची पाइप की लगी बाड़ में करीब 3 फीट प्रवेश करके अंदर बाएं तरफ घूमने पर 10 फीट आगे दाहिने तरफ तहखाने का दरवाजा था. He's telling us the location of the तहखाना, the gate of तहखाना, where it is also mentioned जिसे वादी पक्ष और प्रतिवादी पक्ष की उपस्थिति में ताला श्री एजाज अहमद जो अपने को इंतमाजिया कमेटी का मुख्य बताते हैं, उनके द्वारा समय 8:16 पर तहखाने का दरवाजा खोला गया. So the gate of तहखाना was open in the front of petitioners and petitions from both the sides at around 8:16 a.m. in the morning when they entered. Remember that the court had allotted time from 8 to 12, and now this court says that in the presence of Ejaz Ahmad, who is in Tamazia committee's munshi, in presence of him, the gates were opened. दरवाजे में बुनासी लगा था, लेकिन बुनासी सही न होने के कारण चेन से हैंडल में लगाकर ताला लगाया गया. दरवाजे आधे खुले थे. उक्त संपूर्ण कार्रवाई की वीडियोग्राफी और फोटोग्राफी कराई गई. So the process of opening the door was also completely photographed. This is what we mentioned in that particular road. I'm also moving ahead, and then we will tell to our viewers about the more details of this entire report, because point by point, step by step, which was followed, has been mentioned in this particular report which we have accessed. It is also mentioned as to how there are 4 gates. आकार की फूल की आकृति, ऊपर पान के पत्ते के आकार की फूल की आकृति बनी थी, जिसमें संख्या 6 की ओर थी. तहखाने के अंदर देखा गया. He's telling us, Niranjan, very important point. He's telling us that the report is telling us that there are signs of पान के पत्ते and also फूल की, means signs of Hindu signs are there, flower signs are there. This is what mentioned in that particular report. एक खंबे पर पुरातन हिंदी भाषा में 7 लाइन से खुदा हुआ था जो पढ़ने योग्य नहीं था, उसकी भी फोटोग्राफी कराई गई. So each and everything has been completely photographed. This is what the report submitted by Vishal Singh says. Now I'm moving towards the another pages also. पश्चिमी दीवार के बाहर पुरानी 3 चौखट आकृतियां जमीन पर उत्तर पश्चिम के कोने में स्थित है, जिस पर प्रतिवादी संख्या 4 अधिवक्ता द्वारा ध्यान आकर्षित कराते हुए 3 कब्र बताया, परंतु वादीकरण द्वारा कहा गया कि पुराना चबूतरा और पत्थर है. So the Muslim petitioner said that that there is a place which can be called as the graveyard, but the Hindu side said that no, it is chabutra. It's a place where they offer prayers. So claims, so the counter claims have been made from both the sides. This is what has also been mentioned in this report. So multiple things, each and everything has been mentioned. पश्चिमी दीवार में विवादित स्थल पर हाथी के सूंड की टूटी हुई कलाकृतियां और दीवार के पत्थरों पर स्वास्तिक व त्रिशूल व पान चिन्ह व उनकी कलाकृतियां बहुत अधिक भाग में खुदी हुई हैं. Very important point, Niranjan. On the western side, on the western wall of mosque, there are many signs of elephant, many signs of there are many multiple stones where there are engraved signs of Hindu traditions. This is what Hindu relics. This is what the report says. The report also says that there are multiple signs of Pan, there are multiple signs of Hindu the traditions, and also it is mentioned ये सब कलाकृतियां प्राचीन भारतीय मंदिर शैली के रूप में प्रतीत होती हैं, which means that the kind of signs which have been found there on the walls of masjid, they tell us that these signs belong to ancient times of Hindu temples. Very big development. Ancient signs of Hindu temples have been found, and it has been mentioned in that particular report. पश्चिमी दीवार के बारे में वादी के अधिवक्ता जी जैन के द्वारा.
Stay with me. I'll have to take a short break right now.
There are many findings of this report, and we are breaking down the report. The second Gyanvapi survey report has been accessed. One was submitted by Ajay Mishra, the earlier court commissioner. The second one on your screen right now. I'm taking a short break right now. We're coming back with details of the Gyanvapi report, and also in Mathura, the petition has been admitted. The Mathura Krishna Bhumi petition has been submitted. Coming back with the details of both stories. Stay tuned.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra, and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown, and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market.
This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth?
Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment detailed.
More developments coming in now. Advocate Tanveer Ahmed in the Krishna Janmabhoomi case representing the Muslim side has said that the court order has a few details missing and that they will move higher court. Listen in.
देखिए ऐसा है कि जो फैसला आया वो ये था कि लोअर कोर्ट में जो मुकदमा खारिज हुआ फिर वो रिवीजन में आया और रिवीजन में हमने उनसे कहा कि भाई ये मुकदमा चलने योग्य नहीं है। अभी काफी आदेश को देखा है उसमें 91 का जो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट है उसका उन्होंने कोई उल्लेख नहीं किया, उस प्ली को उन्होंने लिया ही नहीं है। तो तमाम ऐसी चीजें हैं लेकिन इसमें
Well, much more coming up on the other side. CBI files FIR against West Bengal Minister Paresh Adhikari and his daughter Ankita Adhikari in illegal teachers recruitment scam. Stay tuned.
The live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra, and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown, and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market.
This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth?
Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing.
Top headlines right now at 5 p.m. A no escape route for Sidhu as Supreme Court sentences the top Congress leader to 1-year jail term.
ਸਿੱਧੂ ਸਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਇਆ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਕਹਿ ਸੁਣਾਈ
नो कमेंट देखी काका गिरते
Sidhu shies away from cameras and says no comment as he walks away. Now sack Sidhu clamour grows within the Grand Ole Party as leaders call for action against Sidhu. Karti's aide produced in court. CBI seeks 14-day remand and has got now a 4-day remand. Karti to be grilled next. Saga of defections continue in the Grand Ole Party. 5 days after staging a walkout from Congress, Sunil Jakhar joins BJP. Instigator of attacks on Kashmiri pundits Yasin Malik convicted by special NIA court. Top court stays trial court proceedings in Gyanvapi case until Friday. Republic accesses another survey, reports accessed lotus inscriptions, shapes of 4 Hindu idols found and traces of mandir found in survey report. After Gyanvapi, Mathura court allows Hindu side plea seeking videography survey in Krishna Janmabhoomi. CBI to grill TMC leader Anubrato Mandal in the cattle smuggling case today. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla and Republic has exclusively accessed the survey report from Gyanvapi. Some massive details emerge from the same. I want to go straight across to Piyush. Now, Piyush is with the Assistant Court Commissioner Ajay Pratap Singh live with us. Piyush, over to you. Okay, we'll be connecting with Piyush very soon, who is with the Assistant Court Commissioner Ajay Pratap Singh. But viewers, let's tell you right now that what exactly has happened. We have access to exclusive details of the survey report from Gyanvapi, and according to that survey report that we have on Republic TV, Hindu motifs have been found, a shivling has been found, idols have been spotted in debris. Let's have a quick look at this report.
a massive development in the Gyanvapi case. According to the initial survey report submitted at the Varanasi court, traces of Hindu temples have been discovered near two walls of the mosque. The two-page initial survey report, filed by ex-court commissioner Ajay Mishra, accessed by Republic TV, states that debris from the Shingar Gauri temple was found near the north and the west walls of Gyanvapi. As per the initial survey report, the proof found during the videography survey conducted at the Gyanvapi Mosque in Varanasi were: as per the initial report, on the western wall of the mosque, remains of 4 Hindu idols covered in red color were found. As per the initial report, a place to light lamps was found next to the idols on the walls. As per the initial reports, lotus and Sheshnag-like shapes as well as inscriptions of Hindu motifs were found on the walls. Moments after Republic accessed the initial report, both court commissioners confirmed that the findings are a part of the final report. The survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque complex concluded on May 16th, during which, according to the claims made by the Hindu side, a shivling has been discovered in Wazukhana.
रिपोर्ट पूरी तैयार हो गई है, सिर्फ उसको कंपाइल करना है। कंपाइल करने के बाद 12 से 2 के बीच में रिपोर्ट हम लोग सबमिट कर देंगे। मानी
उसके आगे का प्रोसेस क्या होगा?
उसके आगे का प्रोसेस जो है माननीय न्यायालय उसका अवलोकन करेगी रिपोर्ट का, और तब फिर अपना जो आदेश करना होगा करेगी। और भी बिंदुओं पर आज जो वादी पक्ष ने एप्लीकेशन दे रखा है पूर्व में, उस पर आज भी माननीय न्यायालय जो है उस पर सुनवाई करेगी।
इट इज़ अबाउट 10 to 12 पेज एंड दिस रिपोर्ट इज़ वेरी कॉन्फिडेंशियल and it is without prejudice, and we have filed this report in very confidential way with 2 or 3 subordinates we have.
The court then ordered the sealing of the spot where the shivling was found. After the survey of Gyanvapi Masjid of Varanasi, a new video of Wazukhana had surfaced in which a Nandi-like structure is seen. It is important to note that Nandi is always seen as a sitting bull facing the shivling in a Shiv temple. As the debate on Gyanvapi continues, with Hindu and Muslim sides putting forth their claims, we are now just hours away from what the courts have to say. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
देखिए, अंदर तो जो है, जो कहा जाए कि मंदिर के ही ढांचे को तोड़ा किया गया, मंदिर पे ही गुंबज बैठा दिया गया है और मस्जिद का स्वरूप दे दिया गया है। आज भी उसकी सारी दीवारें, सारे आधार, सारे स्तंभ जो है हिंदू मंदिर का ही है, केवल ऊपर ढांचा जो है गोल गुंबज का वो बैठाया गया है। इसलिए ये कहना है कि वो मस्जिद है, मस्जिद केवल गुंबज बना देने से और नमाज पढ़ लेने से वो स्थल मस्जिद नहीं हो जाता है। सारे हमारे प्रतीक देवी देवताओं के चित्र जो है सारे पत्थरों में अंकित है, इसलिए इस पे जो है कोई बहुत विवाद नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन चूंकि मामला न्यायालय का है, न्यायालय सभी पक्षों को सुनेगा, सारे साक्ष्यों को देखेगा, उसके बाद जो है न्यायालय अपनी निर्णय लेगा और हम लोग सफल होंगे, ये हम लोगों को पूर्ण विश्वास है।
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात आप बता रहे हैं सर कि ना सिर्फ वहाँ पे शिवलिंग मिला है, शिवलिंग मिले हैं वहाँ पे, बल्कि जहाँ पे गुंबद बनाया गया है उसके नीचे मंदिर का ढांचा। आप ये कह रहे हैं कि मंदिर के ऊपर गुंबद बना?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मंदिर पे केवल गुंबज का ढांचा बना दिया गया है, वो सारे स्ट्रक्चर मंदिर के हैं।
आपने देखा है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, अब ये तो रिपोर्ट आ गया, रिपोर्ट में आप देख सकते हैं, कोई इसमें बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है और सारे ढांचे जो है हम लोगों के मंदिरों के ही है।
अब मंदिर वहाँ बनना चाहिए आपकी मांग है?
अरे भाई, हम तो इसी की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं कि हमारे इष्ट देव को स्थापित किया जाए, मंदिर का स्थापना हो, हिंदू फिर अपने इष्ट देव विश्वेश्वर महादेव के फिर आराधना कर सके। इसकी लड़ाई तो हम लड़ रहे हैं, हम उस संस्कृति सभ्यता की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। मुगल आक्रांताओं ने जिस संस्कृति को नष्ट किया है, जिसको स्थापित करने का प्रयास किया है, उसके खिलाफ हम लोगों की लड़ाई चल रही है।
एक सवाल बड़ा है जहन में कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि अब मामले की सुनवाई रोक दी जाए निचली अदालत में। कल दोपहर 3 बजे का वक्त दिया गया है, इस पर आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया क्या है?
ऐसा है कि आज सुबह 10:30 बजे स्पेशल कोर्ट कमिश्नर ने इस मामले में अपनी सर्वे कमीशन की जो 14 से लेकर के 16 तक की कार्रवाई थी, उसका रिपोर्ट बाकायदा साक्ष्य और सबूत के साथ माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत कर दिया है। न्यायालय ने उसका अवलोकन भी कर लिया है। इस पर सुनवाई 12 बजे होनी थी। अगर माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय का ऐसा आदेश है कि कल 3 बजे तक के लिए कार्रवाई को स्थगित करना है, तो निचली अदालत की सारी कार्रवाई रुक जाएगी। किसी भी प्रार्थना पत्र पर किसी भी प्रकार की सुनवाई नहीं होगी।
तो विशाल सिंह ने रिपोर्ट सबमिट कर दी है, अजय मिश्रा ने भी रिपोर्ट सबमिट की है
जी।
दोनों रिपोर्ट्स का क्या इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा फाइनल सबमिशन में, जो भी कोर्ट टिप्पणी करेगा?
नहीं, दोनों जो रिपोर्ट दाखिल की गई है वो दोनों रिपोर्ट ऑथेंटिक है और उसको न्यायालय मानती है और ये पत्रावली में सम्मिलित किया जाएगा।
कब तक इस पर आपको लगता है कुछ आगे मामला बढ़ पाएगा, कब तक हो पाएगा सब कुछ?
अगर कार्रवाई कल तक के लिए रुकती है तो परसों से फिर कार्रवाई शुरू हो जाएगी।
यही कहना ये कि न्यायालय की प्रक्रिया है और स्टेप बाय स्टेप ऐसा ही एक एक करके एक एक कदम आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये काम हो गया, एक सर्वे हो गया, सर्वे की रिपोर्ट आ गई और रिपोर्ट पढ़ा जाएगा, दोनों पक्षों को रिपोर्ट दी जाएगी, फिर इस पर बहस होगी, इसके बाद किसी निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचेंगे। तो ये तो एक प्रोसेस है जिसके अंतर्गत ये जमा किया गया है, ये अच्छी बात है, इसी तरह से आगे बढ़ेंगे।
इससे पहले एक रिपोर्ट और सबमिट की गई थी, वो अजय मिश्रा जो थे उन्होंने रिपोर्ट सबमिट की थी। आज हमने उनसे बात की, उन्होंने एक बहुत बड़ी बात बताई कि जो पश्चिमी दीवार है वो बिल्कुल मंदिरी ही है। क्या कहेंगे?
एकदम सही, तो मैंने देखा है, एकदम मैं प्रत्यक्ष देख रहा हूँ कि पश्चिमी दीवार केवल मंदिर का ही हिस्सा ही है। और जैसे कोई मंदिर आधा आधा बना हो और आधा काट दिया गया हो, आधा रह गया हो, इस रूप में है, वो मंदिर ही है।
सनातन के कई सारे चिन्ह जो हैं पाए गए हैं,
शंख है, चक्र है, पशु हैं, कलाकृतियाँ हैं, कमल है और क्या कहते मन बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो कि मंदिरों में, देवस्थानों में बनाई जाती हैं। छोटे छोटे देवताओं के भी चित्र हैं उस पर। तो यह प्रत्यक्ष दिखाई पड़ रहा है, इसलिए कोई भी देखकर इसको समझ सकता है।
All right, let me just go straight across to Piyush. Piyush is joining me live, and Piyush right now is with the Assistant Court Commissioner Ajay Pratap Singh. Over to you, Piyush.
Well, absolutely. Remember that report has been submitted and we have also got the exclusive details of this report. We have with us Mr. Ajay Pratap Singh, who is here, and let me try to get in a word from Mr. Ajay Pratap Singh, because there are multiple things those have now been found by the court, by the team which went inside the Gyanvapi Mosque to do the survey. Sir, कई सारी चीज़ें निकल के सामने आई हैं, रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो गई है। सबसे पहले मैं आपसे जानता हूं कि कितने लंबी ये रिपोर्ट है और कितना समय लगा इस रिपोर्ट को तैयार करने में?
12 पन्ने की रिपोर्ट है, लेकिन इसको तैयार करने में हम लोगों को करीब 1-1.5 रात, पूरा रात भर जागना पड़ा, तब ये रिपोर्ट तैयार हो पाई है। क्योंकि हम लोगों ने वहाँ मौके पर जो वीडियोग्राफी और जो ये सब कराया था, और वहाँ पे मौके पर जो एक तो वहाँ पे इतनी गर्मी थी, उस समय बनारस का टेम्परेचर भी टॉप पे था, जिस 14, 15, 16 को जब हम लोगों ने वहाँ पे सर्वे किया तो गर्मी बहुत थी और तहखाने के अंदर मलबा, कूड़ा ये सब पड़े हुए थे, तो उस सबसे थकावट भी काफ़ी आ गई थी, जिससे रिपोर्ट बनाने में हम लोगों को काफ़ी समय लगा और 12 पन्ने की ये रिपोर्ट तैयार हुई है, जिसको हम लोगों ने आज जो है माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष सुपुर्द कर दिया।
शिवलिंग जैसा स्ट्रक्चर, कई सारे पान की आकृतियाँ, कमल की आकृतियाँ, ये सब लिखा है रिपोर्ट के अंदर, ये सब देखा आपने?
अभी सब के बारे में तो जानकारी हमको नहीं, क्या रिपोर्ट आई है इसके बारे में हम अभी कुछ डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर सकते हैं। हम लोगों ने जो वहाँ पर देखा सब चीज़ को लिख करके माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष हम लोगों ने सुपुर्द कर दिए हैं, जिस पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट से स्टे लग चुका है और 23 तारीख डेट पड़ी है यहाँ पे, और तब उस पर अगर डिस्क्लोज कुछ होता है तब हम लोग कुछ बता सकते हैं उस पर।
नहीं सर, मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ प्रश्न, क्योंकि एक जगह जब आप लोग गए वहाँ पे तो वादी और प्रतिवादी लोगों के, पिटिशनर्स और जो उनको अपोज कर रहे थे, उनके बीच में झगड़ा भी होने की बात निकल के सामने आई है। क्या ऐसा हुआ था?
ऐसा नहीं हुआ था, वादी प्रतिवादी बड़े शांत प्रकार से, वादी का भी सपोर्ट मिला, प्रतिवादी पक्ष का भी सपोर्ट मिला। थोड़ा सा लास्ट डे जिस दिन ये वजू खाना का जो है पानी निकलवाया जा रहा था थोड़ा सा देखने के लिए, उस दिन जो है प्रतिवादी पक्ष का थोड़ा सा रुक वो था, लेकिन उसके बाद प्रशासन के सहयोग से हर चीज़ से सब बड़े कायदे से संपन्न हो गया।
मैं आपसे ज़्यादा नहीं पूछूंगा, मेरे पास एक फ़ोटो आई है सर, आप ये फ़ोटो देखिए, ये अंदर की फ़ोटो है, अगर आप बता दें ये फ़ोटो है।
अब ये फ़ोटो कहाँ किया इसके बारे में तो हम नहीं बता सकते अभी, जब तक कि माननीय न्यायालय का कुछ इस पर ऑब्जर्वेशन ना आ जाए तब तक हम ये नहीं बता सकते कि फ़ोटो कहाँ की है।
ये 2 फोटोज हैं, अगर बस आप ये बताएं कि ऐसी आकृतियाँ हैं वहाँ पर, ऐसा ही है? क्योंकि इस पर हम देख सकते हैं सूर्य के निशान भी हैं, कई सारी चीज़ें में कमल के निशान भी हम इसमें देख सकते हैं जी। क्या ऐसी आकृतियाँ हैं अंदर? बस ये मैं जानना चाहता हूँ।
ये अब इतना ख्याल नहीं आ रहा मुझे कि ऐसी आकृति थी कि नहीं थी जी।
ऐसा कुछ बना हुआ अंदर, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है?
ऐसा तो नहीं लगा मुझे कुछ जी।
लेकिन कमल और हिंदू टेम्पल के, हिंदू जो मंदिर होते हैं, जितने मंदिर होते हैं, उनके बहुत पुराने मंदिरों के वहाँ पर दस्तावेज, वहाँ पे जो निशान है वहाँ पे पाए गए हैं।
ऐसा तो नहीं कुछ मुझे लगा कि वहाँ पे कोई ऐसा निशान या अवशेष कुछ प्राप्त हो, और बाकी जो चीज़ें मिली या जो भी चीज़ दिखाई पड़ा सबका वीडियोग्राफ्स फोटोग्राफ्स बनाया गया है। जो आप फोटो दिखा रहे हैं, अगर ऐसा भी दिखाया कि वहाँ मिला होगा तो इसका भी वीडियोग्राफ्स फोटोग्राफ्स सब बने हुए हैं, जो माननीय न्यायालय के समझ जो है सुपुर्द कर दिया गया।
तहखाना तोड़ने को लेकर भी विवाद हुआ था, गेट खोलने को लेकर भी, उस पर क्या हुआ था?
तहखाना तोड़ने के लिए उस पर माननीय न्यायालय का ये आदेश था कि अगर तहखाना में गेट में ताला बंद है और वो अगर नहीं खुल रहा है, उसकी चाबी नहीं है, तो प्रशासन उसमें सहयोग करे, उसको वादी पक्ष और प्रतिवादी पक्ष की उपस्थिति में उस ताले को तोड़ करके उसका फिर पूरा सर्वे हो, फिर एक नया ताला लग करके फिर उसको ताला बंद करके फिर उसको उचित स्थान पे रखवा दे। ये हुआ था।
आखिरी प्रश्न में लूंगा, एक चीज निकल के सामने साफ साफ आई है कि जो पश्चिमी दीवार है वो मंदिर का हिस्सा है, आपको देखकर क्या लगा?
अब ऐसा तो मुझे देखने से नहीं लगा, हाँ, लेकिन वो उसकी भी वीडियोग्राफी और फोटोग्राफी हुई है। हो सकता है माननीय न्यायालय को देखने से या माननीय न्यायालय कोई उस पर आदेश करे, ये हो सकता है।
आप कुछ नहीं बताएंगे मेरे को, लेकिन
ऐसा नहीं है, मैं कुछ नहीं बताऊंगा। जो हमने देखा, जो रिपोर्ट लगाया, उसका हम लोग निष्पक्ष रूप से हैं, न तो वादी के पक्ष से न प्रतिवादी के पक्ष से। जो मौके पे था उसका हमने वीडियोग्राफी कराया, फोटोग्राफी कराया, उस ढंग से देख करके उसको लिखा गया और वही रिपोर्ट बना करके माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष।
पश्चिमी दीवार क्या मस्जिद से अलग दिखी आपको? मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ, बस ये बता दीजिए।
फिर से आप क्वेश्चन करिए।
नहीं, पश्चिमी दीवार जो है वो उसकी वहाँ की बनावट, वहाँ की जो चीज़ें, वो क्या मस्जिद से अलग दिखी?
ऐसा तो नहीं मुझे लगा।
सर, पूरा स्ट्रक्चर एक जैसा दिखा
जी।
तो कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है आप बताना चाह रहे कि वो थोड़ा बहुत भी हिंदू ट्रेडिशंस या हिंदू रीति रिवाज से?
अब ऐसा तो मुझे नहीं लगा जी।
बहुत कुछ नहीं बता रही, इज नॉट ओपनिंग इज cards, but a lot of things have now been mentioned in that particular report, which we have also accessed. It's 12-page report in which each and every detail has been mentioned. He's now telling us, Ajay Pratap Singh is now telling us that everything would be now decided by the court because he is representing court, his court commissioner, and under his supervision, the survey was carried out, which went on for at least 3 days. Remember that the court commissioners had also sought 2 days, two more days to submit their report, and after which finally today a report has been submitted. Shivangi.
Okay, Piyush, stay on with us because on our screens, Republic TV's viewers, what we have is the pictures, the survey pictures. First we broke the survey report and now we are first with the pictures. On your screens you can see the pictures of the survey which has now been submitted. Remember that the report had said that there were a couple of idols spotted in the debris. There were Hindu motifs, basically many elements of the Sanatan Dharma there spotted, lotus engraving, and on your screens is a picture from the survey. These are exclusive images of the complex which has been accessed on Republic, and these are the pictures which also will be submitted with the report. On your screens you can see that there's one little structure there which we have circled, which looks somewhat as a element of Sanatan Dharma there on your screens, and these are the visuals that we're getting for you of the actual images which have been submitted right now, which the Supreme Court will look at tomorrow. Now, in that picture, it looks like a shivling. From what we can see, it looks like a shivling. If you can see closely there, it does definitely look like a shivling there. These are survey images on your screen. And just a short while back, we actually broke the report on Republic TV, where clearly in that report, it says that there were shivlings found, idols spotted in debris. There were old temple-like structures. There were lotuses, basically Hindu motifs. And there on your screens, viewers, this is an exclusive photo of the survey. This is the exclusive photo of the survey. Remember, they have taken pictures. The court commissioners have taken videography, and this is also a picture that we on Republic TV have accessed of a structure which looks like a shivling there. You can see that clearly on your screens. We have highlighted it for you right there on your screens. The first pictures of the Gyanvapi survey there on your screens. Remember that tomorrow we will be in fact reporting when the Supreme Court will be taking up the matter tomorrow at 3 p.m.
spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Let's go back to the top story right now. More pictures now coming in of the survey images. Now the shivling has been spotted. You can see those images there on your screens. These are back-to-back exclusive images of the masjid complex where you can see clearly that a shivling now has been spotted. Remember that in the survey report that we have access to Republic TV, there were clear indications of a shivling discovered at the Gyanvapi Mosque, and this is another picture that you can see of element of the Sanatan Dharma. I would also like to go across to what the report had actually said. The report that we showed you had also said that on the western wall, which is the disputed site, there were elephants, broke trunk sculptures, temple bells, swastik, Trishul and Pan symbols were also found. So the survey report, they're clearly saying that there were elements of Sanatan Dharma found, and that picture that you see on your screen is from the complex itself where a shivling has been spotted. Now this is definitely different from the other shivling that we had showed you, which was spotted, but another shivling has been spotted. Now remember that the court commissioners had gone around, they took pictures, they took videography, and they tried to in fact make sure that they collect enough evidence to submit to the court tomorrow. Now I want to go straight back to Piyush. Piyush, now what we are showing to our viewers right now, Piyush, are the exclusive images of the survey, and we can clearly see in many of the images that there are elements of Sanatan Dharma. Piyush.
Well, yes, there are signs of Sanatan Dharma. Those have been found, and that has also been scripted in this particular report, which has been submitted by the team led by Vishal Singh. I'm going to read a very important excerpt from this report. पश्चिमी दीवार के बारे में वादी में अधिवक्ता श्री हरिशंकर जैन के द्वारा इंगित किया गया कि दीवार के बाहर पश्चिम दिशा की तरफ बाहर उभरे हुए विश्वेश्वर मंडप के पीछे ऐश्वर्य मंडप के भाग हैं। वीडियोग्राफी करते हुए स्पष्ट किया गया कि दो बड़े खंबे व अर्क मस्जिद की पश्चिमी दीवार के पीछे तरफ निकलते हुए स्पष्ट दिख रहे हैं। That's the important part. The other part which has been mentioned in this is that on that particular wall there are multiple signs of elephant. I'm reading out from the report itself. The elephants are there. There are Hindu signs which have been found there. At the same time, it has also been found the multiple signs of lotus, palm leaves. It has been found. It has also been found that that these kalakritis, these signs somewhere indicates that they were indicates and tells us this